Everything's fucked. It's all broken and broken and broken. And I don't know how to fix it. I don't get it. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. But I think I don't know if Larix never even said it joined YouTube, but it does work. But I don't know why it works. And I feel like as soon as I start streaming on vertical, it's gonna not work. But I don't want it to not work. I want it to work. But it should. But it doesn't. But it. But I don't know why it doesn't work. But I don't know. Also, I want to look at restream. Keeps disconnecting from Instagram. Maybe I just stream on TikTok. I don't know. What the fuck is Slob? Oh, Streamlabs OBS. To do myself on a computer, so it's running like a ghost. On my desktop. Launch it. So it's running like a ghost file. It's pinned to my desktop, so I quickly launch it after running today's show. I went to uninstall and reinstall. It wasn't even on my PC. Don't know how it's possible. Okay. I don't know. Who knows why that's broken too. I should just stream to Twitter. Like a real Chad. Nigeria to Botswana. Cameroon? I didn't even need Cameroon. Awesome. DRC? Central African Republic? Oh, Chad. Jeez, I don't even know. I don't even know. Oh, fuck. Hold on, I messed up my restream shit. No. Okay. There we go. I think we're chill. Also, I got an email back from Sean from Restream. For whatever reason, they make the concurrent stream super fucking expensive. Hold on, I don't want to like show my emails. You select, okay. To access the concurrent stream, we must identify how often you need features. So cost is based on the term of the premium plan you select. It's 50% of the price of the premium business plan to access one concurrent stream. I think it's you just pay 50% of the price one time. But I don't know. Some of this phrasing kind of makes it seem like that it's 50% every single time that I want to run a concurrent stream, which would be, oh, thank God Botrix joined the. Maybe I should start streaming the shorts first, and then okay, awesome, dude. Well, guess that's happening. I really only need. I don't want to open because it might break it. I really only need the like $41 a month plan, and then I think that's billed as like $500 yearly, which I can't afford. But so 50% of that would be another $250. It just would not be at all worth it. I have no clue how why don't they should just give it to me for free. Like that's the point of their program is multi-streaming. It can't be it can't be that much more expensive to let me stream to shorts and horizontal at the same time. That can't be that much more expensive. There's no way. Also, I really have no clue the last country here. Tanzania, I think is, don't need that. Zambia. Hey. You know what? For Africa, I'm fine with that. Oh, I already did that. Watch this. 100% right here. Then I'll start reading. Ivory Coast.
Tanzania.
This. Oh, shut the fuck up. Tanzania. I just answered that one. Cape Verde. Cape Verde. Are these islands? Ooh, why don't I remember? I feel like it's that one. Hell yeah. Okay. Eritrea, Madagascar, easy. Djibouti, favorite country. Algeria. This is Algeria. Yeah, South Africa. Is Rwanda No, this is Rwanda. Yeah, okay, Botswana. Republic of Congo. That's central. This is just Republic? Yeah, Cameroon. Mozambique. I'm actually surprised that I'm doing so well right now. This one. Yeah, Senegal. Fuck. Wait. This is Senegal. No. This is Senegal. Okay. Chill. We're chill with that. That's fine. Still doing good. Equatorial Guinea. Ghana. Ethiopia. Liberia. Libya. Lesotho. That one. Nigeria. The Gambia is this one. Okay, Eritrea. Gabon. Egypt, easy. Eswatini, Togo. Fuck. I think Togo is the middle one. Okay, thank God. Comoros, Tanzania. Fuck. Well, I already clicked on that, so it doesn't matter. Okay, Guinea. Nope, Guinea. Damn it. Sudan. Central African Republic. Benin is this one. Yeah. Western Sahara. You know what we should do one day? We should read into the Western Sahara conflict. I bet there's some riveting stuff there. I feel like this is one of the islands, but I don't know. That one? No. This one? Okay. Mauritius. This island. Guinea-Bissau. Okay, South Sudan. That's Zambia. Morocco, Sicily's. Zimbabwe. Why don't I remember where Zimbabwe is? I know where Zimbabwe is. Wait, no, I know which one Zimbabwe is. This is Zimbabwe. Yeah, I'm right. Okay, DRC, Somalia, Namibia, Sierra Leone, Burkina Faso, Chad, Niger, Angola. I'm happy with that. 95%. One of the ones we got wrong was the little island one. No one cares about the stupid island ones. Why would anyone care about the stupid ass island ones, dude? I'm trying to test this stupid YouTube chat, but it doesn't. Man, Restream sucks, but there's no better alternative. It's just unfortunate. It's unfortunate. Restream sucks, but I can't find anything better. That's why I only use Restream for the vertical shit. I saw U.S. soldiers. Joe Biden lied, guys. Joe Biden earlier said, although the U.S. is building a pier, there would never be any soldiers on the beach. But look what happened, guys. Another lie by Joe Brandon. Can you believe it? U.S. soldiers were stranded on beached army boats after a storm broke apart the U.S. built aid pier in Gaza. U.S. soldiers have been stuck on 3 army boats beached in Gaza over the weekend after high seas and a storm broke apart an aid pier service built to deliver food to starving Palestinians. U.S. Central Command confirmed that the soldiers had been evacuated from the boat by Tuesday after the vessels broke free from their moorings on Saturday, although it was not immediately clear how the troops were stuck on the shore. Clearly, there was a secret Mossad operation. What's like, you know how the Zionist agent Eli Copter is responsible for the helicopter crash? Is the Zionist agent, what's like a Eli Copter you could do? How would you do something like that for like high seas? Imagine if one soldier was killed by IDF and other by Hamas. I'm trying to think. Clearly, the Zionist agent nuke them all. Do you know what makes me upset? Although, first of all, my hair looks dumb as fuck right now. I'm keeping it like that though. People who will look at a strike done by Israel and they'll say like, Israel just killed 50 civilians in Rafah, or even like they'll bring up like the USS Liberty. Israel attacked the US ship. Bro, why does your dad always say the word? I don't know. I can't control it. I don't know. What was I going to say? Oh, they'll mention Israel attacked the USS Liberty, and we didn't attack Israel. Motherfucker. The reason we bomb countries is because not just because like we're angry at them or whatever, because they pose some type of continued threat to us. The reason we don't bomb Israel is because Israel obviously doesn't pose any type of continued threat to us. Even if Israel kills a U.S. civilian, usually, like it's by accident, right? Like when they attacked, at least a claim that Israel made. There's a whole bunch of historical controversy over this. Is that the reason they attacked the USS Liberty was because they mistakenly thought it was an Egyptian vessel. Even if they didn't, the ulterior motive was that they attacked it because they wanted to drag the U.S. into the war, right? They basically wanted the U.S. to support them during the war, and they thought attacking the vessel, I think they thought that the USS Liberty was think that they were attacked by Egyptian vessels, and then the U.S. would be dragged into the war and have to help Israel. But even then, Israel wouldn't have posed like any type of continued threat to the U.S., right? What's up? Why is Kanye West? Awesome, dude. These YouTube comments starting to piss me off. Okay, these people that are stop trying to be Destiny, little bro. People just don't. I don't get it. This isn't even like a video related to Destiny at all. Like, I'm just a liberal. Kanye made Alex look sane. What? Oh, also, we should watch the Alex O'Connor, Jordan Peterson talk at some point. It's probably gonna drive me insane. I don't know. Who's Alex? I've only seen clips of it. I haven't seen the full thing. Oh. I have seen 18 minutes of it. I would agree with where's the JJ McCullen or whatever? I don't know how to pronounce his last name. I don't remember his last name. His comment, like, why are we still interviewing this man? There's only so much we can learn from him. If I was truly content maxing, I would have reacted to this 5 days ago and uploaded it onto YouTube, and it would have got some views. But bro, Jordan's just pro at talking to ghosts. Jordan, dude, it's so funny. The clips I've seen are like so horrible because we all know like the thing that Jordan Peterson, the meme of like Jordan Peterson, like avoiding question. Well, what do you mean happen? What do you mean do? What do you mean believe? What do you mean God? And Alex just the entire time is just trying to get him. It's trying to, but did it really happen? It's trying to say, okay, let's say you were in Egypt at the time of the Exodus. Would you see Jews moving from Egypt to Israel? If you were there and if you were a witness to this, would you see with your eyes? And Jordan Peterson can't fucking answer it. I think he finally answered he was like, I think Alex put him in a corner of the empty tomb though and said like, if you had a camera aimed at the tomb, would you see Jesus walk out of the tomb? And Jordan Peterson finally said yes to that.
Real is
it was so frustrating. Alex Jones is a champion for right-wing conspiracy theories. Boomers. Well, yeah.
Well, what does it mean historically that the Spirit of God brooded upon the primordial waters? Like, what does that mean historically? Well, no one knows.
I agree.
That means
I don't think that at least most of Genesis or parts of Genesis are supposed to be. I mean, the Bible
got banned from Skade and Kairos. Wait, I've seen this guy stream. Kairos guy. Dude, something funny. I don't know if you're in the neutral water server. I'm kind of assuming you are. He's like, some guy got upset because he's like one of the only people who actually use this as self-promo thing in the neutral waters or whatever. That guy's an idiot anarchist. Awesome. And he added me for some reason. I was like, what on earth did I do? Like, and he said he mistakenly mentioned me. And also these people are arguing. I posted it funny. I wish I spent more time arguing. I didn't mean to ping you. I've seen this guy. I follow him. I would have if he ever streamed when I ended stream. I would have hosted him. Oh, he just started streaming too. I'm streaming during his time slot today. I was considering. I had to weigh my options when it came to whether or not I should post. Also, what did you get banned in his chat for? How much? How much room for disagreement does he allow in his chat when it comes to Israel Palestine? I guess not much. Got his name. Ugh. It's just dude. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? What do you mean in God? Oh boy. Okay. I think today we're gonna be. I want to read today. I think we're gonna read the Human Rights Council report, and I'm gonna read the anti-Human Rights Council report stuff. How come people with communist in the username are more popular in the politics category? Because listen, Twitch politics is insane. Twitch politics is insane right now. I don't know what to tell you. Seems like I honestly think I could probably get more viewers because it sells Unite. I could probably get more viewers if I just renamed myself Communist Fawn and then just reacted to TYT. That's all PPG does. I should just be PPG. I should have been PPG. Also, unironically, I'm gonna start streaming on TikTok with a different name. You mean PP on the floor guy? Yeah. And I'm gonna be the Palestine's greatest warrior, okay? Because some of these people don't like I'm sure we could go to TikTok and go to TikTok's live and like see some of the pro-Palestinians in there who probably don't know that much. And I could be Palestine's greatest warrior, bro.
Oh, I spit my sauce. I'm dying. It's not a tender, it's fried chicken.
What the fuck? I don't think that many people are live right now because it's early. But
لكن في الجنوب بدخل الجنوب هذه اللي حدود مصر.
What the hell? Is this guy in Gaza or is he just like streaming? Would you sell stuff out to be a millionaire against your own beliefs? Maybe, dude. I don't know. A millionaire? A millionaire. It would honestly, it would depend on how a millionaire. Fuck, a millionaire probably. It would depend on like how crazy I would have to be, but yeah, millionaire. Is this guy literally in Gaza, or is he just... I think that's just the same video on loop over and over. Yeah, I don't think there's anyone really streaming right now, but I've seen people like streaming on TikTok before. Everyone on Twitch that makes real money is a grifter, probably. I feel like I could actually be a better pro-Palestinian than these people. Because I'm not like even that pro-Israel. Like Israel does some bad stuff. Yeah, I don't know, but I've seen some debates. If they're actual commies and hated West, they would not be here. Yeah, well, if they were actual commies and hated West, what do you mean? They do hate the West. Dude, also, didn't Caroline Kwan just tweet out that like dumbass thing where like I saw she had like the text highlighted, you can kill children legally, which is true in war, that can happen. And she was like, you have children. Imagine somebody kills them in guise of war. And like, would you be okay with that or whatever? Like that was fucking dumb. Is that guy a family member? Who? What? Also, if I was a big creator, like in a hypothetical world, I am as big as some of these creators. You know what I would do? I would make my own creators for Palestine event and just not have Hassan or Frogan in it. I would just be like, yeah, we're raising money for aid because there's not enough aid getting into Gaza, but we don't have, but not have any position beyond that. Which, to be fair, like this event looks like it looks like they're not really. I mean, they're optics maxing by not having Hassan in these videos and by just saying free Palestine, not calling it a genocide or whatever. She said, "Oh yeah, I think it was his brother or whatever." Yeah, but I would like you know what I would call it liberals for Palestine or something, and we would raise more money than them because we wouldn't be cringe. Okay, maybe I don't know if she deleted it or whatever. I think I like Destiny's reply to it. Or not. Or I don't know. How long ago was it? Did she delete her shit or whatever? Oh. Yeah. No, I'm so glad I got community noted. Holy shit, that's spaced. This post highlights a single line without acknowledging the sentences that follows. This article is not glorifying death of children, stating an award. This happens and precautions should be taken to prevent it. It also states that it is disturbing. Yeah, I mean, it literally, like... so fucking dumb, dude. I do not want Frogan on my side if I wanted... Yeah. Honestly, like, legitimately. Hypothetical world, okay, where I'm manifesting this, by the way. I'm manifesting it so it will happen. If I was a super big creator and I got invited to it, I would probably be like, Son and Frogan are in it? I don't know. I'm willing to fundraise for aid, but I don't know if I want to do it and they're in it. Alright, I would be willing to do it. Unless I had to actually like do something with them. I think so. There's two things I want to do today. One, when we actually, I'm just sticking around right now. I don't know if we'll start immediately or whatever. But never finished reading the Scars of War thing. I think I want to read some of this because I want to get more into the peace deals. And this is written by a former Israeli minister. About some of the peace deals, and also, so he was in the room for some of these negotiations, and I know with this book specifically, people, I think the way this book is formatted is like he'll list like the failures on the Arab side, and he'll list the failures on the Israeli side. So people on both sides like to just take parts of the book for, you know, and like quote it out of context because it makes it seem like one side was evil when like he does. If you actually read a book, it's like he lists out the failures on both sides and like, yeah. And from Israel, he can't be neutral. Well, I mean, I'm not saying he's necessarily neutral. I think he says in the like preface of his book that he is a Zionist, but I'm just saying it's probably necessary because I think even in that debate that Destiny had with Omar, his first one, I think Omar quoted from this book, and Destiny was like, "I've read the book, and I know that's not." And the book doesn't say like the book. You're only mentioning failures on one side. Yeah, and I think we'll try to read the Human Rights Council report. I don't know if we'll read the whole thing because it's like 200 pages. Or sorry, we're not reading the whole thing, but we're gonna read at least a short version, and then at least some of the IDF propaganda against it afterwards. Because I know the Human Rights Report is not the best thing because they ignore some of the violent parts of the protests and they ignore some of the like the plans that Hamas had to weaponize it. Like Sinwar was literally saying that they were going to tear down the fence. They know the quotes better than the authors and tell the authors to shut up. Oh yeah, like Finkelstein does. Oh, thank you. What is Kanye West? Or sorry, why is Kanye West? But I want to find what is it like? But like a lot of this. Lover's Burger, no way. I should have gotten my haircut shorter because it's already too long. It's already looks dumb. But like also Jerusalem Center for Public Affairs, like, and like the other. I told this like I'm planning on reading the Human Rights Report. Give me some stuff to read that's like goes against it as well. It's giving me like Jewish virtual library. Like no, like even if I find the source interesting, even if I trusted these things, like no pro-Palestinian I ever talked to is going to trust Jewish virtual library in anything. And like I understand because like I wouldn't trust like if they quote fucking decolonize Palestine at origami, I'm not going to immediately trust that. So don't you want hummus ministry? Yeah. Oh, bikini woman, I didn't even realize. Like Jews are the most self-critical hating people I've seen. I mean, there definitely is. I hate also. At the end of the day, you can say Israel's bad or whatever. At least Israel does have the capacity. People will say things against us, but Israel is a democracy. And they do have the capacity for change. And they host their own criticism. They have B'Tselem. They have Haaretz. Like, they have Knesset members that are even... I'm pretty sure there's even one Knesset member that called Israel... or said Israel's doing a genocide in the Gaza Strip. At the very least, they have the capacity for change. Hamas doesn't do that. Hamas doesn't... A fascist democracy. I mean, well, people will say, oh, people in the West Bank, they can't vote, apartheid. But what's relevant is that they at least have the capacity for change within their like existing systems. Hamas doesn't have that capacity. Another biased, malevolent, unprofessional UN report. I'm saying, okay. Most countries in the Middle East aren't even a democracy, just fascist. I mean, Israel, only democracy in the Middle East, right? It's probably definitely the most democratic state in the Middle East. I don't know. Obviously, democracy is a spectrum, but yeah. Isn't Iraq pretty democratic though? Like, didn't we? I know there's all the memes, but like, didn't we actually kind of bring democracy to Iraq? Like, in the end, let them start with the League of Legends best of 5. Like, in the end, I'm pretty sure we did. League players don't deserve human rights. Accurate. Iraq's rated not free. Oh, okay. Well, I know it's not free, but I don't know. Like, okay, Iraq 30. Yeah, versus Saudi Arabia 8. Iran 11. Syria 1. Although Syria's kind of a shit show. West Bank 22. Gaza's at 1 18. So like in the end though, it's like about the same as Turkey. 3 less than Turkey. Oh, I guess Kuwait is higher, 38. Armenia and Georgia, yeah. But in the end, guys, we won. What's that? Are you asking what Dota is, or you're asking what I was looking at? I'm assuming you're asking what Dota is. Isn't Dota's just Steam's rip-off a league? Freedom House? Yeah, Freedom House is it. They're like a think tank. This is just an index that they have for like freedom across the world, global freedom status. And then also the Economist has one too, which also rates it as authoritarian regime. The best countries in the Middle East are monarchies. We need more monarchy in the Middle East. I mean, the best countries in the Middle East are to live in, depending on what class you're in when you live in them, are monarch. Like Saudi Arabia. If you're a Saudi citizen, you live a pretty good life. You can't criticize the government. You can't be gay, but you live a pretty good life. Because they have the oil money. And then, but they have like also the foreign workers there, right? Like that was like, remember when the World Cup or whatever was hosted at Qatar, and everyone was as mad about the modern slavery that goes on there, the like foreign laborers that work there. Well, Bahrain doesn't have that much oil money. It still does about as well as Saudi Arabia. Just be Saudi citizen and you're good, but if you're not, you're fucked. Yeah, Jordan's relatively nice as well. Oh yeah, well Jordan is. But doesn't Jordan? I know Jordan is technically a monarchy, but like doesn't it? Hold on. Well, now we're politics of Jordan. Parliamentary monarchy. Don't they have? I thought they had elections. Chamber of Deputies has 130 members elected for a 4-year term. My special 15 reserved for women. Mongolia is more free in the United States. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we're not a very free country when you compare us to some other places. Well, that's just because they factor in lame stuff like inequality and political corruption and super PACs. Like, who gives a fuck? Because guess what? We have the Second Amendment, bitch. So who's really more free? Imagine the UK if the king actually had his power on paper. That's basically what Jordan is in simple terms. Okay. But didn't we kind of bring bureaucracy to federal parliamentary representative democratic republic, multi-party system whereby the executive powers, so by the prime minister, blah 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 blah. The Northern Autonomous Kurdistan region emerged in 1992 as an autonomous entity inside Iraq and its own local government parliament. Yeah, but it's still not authoritarian regime. Also, didn't they have some type of like constitutional crisis like not that long ago? Monarchies kept the country stable, aren't ready for democracy yet. Finland has a perfect score. Should I move? I actually really heavily considered moving to Finland. The reason I am not planning on it anymore is one, because they have mandatory military service. I don't want to do that shit. I don't want to do mandatory military service. That's cringe as fuck, bro. And two, Finland's just expensive versus like Czechia, where I want to go now, because our U.S. dollar is so strong. It's relatively cheap to live in Czechia. Corruption. Iraq is the most corrupt government in the Middle East. It's described as a hybrid regime. Elite cartel ruling Iraq. UK is doing a draft I saw. Well, they're just planning on implementing national service. Which is like dumb as fuck. I don't get it. Because the conservatives are the one pushing it, right? The conservatives are already about to lose power. Like, their polls are not looking good for them at all. And a large part of that, from my understanding, is because of young, they don't have enough troops. Who gives a fuck? They're in NATO. Doesn't matter. What was I going to say? Oh, they're already losing young voters. Why the fuck would they think national service would help them at all? I don't understand. Unless I guess they're really principally believe that they really have to they're all throwing their careers away to get national service done, which I guess, I mean, that's what I would want in a politician. I would want them to be that good faith, but I don't understand. And also, I'm pretty sure it would give you the choice between doing national service or like volunteering in your community. It's like, I don't know if I have an issue with that then. Like, selfishly, I wouldn't want that here because I'm still young, but like, yeah, spending 1 week in every month, which equates to 25 days over a 12-month period, volunteering for organizations such as the NHS, fire service, ambulance, search and rescue. Like, I don't care about that. Like, whatever. National service is a good idea, I think. I mean, listen. I think 5 years from now, if you ask me what I thought of national service, I think I'd probably say it's a good thing. Like, now that I'm out of high school, if you ask me, do you think that we should ban phones in school? I think I would say yes. Like, because especially with the data I've seen on it, it's like, fuck it, we should probably ban phones in school. But like, selfishly, I don't want to do this shit. So, two richest countries on the planet per capita are both semi-constitutional monarchies. I think Norway's number one. What do you have to say about that, Neil Hips? Like, I don't know if I have a problem with that. Also, you know the real reason I'm in favor of banning phones from school, okay, is because when I went to a school that didn't allow phones, I had the coolest fucking calculator with my Game Boy games on it, and everyone was fucking like, well, that kid's got the TI-84 plus CE? God damn, he's got a color screen and it's super thin and he can play fucking Game Boy games. But now that I went to a normal school, I guess I'm graduated now, people are just like, oh, that kid's got an Android. What the fuck? An Android? What the hell, dude? Enterprising people managed to write games for it, which is by far the best was Drug Wars. Oh, I should have had this, bro. But whatever. In Drug Wars, you play as a drug dealer who needed to move around the city, buying and selling different drugs at different price points, trying to make a profit while evading the cops and violence at the hands of competition. The content of the game occasionally scandalized some members of the adult community, but my school had a pretty chill, permissive vibe, and most people didn't care. The larger issue was students were supposed to be using a graphing calculator during math class. They were not supposed to be playing video games. One attitude you can have toward this was if a kid was sitting in class playing Drug Wars or Snake or whatever else, rather than paying attention to the teacher, that's their business. They'll get bad grades, do poorly in AP tests, bear the consequences. It's up to them. In practice, though, schools normally take a more paternalistic attitude towards their charges. Part of a school's job to teach you, but part of a school's job is to make you learn. We also worry about the about peer effects in this context. Some kids are very studious, others less so, some are in the middle. If the people at the less disciplined end of the spectrum act out, playing drug roles, for example, that tends to pull the behavioral kids in the middle in their direction. Frankly, I don't remember exactly how this was handled on my school. Okay, blah, 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 don't care. NESM related, okay. I've been thinking about this for a while. What calculator does the NES emulator? I mean, I'm assuming either the TI-84 plus CE or, God damn. I don't know what this calculator is, but...
So you could play all these in your class or whatever, especially if, like, you know, there's the teacher.
But I could play Game Boy games at mine. I know that, but kids just have phones nowadays, so, like, they just stream, they just play whatever shit on their phone. GDP per capita. Well, okay, those are fucking micronations where rich people hide their money, so obviously. I'm pretty sure Norway's the best real country. Luxembourg, Bermuda. See, this doesn't even... It counts Luxembourg as number one. Okay. Ireland's number 2. Switzerland 3. 4 is Norway. Switzerland, that's also just rich people hide their money. I mean, sure, they have microstates, yeah. I guess, does Luxembourg count as a microstate? I feel like... Well, Ireland? Yeah, I always forget. People forget. Ireland is rich for some reason. I don't know why. Focused on service and high-tech life sciences, yeah. I looked into going to Ireland. I don't know. Ireland's probably still on the table, really, but... On a place with a gutter? I don't actually know why GDP per capita is so high. Foreign-owned multinationals make up a significant percentage of Ireland's GDP. Have they, I wonder if they've stagnated since COVID, though. I bet they, Okay, well, I'm just gonna look up Ireland GDP then, since apparently no one has made this graph for me. That accent, you expect something more level. Oh look, they didn't even stagnate that much from COVID, like the UK did. What GDP? Where is just nominal GDP? Nominal GDP. GDP nominal. The financial services only account for 10% of Liechtenstein's GDP. Oh, I don't know. I would assume it was I don't know that GDP per capita. I don't. Why does it have Norway? This has Norway higher than Ireland, but okay. I want to read. I was thinking my elementary school banned Slack places because they were too distracting. Why can't we do the same for smartphones? Dude, remember fidget spinners, guys? Remember that? Remember that time period? And every school had to ban fidget spinners. Iron is rich because they have all of those pots of gold that has their rainbows. True. Dude, my school banned everything. I went to like a pretty strict charter school. They banned phones, which most schools didn't totally ban phones. Most schools like let you have your phone. You just couldn't use it during class. My school totally banned phones. My elementary school, my kindergarten and 8th grade charter school, they banned Pokemon cards. They banned like any card game, even regular cards and fidget spinners. Yeah, it was wild. Small sample study by Melissa Huey and David. Okay, I don't care about the people. Found that when some college students were randomly assigned to have their phones physically removed before class, their mindfulness and comprehension of the course material went up. Well, we used to watch porn at school. What? What the fuck? Amateurs. The effects that were not that large, presumably in part because many of the students who were in possessing their phones still managed not to use them. But another interesting result from the study is the phone-free students reported somewhat less anxiety. One of the key sticking points in terms of changing policy seems to be a sense as unacceptable or unsafe for teenagers to be uncontactable during the day. But without a phone, but being without a phone, I missed the word, actually makes people a little calmer. I think many of us probably have experienced this on a long flight. It can be inconvenient to be out of touch with the world for several hours, but it's often kind of freeing. UNESCO reports that students get distracted by phones, that task switching is cognitively costly, and that in particular, weaker students' problems are compounded by that distraction. I think the point about unequal effects is probably a fruitful line for the inquiry people who really want to understand the broad society level of digital technology. For the smartest and most studious kids, access to older world's information probably provides significant benefits via the Matthew effect. If you're focused and very studious in nature, and especially if you're focused and studious and also have a smart, well-resourced parent who encourages you to explore your interests, the internet extends your reach of that grasp. But if you're prone to distraction, it's a big source of distraction. What the fuck is the Matthew effect? Of accumulated advantage, some critics call the Matthew principle a tendency individuals who accrue social economic success in proportion to their initial level of popularity, friends, and wealth. Sometimes summarized by the adage or platitude, the rich get rich and the poor get poor. Yeah, I mean, we should go over all the studies one day that show if you're like born in September, you usually stay significantly ahead in school because you're older when you enter kindergarten, so you learn more. Kids born in a month that are oldest, most development effective classes. Kids with August birthday, yeah. Several month leg up is crucial. Childhood development growth and leaps out relative to any other time in one's life. Later, the cutoff advantage snowballs as the kids who are favorably born have an advantage, which puts them into better programs and earns them more instruction time, which then gives them cognitive function further, which continues to aggregate over time. It's the same reason like most NHL players born in February, I think. Yeah. Being born in February grants you a significant advantage. Still don't understand how you used to go to school at 6:30. Why did you start school at 6:30? Or did you have to get up at 6? I guess I got up at 6:30. Yeah, but a lot of stuff like that compounds because like if you're older when you start hockey because you were born in February, because of the way the hockey season works, usually the people born in February are the oldest when it starts. You end up doing better than other people, and then that just compounds over time because you get placed in better positions and you get more time in the ice, which means you get better, which gives you even more time in the ice, and it compounds and compounds until eventually most of the top hockey players are born in February. Started at 7. My school started at 8:45. type of loser school are you going to? So we have no free will. Got it. It is actually, the reason I know about this is because it was in a book on free will. But yeah, like this is a significant. I mean, this alone obviously doesn't disprove free will, but like it's a. I think he used it in a book against like an argument. Can you guess a country? I don't know, the UK. Or America. I feel like American schools start at 7 a.m. still. Some of them do. I think there's some people argue like, oh, luck evens out over time, you know. But it's not really true. Luck tends to compound over time with those two examples, at least. Yeah. But it is like, oh, your environment is clear. This is like a very clear case where like your environment is literally determining a large portion of your life. Afghanistan, lol. You have to get up at 5 to pray. It's fucked. Well, you know how you can avoid it just by being a woman. Women still can't go to school in Afghanistan, right? After the Taliban takeover. In school, I don't think we should be leveling down by denying the brightest kids access to advanced coursework, but we shouldn't be making school rules that they are geared excessively towards the best performing, best motivated students. There's a lot of kids who are not great students, but who can in fact be taught to read and write and do math. It will benefit down the road from doing so. We need to do our best to keep on track. I've been enforcing early bedtimes. God damn. But yeah, like if you were to ask me in high school, should we ban phones? I would pull out all the stops. No, don't take my fucking phone away. I need it, bro. I need it. I'm fucking addicted. I'm fucking fiending for my phone. But now that I'm out of high school, I'm like, yeah, fuck it. Ban the phones, whatever. I have a feeling I'd feel the same about national service, where it's like right now, no, I will pull out every single argument against it. It's expensive. It's impractical. It violates my rights as an American. But I feel like 5 years after I cut off age, I might be like, yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Those are the kind of arguments that involve parents expressing anxiety about their ability to get in touch with their kids in the event of a school shooting or other calamity. Yeah, I've heard this one before. The high volume of gun violence in American schools compared to peer countries is really bad, and I fully support measures to reduce it. School shootings are both incredibly awful and incredibly rare, even considering the entirety of gun homicides affecting children. The kinds of incidents that terrify middle-class families are an exceptionally small share. Overall, American childhood has gotten steadily less deadly over time. A lot of the gap with other OECD countries has to do with traffic safety issues, and teenagers having smartphones is almost certainly making those issues worse, not better. Yeah. What's this? What the fuck? What the fuck? Is this dude, what?
Regarding the airstrikes of Pakistan and Afghanistan.
So-called Islamic Emirate of Afghanistan faces shortage of educated people of understanding, intellectual savvy, generals, and awareness. Patch on terrorists have resorted to AR, artificial intelligence. And they're false and fake live news.
Last night at around 3 o'clock in the Barmal district of Paktika province and in Afghan Dubai area of Separa district of Khost province, Pakistani planes bombed the houses of civilians. As a result, 6 people including 3 women and 3 children were martyred and a house destroyed in Paktika, as well as 2 women were martyred due to the collapse of a house in Khost province.
Okay. Oh no. At one point we read, I never actually read this article. I'll write it down for later. Economist. Oh, by the way, wait, this came up when I was looking at it. Even the earthworms fucking hate Britain. All the earthworms are dying in Britain. How can the Taliban ever go to war at some point? It'll be, dude. I don't know anything about Pakistani politics, but I don't. All I know is that Pakistan has nuclear weapons, and I don't think I trust them with that shit. But I don't have any. I thought they. What do you mean? I think I think the way I talked about this with my t-shirt one. I think technically they don't have any nuclear weapons, but they have nuclear warheads that they could at any point attach to a ballistic missile. They don't have any electricity or water. Yeah, but I think it's like technically they don't have ballistic nuclear weapons, but they have nuclear warheads that could be attached to the ballistic missiles at any time. Yeah, they have warheads. By the way, I don't think I trust Israel with that shit either. There was a Ben Shapiro video. I remember. There's a Ben Shapiro video that comes out today, later, like hours from now, that we'll watch when it comes out, about him talking about the war. Maybe Ben Shapiro had some added context that would save him here. But there was oh wait, I don't need this in Israel Palestine. I think he said one of the reasons the U.S. should support Israel, which is maybe isn't 100% invalid, is that like, oh, well, if Israel's pushed against a wall, it's just going to use its nuclear weapons. So the U.S. should support them so they don't use nuclear weapons. It's like, motherfucker, that's just an argument. Then why the fuck did they have nuclear weapons? Against who? I don't know, Hamas and Iran? I don't like the Arab states? I think they couldn't actually use them like in the Gaza Strip or the West Bank, because that would be against themselves, like literally. But what am I going to do with the logistics of storing phones? And that's a completely valid point. But one that underscores the need for more policy in this area rather than an assumption that teachers can handle it on their own. Our school had a no phone during class policy. You just had to put it up in a like teacher just collect them at the beginning of class. Another tough touches. Another though. Jesus, I can't read. On a set of concerns about school discipline, a lot of rank and file educators believe that they are under pressure to be softer in a whole range of disciplinary issues in a way that is aggravating many teachers. In that universe, some people worry about being given a set of new rules to enforce. They're not going to be supported in imposing consequences on rule breakers. Two different practitioners told me this was a downstream of the Biden administration reinstituting a set of student discipline guidelines that Obama put in place in 2014, but were revoked under Trump. This wasn't what happened, though. May 2022, the Biden administration put out new guidelines, and Mike Petrelli, I don't know, is a fucking Destiny last name. What the hell? President of the conservative Thompson, blah, 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 who believed Obama administration went too far in 2014. He was pleased to see that the Biden administration did not fully resurrect the Obama-era guidance, instead opting for what he called a much more nuanced approach. Leftists, meanwhile, got mad at Biden. Awesome, dude. Didn't find any real evidence of downside anti-phone rules, but did note that enforcing the bans could boost harsher disciplinary measures like school suspensions. Yeah, I don't know. they give you Chromebooks though. Like my school did. And most schools, to my knowledge, do. At least rich schools. Every student gets a Chromebook, so it's not like you can't access the internet. Like you can access the internet and do whatever you want. Well, not whatever you want. They block a lot of sites, obviously, but you took them back from us. Well, after you graduate, yeah, they do that. You don't get to keep them, but I'm saying, like, it's not like you can't access the internet at school at all. Like, although they did annoyingly, like my school banned some of the AI things, which like usually like the AI things were useful because like our teachers would give students like web quest, like you'd have to use the internet to like research stuff and like find shit. But they wouldn't let you use AI for it. It's like, well, like what the fuck? Like if I can do the research with AI more effectively, then most of my work is ChatGPT. Yeah. Like I had like economics teacher. My economics teacher was like, well, I mean, if you can use ChatGPT and it gives you the right answer, like, well, fuck it. Like, yeah, just do it. Now, there were concerns like with ChatGPT hallucinating, right? Because ChatGPT can just write random bullshit. But applying for one of up to 30,000 selective military placements reserved for teenagers deemed the brightest and the best in areas like logistics, cybersecurity. Yeah, the vast majority of 18-year-olds would not take part in any military training at all. Like, I don't know if I'm necessarily super against it. It's definitely not a good move politically. But listen, they're probably gonna lose anyway, so fuck it. And selfishly, I would be against something like that here. Like this community, like 25 days of volunteering, like that's fine. Yeah. I think the troop shortage is real. Well, there definitely is. I don't think the UK's military is doing too well right now. $32% decline in New York. What was I going to say? Oh, yeah, we're definitely because of all the. There are so many people like my age who believe that the U.S. has never fought a just war post World War II. Like that is sort of the default, like left wing position. And it's like we definitely haven't done that well in choosing what wars to enter, but that's a little extreme. I feel like Korea is probably good. I feel like the first Iraq war, liberating Kuwait, that's probably good. I feel like I don't know, supporting Israel is probably good. Supporting Ukraine is probably good. Obviously, we're not directly involved in this. I'm pretty sure also UK NATO assessment, or maybe it was a UK military grade reduced. I'm pretty sure I heard about this once. Yeah, here we go. U.S. Marine Corps is blah blah. Okay, where is fucking... Well, U.S. bombing Bosnia. I don't actually know enough about it, but like, I don't know enough about the Yugoslav shit. But I would lean towards it being good, yeah. But like, I don't know enough about it to like say anything if it was fully good or not. But like, I mean, they made a "Thank You USA" song from it, so it had to be. Had to be some good parts about it.
You are the legend. Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper. You are the legend.
The song makes it valid.
Thank you, USA. You are my best friend. You are the peacekeeper.
We stopped the... Well, I mean, yeah. Like, I think, again, that's probably why I'd lean towards it being just. Like, oh, but I noticed a ton of, like, tanky shit. Tanky shit that says, oh, the U.S. caused the war somehow and we intervened to kill Serbians or something. And like, because I don't, but like, again, like, I don't know like the tanky argument super well, so like, I don't feel comfortable saying it's totally wrong or anything, but I feel like it's probably based that regardless, we didn't we throw at Albania? Didn't they have a ceasefire that we facilitated? Like, regardless of whether the rest of the war was just, wasn't or Bosniak ceasefire? Didn't the United States mediate this, or was this not? Didn't we? I think we ended this, right? Referred to as the war within a war. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we facilitated a ceasefire. Yeah, the UN and the United States supported a series of plans for Bosnia and Herzegovina. The most notable is a peace proposal by the UN, blah, blah, blah. I'm pretty sure we like helped facilitated this ceasefire, so I mean, we at least ended the war within a war, even if we didn't end the entire war. Alright, should we start reading?
What
7 hours.
was the failure? That's much more practical.
He might oh, if I just pay, I could watch it now. He might say some things I don't entirely disagree with, but yeah, I don't know. I mean, Ben Shapiro gonna Ben Shapiro. I don't know what to tell you. Okay, we read chapters 1 and 2. Although I didn't take notes the way I really like to now, I kind of switched to, instead of having like the general point and then quotations to support it, I've kind of just switched to trying to like summarize it more because I feel like I remember it better if I actually read what it says and then like summarize it. But I don't care that much about like from 1880 to 48. I don't really care. So yeah, I guess I care about 48 because I care about some of the other stuff, but like the Nakba I care about. But Pre the 47 Civil War. I don't really care. The early years, a missed opportunity for peace. Unless Israel can be brought to understand that it cannot have all its cake, and gravy as well, it may find that it has won Palestine, but lost peace. It should be evident that Israel's continued insistence upon her pound of flesh, there's still flies in my room, by the way, if you see me swatting at them, is more driving Arab states to grid their loins for long-range struggle. What do we need for peace now? Peace will only give you economic advantages and will consolidate and strengthen your state. Egypt does not need peace now. On the contrary, we are interested in not having peace in order to deny you the consolidation and the power you need. Fuck this stupid fly. Oh my god. No member state is allowed to negotiate with Israel, sign with it a separate peace or any other political or economic agreement. Arab League Resolution, 1950. That didn't go well for Egypt. That didn't go well for any of the Arab states, but yeah. Hold on, I'm fixing my music. I need to Google how to get rid of these fucking flies, dude. They're driving me insane, and I can't get rid of them. They're everywhere, dude. I don't know what to do. Oh fuck, that's definitely not. No, go back. No. New historians of the Arab-Israeli conflict, and some old historians as well, albeit with varying degrees of conviction, have maintained that a chance of peace between the newborn state of Israel and its Arab neighbors existed in the aftermath of the 48 War. This chance, they add, was spoiled by Israelis' intransigence and incapacity to seize historic opportunity and nip in the bud a solvable dispute before it degenerated into a intricate and protracted conflict. To do justice to these historians, however, they never thought that the task of peacemaking was that simple. There was a deep sense of humiliation throughout the Arab world following the resolution and defeat at the hands of the Arab entity of an entity they all saw as colonial imposition. Nor were inter-Arab rivalries with leaders engaged in a selfish contest of land grab exactly conducive to a coherent Arab peace strategy. This, as well as the overwhelming military victory of Israel, as would eventually happen in the aftermath of the 67 War, created in its leaders the belief that they could impose a settlement on their own terms and certainly not accept anything that did not legitimize the status quo created by the war, one the Arabs were adamant in rejecting. All these proved to be insurmountable obstacles. In practice, also, peace was hardly possible, given the already unabridged gap of legitimacy stemming from the rift between the more pragmatic Arab leaders and an Arab opinion boiling with hatred and rejection towards the Zionist entity. Arab leaders were ready to settle for a compromise on an issue of border, but not when it came to the problem of Palestinian refugees, the cohesive glue of the parent Arab politics from now on. An Arab consensus, much of it rhetorical, but nonetheless paralyzing, was quickly building up around the plight of Palestinian refugees. The assumption about the theoretical possibility of peace in the aftermath of 48 is totally out of tune with the very essence of the historical conditions as they existed at the time. A massive repatriation of Palestinian refugees would have clashed inconceivably with the most vital and fundamental ethos of the new state of Israel, indeed with its very raison d'etre, namely a consolidation of the Jewish state through the mass immigration of the survivors of the Nazi Holocaust in Europe and the uprooted and dispossessed Jews in North Africa and the Arab Middle East. To say, as some do, for example, Malcolm Kerr and Ronnie Gabai, that peace might have been achieved had Israel agreed to admit a large number of Palestinian refugees, is to the midst of the very essence of the Israeli project. No Israeli statesman, either in 48 or in 2005, would conceive of peace based on the mass Repatriation of Palestinian refugees as an offer to the Jewish state could accept and yet survive. The ethos of Zionism was twofold. It's about demography. How do you pronounce this? Demography? Demography? Yeah, demography. In gathering the exiles in a viable Jewish state with a small Arab minority as possible, and land for the victorious, incipient Jewish state in the aftermath of the 1948 war. Peace was certainly desirable, but not at the price of sacrificing these two fundamental basics of the Zionist idea. God, why are there so many fucking flies? Oh my god. I don't know what it... Dude, these flies fucking suck. Okay. Many new Israeli historians. Flies are Mossad agents? I think they're fucking... They have to be, bro. Clearly. At this point. Although they're preventing me from reading my Israeli apologia right now. What's good? What's up, Conrad Petersburg? How much is... these fucking flies. It's with Arab states. Is achievable after we should love Israel if they would stop sending me these stupid ass flies. After the 48 war. Okay. These ones probably be already on a bridgeable gap of legitimacy stemming from the rift between the more pragmatic Arab leaders and an Arab opinion boiling with the hatred and rejection towards the Zionist entity. Arab leaders were ready to settle for a compromise and issue of borders, but not when it came to the issue of Palestinian refugees. Or Arab leaders wanting to compromise on the issue of borders, but not on the right of return. Palestinian refugees. I'll just have this here. Okay. I don't care if you make fun of me from me music, whatever. Okay. Mostly out of tune with the very essence of historical conditions as they existed at the time. What does this mean? Oh my god, the fly.
Raison d'etre.
Return of Palestinian refugees. To the new state of Israel. Would have clashed with its most important reason for existing. serve as a place for the self-determination of the Jewish people, or of the Jewish nation, I guess. On moral grounds, one could of course conceivably defend a case for reparation of refugees. Am I pronouncing it? Repatriation?
Repatriation.
Repatriation. I'm not going to remember that, guys. Okay. Repatriation of refugees. But this was out of the question in a historical and political context where clash existed between an emergent Jewish state and its defeated enemies for whom the repatriation? Hold on. I told you I was going to forget it.
Repatriation.
For whom the repatriation of refugees was one way of hampering the growth and development of the newborn yet intimidating state, which they harbored understandable intentions of revenge. Man, reading's easier when I don't have to read out loud because I don't know how to pronounce shit. At the Luan's peace conference, Israel eventually agreed for the repatriation of 100,000 Palestinian refugees, but this was almost by force of habit, rejected out of hand by the Arabs as too little. Too little it might have been, but Israel made the offer only with the hopes of getting relief from American pressure. The Arabs clearly missed an opportunity to call Israel's bluff, but this was to be a distinguishing characteristic of the Arab-Israeli tragedy. The minimal requirements of the parties for a settlement always fell desperately short of meeting each other's vital conditions. With purely theoretical assumptions, when purely theoretical assumptions are brought down to earth of real historical conditions, there seem not to have been much of a missed opportunity here. Avi Shalem, right? I don't know. Who knows? An outspoken exponent of the missed opportunity thesis, acknowledged that it is an admittedly early article in the International Journal of Middle East Studies. Israel, he wrote, had in the period of 1947 to 49 no Palestinian option or any other Arab option, and he realistically limited the notion of a missed opportunity to the Jordan-Israeli track. King Abdullah, he wrote, was the only Arab head of state who was willing to accept the principle of partition and to coexist peacefully with a Jewish state after the dust had settled. Jesus fucking Christ, these flies. Anyway, I'll figure something out. There's no way they can't live for that long. But also, I feel like these flies might be fucking each other. I don't know. They might be reproducing. Because I've killed so many of them already. I'm literally ethnically cleansing my house of these flies, and they just keep coming back. I should look at how to ethnically cleanse flies. You think it would come up? That's genocide. Listen, these flies are like the Zionists, actually. They came to my homeland. They would keep sucking your blood. Oh, what's up? Shorts viewer. Sigma Geo Gaming. Flies were around before humans. Oh, fuck, yes, you're right. Oh, that's true, actually. No, wait, I am analogous to the Israelis here because, I built my home on their land, and now they're taking it back. They're exercising their right of return. God damn it. I'm ruining their peaceful protest. Some old historians, Ben Gurion's biographer, Don't care. For the example, everyone's going to call them ST. When I don't know how to pronounce something, I'm just going to call them by their initials from now on, okay? Example, who are bent on defending the Israeli case at all costs, missed a point when they argued that it was Israel that made every effort to reach a settlement only in order to be rebuffed by an Arab rejectionism. This was clearly not the case. Peace was not a priority for Israeli leaders. Settling the land and absorbing immigrants was. Willing peace and making it can be entirely two different things. The question is always the price one is willing to pay, and Israel was clearly adamant in resisting any erosion of the territorial status quo that it had emerged out of its victory. Israel at the time did not have peace as a priority. No, it was instead focused on absorbing immigrants, maintaining the borders it had won, in the 48 War. I do kind of like this quote. It's not a joke. These fucking flies, dude. The economist Israeli mindset that combined the hubris and military prowess. I read it. Okay. Combined the hubris and military prowess and an ever-present fear of imminent catastrophe or even annihilation, and the Zionist ethos of the ingathering of the exiles and settling the land were powerful forces of resistance to any territorial compromise. But peace also became a historical impossibility because of the illegitimate demands of Arab leaders who, rather than sticking to the principles of partition as they were embodied in the November 47 resolution, themselves engaged in a selfish land grab at the expense of territories allocated in that resolution to the Palestinian state. Really nice. Arab leaders also, however, served as an obstacle to peace. Rather, signature principles of partition were embodied by the 47 resolution, themselves engaged in a selfish land grab at the expense of territory. Occupying regions dedicated to a Palestinian state. By the 47 partition. Major breakthroughs in history. Peacemaking in the Arab-Israeli conflict is a case in point, were normally made possible only when bold and visionary leaders were sustained were sustained in their quest for such a course, and sometimes even forced to act by the general ripeness, one might say, of their societies for dramatic change. This encounter between leadership and socio-political fruition did not exist between Israelis and the Arabs in the period here under review. No war lost by a humiliated Arab side has ever become the introduction to a peace Israel could consider reasonable. Just a war overwhelmingly won by Israel has hardly ever brought its leaders to be monogamous in victory. Israel's peace initiative immediately after the end of the Six-Day War, a proposal to withdraw from the Sinai and the Golan Heights in exchange for full peace with Egypt and Syria, is an interesting and difficult case that will have to be looked at later in its proper context. What is undisputable, however, is that it took the recovery of Arab pride and the undermining of Israel's myth of invincibility in the Yom Kippur War effectively to pave the way for a still difficult and uncertain march to peace between Israel and Egypt, and it took Israel's reverse in the First Intifada and the psychological effects of the Gulf War on the Israeli home front to force, I'm just going to call him Rabin because I know I don't pronounce his first name, Rabin to finally realize that the Palestinian problem is susceptible only to political, not a military solution. These were the hard facts of life that paved the way to the Madrid Peace Conference that eventually led to the Oslo Accords. In the aftermath of 48, many prevailing conditions in the Arab world were anything but a conducive to a peace that could be legitimate and durable, a chaotic inter-Arab system stricken by conflicting interests, rivalries, jealousness, and regimes. Jesus fucking Christ, he flies at a crossroad in which their legitimacy was being questioned by the emergence of a new social and political class is bent on reforming a disrepute, corrupt, and failing order. In the case of Transjordan, not only was there a problem of isolation of that particular branch in the Hashemite dynasty from the rest of the Arab family, and hence of its necessity to adapt itself to the Arab consensus, but also the Palestinian Palestinianation of the kingdom. I mean, I guess I know he's referring to the refugees that all went to Jordan, but Jesus, of the kingdom that was to be inevitable, the inevitable outcome of the integration of what later came to be known as the West Bank to Abdullah's domains desperately narrowed the king's maneuvering space for a separate deal of Israel. Eliza Sasson, I think that's how you pronounce it, a civil servant who was involved in every overt and covert peace negotiation with an Arab partner, was certainly no warmonger. I'm assuming, okay, whatever. Sasson was a peacenik and avant la lettre. Before the letter? Somebody who would always look for compromise and courageously question the dangerous inertia of his superiors. A man who was brought up in the culture of the Arab East and knew how to appreciate Arab sensibilities and penetrate the Arab mind without ever being condescending or patronizing. He also knew only too well that there was no real future for the new state of Israel unless it found a way to peace and reconciliation with its Arab neighbors. Yet he was not naive, nor was he blind to the powerful instincts to reject the Jewish state that prevailed throughout the Arab world and to the hidden, sometimes also overt intentions of leaders when they called for peace. In a sober and lucid memo that he wrote to MS in September 1949, Sasson explained that it would be foolish to deny that it was the cherished dream of the Arabs to do away with the state of Israel altogether. Short of that, and not being capable of wiping out her existence either immediately or in the more distant future, the Arab world had opted for a realistic strategy, he explained. This consisted of reducing Israel's size and strategic potentialities, while at the same time preventing her from reaching anything approaching regional economic hegemony. Israel should be denied recognition and cooperated by her Arab neighbors. Cooperation. She needed to be consistently maintained in a state of military tension and alert, always depending on their goodwill. An accommodation with Israel, he explained, was not ruled out by the Arabs, but this would be possible only after a long period of test and trial. Israel was a state on prohibition. She would be accepted as part of the region, pending on her good behavior. Eventually, both Sasson and the Arabs purported to interpret. Both Sasson and the Arabs he reported to interpret were proved wrong. It was not Israel's good behavior, but rather its bad behavior, as it were, an invincible regional superpower. The war against it, which strained the Arabs of their wealth and resources and hindered their development while turning them into the tool of cynical power and power politics of the superpowers that would eventually produce a shift in the Arab strategy from confrontation to accommodation with Israel. Much has been written on the assumed existence of two conflicting schools of policymaking in Israel. The diplomatic, peace-oriented school, headed by Foreign Minister Moshe Sharett, and the so-called activist, militant, and even militaristic schools headed by David Ben-Gurion. Such a division might have existed in the 50s, and even then it expressed itself more in Sharett's intimate reflections in his personal diary than in real-life actual policies. What is clear, however, is that the two-school theory is hardly detectable in the evolving story of the absorptive attempts at peacemaking in the aftermath in the 48 War. Israeli leaders were all essentially of one school. Bernard Henry Levy wrote about what he called ideally Franchise. What? Donald. What dialect? This is all written in Latin. The one common worldview shared by all French politicians of both the right and left. By the same token, one could speak of that to which both Ben-Gurion and Sharett subscribed. The difference in their approach was, Abba Aban rightly put, trivial to the point of being microscopic. A cat came. He's definitely super interested in this. Wait a second. Oh my god, every time I pick up my drink. I wonder how many flies have unintentionally drank by now. I don't know where he went. My cat has been displaced. He's a refugee now. Who made this book so long? What the freak? We're on page 68. Wait, that's no wait, that's 4. Okay, no. Fuck. We got 30 pages to read. I guess not quite 30, but okay, blah blah. Ben-Gurion was undoubtedly the all-powerful leader who formulated the grand strategies of the Yishuv and the later state of Israel. He was a pessimistic. Oh my god, there's so many flies.
Weltanschauung.
Weltanschauung. Oh, okay. A particular philosophy of your life, the worldview of an individual. It was, we may recall, during the Arab Revolt of 36 to 39 that he first realized the depth and magnitude of the clash between the Jewish and Arab national movements and subsequently lost any realistic hope of peaceful accommodation. However, notwithstanding the convincing victory of 48, Israel was to Ben-Gurion an intrinsically fragile entity surrounded by sworn mortal enemies who would never forgive or forget their humiliating defeat. Hence his obsession with the idea of having a Western power as a strategic ally or for joining NATO, and his quest in the 50s for an independent Israeli nuclear option. Peace for Ben-Gurion was a commendable objective, but he never his first priority. In the first case, it was a tool for the development and consolidation of the Zionist dream. But as far as Ben-Gurion was concerned, the purpose of consolidating Zionism could be reasonably well served by the armistice agreements that were signed with the Arab states throughout the spring and summer of 1949. A full-fledged peace agreement was therefore not only virtually necessary, but could also entail risk. It would therefore inevitably require a territorial price Ben-Gurion was not ready to pay. Between the status quo without peace and peace without the status quo, Ben-Gurion opted for the former. And in any case, as he said in early 1935 to YM, director of the Hebrew University in Jerusalem and a member of the Brit Shalom, the difference between me and you is that you are not ready to sacrifice immediate gratification. Sacrifice immigration for peace, while I am not. This unequivocal scale of priorities would be repeated by Ben-Gurion in different ways throughout his years as Prime Minister of the State of Israel. Moreover, he never made it a secret that he was not only unhappy with the borders of partition, he did not especially like those at 49 either, and would always hoped for more comfortable borders. Gurion, other Israeli leaders preferred the status quo borders without peace to peace with weakened borders. Weakened borders or less immigration. He was likewise not especially fond of the initiatives aimed at reaching a peace settlement with Jordan or Syria, for he dismissed their capacity to lead the entire Arab world a comprehensive reconciliation with Israel. The real strategic breakthrough he looked for was peace with Egypt, for solely Egypt, unlike the other Arab states, as he saw it, a non-artificial nation, and the only one that could change the fatalistic trend towards war and confrontation with Israel that prevailed in the Arab world. Ben-Gurion's Egyptian orientation was to be endorsed by most of the prime ministers who succeeded him, and eventually vindicated by the Camp David peace accords between Anwar Sadat and Menachem Begin. I don't know how do you pronounce this. But okay, I'm gonna pull up Google Translate. No, not Ben-Gurion. Why does it think that's Japanese?
Menachem Begin.
Menachem Begin? There's no way.
Menachem Begin.
There's no way it's Begin. Is it really Begin? Look at easy. Arian was mainly focused on achieving unilateral, or not unilateral, achieving peace with Egypt, and only Egypt. Wonderful spelling there. Gagarin's Egyptian orientation was to be endorsed by most of the prime ministers who had succeeded him, and eventually vindicated by the Camp David peace accords. The weakness of Gagarin's argument, however, was that he nonetheless refused to pay a special price for Egypt as well. Israel's borders were to remain practically untouchable. The deal was ready for what was essentially one piece. Taking that one again, Chad. Holy fuck. The deal he was ready for was essentially one of peace for peace, not land, let alone refugees for peace. Although he was still unwilling to give any major, or any, I guess, any concession really, any concessions. Peace. Moshe Sheret was more forthcoming and flexible than Ben-Gurion in form, but hardly in substance. Years later, looking back at the attempts at peacemaking in the aftermath of the 1948 war, Sheret contemporaneously dismissed the elusive hopes of those who spoke about a mutual misunderstanding between Jews and Arabs, about the common interests, and about the possibility of unity and peace between the two fraternal peoples. Not only was Sheret, like Ben-Gurion and most of the leaders of Mapai, an enthusiastic advocate of the idea of the transfer of Palestinians to Transjordan, the crowning achievement, the final stage in the development of our policy, as he put it during the debate. I'm assuming that's Mapai's, I don't know, Central Committee 1944. But he also, like Ben-Gurion, would not accept any peace settlement with an Arab partner that did not respect the status quo created by the war. When, in 1948, Syria's strongman Husseini Zaim came forward with what clearly looked like a most dramatic and far-reaching peace initiative, Sheret suggested responding with some creative diplomacy, but with no concessions on the ground. And even in the case of Transjordan, where no major territorial concessions were required, Sheret would warn the enthusiast on the Israeli side that peace with King Abdullah would mean burying forever our dreams about the Western Palestine. In a very revealing speech about his retirement from politics, in which he set out his essential political belief, Sheret challenged what he called the assumption that peace can be bought at the price of concessions. He believed that the whole concept of concessions was an avenue to peace, was a fallacy that needed to be utterly rejected. He was also prime minister. Wait, when was he prime minister? '53 to '55. Hawks and doves alike, whatever this might have meant in the years following the War of Independence, could not conceive of the rejection of a peace proposal that required Israel to relinquish the Negev, as the Egyptians in Jordan had wanted, as a missed opportunity. For such a settlement would not have allowed Israel to fulfill the core objectives behind their creation. The Zionists of storming immigrants and developing and settling the desert would have been subverted. I forgot the chips I had were too spicy for me. Jesus. Certainly true that contrary to what the Zionists wanted us to believe when they propagated a myth about the Israeli David winning against the Arab Goliath, were 7 powerful invading armies at his disposal, determined to throw Jews into the sea, Israel won the 48 War so conclusively precisely because their forces were larger and better trained than the poorly equipped and ill-commanded armies of her enemies. Yet pessimism in the sense of immediate fragility permeated the Israeli mind and determined the attitude of suspicion at the Arab peace overtures, especially to what were seen as draconian conditions aimed at reducing Israel's size and potentialities in preparation for a second round, were nevertheless fully genuine. Mechanical asymmetric approach to the balance of power in 48 War only tells us part of the story. The battleground as such wars was never the only problem for Israel. It was a wider strategic context of a nation surrounded by immense Arab hinterland that could afford, as indeed it did, one defeat after another, yet always recover and be ready for the next round. This was a luxury. Losing a war, the Israelis were always genuinely, and one could say also rightly, convinced that they could never afford. Mechanical approach to the balance of power misses the role of the state of mind and the crisis of Jewish Israeli conscience in the traumatic transition from the Holocaust to statehood. It also neglects the impact that key battles and some emblematic Israeli defeats in 1948 could have had on the Israeli psyche, that is, on the feeling that this was a nation living on a razor's edge. Such were the battles of Yad Mordechai. I'm not even gonna try, dude. Those battles, the defeat of the Kamali Brigade in Jenin, the capitulation and evacuation of all Jewish quarters in Jerusalem, the defeat of Israeli forces in the Battle of Latern in the winter of 1947-48, the assassination of 50 Jewish workers in Haifa refineries in December 1947, and that of physicians, nurses, and faculty members of the Hebrew University on their way to Mount Scopus in April 1948. The massacre perpetuated by the Arab Legion in the subsequent evacuation of the Essen block, the evacuation of all the children from the kibbutzim of the Jordan Valley, the conquest of Mishar Hayardin, and sizable areas of the east of the international border by the Syrian army, the bombardment of Tel Aviv by the Egyptian air forces, and the loss in battle of 10% of the country's population in war, in which 70% of Israel's human resources had to be mobilized to repel the Arab invasion. In fact, the civil half of the war, that is, before the invasion of the Arab armies, proved in many ways to be more traumatic for the Yishuv. It was then that Jews really felt that they faced slaughter should they be defeated, and that the survival of the incipient Jewish state hung by a mere thread. Clearly, unlike in the aftermath of the 1967 war, where Israel could, by all accounts, afford to be monogamous in victory and advance far-reaching peace proposals thanks to its spectacularly improved strategic conditions, in 49, Israel's victory did not relieve her from her sense of strategic vulnerability. With a width of 15 kilometers at her narrowest, yet most densely populated belt, Israel's major cities were all within the range of Arab artillery. A population of 700,000 Jews, who viewed the 150,000 Arabs in their midst as a fifth column to be ruled by a military administration, was now submitted to a tight Arab economic boycott, and to a vulnerable war propaganda, and to a blockade of the Suez Canal and Straits of What the fuck? Straits of Aqaba? Why the fuck is he calling it? What the fuck? Call it this. I know what the Straits of Toronto are. Why the fuck would you call it this shit? Okay, this is the Gulf. I know. Why wouldn't you just say Straits of Toronto? Okay, whatever. Who cares? Borrow an expression from Abba Abban, one might say the Arab siege and boycott allowed Israel to breathe with only one lung. Population 700,000 Jews, the 150,000 Arabs in the midst of the fifth column of a by military administration. In this state of affairs, and with such a national turn of mind prevailing among the population of the insular state of Israel, the real question was not whether she would agree to a meaningful change in the territorial status quo that was reached after a war, which, however clumsily it might have been waged by the Arab armies, was perceived by the Jews as one of self-defense in exchange for peace. The possibility of peace, at least in the mind of Israeli policymakers, in any case became redundant once the armistice agreements gave a legitimacy sorts to the new borders. To the Israelis, the real question was not peace for land and refugees, but whether they could refrain from completing the job, as it were, and taking over the whole of the West Bank and down the River Jordan, an idea that both Ben Gurion and Moshe Dayan toyed with frequently in the aftermath of 48, and political parties like the Yehut Havada and Harut advanced as a key item in their platforms. Jesus, oopsie. There clearly existed no political conditions, whatever, for a retreat from the status quo post bellum. Israel still feared. I don't know. I guess still perceived itself as a fragile state, surrounded by mortal enemies. And thus, we're not. I want a peaceful land, or whether they would complete a job, as it were, and take over the. Completed a job. I guess I'll technically it's a quote, so I should have this there. By taking over the West Bank. Initiatives for peace and contacts aimed at reaching some kind of accommodation between the parties were part of the relations of the Yishuv and the Arabs from the early days of the Zionist enterprise. At the crossroads between war and truce throughout the years of 1946 and 1951, the deluge of initiatives was especially impressive. All these, with the notable exception of the Armistice Accords, precisely because of their nature as interim agreements, failed to materialize into viable settlements either because of the fundamental reasons described earlier, or because of specific reasons pertaining to each particular case. Already during the war itself, or during a truce and hostilities, sometimes parties themselves and sometimes UN officials or the Western powers would initiate plans for settlement. But as early as the summer of 1948, Israel responded to a British-American initiative calling for the return to the partition lines, with Israeli swapped in Negev for Western Galilee, with an unequivocal rejection. In her view, the conditions for peace could never be the same after Israel's military achievements when the source of the conflict, that is, the plan for an independent Arab-Palestinian state, was ignored even by the invading Arab armies themselves. This fact would be officially sealed by the Armistice Agreement in 1949, when each of the Arab states would selfishly charter its own territorial ambitions and conspire, as it were, to brush aside the interests of the Palestinians. The betrayal of the Palestinians by the Arab states was seconded by the international community. Neither the UN nor the superpowers were especially active in advocating the case for Palestinian statehood or even that of their political rights. They treated it mainly as a humanitarian problem of refugees. The UN Palestine Conciliation Commission that put together the Lausanne Peace Conference in the spring of 1949 even refused to recognize the Palestinian Arab Higher Committee, Higher Arab Committee as a valid participant. Goddamn, I read it eventually. I read it correctly eventually. Officially, okay. Borders of Israel would be set by the 1949 armistice lines. The Arab states essentially betrayed the Palestinian cause. Their own territorial gains. Superpowers and outside, or I guess, I don't know, outside actors. Also not really interested. We're also not interested in any Palestinian issue. But even the UN, when I say Palestinian statehood. Palestine Conciliation Commission. I got a fucking stupid ass PDF. I'm fixing its British spelling, I don't care. God damn it. Fuck these flies, dude. It's not surprising that the leaders of the Yishuv, always fearful and suspicious of the Arab Muslim Middle East, should have seen the Christian Maronites? It's Maronites, right? I think it's Maronites. Maronites of Lebanon as a natural ally, a cornerstone in the wider concept that would enjoy a long life in Israel's strategic thinking. The alliance of minorities, namely Jews, Christians, Druze, Kurds, Persians, and Turks. Those in the Israeli system who believed that Israel would only be only be secure when she reached an accommodation with the Arab Muslim majorities of the Middle East at the time lacked the political power to change the country's priorities, nor were they sustained by the conditions prevailing among the Muslim majorities in the region. Their day would only come after the 73 War, in the peace with Egypt, and after the First Palestinian Intifada and the Oslo Accords. In 1946, finally choosing between what Laura Eisenberg defined as taboo and temptation, the Maronites signed a secret agreement with the Jewish agency that might explain Lebanon's participation in the Arab invasion of Palestine was nothing more than a token gesture to Arab solidarity. But his agreement did not turn into a full-fledged peace accord after the war because Christian Lebanon was either unwilling or too weak and fragile to risk disassociating itself from the Arab family and consensus. The Lebanon recognized Palestine now. Israel. I'm pretty sure they don't still don't recognize Israel, right? So this is about fucking passports, whatever. Yeah, they don't recognize Israel still. I haven't even drawn it. I should do more reading into the Lebanon wars. I don't know enough about them. Israel and Lebanon's Arab identity. I should start back where I was. There's an inherent tension between the Maronites longing for special relations with Israel and Lebanon's Arab identity prevented a peace agreement in the aftermath of the 48. Do not read about Lebanon. Was the same that would eventually turn to peace treaty that was practically imposed by the Israelis in the Reagan administration on President Amin AG in 1983 into a dead letter. It'll take forever. Well, that's what I'm concerned about. I don't want to touch. I don't want to touch some of that shit. But I feel I have to know the broad story. All I know right now is that the PLO was firing rockets into Lebanon and Israel invaded. Conflict was precipitated by the 2006 Hezbollah cross-border raid. Hezbollah fired rockets into Lebanon, history's most complex in the Middle East. Listen. If this conflict didn't happen, I wouldn't even care. I would just be reading economics all day. Okay, that's what I would do. Amber's left 3 soldiers dead. Lebanon. Wait, well, this was Hezbollah. So, wait, it was the first Lebanon war? The invasion follows a series of attacks counter. Okay, PLO operating in Lebanon. Israeli military to cause civilian casualties both sides of the border. Okay. Why are these different colors here? Oh, about a Christian militia. Yeah, okay. I'm pretty sure the book will go over it at some point, but truth of the matter is that neither the aftermath of 48 nor in 1983 did Israel have in mind a peace between equals with Lebanon. Rather, she thought of peace with conquest and annexation. In the early 1950s, both Ben-Gurion and Dayan considered ways of subverting the Lebanese government, annexing areas of south of the Litani River, and making peace with a monolithic Christian Lebanon. Ben-Gurion would actually share his designs on Lebanon along with some other items in his grand strategy for the resurrection of the entire Middle East with the French allies whom he met at Sevres in 1956 to prepare the Sinai campaign. Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982 might have looked like the sudden whim of warmonger Minister of Defense Ariel Sharon, but it was actually an operation embedded in a concept with a long pedigree and in Israel's mainstream strategic thinking from the very early years of the state. It may be that today, after so many attempts at bilateral peacemaking have failed, the Israeli-Palestinian tragedy can only be susceptible to an international solution, but the record of international initiatives of peacemaking has been anything but edifying so far. Such was also the case with the Lausanne peace. I'm assuming Lausanne. I literally had Google Translate open. Why the fuck did I close it? Why does it?
Lausanne.
Okay, Lausanne Peace Conference convened by the Palestinian Conciliation Commission in late April 1949. The conference only vindicated Israel fears that whenever Arab delegations convene internationally, their tendency would invariably be to assume radical positions that could by no means be assumed by Israel. In peace, as in war, a divided Arab side was in Israel's interest. To split the Arab family and deal separately with each of its members would always be her preferred pattern of negotiation. Even in case of Lebanon and Syria, where during the armistice talks, Israel presumably had a keen interest in conditioning her withdrawal to the international border in Lebanon on Syria's pullout from areas she had occupied east of the international border. Ben-Gurion nevertheless decided against such a linkage. In the 1970s, Syria would succeed in restoring and consolidating the linkage in a way that posed a major strategic challenge to Israel and prevent a separate peace deal with Lebanon. Israel's unilateral withdrawal from South Lebanon in the summer of 2000 needs to be seen as an attempt to cut off the linkage, to do away with Syria's strategic blackmail, and deal separately with each country at a time. The Arabs frequently defeated their own case by the absurdity of their demands. The Arab League proposal in I already forgot how to pronounce it. Lausanne, right? Lausanne, like Hassan, but with an L. Lausanne for a substantive repatriation. I should remember how to pronounce this one too. How did I already forget? Repatriation, right? Repatriation. I remembered. Repatriation of refugees. And for Israel's withdrawal to even more modest borders than those proposed for the Jewish state in the partition plan was so absurd that not even the U.S., that had been long bringing pressure to bear on Israel to the point of threatening to withdraw her recognition of the Jewish state if she did not sign the Lausanne Protocol of 12th of May 1949, which confirmed the partition borders, was ready to endorse it. Should read more into this as well. I'm pretty sure. This book will probably go into it a little more. Shapiro contended as the mission to UN and agreed with Israel's attitude regarding Resolution 194. Argument that the U.S. strongly rejected. According to Ben and Morris, the Arab delegations arrived united in the demand that Israel declare acceptance of the principle of repatriation before they would agree to negotiate peace. Ian Pompey, which I don't know if I trust Pompey. On May 12, 1949, the conference achieved its only success when the parties signed the Lausanne Protocol on framework for a conference of peace, which included territories, refugees in Jerusalem. Israel agreed in principle to allow the return of a number of Palestinian refugees. Israel also, rightly, it's not feared. Vindicated Israelis feel that whenever Arab delegations convene international tendency would invariably be to assume radical positions, but that by no means assumed by Israel. Larry feared that Arab delegations would make demands for peace by no means could be assumed by Israel. International. The Arab League proposal on liaison was a substantial repatriation of refugees and Israel's withdrawal to even more modest goals than proposed in the intervention plan was so absurd that not okay. The Arab League's proposal on was for even more required substantial it's about repatriation of refugees and even more modest proposals or even more honest borders than the UN partition plan had proposed. I got my YouTube chat set up, but I don't know. Well, I don't even know if it matters, but even the U.S. opposed this deal. In fact, the stirred positions presented by the Arabs in Lausanne allowed Israel to maneuver in such a way that she won relief from American pressure and created a sense of moderation and progress without having eventually to pay a tangible price. Israel's offer to admit 100,000 refugees, rejected out of hand by the Arabs as insufficient. Its readiness to sign the Lausanne Protocol confirming the borders of the partition, which neither the UN nor superpowers were in any case ready to enforce. A proposal to conduct a referendum on the West Bank where Palestinian Arabs could opt for self-determination, and Ben Gurion's idea annexing the Gaza Strip with its refugees as Israel's contribution to the relief of the plight of refugees, an idea that would eventually came to nothing, were all moves in creative diplomacy that allowed Israel to get away unharmed from the trap of Lausanne. Yeah, I kind of like this quote. No other Arab parties ever matched a long record of political dialogue in the degree of strategic intimacy that Jordan had with Israel. Indeed, Israel and Jordan were, as one historian put it, the best of enemies. In the 40s, the platform for strategic partnership between the Yishuv and King Abdullah was their common enemy, the Palestinians, whose embodiment was the Mufti King Sunni. The common enemy would be Arafat. Both the Zionists and the Jordanians had a shared interest in preventing the emergence of an independent Arab state in western Palestine. As early as 1946, an understanding to that effort was reached between the parties, again confirmed by them in November 1947. The Palestinians themselves, in what became a sad, self-defeating pattern of political behavior, acted as the worst enemies of their own cause and did their utmost to prevent this creation of their state. But it is nonetheless intriguing that on the very eve of the UN's historic decision to partition Palestine into separate Jewish and Arab states, the Israelis and Jordanians should have conspired to subvert the imminent plan and allow the king to take over Arab Western Palestine. Throughout the 48 War, however, King Abdullah gave a vivid demonstration of what would be, in the years to come, to Jordan's strategic predicament. Jordan was torn by the difficult quest for balance between the temptation to come to an accommodation with Israel at the expense of Palestinians, and to have security guarantees against her enemies in the Arab world on the other hand, and the necessity not to lose her inter-Arab legitimacy by dissociating herself too openly from Arab consensus on the other. This was certainly a most complex and dangerous exercise in diplomatic and strategic acrobatics. Paradoxically, to protect his deal with the Zionists, King Abdullah had to become, as it were, the leader of the all-Arab invasion of Palestine. He knew, as he put it to the commander of his army, Glub, really? Glub? What an awesome name, dude. Glub Pasha, that the Jews are too strong. It is a mistake to go to war. If it was a mistake, he was condemned to commit it by Jordan's unique predicament, even if that meant suffering what a Spanish general had called the Cuban War of 1898 against the overwhelming might of the United States, a splendid defeat. Israel wanted a peace settlement with Abdullah after the war, if only because this responded to what would now become a persistent element in her strategy, namely to export it, as it were, the Palestinian problem to the Hashidite kingdom. But neither Ben Gurion nor Sharit was willing to pay a territorial price for such a peace. Ben Gurion's major concern, however, was that Jordan was too weak to link to the Arab world, too artificial an entity in order to have the necessary legitimacy to lead the Arab world to a comprehensive reconciliation with the Jewish state. Why should Israel pay a high price for peace with a state that could under no conditions become the vanguard for overall settlement with the Arab world? To his diary, Ben Gurion would even confide that Jordan was such an artificial creation that she needed to be dismantled altogether with her territory split between Israel and the Arab states. Somehow, he never really assumed the loss of the West Bank to Jordan, and he kept resisting whatever he viewed as the ridiculous borders established by the armistice agreement with Jordan. In fact, both Ben Gurion and Sharet wondered throughout the second half of 1948, an independent Palestinian state in the West Bank might perhaps have been less of a threat to Israel than the annexation of the West Bank by a Jordanian state that might one day merge into the larger Hashemite kingdom with Iraq. If they both, nevertheless, came to terms with the option of the annexation of the West Bank by Transjordan, it was mainly because of their fear that an independent Palestinian state would be a springboard for iridescent drive under Hajj Amin al-Husseini's leadership. The irony was that, of all people, it was Ralph Bunche, the UN Deputy Secretary General, who presumably should have defended the implementation of Resolution 181, who helped instead to convince the Zionist leadership to shelve the idea of an independent Palestinian state. It would be one led by that of Mufti, he warned them, and it would be a continuous source of friction and instability. Israel's Jordanian option was clearly enhanced by the Palestinian radicalism and the opposition of both Israeli and Jordanians to Hajj al-Husseini's fanatic leadership. History hardly knows there was still a gap between the justice of a cause and the performance of leadership that embodied it. This was the failure of leadership. The failure of leadership throughout was a major source of the calamity that had befallen the Palestinian people. What the fuck is this playing, bro? No peace with Jordan was not to Ben Gurion a missed opportunity, but a sober and strategic calculation that would eventually be vindicated by history. A strong, invincible Israel would force Egypt to make peace with her in the late 1970s in a way that would, for all practical purposes, neutralize Arab's military option and force a radical transformation of Arab strategy from war to settlement through negotiations. There were no great peace lovers, either Jews or Arabs, in the story for the quest for settlement in the aftermath of the 1948 war. There were, however, little Bismarcks or Machiavellians, each looking for his own territorial conquest, for ways to outsmart his counterpart, or for regional balance of powers to deterrence. To Abdullah, a settlement with Israel would allow him to protect his flank while he annexed and digested the West Bank and tried to execute his grand design of a great Assyria under leadership. And access to the Mediterranean port and economic advantages were seen by the king as an additional bonus of such a settlement. Abdullah proceeded to dot in his understanding that peace with Israel was also a way to reapproachment with America. But a deal was nevertheless missed. First, it was because of the absurd, even megalomaniac conditions of the Jordanians. They wanted the southern part of the Negev, the Gaza Strip, Lydia and Ramallah, and their Arab neighborhoods of Jerusalem. King Abdullah of Jordan was perhaps interested in peace. Blah blah. Okay. Allowed him to protect his flank while he annexed and digested the West Bank, tried to execute his grand design of a great Assyria. Allow him annex the West Bank. and focus on his plan. Creating Greater Syria, winning Greater Syria. Tried to execute his grand design of Greater Syria under his leadership. Access to the Mediterranean port economic advantage was seen kind of better. As well as access to the port. Or I'll make it a new sentence because access to a Mediterranean port. Mediterranean. There's no way I'm fucking spelling it that bad. I'm tired, but I'm not that tired. And economic advantages. As well as potential rapprochement with the US were seen as additional advantages. Additional gains. Is this not rapprochement? Is that not a word? Hold on, give me a second. Why is this fucked? Whatever. Okay, don't care. Those are because they were extreme climatic conditions of Jordanians. They wanted the southern part of the Negev, the Gaza Strip. I don't know where this is. Is it what? I also don't know where Ramallah is. Oh, right next to it. It's like 30 miles away from the Green Line. 5 miles. Over these real super small. It was undercut by their absurd demands. Such as southern part of Negev, the Gaza Strip, Lydia and Ramallah, and the Arab neighborhoods of Jerusalem. Their demands capture not really captured control. Then, when they scaled down their ambitions and were ready to settle for a 150-meter wide, safe and sovereign passage from Hebron to the Mediterranean, a condition Israel acquiesced to in a meeting in the presence of the king himself, and the principles of territorial settlement were ready for signature. It was the Jordanians, not the Israelis, who got cold feet and proved unable to deliver. The king simply could not overcome the opposition of his own government to such a deal. But there initially. Later, they softened their proposal to 150 miles safe and sovereign passage from Hebron to the Mediterranean. King could not principal rotation. Simply could not overcome the opposition of his own government to such a deal. The Israelis might have been tough negotiators, but the dysfunctionality of the Jordanian political system was now the major obstacle to its settlement. A situation was emerging in Jordan where the king's legitimacy for striking a deal with Israel was being seriously undermined by a supposedly patriotic pan-Arab, philo-Palestinian, and pan-Islamic government. As it turned out, the annexation of the West Bank extended to the borders of the Hashemite kingdom, but by Palestinianizing the kingdom and shifting the emphasis of Jordanian politics to a pan-Arab sensibility towards the plight of Palestinians, it diminished the king's power and capacity to continue being the undisputed autocratic leader he had been thus far. On 17th of February 1950, the king made a last attempt to salvage something from the wreckage of his peace strategy with Israel by proposing a non-aggression pact. This was a brilliant move, for it could unleash a dynamic leading to a possible peace deal in the future. It also implicitly meant Israel's recognition of Jordan's annexation of the West Bank. The agreement could likewise allow for Israel to claim her first political breakthrough with an Arab state and crack in the Arab economic boycott. There were even some provisions in Abdullah's proposal that could satisfy the Palestinians by opening judicial chambers for refugees to reclaim their abandoned property in Israel. The Israeli cabinet ratified the agreement on its meeting on the 22nd of February, with Foreign Minister Sherrett praising the psychological importance of the document. But again, it was the Jordanians, not the Israelis, who failed to deliver. Abu al-Hudi's government got cold feet and unilaterally changed both the title and content of the agreement. Based. God, the fucking flies, dude. In February 1951, was it? 50? Okay, 1950, the king. The last-ditch effort for peace with a non-aggression pact. Israel approved the deal. I look at that, which would break the Arab boycott. Open a door for further negotiations with Jordan in the future. As well as implicitly accepting, as well as meaning Israel would implicitly accept Jordan's annexation of the West Bank. Second February. This isn't a king. This is the prime minister. Jordan got cold feet. You can only change both the title and content of the agreement. It was now becoming clear that the Palestinian nation of the kingdom and the rift between a king and no longer docile political class had emerged as an insurmountable obstacle to an Israeli-Jordanian settlement, however modest its provisions. Abdullah could not allow himself the political luxury of being exposed as a yielding king in conflict with a patriotic parent Arab government. Moreover, the structural changes that were now taking place in the expanding kingdom changed the king's priorities. At stake were the stability of his throne, perhaps even the survival of his kingdom, and the chances of ending its isolation in the Arab world, where he was portrayed as the puppet of British imperialism and an ally of Zionists at the time when the seeds of a new and more radical brand of Arab nationalism were spreading throughout the region. These were now, for Jordan, certainly more vital concerns than a deal with the Zionists that in any case fell short of a full-fledged peace agreement. The annexation of the West Bank by Jordan proved to be a prelude to the perpetuation of the conflict. The opportunity for a blitz peace operation, if there ever was one, had clearly vanished. The king's defeat in this show force with his government was more than just a local political dispute. It signaled the entire Arab world at the end signaled to the entire Arab world that the end had come to attempts, however hesitant, to reach peace with Israel. The traits of Arab-Israeli disputes, as well as we would know them in the coming years, namely protracted, intractable conflict, were at an advanced stage of development. Jordan now safely returned to the Arab fold, assumed the discipline imposed on its members by the Arab League, with which its meeting in 25th of March decided that no member state shall be allowed to negotiate with Israel, sign a separate peace, or any other political or economic agreement. Any state that would fail to respect these conditions would be automatically expelled from the Arab League. Abdullah's consolidation was that in exchange for turning his back on Israel, he got a tacit acceptance from the Arab world for its annexation of the West Bank. This and Jordan's armistice agreement with Israel, were for all practical purposes tantamount to a death sentence for the idea of a Palestinian independent state. the 25th of March, 1950. Arab League. Agreed. That no member state shall be allowed to negotiate with Israel, sign with it a separate piece of political. Yeah, okay. We're like, hold on, what was before Jordan? Hold on, we're on page 79. It was Lebanon, but I don't really care about Lebanon. Oh, it was Lebanon and the same Lasan thing, but I took notes on that, right? So. Okay, 79. We're almost there, guys, kind of. Oh, only 5 pages. There's one's a map. The Syrian story was indeed extraordinary. Husseini Zaim, a man on horseback, staged a coup d'etat on 30th of March 1949 and immediately came forward with a breathtaking peace initiative. His proposals included a separate piece of Israel, full economic cooperation, and even a common Israeli-Syrian army that would allow for the new allies to become the masters of the Middle East. And if that were not enough, the strong man from Damascus would later propose to absorb in Syria 300,000 Palestinian refugees, provided the U.S. would finance their resettlement and make available to Syria additional economic aid. Israel's response was initially formalistic. Ben-Gurion's instructions were to not proceed to any peace negotiations before Syria had agreed to Israel's terms for an armistice, that is, her withdrawal to the international border, and then practically dismissive. Ben-Gurion even thought of resuming a military offensive in order to drive back the Syrians east of the border. This was exactly the pattern of gunboat coercive diplomacy he had used with the Jordanians through Operation Yuvda, that expelled the Jordanians from the southern Negev, while the armistice talks were still being conducted, and forced Abdullah under the threat of an ultimatum to relinquish the Wadi Ara area. I don't know, where's the fucking... Okay, that's Syria. Nonetheless, once Ben-Gurion had his way, and the armistice agreement was signed with Syria on the 20th of July 1949, Israel was ready to resume contacts for peace settlement with the Syrian regime. When was the coup? The 30th of March. However, Israel's peace strategy remained unchanged. The instructions given to the Israeli negotiators, not by the hawkish Ben-Gurion, but by supposedly dovish foreign minister Sheret, were strict as ever. Not even a hint would be given to the Syrians of the possibility of border modifications along the Jordan River or the lakes. On the contrary, it need to be made clear that no such modification can be made complicated. It was inconceivable that Zaim could have agreed to a settlement on such a basis. It offered him no legitimacy whatsoever for a separate deal with the Zionist entity. Stage a coup. In Syria. March 30th. Alright, I gotta get used to writing the fucking European dates. 30th of March, 1949. Immediately came forward with a breathtaking peace unit. Proposal. The deal proposed. 7 pieces of Israel, 4 economic, blah, blah, blah. And 4 Syria to absorb. Is it 300,000? 300,000, yeah. Palestinian refugees provided. The U.S. would finance their resettlement, make available to Syria additional economic aid. Ben Gurion's instruction for not to proceed to any peace negotiations before Syria had agreed to Israel's terms for an armistice. Any peace deal before Syria had agreed to Israel's terms for an armistice, that is, the withdrawal to the international order. RC gave a map. Syria, 1950, withdrawal. What territory does he want to withdraw from? Because Israel, I know Israel won the Golan, or no, Israel won the Golan Heights in '67. I know there were some. About the Jordan River, but is it really just this small ass territory? Territory. Israel wanted Syria 2. All 2. Reference to this quote. International between the former. Okay. Who's executive head in Gumbo? Okay. We thought of resuming a military offensive to drive the Syrian seas in order. Territory retained by Syria west of the 1923 Palestinian mandate which had been allocated to the Jewish state under the UN compromise 66 square kilometers of the Jordan Valley. These territories were designated demilitarized zones and remained under Syrian control. It's emphasized by the armistice line was not to be interpreted as having any relation whatsoever to the ultimate territorial agreements. "66 square kilometers is not that big. I don't know why Israel is so fucking upset about it. Take the L, dude." Armistice agreement intended only served an interim agreement until replaced by permanent peace treaties. However, it took 3 decades to achieve peace between Israelis have another 15 years to achieve peace between Israel and Jordan. To this day, no peace treaties have been signed between Israel and Lebanon or between Israel and Syria. Since demarcation lines were not technically borders, the Arabs consider that Israel rejected its right to develop the DMZ. Okay. Nonetheless, Ben Gurion had his way in the armistice agreement with signed with Syria on 20th of July 1949. Israel was ready to resume the contact for peace settlement with Syria regime. However, Israel's peace strategy remained unchanged. Yeah. Israel signed an armistice with Syria on July 1949. Yes. Oops. 1949. But up the demand that Syria roll back to the 1923 state borders for any further negotiations. What the fuck? We should read.
Today we're going to be
I want to react to the whatever Noah Samson drama is happening. I always forget. Okay, I should like label these things. We read that. No, also, let's add the. Alex O'Connor enjoyed a Peterson conversation in here.
It's real. Is God.
Okay. We'll watch that after we finish reading this chapter, and then we'll go back to reading afterwards. It is inconceivable that Azim could have agreed to a settlement on such a basis. It offered him no legitimacy whatsoever for a separate deal with the Zionist entity. But the whole enterprise was anyway not relevant any longer. Once the armistice was signed, a formula was found for the demilitarized zone, and the threat of a renewed war removed. Both Israel and the U.S. lost interest in the Syrian track. By mid-August, Zaim and his prime minister were overthrown from office and later executed. Clearly, Hussein, I don't know how to pronounce this. Zaim was the only Arab leader who was ready in those years to cross the barrier of hostility with Israel in such an extraordinary, imaginative, and bold way. Israel did not respond. Reasons abounded, some of them solid and valid. Of course, there were always Israel's sanctification of the territorial status quo post-bellum, and its case that the imperative of preserving the country's water resources, that is, the Zionist core ethos of land and water. But there was also a deep mistrust of the nature of regime born of a coup d'etat that could hardly be expected to legitimize Syria, let alone throughout the Arab world, such an expansive peace settlement with Israel. Israel was still unwilling to change or to give up any of the territorial status quo it had won in the 48 War, especially when it came to water resources. On the border of Syria. And I'll have this one quote in here too. Reading Israel Palestine, reading Israeli people war. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're going over. Fuck you, British spelling. Going over the Israel-Palestine war right now. The proposed Syria deal was much more far-reaching in its provisions than the Jordanian proposals, but the gap of legitimacy that derailed the chances of a settlement was even more dramatic in the Syrian case. Farkrok is probably the man who represents Egypt, but who the hell is Zaim? exclaimed Ben Gurion in front of the American Consul General in Jerusalem. There is not much trust either in the hallucinatory and far-fetched ideas of a corrupt, malignant, and unreliable officer who additionally was a Kurd and seemed to be out of tune with the prevailing nationalist opinions in Syria and throughout the Arab world. In fact, it was precisely Zaim's divorce from nationalism and pan-Arab sensibilities that eventually brought forth his downfall. And as was the case in the dichotomous relations between the peace-seeker King Abdullah and his nationalistic minister, I don't care, Zaim's foreign minister, Adel Arslan AA, a far more genuine representative of the deeper currents in Arab nationalism, opposed his leaders' peace overtures and denied them a vital fig leaf of legitimacy. One needs also to resist the temptation of referring to Zaim as a Syrian Ataturk or the visionary statesman that Anur Sadat was. Couldn't they give them simpler names, bro? Zaim was neither. In his short-lived rule of hardly 4 months, he did not exhibit much of a spirit of a reformer, and unlike Israel's peace with Egypt in the 1980s, it was totally inconceivable that peace with Zaim would have outlived the assassinated dictator. Alright. Last little bit here. And then I can farm some reaction content, baby. Ben Gurion expressed what would become a cornerstone in Israel's strategic thinking when, in December 1949, he said to the American ambassador in Tel Aviv that Egypt is the key to peace in the Middle East, and he told and the gate to the Arab world. This was truly the case, but at no point in the context that started during the war could Egypt's territorial ambitions be reconciled with Israel's insistence on keeping her war gains. Show us your girls in the foreground while you read this in the background. I bet more people would stay if the bikini one were just always here. Well, hold on, I have to clean them at the right time. Okay, well, let's put it right there. Perfect. Hell yeah, chat. I also need to figure out a way to set my vertical shit up where I can have my all this shit appear on the screen as well. There's kind of a way I can do it, but it put my webcam on the screen twice for the vertical layout, which like looks kind of cringe or whatever. But the current vertical layout, because right now I have it's gonna look weird. I just have like a display capture down here, and it doesn't have. You can see like the vertical layout doesn't have the bikini woman, but there's no good way to add it. Yeah. Because in order to add it, I'd have to take like a screen capture of this entire thing, which would just put my face down here as well. But it would also put all my social media handles that I added down there, and I would get more exposure. I guess it already has. It has the horizontal on thing, so there's that. Arab nationalism was still anything but a dominant force in Egypt. That her commitment to the Palestinian cause was still far from being irreversible could be seen in the very debate that took place in the Egyptian upper house on the eve of the Arab invasion of Palestine. A whole desert separates us from Palestine, explained Ismail IS, a senior whole desert. Can you capture for this thumbnail? Wait, what? Oh, it's an ad. Oh, but it's just a maid girl. Good thumbnail. It's good propaganda. I feel like I make good thumbnails. For like most of my thumbnails. I mean, they're not like insane or anything, but I put effort into them. I don't even like this thumbnail that much, but like this thumbnail has like a higher click-through rate than the other ones. But I mean, you can see my thumbnails. That's what this thumbnail did numbers, bro. Okay, I think I get the picture. I don't think I need to wait for the ad to be over. I also hate that this face gets way more views than every other thumbnail. I should start making this face in my live stream things. That way maybe my live streams will get more. I mean, I have 5 watching here. And a short stream gets people watching sometimes. They're twice the prime minister and then defended the case for not joining the war. Twitch constantly updates your thumbnail. I know, yeah. Which, I mean, I guess maybe some people will see the bikini woman on screen and then they'll join it, right? That's how it's gonna work. YouTube does not have that feature, unfortunately. Although, I mean, I don't really mind it because I wish what needs to happen is that they let you upload multiple at the same time and you just quickly cycle through them. Yeah, but they don't let you do that. I can make multiple thumbnails and then I have to manually change it every time. It should just let you upload multiple, and then quickly you can just tap on the YouTube thing and click boom, new thumbnail that I already uploaded. That's what they should add. That's what I just realized. It's above my social. Hold on, this needs to be above everything. So I never lose exposure. The idea of a free Palestine shouldn't even exist. The Roman Catholics lived in Palestine before Muhammad raided and killed them. True. Which means a free Palestine. I mean, well, I understand he was a. You can say the Muslims were imperialists at certain times or whatever. Like the Ottoman Empire definitely was. It was an empire, but like, I don't think that's not at all a justification for a not free Palestine now. Fuck, there's a fucking fly in my drink. I hate, dude, there's so many fucking flies. It's not their land. Well, I mean, seems like there's a group of people for cohesive national identity that live in a certain region. I don't know what you mean by not their land. They don't belong there. They killed people and beheaded children in what, not even the 1800s, in the 1500s you're talking about. You're saying he would do a whole debate with you. You get to choose a date. Awesome. Once I fix my sleep schedule. Hopefully. That's the excuse they use for America. What do you mean? What? Apparently America has stolen land, so Americans don't deserve to live on the land. But you don't accept that argument, right? So why do you accept the argument on the other side? What? So Muhammad raped and killed people in order to get the land. The same should apply. What do you mean? People are saying the same should apply, right? They're saying that even if you accepted that Muhammad did whatever the fuck he did, which doesn't really matter right now. It just doesn't matter at all. Like, okay, he took that land the same way America took the land. Do they not have a right to live there now? Not international relations. Actually, the ancestors of Jewish people lived there 4K years, so even before Islam is a thing. Again, how can it be their land? Because they live there? And they have lived there for centuries. Since, like, hasn't Palestine been under Arab control since 1506, I want to say, is when the Ottomans conquered it. 1506, Ottomans, Palestine. 1516. 1516, okay. Jewish people who were there converted to Islam and Arab. I mean, but it doesn't even matter. It's like, I'm just so confused about that. Like, because regardless of how we got here, like, just forget. It doesn't fucking matter. Okay. Reality is, right now, there's a group of people who have a pretty cohesive national identity. If you go to the West Bank and Gaza, people will say, "I'm a Palestinian." Okay, and the Palestinians are, for a ton of fucking reasons. Okay, don't have a state right now. Don't have an official free state. The West Bank is occupied, and Gaza Gaza isn't necessarily occupied pre-October 7th, but it has its blockade. Yeah. Okay. Blah, blah. Their missed opportunity was in the incapacity of Israelis and Egyptians to curtail the conflict before the 48 war. They will never have a state if Israel has to say. Well, I mean, the right wing, the Likud party has always said as much, right? So, and they definitely are trying to annex Area C. Incapacity of Israelis and Egyptians to curtail their conflict before 1948. Like, why would they want to create a Pakistan on the border and become India? Well, yeah, I understand that. Well, there's always a concern. Well, that's why. Well, I mean, that's why all the deals for a Palestinian state have been a Palestinian state eventually. It hasn't been like a Palestinian state overnight. It's been like in 5 years you can have a state. Yeah, and usually they have like I know like Israel wants security control over the Jordan Valley. I know. In a lot of them, at least temporarily. Why does my hair look so goofy? I might do a 2v2 debate with Gort. It would be interesting. That guy. Let's diversify the audience. Hey, bro, it's in the thumbnail. I don't want to clear this shit, bro. Bro, I'm gonna get fucking banned, dude. Even though this is on Twitch. Oh, awesome, dude. What even is this? They have 5,000 people watching. It's just a guy in his bed talking to people. Could I get 5,000 viewers if I did that? I'll do that for 30 viewers, man. I'll do that for 10 viewers. I might not. I'm probably not hot enough to do that. Okay, fuck, I gotta lock in. Russian guy too. Had irreversibly immersed Egypt in Palestine. Imbroglio? What the fuck, dude?
Imbroglio.
Extremely confused, complicated, embarrassing simplification. Palestinian imbroglio. It made the leader of what would soon become an all-Arab crusade against Israel. It was not the Palestinian problem that dragged Egypt to war. It was the war that dragged Egypt into the Palestinian problem. In fact, when Egypt's prime minister at the time, Mohammed Fahmy Basha, asked the Egyptian parliament to declare war on Israel, he did not dwell on the Palestinian issue as the main reason. Israel's socialist ethos, he said, was what made Israel, the Jewish state, a threat to Egypt and to other Arab regimes. The man who took the decision to go to war, King Farouk, was the same man who led the resistance to reconciliation after the war. Truer with the first setbacks on the battlefield, the king made some hesitant attempts towards a separate settlement of Israel, but this was mainly a tactical device to starve off imminent defeat, a defeat that would soon be sealed by Operation Yoav and Harav in the south, not in search of a real peace. Kamal Raid, Farouk's emissary, was candid enough, surprisingly, to explain to his Israeli counterparts in the autumn of 1948 the rationale behind his mission as being an attempt to curb Israeli expansionist schemes. However, once Egypt's immediate war concerns over the armistice agreement was signed, Egypt lost interest in an urgent deal with Israel. Contacts continued in Lausanne and beyond, but the Egyptians were now only looking for a truce that would allow them to prepare for a second round. These were the guidelines Mustafa, Egypt's delegate in Lausanne, had received from his superiors in Cairo. Egypt needs to look at the way seriously every peace proposal for international opinion is not yet prepared to accept renewed hostilities. Time is in Egypt's favor, and we need to persist in our military preparations. Time, however, is not yet ripe for a decision to go to war. Egypt's aim of territorial recognition territorial conquest could not be reconciled with Israel's demand of maintaining the status quo borders. It had won. After the armistice was signed, Egypt lost interest in peace with, sustained peace with Israel. Instead, focusing on preparing for another round fighting. I want the quote. Mustafa himself turned out to be an eloquent exponent of the core cultural and strategic dilemmas of the Arab-Israeli conflict and of the civilizational clash between Zionism and Arab nationalism. What do we need for peace now? He asked his Israeli counterpart in Lausanne, Elias Sasson. Peace, he added, will only give you economic advantages and will consolidate and strengthen your state. Egypt does not need peace now. On the contrary, we are interested in not having peace in order to deny you consolidation and the power you need. The Arab world, and Egypt in particular, realized that Israel is becoming a fact of life, however undesirable. Therefore, as Mustafa put it, the Egyptian and Arab strategy from now on should be that Israel does not need to be big or strong or too populated. Egypt, he said, would feel secure when 4 million Jews, all educated, not feel secure, when 4 million Jews, all educated with a drive for initiative and all permeated with a sense of self-sacrifice, would live on its borders. Mustafa might not have been the embodiment of Egypt at the time, but he was clearly not very far from expressing the essential attitude of the policymakers in Cairo and in the years to come. Peace is not out of the question, was Mohammed Hassan Heikel's expression of the Arab mood in the aftermath of the 48 War. Non-belligerency was the most the Arab world was ready to think about, and even this, as he noted, was extremely controversial. Both Abba Aban and Gideon Raffel, not exactly the most militant among Israeli officials, concluded in February 1950 that when it came to Egypt, there was not much of a missed opportunity for peace. In these conditions, they reported to their superiors there was no chance whatever for a settlement of Egypt. The first years of the Egyptian free officers in power were essentially no different. The initiative this time was Israel's and fairly bold, but the secret channel between Zama Devan and Abdel Rahman Sadiq, Nasser's personal envoy, that was to operate for... Wait, how long? Okay, there are two Nassirs, right? Or there's only one? No, there's only 56 to 1970. Goddamn. Okay. I don't care about his death. I'm kind of interested. He was only 62? How the fuck did he die? Heart attack. Murder Paris for 2 years, led nowhere. Soon Bulgarian lost patience with what he rightly saw as Egyptian procrastination and tactics aimed at winning American support through Israel's good services without paying an irreversible price in terms of a binding settlement. Indeed, peace with Israel was not exactly what Nasser was looking for, although he was not interested in war either. The free officers wanted time and stability in order to promote their reforms and advance key national objectives, such as driving the British out of Egypt and getting economic assistance from America. Latent contacts with Israel on a low level served these purposes perfectly well. The contacts continued well into Moshe Sarad's premiership, but the crisis of the affair brought them finally to a halt. In a abortive attempt by Israel's intelligence services to derail Egypt's reapproachment with the West by acts of sabotage against British and American institutions inside Egypt, the affair terminated Sharet's peace moves. We will not negotiate in the shadow of the gallows, explained Prime Minister Sharet when an Egyptian tribunal decided to execute two of the Israeli agents in that infamous affair. The executions made it politically unstable for Sharet to pursue the talks. Although he had been kept in the dark by the security establishment about the entire business, he simply could not allow himself to remain indifferent to the popular rage following the executions. The avalanche of frustrations from the Gaza Strip, Israel's retaliatory incursions, Ben-Gurion's return to the Ministry of Defense, and the IDF's spectacular Gaza operation on the 20th of February 1956 signaled the countdown to the Sinai War. In 1955, Western powers had made it a last attempt to prevent the drift to war by their Project Alpha, a joint British-American peace initiative that required Israel to give up the whole. What's up, Crazy Lee? The whole of the Negev, a part of it, and accept a reparation of a substantial number of refugees. Eventually, Egypt, which was not ready to settle for anything less than the whole Negev, and Israel, which refused to consider any territorial concessions whatsoever, jointly shared the responsibility for derailing the initiative. The really intriguing thing about Alpha is how, 7 years after Israel's refusal to consider territorial concessions and the absurdity of Arab demands, there was, of course, an inherent contradiction in Ben-Gurion's attitude to peace with Arab leaders. He dismissed as corrupt and unreliable leaders like Naim, Barak, and Abdullah, but as it turned out, he was not especially forthcoming either with strong leaders like Nasser, who had division of reformers and modernizers. This was because he now feared such leaders might improve their country's potentials and pose a threat to Israel. With such leaders, he would rather prepare for war, as he did from the moment he returned to the Ministry of Defense in February 1955. Israel, and this was true on all fronts, was ready for peace based on a status quo, both territorial and demographic, on deterrence and their military edge. Peace for peace was the formula. The Arabs, especially Egypt, wanted peace for Israel, within Israel that was reduced to its natural size, both geographically and in terms of its military and economic potential, and ceased to be a threat to its neighbors. These were stipulations. Are you from USA or Israel? I'm from the US. That were utterly irreconcilable in the conditions prevailing from the time. Wars in the Middle East have frequently served as a prelude to peace, or at least have triggered attempts to reach a settlement. Such was certainly the case in the Yom Kippur War that led to Israel's peace with Egypt and the First Intifada that ushered in the Oslo Accords. It was also true of the 1948 war. But although only armistice borders emerged from that war, those would prove nonetheless to be the accepted internationally legitimate borders between Israel and her Arab neighbors. Moreover, it is these very borders that were then rejected by the entire Arab world, which have now become the Arabs' condition since sine qua non for peace with Israel. Sine qua non? What the fuck?
Sine qua non.
Sine qua non. An essential thing that's absolutely necessary. It was then the Arabs who were not ready in the early years to accept the fact of Israel's existence within the borders of 48. It took 30 years of conflict, wars, destruction, and desolation, but eventually, the conquest by Israel of additional territories in the 1967 war for the first Arab leader to come forward with an unequivocal offer of peace based on the borders decided by the 48 war. No less important, this time Israel responded. Okay, finally. I still have to take notes on it, but God damn, there's still fucking flies in my room, bro. Dare come into my chat, ask if I was from, or found out I'm from America, then leave. If so, that's based. Okay, I'm turning the bikini one off now. Okay. Oh, they don't want peace. Excuse me. Okay. I like Alpha. Are you asking about the bikini woman, Casey? Because the bikini women are awesome. Bro, oh, you're talking about the awesome gay Russian guy stream. Dude, that stream's awesome, bro. If I had 5,000 viewers doing that, I'd do it too. Goddamn. I do it for half that. I do it for a third of that. 1/5 of that. 1/10 of it. Persians from the Gaza Strip. And Israel's subsequent responses. Signal the countdown to the Sinai War. Joint British American Peace initiative required Israel to go up to hold a negative part of it, accept the repatriation of essential number of refugees. Suggested Egypt. Sorry, Israel. Give up some of the negative. I spell it? I thought I was leaving. And up the right return. For a substantial amount. Palestinian refugees. Egypt was not ready to settle for anything less than a whole negative. Israel refused to consider any torture. Okay. We're on page 86. The rise and fall of the Third Kingdom of Israel. Woohoo. Okay, we'll go back to reading a little later. When does Benny think? That's the. You already watched that. Okay, I want to watch this. And this. Where's
Today we're going to be talking about the most politically brain-rotting.
Shut up. 4 hours, guys. I can't wait to see all of my favorite political commentator, Ben Shapiro's very informed take on the Palestinian conflict. Israel's wars, yes. What about Israel's oppression of Gaza? Normal Finkelstein. Oh, Finkelstein. I'm probably going to agree with him on the Finkelstein stuff. Why is Gaza a shit show? Wokeness spawns anti-Semitism. I'm sure it's gonna be. Sure, it's gonna be great. Okay. Isn't this about Noah Sampson or whoever? Or Wendigoon? I don't know. I rely on him filming because I don't keep up with any of the drama shit. I don't care enough. And I spelled Peterson wrong. Oopsie. Well, let me at my live stream feel at live stream. The boring stuff is over. You can watch me farm React content now. Alright, I saw that there was some drama between, I think it was Noah Sampson, who was a whatever fucking breadtube guy. And I guess Wendigoon? I don't know. I don't keep up this shit enough. We have my boy, Willie Mack, who I can farm React content from to fill me in. Thank you. I appreciate it. I think he lets people react to his content. Oh, Pyrex has correctly joined the channel. Oh, sick, dude. Wait, that means actually. Wait, that means the normal YouTube chat might actually work. And it's not the vertical chat. Yo, the YouTube chat actually works. Let's go. And the vertical chat's gonna work too. Yeah, vertical chat works. Hell yeah. All right, let's appreciate the time that this actually works, and Botrix doesn't join the vertical short stream chat.
Video I have ever seen coming from the horror community of all places, calling every big content creator who held a gun a far-right YouTuber, getting every detail wrong,
to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures. He is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape. He is friends with Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nikado Avocado's mental decline.
Nikado is a character. Have you even watched the videos?
He is friends with Mutahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites, and has recently...
That makes Mutahar right. Wait, I'm pretty sure Mutahar is pretty left leaning. Like in overall, do we think not wanting Andrew Tate to be deplatformed makes you right wing? And talking about Keffels makes you right wing when Keffels has done some insane shit from what I've read.
Showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
Oh no, this guy hasn't watched anything. This guy will purple clutch at every opportunity while at the same time pushing harmful stereotypes, like saying that everyone who lives in Appalachia is a racist.
Deep Appalachia is very white country, and for the most part, is exceptionally racist. Genuinely in this part of the country. You have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise.
And then he legit...
I'm pretty sure I would live at least close to what is considered deep Appalachia. I mean, I'm assuming. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, like. Listen, I'm from this region. You go to like rural NC, there's definitely some Confederate flags you can find. But we're not. I don't think we're that bad. I don't think we're that bad. Yeah, there are a lot of, you go to rural NC, a lot of towns you can find like this, and some of them do definitely have some Confederate flags. But
legitimately tries to use this as a point to prove that Wendigoon is a racist because he lives there. I love my job.
And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation. That is not me doxing him. He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee. And I'm not even saying what town he lives in. According to the latest census, there are only 23 black people who live in Maggie Valley.
But why would this guy push so hard to frame Wendigoon as a racist? Well, it's because he wants to gatekeep the horror movie review genre. I'm not gonna make it through this.
So what if he's a conservative? Is that a problem? Which the answer to that is yes. But the reason that I care is because this does not belong in horror, or anywhere. I care deeply about horror, and everything that he does has demonstrated so far in his career that he should not be welcomed in our spaces.
It all just reminds me of Hassan saying the word cracker isn't racist and then repeatedly using it in the most racist way possible.
Crime of using the C word, cracker. Did I say, oh my God, saltine cracker? Like people are just bitter because it's saltine cracker. That's not what I said, you dumb cracker bitch.
Cracker this, cracker that. All this talk of crackers is making me hungry, but I don't want some sugary snack. Good thing I have Magic Spoon.
Oh my God.
Magic Spoon is cereal with the same great taste you remember, coming in a old cereal that's with some of their products. Who's also known as Zane, is a horror movie review YouTuber. He loves focusing on the political.
Do you think they approved of that segue? I don't know. If I was a brand, I don't know if I would like that segue to my fucking sponsor.
Known as Zane is a horror movie review YouTuber.
This guy's a huge boner for Hassan. He brings him up whenever he can. Is it Noah Samson, the guy who just made the... Or do you mean the what is it? I don't care about him a lot. Or do you mean the Willie Mack? Willie Mack does have multiple videos about Hassan. I'm the guy who made a video.
Focusing on the political analysis of film and relating everything back to being left-leaning, which is fine. It's his content, but it does come off as a bit cringe at times. He reviewed The Hills Have Eyes.
This is a film about cannibals killing and eating a family who get lost on their summer vacation. And psychologically, most when they watch this will be on the side of the vacationing family, and wish for them to survive and make it out and get back home. And why is that?
It's because they're cannibals.
Because if you look at this from the perspective of the Hill people, they are only defending what is theirs, this land that they call home. To say that the Hill people and the New Yorkers are of the same nation would only be true in the strictest definition, in that they happen to live within the same borders, but culturally, they couldn't be more different. The Hills Have Eyes is a clash of when you take two types of people who hold absolute contempt for one another, and then you proceed to call them both American and equals,
This is like Israel-Palestine, guys. It's just like Dune 2, how it's literally about Israel-Palestine.
Supposedly have the same opportunities at birth.
Oh, my bad. I guess it's about BLM in January 6th. He ended up getting memed on quite a bit for this video, with the top comment saying, "This video, the family on a flat tire and momentarily try to retrieve their lost dog. So who's the real murdering cannibalistic rapist here? It was self-defense. I don't know. It's weird to say someone's invading your land when all that happened is they crashed their car and went looking for their lost dog."
And as he falls to the ground, the symbol of inherited generational wealth, education, and power stands over his already dying body and stabs him repeatedly in the heart. Not to kill him, which at this point is already an inevitability, but to remind him of his place.
Or maybe it was just to kill the cannibal that attacked him and his family. I don't know, just my interpretation. The reason why we're talking about this is because he dropped a 3-hour-long video titled Bad Conservative Horror Movies, which is not about conservative movies at all. The video is split into 3 parts. Part 1 is calling everyone stupid for not agreeing with his Hills Have Eyes review, and blaming his audience's stupidity for his channel dying.
I don't think that most of them have actually even watched it, and I kind of want to look at this, because posting that video was a huge negative turning point in my life, and the way that that one video was received has really impacted everything around me. Before that, I was relatively comfortable financially. I could make the kinds of videos that I wanted to, and have honestly struggled very badly ever since then.
He's like, nobody treats me like a person anymore, despite none of the comments being that bad.
They don't even treat me like a person.
He's so dramatic. Of course you're going to lose viewers if you're going to gatekeep horror movies from everyone who's not extremely left-leaning.
Horror is an intrinsically left, punk, anti-establishment, countercultural art form that is primarily concerned with social issues and pushing boundaries beyond what is deemed acceptable by traditional, more conservative, polite society. There's no other way that you can rationally look at it and still exist within reality.
The vast majority of viewers just want to see the scary thing and hear the scary story. Of course you're going to lose viewers if you talk like a gatekeeping douchebag. He goes on to discredit every other creator who doesn't apply his same politics to their analysis.
Folks constantly talk about the political undertones of my videos, but horror is an unabashedly political genre that is concerned directly with issues facing the current society. And if you're in the horror space and you don't regularly acknowledge this foundation as a challenge to power, then I just assume you're in it for the money, or that you don't actually care, or you're just really bad at your job. And if that makes you uncomfortable or upset that I often do that in my videos, that's probably a good thing.
It's a very pretentious video that only becomes more unself-aware when he starts to complain about the drop in viewership hurting his ability to pay bills.
There was a month last year where I only made $500 in ad revenue. I can't live off that. The amount of times that I've almost had to stop making videos since then has been almost monthly. I've barely been able to keep this afloat. I've paid my rent late most months for the past year.
Now let me get this straight. This guy isolates his viewers that aren't on the extreme left, tells them to leave and that horror isn't for them, and then cries when his viewership—
Bro is just bad at like marketing himself for like grifting. Dude, do you know how much like money a ton of fucking lefty people make off of like Patreon? How much does like Philosophy 2 make off of Patreon and ContraPoints? They make like tens of thousands of dollars a month. Now to be fair, I'm pretty sure Philosophy well, this is to be fair to them. Pretty sure Philosophy Team and Conscience Points have like actual like teams of people behind their videos. I don't even think this guy doesn't have that though. So he should be fine with doing less. But bro's just bad at capitalizing on his audience. How much does Second Thought make? Although Second Thought did its whole thing where he said he wasn't making enough anymore because of his Israel takes. $7,000 paid members, all paying him at least $2 a month. Although he does have, I'm assuming, a small team to help him, and that's also not counting the program, which also has a Patreon. Oh, his main channel seems fine. Is this even? I don't think. Is it the same person? I don't know. I thinking about his one employee. I think. Is it Noah Samson or is it different? I thought it was Noah Samson. I thought Noah Samson was involved in some way, but I think it's a different person. I don't know though. Did he delete the video? He might have deleted the video.
It goes down. You can't make this.
But also to deprogram. They have. I feel like they have a Patreon too. Oh, they have merch.
Here. Before we start, howdy y'all, Editor JT here. Before we start.
Wait, he's also. They don't even pay an editor for this shit. JT still editing it. That's the guy who runs Second Thought.
Up, but you know what? I still kind of feel bad for him. Living paycheck to paycheck is hard.
Bad conservative horror movies. Yeah, I think he deleted it. And Praise the Shadows. Yeah, it's gone. How many Patreon members do you think he has? He makes $1,200 a month. Wait, I did $1,200 a month plus $500 in ad revenue? I mean, you probably can't live off that alone, especially, I'm assuming he pays an editor, but like, I feel like, I guess if he was making a living off of it before, now he can't anymore, I guess.
Trying to go full-time on YouTube is also hard, but I fail to show any empathy when he's continually shooting himself in the foot, and then he's turning down sponsors.
I, as a blanket rule, have never accepted gifts or sponsorship for my work, even though I get a constant stream of email offers about them.
This guy is just a struggling artist. He's better than us.
Either way, you sadly became full of yourself, mourning over your poor artist soul and drowning in self-pity.
But it does seem a little tone deaf to cry to your audience about bills while you're leaving money on the table. He spends the rest of the video pearl clutching. A guy wants the horror movie Abigail to gross more than Civil War, and that's somehow fundamentalist Christian language.
This is the kind of language that fundamentalist Christians use, and we are subjecting people to listening to it in relation to a moderately decent movie about vampire children eating people. But it really is that kind of Orwellian fascist idea.
A character live streams in a horror movie, and the chat says the F-slur.
There's some research when we got all mad at Second Thought a month or two ago. His income was at least $35K a month. Yeah, Jesus fucking Christ. There's no way. I don't understand how he would be struggling with that if he only has one employee.
The comment section that is on screen at all times constantly uses slurs, including the word multiple times. From what I can tell, neither Shepard nor Savage are actually queer, but I can't find conclusive evidence to say that 100%.
Tarantino movies say the N-word and he isn't black. Is this an R-rated piece of media or not? Let's face it, we all know if the lady from Halloween was streaming, some asshole would be in the comments calling her the F-slur. A film director says he doesn't care about COVID, and Zane frames as him wanting to kill all of his employees.
I'm not trying to put words in his mouth, but at least to me, when I read that, it seems that he is implying that he did not care if his employees got COVID under his command command and possibly die, so long as the product continued to get made and that he could get even more wealthy.
This tweet was made in 2022. Nobody cared about COVID anymore in 2022. A director was a guest on Ben Shapiro, so that means he's a Nazi.
One of his biggest crimes against horror to me is that he sat down to be a guest on the Ben Shapiro show. You know, the old 1940s phrase that roughly goes, if you have 10 people and one Nazi willingly sitting down for a meal together, then all you have is 11 Nazis. So, if one film executive sits down with a fascist for a civil conversation, then all you have are 2 fascists being broadcast over the internet.
And this leads into a 40-minute unhinged rant saying Wendigoon, another horror YouTuber, is a fascist along with everyone he's interacted with on Twitter. He says Wendigoon can't analyze horror content because he has money and owns a gun.
I have no need or desire to hear 5 hours of opinions on Blood Meridian from a 21-year-old millionaire who got famous around the age of 19. There are some works that fundamentally will not be understood by you if you are wealthy and have always been upper class your entire life. And this may all sound condescending, but that doesn't stop it from being somewhat true. There are many things that are red flags that we could talk about, from the bizarre gun ownership, the flagrant use from my perspective,
Bizarre gun ownership?
of his religion as a shield from criticism, to the belief that he at one point followed many far-right accounts on Twitter from Kyle Rittenhouse to Parler.
Of course somebody who owns a gun is going to be supportive of Kyle Rittenhouse. It's a self-defense case where Kyle was found innocent. Of course he's going to be following him. These are the most surface level observations. He owns gun, bad. He rich, bad. I find it funny that earlier in the same video, Discount Noah Samson says this isn't going to be a video just listing off people he hates on Twitter.
I promise that this video is not going to turn into a list of people who annoyed me on Twitter.
It's exactly that.
And I hope that this is becoming obvious to you as well. In my opinion, there is a regular pattern of behavior there, from supporting Rittenhouse to having multiple ties to other far-right extremist figures. Wendigoon is very publicly friends with Turkey Tom. They have been seen together
Is Turkey Tom a far-right extremist now?
on multiple occasions, and I've seen online mentions that Tom was either at his wedding or at the very least was invited.
When he says Wendigoon is friends with far-right fascists, I'm thinking Nick Fuentes, Baked Alaska, not Turkey Tom, the commentary YouTuber.
Tom has been accused of using the N-word multiple times in private conversations, including these screenshots of texts
This
that are
makes him a
alleged to be
far-right
real.
extremist.
They are real. These messages Tom sent in high school will haunt them forever.
And he's also been accused of saying that the upper tiers of his Patreon were intended for Jews with deep pockets.
That's also true. Hey, you never asked. That's why you're struggling to pay your bills. Jews with deep pockets, you're welcome to join my Patreon.
Wendigoon is publicly connected to the Internet Historian, and has even appeared in his videos. The Internet Historian publicly said that his birthday was April 20th. It is not, and has only said that as a joke because that is Hitler's birthday.
Okay. Is that it? This guy doesn't explain anything. He just points out one edgy joke these people have said as if that's proof of right-wing extremism and then moves on.
Wendigoon is publicly friends with Donut Operator, and even retweeted a photograph of the two of them hugging. Donut Operator is a gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber with 4 million subscribers.
Yeah, I'm sure he's going to back this up with solid evidence.
His content is very pro-state, pro-cop, pro-gun, and pro-death to people who don't share his beliefs propaganda. For example, one of his videos is titled Predator Takes Shotgun to the Face, and features a picture of him smiling in the corner of the thumbnail next to an image of a terrified man about to be executed by cops, with the text that reads, head removal.
Did you watch the video? Donut Operator is reviewing a case where a 7-year-old was being harmed, and when the police came in, the guy reached for his gun, leading to his death. Why are you making it sound like you're against this? The criticism from Zane is missing context and is extremely bad faith.
Wendigoon seems very comfortable with a man who makes his living worshipping violence committed by the state. He's a man of no conviction, claiming to be very against the government and for the rights of the people, while at the same time giving a warm embrace to one of the biggest fascist bootlickers on the internet.
The example he used is of a pedophile.
Bro, fascist bootlicker. Wendigoon is probably thinks you can criticize Wendigoon for it. Then he literally, I can't tell if Wendigoon is memeing when he posts like the JFK and MLK conspiracy theory things. Yeah, this and MLK.
How dare Wendigoon be friends with Donut Operator, even though he supports cop-stopping pedos? What a bootlicker, a man of no conviction.
The only thing that one could reasonably gather from this picture of them hugging is that he too is a fascist bootlicker himself.
Or maybe they're friends because they have stuff in common, like making YouTube videos and liking guns. But I'm just spitballing here.
He has collaborated with Nick Crowley, who constantly makes money through the most morbid and shameful true crime content, of showcasing the last minutes of people before they are suddenly and unexpectedly killed.
Isn't that all true crime, all Forensic Files episodes? How is this evidence of anything?
He is publicly friends with Shoe on Head, who is a conservative masquerading as a leftist, who has built a career off of lazy anti-woke content complaining about SJWs, who says stuff like, Karl Marx rising from the grave finding out his movement has been taken over by fat, ugly, mentally ill losers.
He's mad because she's talking about him.
He is friends with Brandon Buckingham, a gun YouTuber who has been accused of threatening rape.
Hold up, I've watched a lot of Brandon Buckingham. He has shot guns. He is in no way a gun YouTuber. This is like saying iDubbbz or Ethan are gun YouTubers. It makes no sense. As for threatening rape, he never did that. That is a lie Sneeko told. Zayn is pushing a false rape allegation in the same video he's crying about being slandered for his film analysis.
There is this thing that the internet does,
told by
where
Sneeko.
one person
Awesome,
says something
dude.
that is false but sounds believable and is tangentially related to what actually happened, and then other people start to repeat it out of context.
I think we're guilty
and
by
morph it, and
association,
slowly
by
escalate
association, by
until it just becomes
association.
general belief, even though it is detached from reality. The cruel and untrue things that you say about another person do in fact have direct impacts on them and the way that people culturally see them.
Bro, you're doing that, but instead of it being about the hills have eyes, it's about a rape allegation, something that matters. He goes on like this for over half an hour.
He is friends with Oompaville, a gun-obsessed content creator that has taken advantage of Nakado Avocado's mental decline for fame and for money, and on top of that has made content with the human trafficker Andrew Tate.
Nikocado is an act. He puts it on. This guy is so socially inept, he doesn't even realize it.
Oh! Oop! 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 That's my scooter! My precious scooter!
You just
That's the content of a fascist far-right guy right there.
know this guy turns on WWE and thinks Triple H actually broke into Randy Orton's house. And as far as Andrew Tate, it was a respectable interview that took place before the human trafficking charges even came to fruition. He's retroactively criticizing an interview that was very well received at the time and was handled better than most mainstream media outlets.
He is friends with Mutahar, who argued
When were the Andrew Tate, Tristan Tate text leaks? Oh, 2023? Okay, then. Yeah, so like almost a year ago now. Goddamn.
against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites.
I'm against deplatforming Andrew Tate too, and I exposed him to a greater extent than most mainstream media outlets, to the point where they would wait till my video comes out and post an article the next day citing the exact same sources I used in my video. Unless they're a convicted child predator, I'm against deplatforming because it leads to these hateful conspiratorial echo chambers that go unchallenged, festering in the background. There was a while where it seemed like every creator was getting banned, from Leafy to Jidion to Aiden Ross. It's better if everyone's just in the same place, where people can routinely make Nick look like an idiot for his worldview.
But what if we're living in the same house and there's a fight over, who gets to shower when, and who gets this seat on the couch, and who? These are the kinds of things that happen in a dense.
Wait, do you think you'd fight with him because he's
population.
black over that?
I wouldn't fight about stuff like that. And
I want to hear the answer to Destiny's question.
Well, yeah. Would you fight more with a black person over who gets to use the shower?
Yes, and here's why.
Otherwise, more people are going to turn into Sneeko. We don't need more Sneekos.
He is friends with Mutahar, who argued against Andrew Tate being deplatformed from social media websites, and has recently showcased a great deal of transphobia in his most recent video.
Is he going to give any argument for why the video is transphobic? No, of course not. It's because it isn't. So much of this video is, oh look, Windagoon responded to a tweet and that account likes some sus stuff, as if Windagoon is supposed to be aware of that. So what did Windagoon do? Not one of his friends, not one of his followers, him. Well, apparently he started a white supremacist group.
We could talk about his past and supposedly being a founding member in an online conspiracy theory group that, according to him, snowballed out of control into being a white supremacist neo-Nazi organization called the Boogaloo
Awesome,
Boys.
dude.
His online username at the time was Boogaloo Boy, and he claims to be the first to have started using it, but that he left the group and became Windagoon after things started to get out of hand. And this is not a conspiracy theory in itself. Shockingly, he literally has said so in writing.
Windagoon admitted this was him creating a meme page where it was taken over by more and more extreme people until he left. It really isn't that damning unless you're going to be extremely uncharitable, which he is.
Also,
wasn't that
the Boogaloo
when he was, what, 18? Because he said he started Windagoon when he was 19, right? So it had to be had to be before that. So it was like 5 years ago by now, and it's when he was a little fucking he was a fucking teenager too.
Boys are known for wearing
Dude, I listen somewhere out there. I think I might have deleted it actually. The original non-fun Discord server. No one ever. I was like way smaller than I am now. Even like I literally had no one watching at all, right? So this was like 2 or 3 years ago. That server was eventually taken over by one user who would just use it to post porn. There was a bot in there, some meme bot that could also had a porn functionality that I didn't know about. And for months they just used the server for porn. I don't know why. Don't know why they couldn't have just Googled it, but yeah. And I didn't know because I never checked the server because no one ever did anything in it.
Hawaiian shirts. And guess who else always has on a Hawaiian shirt, despite the fact that he publicly totally does not share in their beliefs, guys.
Zane, it's a popular style of shirt. You're wearing the shirt. What's weirder, Wendigoon wearing a Hawaiian shirt because that's what he likes to wear, or this leftist wearing a Hawaiian shirt even though he thinks it's a racist dog whistle? Is this like Vosh's tactical N-word? This video has zero research behind it, zero common sense. Zane sits there and speculates on how wealthy Wendigoon is, as if that means he can't talk about horror movies.
Not to mention the fact that Wendigoon was raised in a very wealthy family, and with that comes from a wealthy perspective. He himself has inadvertently admitted that his family at one point had millions of dollars.
My whole thing is instead of speculating this guy's apparel, why not just reach out to him and ask him questions? So I did. He said he worked at a gun store, he liked guns, so he made a meme page about guns. Around 2019, 2020, the joke became super serious to some people, who began to see it as a for the people movement, which was fine at first, but then people began to apply to whatever their political stance was, and it became a mess. So he left. There is no evidence that Wendigoon radicalized anybody. Extremists stole the meme, that's all the evidence available. I asked Wendigoon if Zane ever reached out to him before making his video. He said no, he never reached out. There was a lot he got wrong, even objectively, that I would have been happy to clear up even for a hit piece. For instance, my parents were not rich. In the quote he even reads, I say my dad lost everything, and that was all before I was born. So Zane never even reached out for clarification before assuming the worst from this guy and everyone who's ever appeared in a photo with him. I did more research in the 3 minutes it took to reach out than his 3-hour video. It's embarrassing. In 2019, the Boogaloo Boys became an official group, and Zane attributes every crime they did to Wendigoon.
Do you remember when armed men were arrested a few years ago for planning the kidnapping of Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmire? That was the Boogaloos. Do you remember when white people showed up at the George Floyd protests and caused property damage and violence in the hopes that black people would be blamed for that? That was the Boogaloos. He was just like, oh geez, sorry guys, about starting a violent hate group, guys. Sorry that people got killed. I totally didn't mean to do all that. My bad. I'll do better next time.
Am I missing something? Was Wendigoon there? Is there any evidence that he supports any of this? No, it is the most baseless and unhinged analysis I have ever seen. Zane becomes borderline racist towards Wendigoon at times, doxing him.
Wendigoon and I are practically neighbors, and I know this area
Awesome,
very
dude.
well. Okay, so I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and between that and the reservation, you have the community of Lake Junaluska, which isn't actually even a real town. You can walk across the whole thing in a matter of minutes. You got Waynesville, you have Maggie Valley, and a few other small drive-by communities. And beyond that is the Cherokee Reservation. Wendigoon lives somewhere just on the other side of the reservation. That is not me doxing him. He has said many times publicly that he lives in East Tennessee, and I'm not even saying what town he lives in. According to the latest census, there are only 23 black people who live in Maggie Valley. There are 15 Native Americans despite it touching the reservation. Most of this area used to be sundown towns. It is about as white as you could possibly get, genuinely in this part of the country. You have to assume that any white person you meet is racist unless they show you otherwise.
Oh, he's white and he lives there, therefore he's racist. That's the level of critical thinking taking place, but not you. You're one of the good white guys. Oompaville tweeted, imagine shitting on some of the most systemically forgotten and impoverished people in America and thinking you were
I feel like, I mean, I feel like it's not that bad, dude. I feel like maybe I'm coping because I'm from North Carolina, but like even the bad parts, I feel like they're not like that bad, dude. Like you can, like whenever we go camping, not even whenever we go camping, it's just like occasionally when we go camping, there'll be like a Confederate flag or whatever. But like at least most racist people in NC proudly wear it. Okay, they are proudly and openly racist. Yeah.
Or moral because they happen to be.
We're like 50. I mean, I understand he's talking about the rural communities, obviously, which are going to be way more conservative or whatever. But like, NC, it's basically 50-50 Democrat Republican.
White, then getting called out saying, you guys know my heart was in the right place. Zane is a picturesque example of true bigotry masquerading as an enlightened tortured genius that operates with empathy, nuance, and compassion above all else. There are so many of these people, it's so f***ed up how lost some smart people are. He tries to say Wendigoon is a racist for his name, saying he's disrespecting natives for using the word Wendigo.
Then of course, there is his username. To the Algonquin people, the Wendigo is a negative spiritual symbol that is to be avoided and whose name is to never even be said out loud or written down. So I know there's a bit of a hypocrisy there on my part, but we kind of do have to say it for academic purposes, so apologies for that.
There's nothing academic about this video. This is like saying Blizzard can't make Diablo or Harry Potter shouldn't exist because some Christians got upset. Nobody cares.
But don't you think it is extremely weird and off-putting that all of his fans call him Dad? Isn't that really strange?
No? Are you trying to imply something? He never elaborates. He just throws that out there and moves right along. He then acts like Wendigoon following him on Twitter was some sort of psychological threat.
Right in the midst of this going on, a very funny thing happened, and that Wendigoon followed me on Twitter. I was not following him at the time. He never publicly told people to stop calling me a friend. He never once reached out to me privately, but he did follow me, which means in my eyes that he 100% knew what was happening because I did tweet about it several times, and then followed me to let me know that he knew, and that he was watching, and that he intended to do nothing to stop it.
That's
what
the
other
only
motivation would he
explanation.
have had there to follow me in that specific moment, other than to be a method of quiet and deniable intimidation? What other way could that have been read from my perspective? That was the moment that pushed me over the edge to make this video.
He ends the video by calling everyone Nazis.
Clearly, as we have seen, Everything that he does has deep political motivations.
You haven't shown one example.
And if they don't want to be seen as a big group of Nazis, then let's see how they react to this video's existence, because I am certain they will be very level-headed about all of this.
How does he not see the irony in this statement? Windigoon would leave a comment on his video. Please, no one harass or comment rude things on my behalf. I do not agree with or condone meanness in any way. If you are here to leave a spiteful remark on my behalf, don't. Nothing good comes from anger. I want to apologize for people saying awful things to you on Twitter. I did not know this was happening. I followed you because I saw your Slenderman video and enjoyed it. Then I saw you in my recommended follows. It sounds like you strongly dislike me, and that's okay. But if I have done anything to cause that, I apologize. So Zane is schizoing out in the corner, coming up with conspiracy theories about why this is a threat, when in reality, Windigoon just liked his videos.
I was too tired to properly interpret your genius joke there.
Even when I DM'd Windigoon, he was nothing but polite towards Zane, saying, I feel bad for him. This guy seems to have a lot of hate in his heart, and that can't be easy on the bones. It's clearly not. Zane speaks as if his only purpose in life is to make political horror videos.
The only thing I have of value left to me in this world is my writing and my perspective.
Windigoon would continue to write, I don't have any malice, and I meant what I said in my comment on the video. I hope nobody harasses him on my behalf. If I make a tweet saying that, however, that'll drive more eyes towards him. And I don't want to do that, as a lot of people are mad regardless of what I say. I wish him the best and hope he finds what he's looking for. Zane would then delete the entire Windigoon section of his video and tweeted, many people have said very fair criticism of my work, and that I did not appropriately portray people, and I would like to address that. He apologizes to Brandon Buckingham for pushing his false rape allegations, saying, to be honest, I saw pictures of you with Turkey Tom, Donut Operator, Windigoon, and Brandon Herrera, and often with guns in your hand. I wrote you off. I did not feel like you were worth my time, and that was a result of the company you keep. Ultimately, that is a failing on me, though, and how I presented that. It's such a backhanded apology. Him having a gun does not make him a bad person. He goes, Brandon used homophobic language towards me through calling me a low testosterone freak. I don't even know how that's homophobic. What, are you on estrogen? He then goes on to Mudahar. Your thumbnail art was transphobic. I have nothing else to say to that. No explanation, no argument, he just goes on to play victim. I was overcome with anger because I think it's incredibly dangerous that there's a man in horror that you cannot criticize without being called a F-slur for days on end. I think that is a serious issue. Then talk about that. Maybe you could work something out instead of coming up with conspiracies about him and his friends. I also think it's telling that the bulk of what I said has not actually been addressed at all. Bro, you haven't said anything based in reality. I feel like people have addressed you very clearly. He blames all of his problems on conservatives and says that he's taking down that part of the video as well as taking a month off. I thought you lived paycheck to paycheck. How are you taking a month off? This guy cannot be real. If you felt like you have been mischaracterized, that was not my intention, and I genuinely am sorry. Just to be perfectly clear, every single person you mentioned feels like they were mischaracterized. I care so much about horror. It is my life. I grew tired and scared of seeing hate growing on the fringe of something I care so deeply about. Horror is about kindness. Horror is about love. Until next time, Zane. Bro, what are you talking about? This video was so hateful. He posted a similar message on his Patreon talking about how tricky it is to talk about cultural appropriation as a white man and that he only meant to do good with his slanderous video. He then took down his YouTube video completely and made a community post where he apologizes but then acts like the victim, saying, I do think it's dangerous these creators don't acknowledge the obvious situation at play. He'd delete this too because his own community disagrees with him. The reason people say too much politics rots your brain is because you start to view people in terms of teams instead of judging them as individuals. Suddenly, everybody who owns a gun is a gun-crazed fascist.
Gun YouTuber, a gun-obsessed content creator, gun-crazed, very far-right YouTuber.
Everybody who
This is me, guys. 5 years into being a streamer, this will be me.
who supports the police for stopping child abuse is a bootleg.
The only thing that one could scared of the hate spreading.
This picture of them hugging is that he too is a
and he's a fan of horror. Shouldn't
It's
he
important to
be
remember
like
that you
hate
most likely have more in common
true.
with your Republican or Democrat neighbors than you do with Hassan or Andrew Tate. These people's brands thrive off division, and I genuinely believe Zane is a product of that. Hopefully this is his wake-up call. If not, just another cow to add to the herd. Yeehaw! Subscribe to the channel. Eat some goddamn cereal. Shout out to the homies over on Patreon. Phoebes, Crimson Glass, Riveter, Christina Vina, Mac.
True. Dude, I love the state of YouTube lefty politics. So much, dude. Where everyone is living paycheck to paycheck but making thousands of dollars off of Patreon. Although, to be fair, he was only making $1,200 off of Patreon. And with this Joe Biden inflation, that's nothing anymore. That's nothing anymore. Guys, I'm living paycheck to paycheck too. I make 50 cents a day on Twitch. Okay, give me a second, and then we'll watch this. This should be interesting. Apparently, Alex O'Connor supposedly got close to getting Jordan Peterson to answer a question about, like, did Jesus physically resurrect? Oh my god, this stupid ass fly. Did Jesus physically resurrect from the dead, and did the Exodus materially happen? We'll see.
In the early church, there was a debate around the physicality of Jesus' resurrection.
Yes.
So the canonical tradition ends up stipulating that Jesus physically resurrects, and you must believe that, otherwise you're a heretic.
Yeah, and that's part of the Catholic particular emphasis on the divinity of the body.
A lot of the Gnostic tradition says that the thing that's being gotten wrong is the idea that there was this literal resurrection.
Right.
No, the kingdom of God is here and now. The resurrection is inside of you, and you attain it through gnosis. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas doesn't even mention the resurrection, doesn't mention a crucifixion. It's a list of sayings.
Yeah.
And the very form of that collection shows that these people believed that the thing that's important is not what Jesus did, but what he said.
Okay, don't care about the intro. Okay, thank God Destiny isn't in this one, so I can fucking actually put it in 1.5 times speed and still understand them.
So I'm here today speaking with Alex O'Connor, who's flown in from London. I'm in LA. He's known also as Cosmic Skeptic, and he runs a podcast Within Reason. And so you can subscribe to and listen to that podcast, watch it on YouTube. Alex was recommended to me by a friend of mine, John Vervaeke, who was a professor along with me at the University of Toronto. I've had a lot of different public events with John, many conversations. And Alex has interviewed many of the people that I'm interested in, including Richard Dawkins, and he is very interested in religious matters, although he's not a Christian. And
Bro, hold on. Dude, Sean from Restream. That's not an option. Our professional plans for a personal account and not designed for business needs, like concurrent streams. Fucking concurrent streams is not a business need. It's a me need. Personal. Me. The person. Me. For what you want, please subscribe to 2 Restream accounts with 2 different emails. Motherfucker. I already tried that. Okay? I tried that, motherfucker. Your fucking website, dude, doesn't actually allow you. I can't have one tab open with one account and the other tab open with another account, okay? So, fuck you. What's up, Conrad, Petersburg? So, I don't... Also, your shit doesn't even work. Disconnect from Instagram constantly, bro. So, fuck you. Okay. Sorry, Sean from Restream. But it's true. I guess if I had 2 different browsers, I could do it.
Believed jointly that it would be useful for us to meet and to hash out our differences in viewpoint and similarities and see if we could get together and move together somewhere valuable and enlightening. And so that's what we're trying to do. That's what we try to do with the conversation. It focuses mostly on the nature of belief, I suppose. That's probably the easiest way to sum it up. What it means to believe something, what it means to have a religious belief, what it means to be committed to a belief. We talk a fair bit about the distinction between, let's say, the distinction between fact and fiction, and the idea.
No, I didn't. Did you see the Mexican-Israeli embassy activism? No.
Fact reflects the real, but so does fiction. And so, welcome to the discussion of all that. So, first of all, thank you for coming here. It's a long way from London. We're in LA, and so that's a long ways. And so, and insofar as you're going to disagree with me, I'm pleased that you're exhausted from the flight.
Big fire outside Israel's embassy. Oh no. Did they actually get into the embassy or anything? Or is it just outside of it? Dude, this is a fucking killer ass image. What the hell? Dude, this guy's a fucking Chad. What? Where's he? It looks like he just ran through the line of police. Goddamn. Israel assassin. What? Okay.
Because that'll slow you down and that'll be helpful. So anyways, seriously, thank you for coming. And so let's start with this. Cosmic Skeptic. Right. Okay, so how do you come up with the name and why the conjunction?
Do I even care about this?
What do you think the advantage is, if any, in relationship to the emphasis on skepticism?
I'll give you the official and the unofficial story. The official story is that cosmic sort of implies universe, space, big thinking, and skeptic sort of situates me within a tradition of people who are interested in interrogating their beliefs to their sort of fundamental fundamental grounding insofar as that's possible. And skeptic is spelled with a K because most of my listeners are American. The unofficial answer is that when I was younger, I knew a guy who was a musician and started a SoundCloud account with the word cosmic in it. And I thought, hey, that sounds like a cool word. And I'm starting a YouTube channel.
I share some epic content if you know. Well, we're gonna watch all of this. Well, hopefully all of it. But yeah, you can add it out.
Consider it. Cool next to it. And I started with a K.
I'll add it to the list.
Okay. Well, who knows the actual derivation? And it's a good combination though, because it's catchy, so that's nice from the marketing side. But it also has this. It's an interesting allusion to the combination of revelation and critical thinking that actually makes up actual thinking, right? Because the problem with being concerned with a vast plethora of ideas is that many ideas are misleading and wrong. And so you have to learn how to combine that openness and curiosity with the capacity to separate the wheat from the chaff. Yeah. And that's the utility of skepticism. I mean, it can degenerate into a kind of argumentative nihilism. That's the downside. But properly applied, it separates the wheat from the chaff, right? And the purpose of that is to keep the wheat.
Well, skepticism can only ever be essentially destructive because you're being skeptical of something. Somebody's putting something forward and you're sort of responding to that with skepticism. And so for a lot of people, if skepticism is the thing that you do, then you sort of end up chipping away and ending up with nothing. Whereas skepticism is really supposed to be a tool that it is destructive in the way that you might sort of carve a piece of marble.
Yeah, right.
Oh shit, well, he talks too fast. I don't understand what he's saying.
Yes. Well, that's the thing to always keep in mind is skepticism in the service of something.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a tool. It's a methodological tool. It's not a world.
You mentioned too, and so I'm interested in your progression in your thinking in relationship to that, because you mentioned just before we actually went on air that had you come to see me a couple of years ago, you might have been more inclined to, I'm putting words in your mouth to some degree, so correct me if I'm wrong, to strive for a victory or to make your point, something like that. And you alluded to the fact that your thinking around that has changed to some degree. I suspect that's probably a consequence of experience. So what's changed?
In part, it might have something to do with becoming a podcaster and speaking weekly to people. And you can't keep up that energy. Well, you can, but it becomes totally unwatchable. And nobody wants to engage in that all the time. I think there are times when it's worth doing. And to be clear, I still like to disagree and do so essentially unapologetically and bluntly. And that can still come across as quite rude. But I think that the way that I would think about a conversation is that, well, what are we about to do here? A debate. We're about to debate an issue and I'm going to try to win. And that's, and not even, I mean, maybe there's sort of an element of pride in there. You want to win for that sake, but also you really think, well, I want to win because I think I'm right about this. And if I don't, then, I must have just not expressed myself properly. I think what I probably meant when I was saying that is that I would have had more of that cap on than now after having so many conversations with so many people and realizing that not only is it more constructive for myself, I've learned a lot more. Now I'm here like, hey, I might learn something today. That would be great. Even if I just learn something about what your worldview is. But also people listening just unanimously say that they prefer it. It's a much...
Man, I really hope Jordan Peter or Alex O'Connell learned something about Jordan Peterson's worldview. I hope Jordan Peterson is able to express his worldview and Jordan Peterson isn't able to just say, what do you mean happened? What do you mean do? What do you mean believe?
The skepticism. So one of the things you learn as a therapist, for example, is that being right is not very helpful, especially when you're trying to help someone, because whether you as the therapist is right has very little to do with the positive outcome for them. You still want to maintain the skepticism. And one of the ways of doing that in the manner that's helpful is that, like, if I'm talking to you and you say something I don't understand, that's the right place to be skeptical, because if I don't understand what you said, well, it might be my ignorance, but it also might be like lack of clarity and pointedness on your part. And so one of the advantages of disagreeing with someone is to point out to them in a positive way where they're lost in the fog. Because if you're sufficiently lost in the fog, you tend to run into sharp objects, and that's not very pleasant. So, but the skepticism, and this is obviously what you alluded to, I would say, as a consequence of learning from the podcast, is the skepticism should be in service of rectifying your ignorance rather than in service of making your point or winning the argument. The problem with winning a bloody argument is that the victory can seduce you into thinking that you were correct, and you're never sufficiently correct, right?
Yes.
And so I don't like debates fundamentally. I've never really enjoyed them. I probably, when I was really young, before I stopped doing this when I was about 23, I would take a certain amount of pleasure in being able to obtain intellectual victory. It was also a way I defended myself when I was young, and it was effective, but it's not the optimal way to conduct a conversation. This is one of the reasons why people like Rogan are so successful, because Joe will push his point, but he always does it in the service of learning.
Yes.
He doesn't do it in the service of victory.
Yeah. I think you've probably put your finger on it there. But what you were saying a moment ago about precision, about sort of thinking clearly and understanding somebody else clearly, I think the reason why I'm excited to speak to you today is because you're someone who celebrates being precise in your speech. And I've always appreciated your desire to make sure that you're really understanding what somebody else is saying. I've made attempts in the past to, my channel is mostly focused on the philosophy of religion.
Yes.
And I've made attempts in the past to try to understand your worldview.
Your
religious worldview. And I made a video essay. And some of the things I said there, I think, at least one thing in particular, I probably think I was wrong about. But what I was trying to do there, I've seen that people would ask you on interviews and podcasts, do you believe in God? Do you think that Christianity is true? And it was you would sort of struggle to answer the question. And I thought to myself, well,
people come at the question with a priori commitments about what they think truth constitutes.
Yeah,
that's a big problem.
There must be something important that's being left out of the sort of precondition of that question or conversation. If it's so unimaginably difficult to answer,
Well, I'll give you an example. I watched that essay this morning, right? And I also wanted to talk to you about your discussion with Dawkins.
Yeah.
So people ask me, for example, do you believe in God? And I think, well, I don't know what you are driving at with that question, because I don't know what you mean by believe. Most people, modern people, believe that a belief is a description of accordance with a set of facts.
Sure.
Right? Well, I don't think that's what belief means in the religious sense in the least. So I just think that's a non-starter.
It has something to do with what you act out, right?
It has to do with what you believe is what you're willing to die for, fundamentally, is what you're committed to or live for, if you think about it as life in the most extensive manner. It's a matter of commitment.
So I understand what you mean in the religious context.
Yeah.
So, but religion is a big topic. Religion is a mighty, area to be talking about. But when I talk about belief in a more mundane sense, like I believe that this chair exists.
Yeah.
Like that is a belief that I hold. I sort of can't help but hold that belief because I can see it. Right?
Well, that's a place where your action and your statements align.
Exactly.
Right. You believe in the chair and you're sitting in it. It's like, fair enough.
Which is why I totally agree when you say that what you believe might really be what you act out. But I think when people are looking for essentially definitions, and just a second ago you said, well, what is it to believe? And you said, well, what you believe is what you're willing to die for.
Yeah.
I'm not willing to die for my belief that this chair exists.
Maybe
in a broad sense. If not believing that the chair existed required me to sort of give up my trust in my sense data, then I might literally die by accident by sort of walking off a cliff because I don't trust my eyes anymore. So
it's also not something that you're likely to forego given your role, let's say, as a rational skeptic.
That's right.
Seriously, like it's a commitment that you've made to a certain view of reality.
But you understand surely that when somebody asks, do you believe in God? Although they're asking the sort of subject of the belief is a much more grand entity. The word belief itself, for them, at least in their question, even if you think it's an inappropriate question, they mean something much more mundane. They mean like you believe in the existence
it's hard to know. It's hard to know what people mean. Like one of the things I've noticed, for example, is there are no shortage of Christian trolls, right? I mean, there are atheist trolls and there's engineering trolls. There's lots of trolls, but there are Christian trolls. And the Christian trolls, when they ask that question, and it's often the Christian trolls who ask that question, what they mean is, are you in my club?
Exactly.
Right. And my answer is, I'm not even sure you know what club you're in. So there's a trap in the question, which I don't appreciate because I don't like questions that have traps in them.
Yes.
He hasn't, listen, I'm giving him a benefit of the doubt. Okay. Listen, he hasn't said anything that bad yet. Okay. That they're having a real conversation right now. But he is talking in such a goofy way right now. Okay. But okay, he hasn't directly dodged a question yet. Okay. So we're still chilling. Okay.
Now, not everybody who's asking that question has a trap, but many people do. And so I find that off-putting, let's say, because it's manipulative. In terms of that descriptive belief, that's something we could go into. I think we should do that because it does get to the core of the matter that you were attempting to untangle, let's say, in your essay.
Yeah, I mean, my understanding of and I had to sort of piece together different things you'd said in different interviews. And I suppose the reason I had to do that was because I didn't have you in front of me. So I'm grateful to have the opportunity now. It seems to me that when you speak of God, you mean something like that which is at the, I don't know if you'd rather say the basis or the top, the basis or the top.
Both metaphors.
Of a value hierarchy. And it begins with the recognition that anything that anybody does requires some kind of value. Even just to do something as simple as sitting in a chair, picking up a glass.
Well, you don't do anything without it being oriented towards a value.
Exactly, right. And so even to perceive the glass is something you've spoken about before. Why do I see the glass as one object? Even though it's got multiple parts, it's got a side and a bottom and a top. I see them together in a way that I don't see the cup and the table as one object. Well, you said before, it's because I can grip it. It's sort of functional. It's because I can use this cup. And the reason that I see it in that way is because I can then drink from it. And the reason that I want to do that is because I sort of value my health. And there's sort of a value regress that goes on.
Always.
And more broadly, this comes out in the question of why are you writing an essay? To get a good grade. Or why do you want a good grade? To get a good job. Why do you want a good job? To get money. And you keep going back and back. It has to terminate somewhere.
That's right.
Because otherwise there would be nothing to sort of lend that value.
Well, otherwise you'd always be in an infinite regress.
Further down.
Right? You just die of questioning.
Yeah, you literally, it's the kind of regress in which the value that you have for A actually borrows the value from B. You don't value A at all without B. So it doesn't get it without B. And B doesn't get it without C. And C doesn't get it without D. So if that went on infinitely, there's nothing to give the entire sequence value in the first place.
Right.
And so there's got to be something at the basis here. And then you said, at least on one occasion, that we'll call that place, whatever's at the top there, we'll call it the divine place.
Yeah,
and you said we'll make that a matter of definition.
Yeah.
Now, I'm fine with this.
Yeah.
But it seems to me that what you're doing is you're giving a definition of God that makes him
partial definition.
Or makes it him, whatever, unavoidably exist, and also makes it a quite different entity to the entity described by a great deal of, for instance, your Christian listeners who will say that God is not the basis of a value hierarchy. God is an omnipotent, omniscient, agential being with consciousness that intentionally brings about human beings and sent down a physical man to sacrifice his life in order to save us from our sins. Now, that means that when someone asks you, does God exist? And you say, well, look, I think that's almost an inappropriate question. At times you sort of imply that you don't even believe in atheists because you sort of act as if you believe in God. If what you mean by God is just...
Well, Dawkins himself admitted he was a cultural Christian.
That's another matter, because that's much more specific. I mean, that's cultural Christianity, right? This is just...
But it's a reflection of the same problem.
But when a Christian says to you, I mean very clear that that's what I mean by God. I don't know if you do believe in the omniscient, omnipotent, agential being, but if you start talking about the inevitability of believing in some basis of a value
Well, it's
hierarchy,
not so obvious.
you're talking
It's
about
not so
something different.
obvious from the traditional Judeo-Christian perspective that God is properly conceptualized as a being.
That's probably right.
Well,
too.
so it's tricky, right? Because one of the ways that you can approach God traditionally is in relationship to a being, but that's a veil. So why do I say that? Okay, so let's speak about it religiously first, and then we can speak about it conceptually. So there's a tremendous insistence in the Judeo-Christian tradition that God is outside of the categorical structure, right? Like seriously outside. Elijah, the prophet, establishes that God is not in nature. He's not in the earthquake. He's not in the conflagration. He's not in the storm, right? So that doesn't mean that nature doesn't speak of God, but it does mean that whatever God is not in the natural world. Okay, now we can extend that. Not bound by time, not bound by space. Well, does that make God a material object? Because when people say, is God real? Which is a variant of the question, is do you believe in God? It's like, well, God's immaterial and outside of time and space. So if your definition of real is material things in the domain of time and space, then we're not talking about the same thing. Now, usually people approach that question of belief with some materialistic framework like that in mind, even if they don't know it.
Yes.
The Christians, let's say, who put this question forward in the hope of getting the answer they want to hear, are materialistic and Enlightenment minds, even though they don't know it, because they have an implicit definition of what constitutes real. Is God real? It's like, no, God's hyper real. That's not the same thing.
I think that the physicality of God is an interesting question.
Yeah.
In the Old Testament tradition, it
Well,
seems,
usually, okay, is it evangelicals? Evangelicals believe that God is at the very least, personal being, right? That you can like literally interact with. He's a personal being. Usually people, because usually that's some of the arguments that people make for like, when they do the fucking like Kalam cosmological argument is to like a conclusion is that, oh, the universe has a cause, and then they do a whole bunch of other shit to explain why that cause has to be a personal being.
to evolve, as far as I can see. If you look at some of the earlier descriptions of God, you've got a God who walks through the Garden of Eden.
Yeah.
You've got a God who has a council of angels and the accuser. You have a sort of, it's being at least conceptualized as a much more physical being. And as time goes on, God becomes less localized. And I've heard a lot of theories as to why that's the case. I've just done an episode of my own show.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's true. Exactly. I don't think there's a clear historical progression like that. There is a constant tension between God as ineffable and then God as manifest in a manner that's comprehensible, right? And Mircea Eliade mapped the consequences of this out to some degree. So he was very interested in Nietzsche's proposition that God had died. Most people, including Nietzsche, regarded that as like a unique historical event. There was a religious tradition, the Enlightenment arose, in consequence, we became skeptical about God, and in 1850, the philosophers decided that he was no longer necessary or real. But Eliade, who is a brilliant historian of religions, has noted that this has happened many, many times, that God has vanished, disappeared. And one of his explanations for that is that a God that's too ineffable, so that's completely outside of the categories of time and space, let's say, and who doesn't make himself present as a being, who doesn't have a heavenly council, who has no hierarchy between the pinnacle and earth itself, tends to float off into space. It becomes so abstract that you can't have a relationship with it, and then he disappears.
In many ways, this is what Christianity provides with the New Testament and the figure of Jesus. And that's why I think for a lot of Christians, the more important question for you and the question that they're interested in, and you're quite right that a lot of people are like, I want to get you on my team.
Yeah.
I have no dog in this fight. I'm not a Christian.
Yeah.
But I know that a lot of Christians are frustrated when they begin asking about Jesus, who's a much more physical entity. Right? It's a real human being. It's someone with flesh and blood. It's someone who's physically crucified by the
It's a
Romans.
very different question. It's a very different question.
And then is seen as a physical entity, at least according to the canonical tradition, by his disciples after he died.
Yeah.
So when somebody asks you, do you believe that happened? And when I've seen you ask about that question, you tend to still speak in terms of the psychological and the mythological. I think the frustration is that, as you've just said, these are
I
two
don't
different
mind
conversations,
frustrating
right?
Christians in that regard either, because the truth of the matter is, with regard to the gospel accounts, that the mythological and the historical are inextricably cross-contaminated.
Sure.
There's no pulling out the historical Jesus, right? That's a non-starter. And why that is, I don't know. It's very mysterious. It's very hard to understand, as are the, let's say, the accounts of the resurrection. Okay, so what do I think about that? Well, I think that denying the historical reality of Christ I think that's just a fool's errand. I don't know why anybody would bother with it.
So a man exists called Jesus. We have that much.
Now, there's a claim that is attributed to Christ that he is the embodiment or the incarnation, the fulfillment, let's say, of the prophet and the laws.
Yes.
I think that's true. Yeah. What does that mean? Well, I think it's in the Gospel of John. I think Gospel of John closes with a statement that's something like, if all the books that were ever written were written about the Gospel accounts, that wouldn't be enough books to explain what had happened.
Yeah, if all the things that Jesus did.
Yeah, and there's a truth in that. The truth is that profound religious account is bottomless, and the biblical representations are like that. There's no limit to the amount of investigation they can bear, not least because the text itself is deeply cross-referenced. So there's an innumerable number of paths through it. It's like a chessboard. And so it's inexhaustible in its interpretive space.
That's true.
And that's a problem too, because it means it's also susceptible to multiple interpretations, including potentially competing interpretations.
I think a lot of people interpret Paul, for example, the earliest New Testament source, as saying that if Jesus did not literally rise from the dead, if there was not a man who stopped breathing and then started breathing again, then your faith is futile and you're still in your sins. That is, Christianity is undermined. Now, that means that, and Paul doesn't say sort of believing that that's false is really bad. He says, if you do not believe this proactively, then your faith is futile.
That's the problem I have with that.
If you don't proactively believe that yourself, then I think when a Christian asks you, do you believe in the resurrection of Jesus? Are you a Christian? I think you must be committed to saying no, at least under that interpretation of Paul. And even if you're not sure, I mean, it's fine if I say to you, do you think that a man physically rose from the dead? And you say something like, well, I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, but I think it has a lot of mythological significance, or I think that maybe it happened in a different sense, or it happened in the sense that good fiction happens.
God, it's just so... Listen, I massively respect Alistair Connor for doing this, but it's so frustrating to see all these hoops that he has to jump through to actually get Jordan Peterson to answer the fucking question.
Fine, but it needs to begin with that caveat of the simple sort of, historically speaking, I don't know. And I know you don't like to pull out the historical Jesus and mythological,
that's a good objection.
But it's an important question to ask.
No, of course, it's a very good objection. So I just did a seminar on the Gospels with a crew of about 8 people, and it was the same crew that walked through Exodus with me with a couple of variations. And we spent a lot of time on the resurrection accounts, for example. And of course, that was the toughest, morsel to chew and digest. The thing about the resurrection accounts is that they're all, so I could say something like this, which will just annoy people, but it doesn't matter. I believe the accounts, but I have no idea what they mean.
When you say you believe the accounts, do you mean, and I hate to be sort of pedantic here, it seems pedantic, but do you mean you believe that these are things that happened, such that that's a strange I know you don't like that. Let me put it.
Oh my God, dude. We need a better word than I know he does it later because I've seen the clip of him where Alex O'Connor really has to say, okay, if I put a fucking camera in front of the tomb, would that camera see Jesus come out of the tomb? Or if you were actually there in the fucking Sinai, would you see the Jews, the Israelites escaping from their Egyptian leaders? It's just such a...
This way, if I went back in time with a Panasonic video camera and put that camera in front of the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea, would the little LCD screen show a man walk out of that tomb?
I would suspect yes.
So that to me seems like a belief in the historical event of the resurrection, or at least of Jesus leaving the tomb, which means that when somebody says, do you believe that Jesus rose from the dead? It doesn't seem clear to me why you're not able to just say, it would seem to me yes.
Because I have no idea what that means. And neither did the people who saw it.
Have you ever browsed an
No, I don't care. Who cares?
Encrypted
Bro, how does Jordan Peterson get away with these lazy... I guess he has a lot of viewers, but lazy-ass ad reads where it's just some other guys. Now, they don't even get Jordan Peterson to do the ad reads. Just some random guy with a fucking overlay. At least Ben Shapiro does his own ad read still.
I mean, I suppose one...
Let's approach this obliquely, let's say. The miracle of the loaves and the fishes.
Yeah.
Okay, so people will say, well, do you believe that happened literally, historically? It's like, well, yes, I believe that. It's okay. Okay, what do you mean by that? That you believe that? Exactly.
Yeah.
So you tell me you're there in the way that you described.
Right.
And
what do you see?
What are the fish doing exactly? And the answer is you don't know. You have no notion about it at all. You have no theory about it.
Sure.
So your belief is, what's your belief exactly?
Well, I think a Christian might say something like, my belief is that I have no idea, looking at those fish, what I would see in the process of them being converted into enough food for the 5,000 to eat. I have no idea what I would see. But I do know that what I would see is the fish end up being spread amongst the 5,000. In the same way, if I opened up the water jar, what would I see when the water became wine? I have no idea. Does it sort of blend from one color into another? Does it suddenly snap? Does it disappear and then reappear? I don't know.
Right.
But what I do know as a Christian is that I would see something at some event in which when I look at the beginning, it's water, and when I look at the end, it's wine. And I mean, actually, I don't mean that Jesus turning water into wine is some kind of, inextricably mythological story, and the question of whether it happened sort of doesn't matter, or maybe it happened in a meta manner, or maybe it happened in a hyper reality. I would be as a
See,
Christian,
I'm more inclined I'm more inclined rather than to believe. I'm more inclined to understand. And then when I hit the limits of my understanding, I think, I don't understand that. Now, do I believe it or not believe it? I think often, especially with regards to biblical matters, let's say, I have a suspension of belief and disbelief.
Yeah, and that's fine too.
I think part of the reason that I've been able to be an effective interpreter of the biblical texts and a relatively scientific interpreter is because I approach the texts with respect, the same respect that I would approach a lab animal. It's like, I don't know what this is. Like, I seriously don't know. And I'm not going to come at it with axiomatic assumptions that are unquestionable. I'm
Jordan Peterson seeing a book. I don't know what this is. That's funny. Okay.
going to try to see what's right in front of my eyes. I'm going to try to see what mystery reveals itself if I take this phenomenon seriously. This is one of the things that I find puzzling, for example, about Dawkins, because Dawkins formulated the idea of meme, which is, by the way, the same idea as archetype. It's exactly the same idea, except he just stopped. It's like, okay, there are memes they're selected for. Okay, selected on what basis exactly? Does that mean there's a hierarchy of memes? Are the memes more likely are the memes that are conserved more likely to be, what would you say, viable organisms? And if they're viable organisms, are they microcosms?
This is really interesting in terms of the survivability, because there's a point, I've spoken to Richard Dawkins, well, a number of times, but twice on the podcast.
This is about where I stopped watching, I think. Or no, I guess I watched, I must have watched this clip. I think I've seen 2 clips of it. I've seen the clip about the empty tomb where he mentioned he had to bring up the fucking camera. And I've seen
the
this
second
clip
time,
too.
somebody pointed out to me that there might be a point of agreement between you two that has been overlooked, which is that, I don't know if you've ever come across the evolutionary argument against naturalism, or the argument from reason, the idea that if you're a materialist, you can't trust your reasonable faculties. So Alvin Plantinga formulated this very well, very, very geniusly, I think, in saying that if you believe that evolution by natural selection happens materially, what does natural selection select for? Survivability. So if you're a materialist, that means that the very rational faculty that you're using right now evolved not to be sensitive to truth, but to survivability.
Yes, that's right.
And if that's the case, well, why do you believe in the truth of evolution? Well, because you've been rationally convinced of it. But the thing that you've just assented to, the belief itself, has just undercut the process by which you take that belief.
Look, there's a whole, the New England pragmatists figured this out in like 1880.
Yeah, now I think this is a fascinating, I think it really is just a...
It is.
It's exciting. It's novel.
That's for sure. That's for sure. It's actually a point where Darwin and Newton do not come together.
How do you mean?
Well, the Darwinian definition of true and the Newtonian definition of true are not the same thing.
Here's the thing. You had a conversation with Sam Harris. You've had a number, but one of them, I don't think it was a live event. I think it was before that. You're talking about truth.
Yeah,
and you're
very
trying
awkward
to...
second talk I had.
Oh, dude, this fucking
with him.
clip
It
is
was
so
extremely
funny.
ill.
It would take me 2 days to answer that question.
It felt very much like, and I remember at the time thinking, what is this Jordan Peterson talking about? Like, truth is like Darwinian. Truth is about like survivability. What do you mean? Truth is truth.
True the way an arrow flies.
Yeah, right. And now I asked Richard Dawkins about the evolutionary argument against naturalism.
Yeah.
I said, well, how can you know that what you believe is true? And he said, because believing true things makes me more likely to survive.
Watch where you go with that.
I didn't catch it at the time, but I thought to myself afterwards, it was one of my commenters on Patreon actually had mentioned this. He was listening to Richard, and I said, but okay, maybe, but sometimes it's at least possible that something that's false helps you to survive. The rustling in the bushes, believing that that's a lion every time or a tiger, even if it's not, that helps you to survive, because that one time that it is, you're still going to run away, and it costs you nothing to run away when it's not a tiger. So believing it's a tiger, even when it's not, it's going to help you to survive.
That's why we have a negativity bias.
Yeah, and Dawkins says, well, yeah, of course there are some circumstances where believing something false could be beneficial to survival. And I said, well, how do you know that 2 + 2 = 4 is not one of those? And it seemed as though he was just saying that believing that would not be advantageous to our survival, which might well be true. But if that's the case, then suddenly I'm listening to what you're saying about truth being more sort of Darwinian and related to survivability. And I think maybe you two would agree there. And I think, well, why is it that when you sit down with Richard Dawkins, you find it difficult to have a conversation with each other? And
well, I think it's partly because we don't know each other very well.
That's
right. And so,
true.
and also, there are things he knows that I don't know, and there are things I know that he doesn't know. Now, I would say, in my defense, that what would you say? I'm more of aware of the things he knows that I don't know than he is of the things I know that he doesn't know. Right. So, for example, as far as I can tell, Dawkins doesn't know anything about the Jungian tradition of literary interpretation, and that actually, if you're going to talk about religion, that's actually a fatal flaw. Right. So. And, he's called me, for example, drunk on symbols. It's like, well, the imagination is a biological function, and it has a structure and a purpose, and it has its own logos, its own intelligible order. And if you're not aware of that order, that doesn't make me drunk on symbols. It just means you don't know what you're talking about.
Now, that frustration that you appeal to there, when you hear Richard Dawkins I think Terry Eagleton said that listening to Dawkins on theology is like listening to somebody write a book about
They can fight
biology
belief and
whose only
logic,
knowledge
but
of the
use
subject
logic
is
to
having
take a
once
basis
read the
of
great
bias
British Book
of
of
the
Birds.
equation. Yeah.
And, okay, fair enough.
That
Well, how do you know you don't just? How do you know you don't just believe in logic because it's evolutionarily beneficial to believe in logic? How do you know? How do you? I'd assume there'd be some way that they would try to bring it back to being a regress with the evolutionary stuff.
It's out to be a real problem, and it's a problem with regards even to the meme idea, because you don't have to extend Dawkins' work very far to understand that religious stories are memes.
Sure.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and there's a hierarchy of memes, and some of them are very functional.
But then here's the thing, like that frustration that you're sort of throwing in that direction, I think people throw towards you when you say, well, religion, you don't have to look very far to see that religion is a meme. Well, without further clarification, and of course there's going to be it, you can understand why to somebody first listening, that sounds almost atheistic. Well, religion is a meme. No,
right?
Religion is not a true historical account of, the history of the universe.
It's not a true historical account.
It's a meme. When you say that the resurrection of Jesus.
Well, what does it mean historically that the Spirit of God brooded upon the primordial waters? Like, what does that mean historically? Well, no one knows.
I agree.
What that means historically.
I don't think that at least most of Genesis or parts of Genesis are supposed to be. I mean, the Bible is a library, right? It's not a book, and that means that it's going to contain different genres.
That's for sure.
And so when
and some of them are more historically accurate, and some of them tilt more towards that kind of elusive. I don't mean elusive in the. I mean ALLUSIV.
Yeah, sure.
Right. That elusive and symbolic.
So I don't understand if he accepts. It seems like he accepts some parts of the Bible are going to be more historically accurate than the others, which means there's some historical events that are happening. Can he explain what parts he thinks are historically accurate or what parts he doesn't think are historically accurate? Does he think the Exodus is historically accurate, or is he just going to obfuscate again when he says, "Well, what do you mean historically accurate?" Because the archetype is an infinitely deep story. I know he says infinitely deep because I've seen the clip. It's
form that characterizes Genesis 1.
So
sure.
because there are different genres here, it depends on what story we're talking about. And I think that what I often observe you doing is we might talk about Christianity, and if you aren't comfortable committing to a historical ideal, you'll start talking about the Spirit moving over the face of the waters, which is obviously a much more mythological ideal, and not quite equivocating them, but moving between them too quickly and not delineating them enough. So if I asked you, do you think that the Spirit moved across the face of the waters, and you said to me something like, I think it's still happening.
Right, that is what I would say.
Hey, fair enough. Yeah, that makes sense.
It always happens. It happened at the beginning of time, and it's always happening.
When somebody says, did the Exodus story happen? Did the Jews enslaved in Egypt break free of their slavery and move to the Promised Land across the desert for 40 years? Did that happen? You have also said, of the Exodus specifically, it's still happening.
Yes.
Now, to me, that's far more inappropriate than saying that the Spirit is still moving across the face of the waters, because I think what people mean there is, do you believe that these people in that time period actually did this in such a way that, for instance, might show up in an archaeological report?
Well, I think that's the simplest answer to that is probably.
Sure, and that's fine too. But
we don't know. To the degree that there's been archaeological investigations into the kinds of biblical narratives that you've described, the archaeological evidence tends to fall on the side of historical accuracy in relationship to the Bible, quite surprisingly often.
Clearly, you've spent more time in Exodus than probably any person I've ever met in person, right? Clearly the story sort of captivates you and you think it's really important and can teach us a lot, right?
Yeah,
of course.
It's infinitely deep story.
I think most people speaking to you already know that you think that, right? And so when they ask you a question, when they suddenly say to you, but do you think it really happened?
Well, what the hell does that mean?
You must know that what they mean is what I was talking about a second ago, which is that sort of...
Okay, so fine. So it's easy just to turn this around. It's like, okay, what exactly happened in your historical account when Moses encountered the burning bush?
I don't need to know exactly what happened. What I need to know is...
I'm not asking you specifically or attacking you for that.
What I need to know is that if I sort of went to the Egyptian desert at sort of the time that this story is alleged to have taken place in history, would I see a mass movement of Israelites from Egypt into the Promised Land? Would I see people with feet walking through the desert, leaving footprints?
Well, let's take it apart rationally. So,
but you also understand that when someone's asking that, even if you don't like the question, you must understand what someone's asking.
Oh yes, well, I understand many of the things that they're doing simultaneously.
Then you must also understand that when you then say it's still happening, people just go, "What are you talking about?"
Yeah, well, I would say that's not my problem.
But it becomes a problem when you understand that someone's asking a quite banal historical question.
Yeah, but you don't get to do that.
But why not?
Because the stories that you're dealing with aren't banal.
I agree, but
so you can't reduce them to something banal, even if it's what would you call it? Even if it's reassuring. This actually happened. Then what do you do with the burning bush? This actually happened.
One comparison I would make is between this and talking about fiction more broadly.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, you got it right earlier. I would say you noted that the stories in the biblical library leap across genres.
Yes.
Right? Well, we know this because sometimes they're poetry and sometimes they're song.
Epistles,
Yeah, exactly. And so in any given story, there's going to be historical account plus mythological overlay, and you have to be a discriminating reader to kind of see what's different. And you don't just
discriminate. Do it, Jordan Peterson. Discriminate. What part is accurate? What part isn't? Do it. I believe in you. You have the benzos haven't completely rotted your mind. You can be that discriminatory reader and discriminate between historical accuracy and mythology.
Get to say, well, all the mythological symbolism is historical reality. Yeah. It's like, no, it's not.
But here's the thing, for example. So like take a piece of trivial fiction like Forrest Gump.
Yeah.
Right? We say like, okay, but did that happen? Now, I think that what you'd probably say is something like, well, I don't think the events literally occurred, but I think that they obviously get at something that's sort of perennially true about human nature.
Exactly.
But then suppose I said
that's
to you,
right.
but
So
hold on,
they happened. They existed as a pattern.
But there's a scene in Forrest Gump when I think he meets the president. Is it JFK at the time? I think he goes and meets John F. Kennedy.
Yeah.
And so I said to you, well, is JFK the like that specific part of that story? Is it true that JFK was the president?
Right.
And you would probably just say, yeah.
Yeah.
You wouldn't say anything more complicated. And even though the subject as a whole, like, is Forrest Gump true? Is Hamlet true? That's a complicated question.
Very.
But specifically, when I say, but interestingly, there's this little point I want to make in this broader discussion. Do you think that JFK was actually the president? You would say yes.
Why do you think it matters to people? Like, I don't know.
Oh my God! Well, actually,
these are ancient accounts. Let's
maybe
say
that's
the
biggest problem. Maybe that's the biggest problem that you have with the people who are asking these questions.
It is.
And
like,
hopefully,
what point are you trying to make here?
So
the point is, I know what the point usually is the people who are asking the question believe that true unerringly means objectively happened in history, like the things that we're seeing right now happen.
Yeah.
It's like, well, no, that's not what those stories are like.
For me,
some of it is, but
for a Christian, when asking that, it's
they're not asking about they're not asking did Forrest Gump happen. They're not asking about the whole story. They're asking like very specifically, or at least state what they mean. I mean, Jordan Peterson obviously understands what they mean. Is like Alex said, if I were actually in the Sinai, would I see the Jews travel across to reach their promised land? Like, yeah.
Probably because for them, they have an understanding of Christianity that requires believing in that kind of truth. For me, and the reason why I hope that like me asking these questions will be less frustrating to you is because I have no desire for that. I don't care about that. I'm genuinely just interested in what you think.
Yeah,
and so
understood.
my desire to know whether you think Exodus historically happened goes no further than a point of interest about your beliefs.
Well, so there's elements of especially the setup to the Exodus story that strike me as very, very plausible historically.
Mm-hmm.
So, for example, the Jews before the Pharaoh of that time were under the guidance and protection of Joseph and the previous Pharaoh. And they regarded the Israelites as benefactors because Joseph had helped save the kingdom and his people were welcome. But that was forgotten. And so the new Pharaoh and the new Egyptians regard the appallingly successful Jews as destructive interlopers and they make them slaves. It's like, well, can you believe that? It happens all the time.
Sure.
It's happening right now.
So it's very plausible. In this particular case, saying it's very plausible. It's like saying something like, well, yeah, it could have happened. I don't know.
Well, I don't know.
So when
I don't think anybody knows.
So when somebody asks, did the Exodus really happen? That word really, when they say, like, if I just said,
really is the crux.
If I said, did the Exodus happen? And I'd understand why you would then say, well, you've got to understand what kind of story this is. Fine.
Yes.
But then if somebody says, yeah, but did it really happen?
Well, which parts of it?
Even if they're not expressing it very well, like what they're getting at there is they're trying to emphasize the historicity. They're trying to say, yeah, but did it historically happen? Probably is what they mean by the word really there.
Right. But the thing is, it speaks of the problem is that Christians who ask that have a metaphysics that's not Christian.
Mm-hmm.
So it's a non-starter, the question. It's like, you're asking me the question a materialist atheist would ask. And you want me to give you an answer that bolsters your faith, but the presumptions of your question are Enlightenment atheistic. So it's like, I don't know how to play that game.
So do you think that to be a Christian, you don't need to believe in the historicity of the Exodus or the resurrection of Jesus, for example?
Well, I think those are separate issues, actually.
Okay, yeah, that's probably right as well. And interesting, I spent, last night, it was a bit of a time delay, so it feels like longer, but last night I was having a conversation with a friend of mine. I said, I'm speaking to Jordan Peterson tomorrow. I was thinking, how can I prepare for this? And we ended up, my friend Sheehan's his name, we ended up having a conversation about whether Hamlet is a real person, right? And that was probably better preparation than anything else I could have done.
Yeah, that's a good question.
So take, if somebody asks, was Hamlet a real person? Sort of naively, I say, have you heard the story Hamlet? Oh no, is that a real person?
Right.
I would say no. However, there is a sense in which, and I'm trying to understand what you're saying here.
Yeah.
There is a sense in which there are a lot of characters, infinitely many characters that Shakespeare never wrote about.
Yeah.
Right? those characters seem to exist less than Hamlet does.
Yeah.
Even if Hamlet exists less than Jordan Peterson and Alex O'Connor do in the
Hamlet might
real
exist
world, right?
more
than
me
and you.
Well, okay. One of the things
but not me.
one of the things you pointed to in the analysis that you did of a talk I had with Jonathan Pageau is my somewhat tongue-in-cheek comment that God is the ultimate fictional character.
Yes.
Right, which I think is a hilarious line, by the way.
Yeah. Which, by the way, I think I misunderstood. Now that I've watching that back, that's the thing I say. I think I might have misunderstood. And maybe that's what you were about to tell me. I shouldn't interrupt.
Let's walk through that.
Yeah,
because people see, and this is part of this underlying materialist, atheist, enlightenment ethos. People think that fiction and fact are opposites. It's like, no, they're not.
Okay.
Not at all. Okay, so let's use an analogy to begin with. What's more real, things or numbers? Okay, now I'm not going to make a case for either of those positions. I'm just saying that's an actual question.
Yeah.
You talk to mathematicians, they think, well, numbers are way more real than things. Things are evanescent. They disappear. They flash in and out of existence. Numbers are permanent.
Yeah.
And then you could think about it biologically. It's like, well, how useful is numeracy to survival?
Yeah.
Like very, right? When you become numerate, you're powerful in a way that the mere grip you have on the individual facts doesn't afford at all. So there are forms of abstraction that are clearly more real than the things from which they're abstracted, or at least as real. I would say more real because they're so powerful. Well, fiction is an abstraction,
sure,
right? And so did Hamlet exist? It's like Hamlet is the pattern of character that existed in multiple people over a very long period of time. And so Hamlet is an abstraction, like Raskolnikov in Crime and Punishment. Did Raskolnikov exist? It's like Raskolnikov existed in the soul of every Russian from like 1850 to 1990,
sure,
right? And so is it real? It's like, it's hyper real.
Yeah.
Fiction is hyper real.
It's a meta truth, as you put it in that podcast.
Now, is that real? Well,
when someone says, is that, if they've listened to what you've just said and understood it, then if they still ask the question, but is it real? You must understand that what they mean is like, did Alyona Ivanovna get hit in the head with an axe?
Right.
Like, yes or no, did that happen?
Right.
And again, you could still resort to saying, it happened in the heart of every Russian who's ever thought about it.
Well, I would say no to that specific.
But no, right? No is the answer.
Yeah.
And so,
okay, so they do that with the Bible.
And we can say no with confidence because we know that Dostoevsky sort of thought this up.
Yeah.
With something like the Egyptians walking through the desert, we can't as confidently say something like, no, that didn't happen. But we'd have to be more humble in saying something like, I don't know. But the comparison I made in this video, I put two questions side by side. You were asked by Douglas Murray, did Raskolnikov exist? And you say, well, I think that the events literally didn't happen, but that kind of misses something and there's something more to talk about. And then you're asked, the
pattern is extremely real.
Sure. Then you're asked about Cain and Abel. Did the story of Cain and Abel happen?
Yeah, that's like better example.
A famous, the question, did that happen? Begs the question. If you've got to consider, and you sort of, in a way that it seems strange to me that the ease with which you were able to say of Raskolnikov and Dostoevsky, well, no, that didn't literally happen, of course, but you've got to understand that there's another sense in which we've got to talk about the truth of the story.
Well, the Cain and Abel story is quite complex because you could imagine easily that there was a fratricide at some point in the past that was of sufficient emotional magnitude to have stories aggregate around it, to have an account aggregate around it. So it's easiest to presume that because why not? It's perfectly plausible that a primordial murder of that sort happened in the memory of that tribal people and was represented in that manner. Now, as the account, and Iliad has done a very good job of pointing out how this develops too. You could think of Iliad's work on the mythologization of stories as an extension of Dawkins' idea of the meme, because Iliad discusses in great detail how an account mutates to, what would you say, to be maximally memorable across time. So it mutates. You can take there was a core that's true, let's say in the narrow historical sense, but the account mutates to be
Sure. Okay, so you got to be a discriminatory reader, as you said earlier. Okay, so let's do some discrimination here. What do we think the core is for the Jesus resurrection story? What do we think the core is for Exodus? What do we think the core is at the burning bush or whatever the fuck?
Optimally adapted to the structure of memory that characterizes the human psyche.
And that comes out in story, like the story of Cain and Abel.
Right. And you get a maximally memorable story. Now, that's a meme. Is it true? That's a hard question because, you see...
I think Cain and Abel probably belongs more on the sort of brooding over the face of the waters category than it does Exodus category, for example. So I think with Cain and Abel,
there's very little detail in it that would make it a specific historical event, right? I mean, because it's two generic brothers and there's a generic murder. But it's interesting too, because even in the case of a specific fratricide, let's say, that actually happens in the world, well, there's all sorts of principalities involved in the background, right? So For example, I spent a lot of time looking at Dylan Klebold's accounting of his mental state before shooting up the Columbine High School.
Yeah.
Well, if you read that, it'll make your blood run cold.
Oh, yeah.
He's obviously possessed, whatever that means. Whatever that means.
Well, happy to accept the word possessed.
Well, look what he did.
Knowing, in part, don't take this the wrong way, knowing that I'm speaking with you, I'm not going to take that as literally as I would if I was speaking to
literal is a very hard thing in a circumstance like that, because Klebold invited something in, and it wasn't pleasant, and it had its way with him, right? And the results, although dreadful, were nowhere near as dreadful as he was hoping they would be, right? It's dark. And is that real? So what happened there? It's like, well, one way of describing it is that, a alienated young man shot up a high school. Another way of representing it, which may be more true, is that it was another, what would you say, punctuated episode of a cosmic drama that's been going on forever. And it isn't obvious to me at all which of those two accounts is more real.
Well, it depends on what specific questions being asked. For example, right now, suppose that you were a witness to this crime and the police pull you into questioning as a witness.
Yeah.
And they say, we're trying to gather information to try and, catch the suspects. So suppose that there's no suicide involved. The suspects at large.
Yeah.
And they're trying to get your help. And they say, so Dr. Peterson, what happened? And you say, well, I think what happened was the continuation, sort of a punctuation in the long paragraph of the cosmic drama that is our human existence. And the police sort of say,
that's not what we meant.
Okay, but come on, help me out here, man.
Yeah,
really, and I think that's what people are doing with the religious question.
Well, that's a level of analysis problem. So we went back, when we started this discussion, you talked about the infinite regress for purposes for writing an essay, right?
So religious people take possessed literally, secular people do not,
What are you doing when you're writing an essay? You're making horizontal and curved marks with a pen.
Sure.
Right, well, right. So, but there is a cosmic tree of events in every micro event, right? And when people, when they're looking for eyewitness testimony, they're asking you for.
I've never. This is the closest I've seen to him actually answering a question, not like obfuscating, and not trying to be. Listen, Jordan's just gonna Jordan Peterson. That's what he does. That's him. That's what he does.
Something like the highest possible level of narrow resolution you can manage. Right.
Ian McGilchrist just
that's right.
I just spoke with him, and unfortunately, I think we lost about half of the footage, so I'm not sure how much that will be seen in the world. But he brought to my attention. I'm sure he said it was John Ruskin who talked about having you see in the garden, you see like a square, and you think it's like a white square in the garden inexplicably, and then you go a bit closer and you see it's actually a page, it's a book. And then you look a bit closer and you see it's got words on it. And then you see a microscope and you see actually it's got like ridges.
Yeah.
And then you go a bit closer and you actually see atoms bumping into each other. And you go a bit closer and you see sort of waves and energy.
Yeah, right.
And it's sort of like, well, which of those is the real thing you saw?
Did you know a baby's heart begins to beat at just 3 weeks?
Whoa. What the fuck? We got anti-abortion sponsorships? What?
At 5 weeks, that heartbeat can be heard on ultrasound, and this can sometimes be their only defense in the womb. That's where Preborn steps in. Preborn rescues 200 babies every day from abortion simply by providing mothers with an ultrasound. After hearing her child's heartbeat and seeing its perfectly formed body in the womb, she's twice as likely to choose life. By 6 weeks, the baby's eyes are forming. By 10 weeks, a baby is able to suck his or her thumb. Preborn needs...
Oh, well, if they can suck their thumb, I guess I have to accept it as a moral subject. I didn't even think of that.
...our help to save these precious lives. For just $28, you could be the difference between the life or death of a child. And if you become a monthly sponsor, you'll receive stories and ultrasound pictures of the lives you helped save. All gifts are tax deductible, and 100% of your donation goes towards saving babies. To donate, dial pound 250 and say the keyword baby. That's pound 250 baby. Or go to preborn.com/Jordan. That's preborn.com.
Dude, what the fuck?
/Jordan.
A sponsorship from an anti-abortion charity. Awesome.
Right. Well, and the thing is that hierarchy that you just described, this is the cosmic tree of life. This is Yggdrasil. It's like you have got the quantum level and the atomic level and the molecular level and so forth up to the phenomenal level. That's not where it stops. I started to understand this when I was thinking something very peculiar. This is decades ago. I thought people will go to a museum to look at Elvis Presley's guitar.
Yeah.
It's like, what the hell are they doing?
Yeah.
So you can imagine that you have a display case and you have Elvis's guitar in it. And now you take that guitar out, let's say it's a mass-produced guitar, just for the sake of argument, and you replace it with an identical model from the same year.
Yep.
Okay, now, is that Elvis's guitar? And people will say, and you can think this is so strange, people would say, well, even if I couldn't tell the difference, I would rather look at Elvis's guitar.
Yeah.
And then you think, well, what is that, some kind of delusion? Like, what the hell's going on here? No, the answer is, this is what Duchamp was on about when I think it was Duchamp who put the urinal in the art gallery.
Right.
It's right. What he was pointing to, and it was brilliant, was that much of what we perceive as concretely real is actually dependent on a hierarchical context that isn't part of the apprehension of the object. So when you go to see Elvis's guitar in a museum, the perception is informed by the context. It's like, well, you're an Elvis fan and you know a lot about Elvis history and you know that this is Elvis's town, and the object itself partakes in that higher order unity. That's the unity that extends off to heaven. Every object partakes in that embeddedness above. Like, for the reductionist types, you'd say, well, what's this made of, right? It's like, well, it's molecules, and then it's atoms, and then it's like quantum, whatever the hell exists down at the quantum level. That's what this is made of. It's like, wait a second, it's on this table. It's in this room. It's of this time. That's all this thing too. You know, and that's the higher order conceptualization, but it's just as much part of the object. And a reductionist view doesn't take that into account, and that's a big problem.
I think it's true that, you know, looking at Ruskin's book, piece of paper, it would be silly to always say, well, what's that in the garden over there? Oh, it's a bunch of atoms bumping into each other.
Right.
That would be ludicrous.
Right. Well, that's also, so back to our discussion of Darwinian utility, it's like, well, it's the wrong level of functional analysis.
Surely it would also be inappropriate to do the opposite. That is, like, to always think at a higher resolution than people are obviously sort of practically trying to. So, for example, if I was close enough to see, and I was interested in what paper is made of, and I said, well, what is this? And someone said, oh, it's a white square in the garden. So, well, that's inappropriate. You've gone too high.
Helpful. You need to
focus down, right? And I feel like where you might criticize the reductionist materialist for going too high a resolution or too narrow, you go too wide on issues of religious historicity.
Well, you want to hit the target squarely, right? And that's hard. So in the Sermon on the Mount, Christ addresses that to some degree. So his injunction for paying attention properly takes local and distal into account simultaneously. He says, okay, this is what you have to do first of all. You orient yourself. So this is the highest level of orientation, right? So this is the divine orientation. It's the thing at the top of Jacob's ladder. It's the value at the pinnacle of the value hierarchy. You put what's properly highest first and foremost in the theater of your imagination, right? And then you align that with the belief that other people have the same intrinsic value as you and that are a reflection of that infinite value. You start there. Then you pay attention to the moment.
Yes.
Right.
Tolstoy wrote about this in his Confession. I love it. It's like 100 pages long. You can read it in no time.
Yeah, it's a great book.
This wonderful account of essentially him sort of trying to battle with his reason and his faith. And he eventually concludes that he was looking in the wrong place. He was looking amongst intellectuals. And he found that he looked, I think he quite dismissively called them like the simple people and just your everyday person, the working man. And he found that it was something about sort of, you know, if you take someone who's starving and you bring him and you tell him to sort of take this metal pump and just pump it up and down and don't tell him why, and he does it, then the water starts flowing. It's like you have to actually do the thing, you have to live out the thing, and then you get to see why it works. So it's, you know, I understand that. I think that's probably true. He also says, Tolstoy that is, in that same account, that he found that there was an exactly inverse correlation between the specificity of an answer and like the importance of the question. I can tell you exactly how many molecules are in that glass of water, but who cares?
Right, it's not relevant.
And the more the question becomes about, you know, humanity, human life, the important stuff, the less specific the answer necessarily has to become. So I understand that there is a.
You know, so you've alluded there to or indicated the relevance of value for perception, right? You nailed it with that observation, because as you pointed out, any phenomena can be analyzed at multiple levels of the hierarchy that it exists within. Okay, so what makes the choice of level of analysis appropriate? Well, it's something like, it is something that's akin to Darwinian utility.
Clearly, it's whatever Jordan Peterson feels like at that moment. It will help best him obfuscate from actually answering the question.
Something like
that's
that.
Obviously, that's
you can think about
answer.
it less abstractly, is that you want the level of resolution that gives you maximal functional grip in relationship to your pursuit.
Absolutely.
Okay, so what's your pursuit? Well, two questions. What is your pursuit and what should your pursuit be? Well, your pursuit's necessarily nested inside a hierarchy of pursuits. And when I said that God is the ultimate pursuit that sits at the apex of the progression of pursuits, that is Jacob's ladder. That's what that's indicating in that vision, is that every act of perception unites earth and heaven. And the perception itself is invisibly dependent on whatever it is you're worshiping.
Well, like, here's one problem, right?
So that's very comical.
Because I think I see what you're saying, and I hope, you know, what I tried to do in making that video essay about your religious views, and I suppose I wasn't, the main thing I was trying to do was sort of offer an interpretation, trying to get to grips with it. And I hope that you feel as though at least I'm making an effort here to really try and get what you're thinking at. One problem is that, you know, in the early church, there was a debate around the physicality of Jesus' resurrection.
Yes.
So the canonical tradition ends up stipulating that Jesus physically resurrects, and you must believe that, otherwise you're a heretic.
Yeah, and that's part of the Catholic particular emphasis on the divinity of the body, which has a real wisdom rather than a disembodied soul.
But you also have like...
Okay, but let's be a discriminatory reader here, Jordan. Remember you talking about that?
The Gnostic tradition, broadly speaking, the Gnostic tradition in early Christianity, that's so popular that Valentinus nearly becomes the Bishop of Rome. He's nearly the Pope. You know? And there's, I talked about this the other day, and I should have looked it up. I can't remember which church father it was that was telling the church community, the early church community, when you go to a new place, don't ask to be taken to the Christian church, ask to be taken to the Catholic church, because otherwise you might end up in a Gnostic church. It was so popular.
Right.
And a lot of the Gnostic tradition says that the thing that's being gotten wrong is the idea that there was this literal resurrection.
Right.
No, the kingdom of God is here and now. The resurrection is inside of you, and you attain it through gnosis. I mean, the Gospel of Thomas, which is probably the most famous non-canonical gospel, and could have been written at the same time as like the Gospel of John. This is an early text. Doesn't even mention the resurrection. Doesn't mention a crucifixion. It's a list of sayings.
Yeah.
And the very form of that book, as one scholar whose name I've forgotten, unfortunately, has pointed out, of that collection shows that these people believe that the thing that's important is not what Jesus did, but what he said. The thing that's important is the knowledge. The thing that's important, right? And so this resurrection stuff sort of doesn't matter. Now the thing is, in that early church community, somebody who said, well, this question of like the resurrection is a physical, you know, historical event, that you're kind of missing the point. The thing that matters is like, you know, the resurrection that takes place inside of every person.
Yeah.
It sort of sounds a little bit like the kind of approach that you would take. Now, if that's true, that would mean that in the early church, you'd have been condemned as a heretic. So when a modern Catholic says to you, you know, Jordan Peterson, are you a Christian? You know, what do you think about Catholicism? I think that the reason that they're interested is because if it's true what I'm saying, then they would have to say, oh, I suppose, at least according to my understanding of Catholicism,
that's a form of Gnosticism.
I can't count you among my number. You know? So I think that's probably why people are interested. And I wonder if you agree.
Well, what would you say? That would constitute a genuine form of inquiry, for sure.
And I wonder if you feel like I don't know.
See, one of the things I really like about the bodily tradition of the resurrection is that what it does that's so remarkable is that it doesn't desacralize the body. And that's very, very important. You know, I think the fundamental problem with Gnosticism is that it's very easy for it to become a doctrine that's contemptuous of the body and contemptuous of the material world.
A great deal of the Gnostic tradition literally believes that the material world is created by an evil demiurge.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Well, exactly.
And Jesus comes to save us from that.
The insistence on the bodily resurrection is a medication against that. And it's an effective one.
I would really love to ask about Genesis. This might be a bit of a tangent, and tell me if it's uninteresting to you, but there's one Gnostic text called the Testimony of Truth that was discovered in the Nag Hammadi library. And this is buried probably around 300 AD. So it must be earlier than that. It's a fairly early text. And this text identifies the serpent in the Garden of Eden with Christ. And this is fascinating to me because when I read
as a leader to illumination.
Yes,
yeah.
exactly.
Now, there's a Gnostic tradition that makes the serpent a higher god than the original god because he's the agent that calls to conscience.
Yeah. Now, of course, the serpent. Yes. Now, the serpent is never identified as Satan or the devil, except by Christian tradition. It's just the serpent. Now, there's so much interesting about this. When I first read the Genesis,
well, even the classic Christians often regarded the fall as the, what would you say, fateful but heaven-sent error that made the incarnation of Christ both possible and necessary.
Sure.
Right? So it's very interesting because there's a gloss on that where even in traditional Christianity, the serpent becomes... That's right.
Yeah, it gives you Christ. And Jesus at one point compares himself to a serpent in the Gospel of John, you know, early in...
Oh, yes.
He'll raise himself up like Moses lifts up the serpent.
Insanely profound. See, that's one of the passages, actually. Sorry, I don't want to derail you from your tangent, but... that's one of the passages that I've concentrated a lot in this new book that I've just finished, We Who Wrestle with God, because that equation that Christ manages.
Dude, that book. He's doing a tour to promote that book, and he's going to a city near me. I should go watch that tour because I bet he's coherent in that. I bet he makes some good points.
Identification with the serpent in the desert. That is so stunningly brilliant that I cannot possibly imagine how anyone could have thought it up. It's to identify him with the source of the poison, that to gaze upon what would you say, redeemed the Israelites in the desert. It's so, there's so much in that it's really a kind of miracle. That serpent on the stake, that's Asclepius. It's the same symbol.
Yeah, I think
so. That just in itself is something stunning.
There is something amazing there. I think, of course, well, obviously, I'm not going to go as far as saying that I can't imagine that was thought up. Maybe not by somebody. It's complicated with the Bible, of course. And there's a lot to say there. I mean, the author of the Gospel of John is obviously a sort of theological genius in the way that the authors of the Synoptic Gospels at least weren't as much. So it's believable to me that could be the case. But besides the point, because that's another complicated thing to talk about. But when I first, it wasn't the first time, but the first time I really tried to read the Genesis account of the Garden of Eden, I was doing it in the service of sort of producing a video. I want to make sure, I want to revisit the story, make sure I sort of understand it properly. I'm reading this text, and God says, you can eat of any of the trees, but not the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And immediately you think to yourself, well, why not? Why wouldn't? And some people like to say, it's because that's actually, by eating of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, you get to dictate morality. So it doesn't read like that to me. It reads to me like knowledge of good and evil. Let's just take it at face value to start with. It's like, why not, God? Why not? Well, we're not told, but don't do it, because in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die.
Yeah.
Now the serpent comes along, and the serpent is described as more cunning than any of the animals that God created.
Yeah.
I don't speak Hebrew, unfortunately, but where it says, for example, more cunning than any of the beasts that God had created. That could mean of all of the beasts that he created, or more cunning than the beasts that he had created. Almost as if this is a being in the garden that God himself didn't actually create, or God isn't sort of connected to in the same way. Because why is the serpent there in the first place is a question that's worth asking. Okay,
that's for sure.
So you have the serpent, and that word cunning. I thought to myself, well, what does that mean? So I looked it up, and it's the word like arum or arum. I don't know how to pronounce it, but I looked elsewhere in the Old Testament, and it's used in a few different ways. It means cunning. It means subtle.
Subtle, yeah.
Throughout Proverbs, it's used consistently to mean sensible, or to mean prudent. And so there's one reading of this. Now the serpent was more sensible than any of the other beasts of the Garden of Eden, and he comes to Eve and says, "Did God say that if you eat of that tree, you'll surely die?" And she says, "Yeah, that's what he said." And he says, "You will not surely die in the day that you eat thereof. God just knows that you'll become like him, knowing good and evil, and he doesn't want that." So Eve looks at the fruit and she eats the fruit. And does she die in the day thereof? Well, again, a complicated question, but on face value, no. She doesn't die. She gives them to Adam, he doesn't die. And what does happen? Well, God says to them, or God says, now they have become like us, knowing good and evil. They must be banished from the garden so they do not outstretch their hand and eat from the tree of life. So it seems to me that you've got this serpent who could plausibly be described as the most sensible of the animals, telling Eve seemingly the truth.
The people who regard Milton's Satan as an admirable revolutionary tend to have the same attitude towards the serpent in the garden. And it's a very complicated issue, because even to the degree that the serpent is an agent of Lucifer, which I think is an extraordinarily profound reading and overlay on that initial story. I think it's remarkable. Lucifer is the bringer of light.
Really,
right?
Yeah,
the spirit of enlightenment.
Jesus himself is referred to as Lucifer at one point in the gospel, which is quite a fascinating side note.
I guess the question is, like, illumination to what end? I do think that the interpretation that you rejected with regard to the consumption of the fruit of the knowledge of the tree of good and evil is moral presumption. It's the sin that Nietzsche suggests to everyone as the medication for the death of God. We have to define our own values. It's like, no, we can't.
But it's knowledge of good and evil,
but it's more than that. It's the consumption of the essence of moral knowledge itself.
It sounds to me that, like, I can never, contradict an exegesis. So there's sure like that might be the case. But if I read this text naturally, if I just say, well, like, how does this naturally read to me?
Yeah,
it reads to me like you have, and that's why I brought it up, because you consider this Gnostic tradition, right? The evil demiurgic creator of the universe, and like you have, and the author of the Testimony of Truth says, what God is this? What God is this? That firstly, condemns man for wanting to eat the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and secondly, lies to him about what's going to happen when he does. And recognizes, and we're missing like 50% of the text. Like it's ripped to shred. These Gnostic texts, it's fascinating.
Yeah.
I think the Gospel of Judas spent about 30 years in a safety deposit box in New York City, and he destroyed the whole thing. It's a fascinating story. But so we don't know for sure, but there's a point where it seems to identify this serpent with Christ, with Jesus. And reading that, I'm like, that makes a lot of sense to me on a surface reading of Genesis.
The ambivalence about the human rise to self-consciousness, right? Is that a good, or is that something good or something evil?
Well, because why does God then say, now they've become like us, knowing good and evil, they must not be allowed, we must banish them, lest they reach out their hand and eat from the tree of life?
Yeah.
and sort of then guards Eden with the cherubim with the flaming sword. Like, it seems to me like God is saying, you know, because we're told that because of the fall, now man can't inherit eternal life, and Jesus must come to save him.
Yeah.
But as soon as they eat of this tree, God banishes them. They don't sort of,
see.
God banishes them, and
I don't
says
have
that they mustn't,
I don't have an
they mustn't
interpretive
reach
problem with that
for
part.
life.
Yeah, that's I don't know what sense to make of that. I should ask Jonathan Pajot, because I suspect he'd have something to say about that.
Yeah.
I think that the one way of interpreting the account of the fall is that it was the inevitable consequence of Adam and Eve's overreach.
Sure.
And so they end up banished, not so much because God wants them out of the garden, but because in their pride, they threw themselves out of the garden in their overreach. And I wrote about this. It's very hard for me to generate the entire interpretation on the fly. I wrote about this extensively in this new book that I'm publishing in November, trying to take apart that particular issue. Because what seems to happen in the Adam and Eve account.
God, we should read it on stream when it comes out. I think it comes out in like a few months. But I bet it's super coherent. I bet it will definitely make a lot of sense to me.
That you have an allusion to the function of male and female consciousness. First, you have Adam, who names and subdues and orders, right? And so he's an extension in some ways of the Logos, right? In human form.
Not like Jordan Peterson.
And God's curious enough about that to bring everything to Adam to just see what he'll name.
Yeah.
But the command is for Adam to put everything in its proper place in this hierarchical organization with its proper name. And Adam can do that if he's an adequate and faithful reflection of the Logos. Then Eve is created as the counterpart to that. And it's something like, well, there's an ordering tendency, and there's the order that produces. But then there are things that are on the margin that aren't accounted for by the divine order, and they need a voice. And Eve is the voice of, you think about this biologically, what does a woman do in the context of a family? She brings the attention to that which is vulnerable and has not yet been properly incorporated. So,
well, what do you mean by that?
Well, imagine that you have a well-constituted family and there's a new baby. Well, the baby doesn't fit in. The baby is an anomaly. The baby is an individual that has its own idiosyncrasies. And the mother, who's sensitive to the needs of the infant, she's going to be the voice of that. She's going to knock on the door of the ordering principle and say, you need to make some adjustments here so that what can't fit does.
It feels, because, yeah, and again, I'm trying to understand what you're saying and trying to be charitable. It does seem to me that this is an unnatural interpolation in that sort of. It seems like maybe it's too much. Like I don't know if that's because you can make that work, right? You can make that work. But
there's always this is the kind of objection that Sam Harris had to the sorts of things that I said. He said, "Well, you can interpret a cookbook that way."
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, and this is a huge problem. This is the problem the postmodernists dangled in front of everyone. It's like, well, what's the canonical interpretation of a text? The answer is no one knows. Yeah. Right. And so does that mean that there's an infinite number of interpretations per text? Yes. Which one's correct? Hey. Now, that problem, I think, to some degree, has actually been technically solved. Well, the large language models do this.
Okay.
You bet.
Right.
So I've been talking to one of my colleagues about a new discipline, which is something like computational epistemology. Well, because the large language models track patterns of interrelationships between words. Okay, so when you're trying to interpret something like the story of Adam and Eve, the story is the words, the story is the letters, the story is the words, the story is the phrases, the story is the sentences, and the paragraphs, and the chapters, and the whole biblical corpus, plus the entire bloody culture. And all of that bears on those interpretations. So you say, well, am I overreaching my interpretation in relationship to Adam and Eve? And I would say, well, that's a very difficult question.
Yeah. Ask
it's possible to overreach it. It's possible to overinterpret.
I mean, specifically with the female in the family.
Well, the thing is, though, that there
could any other person, like having not listened to this conversation and not spoken to you,
Taoists would know that.
But any other person in the world, sort of read the story of Adam and Eve and similarly say, well, I think that this is because Eve is representing what a woman does in a well-oriented family, which has to do with, when you have a child, it's sort of it's an anomaly, it's something new, and it's the woman that brings.
Well, that's Eve stands for the voice of the serpent. Right?
Yeah,
the thing that's excluded.
That's true, but
that's exactly the point. Is that's exactly so? Would someone else come to that conclusion? I would say, well, people can make that decision for themselves when they read the text. But I would say it's very much in keeping, let's say, with Taoist interpretations of what masculine and feminine are.
It's not an infallible way to understand whether an interpretation is correct, but I think it's helpful to know if you read a novel, there's that sort of joke that school children make about, like, it doesn't matter what a novel says, it'll be like the curtains were blue, and the English teacher will say, well, let's unpack that, let's look at what that means.
Yeah.
Right? And people make fun of that because that's their experience in school.
Yeah.
I think that one way to understand if we're doing this appropriately is if two people simultaneously think, oh, actually, the fact that the curtains were blue is significant here if you consider this. So it seems to point to that. If people can independently, even if they don't get it quite the same, recognize that that's significant.
Yeah, well,
it's helpful to understand that there's something, something legitimate about that kind of analogy.
Definitely. This is actually part of the reason that I became so interested in the Jungian Iliad, Eric Neumann's school of mythological interpretation, because that's exactly what they did, was they took patterns of interpretation, let's say of masculine and feminine, from multiple cultures and looked for overlap. Okay, when I wrote Maps of Meaning, so I did that. I used the Jungian works in that regard, but I also used what I knew about neuropsychology and neuropsychopharmacology, with the presumption being that if all of these pointers pointed to the same thing, it was probably there. That's multi-method, multi-trait construct validation fundamentally. And the notion is that your senses do the same thing. If your eyes and your ears and your sense of smell and your taste and your touch all report the same thing, then you have a reasonable probability of surviving if you assume that it's true. Now, that's not perfect, because the reason we talk is that I don't want to just rely on my own senses, even though there's 5 of them. So I've got a quintangulation happening, which is a pretty decent way of specifying truth. I want to know if your perception shows concordance, right? Sure. We want this converging evidence. Now, it's trickier with textual interpretation. Partly it's trickier too, because mere consensus is not sufficient. You need deep expertise. Okay, so why would I say that? Well, we have these large language models, for example, and they're doing statistical analysis of textual interrelationship at every level, right? Billions of parameters. So the letter conjunctions, the word conjunctions, the phrase conjunctions, the sentence conjunctions, the whole bloody thing. But even they're prone to go astray. And the reason for that is that they're overweighted to the present. So we have the alignment problem as a consequence, which is, well, how do we trust the AI interpretations? Well, the same problem obtains for human beings. The alignment problem. How do we align ourselves? Well, that's what classical education did, right? And that was steeping in the ancient texts. Why? Because the ancient texts are distillations of patterns that have existed over thousands of years. And if you know the patterns, you orient yourself properly. And that also makes you immune to, see, the problem with the convergence notion is it can produce a false consensus. All the Nazis agreed. Yeah. Well, that's a problem, because they were wrong.
You think we should be sending ChatGPT to Bible school?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, I have a colleague, we've been training AI systems on classic texts. They're way more useful. Yeah. I use one all the time. We haven't released it.
How is it more useful? Do you
It's not woke. Seriously. It's not ideological.
True.
Right.
But surely it is. It's ideologically. It's ideologically controlled and confined. It's just in a different way.
No, I don't think it's ideologically confined.
An ideology,
typical postmodern.
Ideology doesn't need to be bad, especially given that, as a non-believer in Christianity, I see Christianity as an ideology, right?
That's a good objection. This goes back to the point that you made. This goes back to the point you made about people taking the right to themselves to define the moral order, let's say in the Garden of Eden. Okay, so what's the problem with that? The problem is that the proper interpretation is bounded by the actuality of the cosmic order, right? So it isn't, the postmodernists say, well, it's just one ideology. It's either this one or this one. But then that's all grounded in power, as it turns out. So they've got something at the bloody pinnacle anyways. That philosophy either degenerates into a kind of incoherent nihilism or it turns into a power play. It's like, no, there are canonical interpretations. Well, what are they? Well, that's what's encapsulated in the religious text, is canonical interpretations. Okay, why are they canonical? Okay, I'll give you an example. You tell me what you think about this. This is a good rejoinder to Dawkins' selfish gene.
Right.
Okay, so
awesome.
God is conceptualized in the story of Abraham as the call to adventure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Abraham is privileged. He's rich. He's in a state of infantile security. He doesn't have to do a damn thing till he's like 70. He has rich parents. He doesn't have to lift a finger. Okay. And then a voice comes to him that says, get the hell away from your zone of comfort. Leave your family, leave your tent, leave your community. Go out in the world. Okay. Well, so what is that? Well, that's the same impulse that drives a child to develop. It's the impulse that drives a man to continue to mature. Right? So you can think about it as an instinct if you want, the instinct to growth. Okay, God makes Abraham a deal. It's such a stellar deal. He says, look, if you listen to this voice of adventure, if you commit to it, if you live by its dictates, and you make the proper sacrifices along the way, this is what will happen to you. You'll be a blessing to yourself. Okay, so that's a good deal. That's a nice start, right? So you don't have to be miserable and self-conscious, right? Aware of your own nakedness. You can start to walk with God again. Okay, but more. You'll do that in a way that will ensure your valid reputation. So that's a good deal, because you want to have a reputation that's distributed in the social community, obviously. And if it's based on something real, so much the better. Then you're not a charlatan or a fake or a psychopath. Okay, but that's not all. He says, you'll do that in a way that will enable you to establish a permanent dynasty. that will cascade down the generations. And that's not all either. You'll do all that in a way that's beneficial to everyone else. So this is so cool because it speaks of, it's something like the tree of life. It speaks of a concordance, right, between the instinct to mature and develop, that calling of adventure, the pathway that actually works best for you, the pathway that works best for you and establishes something permanent in a manner that enhances your reputation, that cascades down the generations. Okay, now Abraham is offered, if he follows this pathway, God says, well, you'll be the father of nations. Okay, so now imagine this. This is contra the selfish gene, let's say. The human pattern of reproduction. Dawkins' mistake was that he thought reproduction and sex were the same thing. And they're not. They're not, especially not in the human case, because human beings are high investment, long-term maters, right?
Sure.
So we have very few offspring and we invest like mad in them. Pair bond, you live long enough to be grandparents, you put okay, so that means that to be the proper father, you have to act out a sacrificial ethos. Okay, the idea in the story of Abraham is that if you act out that sacrificial ethos properly, which aligns the spirit of adventure with the harmony of the community, you will act in a manner that best ensures the long-term survival of your offspring.
Hold on. That last sentence.
If you act out that sacrificial ethos, okay?
Dude, but even he was struggling to fucking comprehend that shit. Or closing his eyes and doing the hand movements. Okay, hold on.
The idea in the story of Abraham is that if you act out that sacrificial ethos properly.
Okay, if you act out the sacrificial ethos, okay.
Which aligns the spirit of adventure with the harmony of the community.
Which aligns the spirit of adventure with the harmony of community.
You will act in a manner that best ensures the long-term survival of your offspring, right? So you can imagine it's not just the contribution of sperm to egg, it's the development of an ethos of paternal care that increases the probability that your children will be successful, but also in a way that increases the probability that their children will be successful. All right, so that's an alignment with a genuine cosmic order. It's not arbitrary. And so there are interpretations, we'll say, they're not just ideologies. They're not just arbitrary interpretations of the way the world lays itself out. They are in harmony with the cosmic order. And that's what makes them deep, sacred, fundamental, and in the truest possible sense. And
that's why my anti-woke AI is better than the woke Google AI. Can't wait till he releases it. Dude, I hope he releases it.
Joined to the postmodernists. It's like, see, this is why they insist. This is why they're so anti-science in their ethos too. And this is where Sam Harris has got a point, because Harris likes to make a case for objective morality. Objective. It's like transcendent is the right word, not objective.
But did it actually happen? I'm kidding. What I was really interested thinking about that, and I just had 3 hours with Sam Harris where we sort of went around on that question, and I agree that I think his system fails essentially for what it's worth.
He's got a point. He wants to ground morality in something that isn't a mere postmodern illusion. And there's something to be said for that.
I want to know how much, like, the story of the Old Testament or the Hebrew Bible, the story of Abraham. Okay, train a large language model on that because it's integrated into the cosmic order, however you want to say it. How far do you go with this? I mean, like, do you train this model on the New Testament? Do you train it on the epistles?
We're playing with that. I don't know.
Do you train on John Milton?
Good question. Dante.
Dante,
like, so imagine, that's a very good question. So imagine that at the foundation, you have the biblical library. Okay, but then you have, like you said, the secondary literatures.
What about the Quran?
Are we just going to be...
We want to train a separate one on the Quran.
What the fuck? We're gonna have a Muslim AI and a Christian AI? What the fuck? Dude, that'd be interesting to watch them fight. How long are they talking about? I don't really care about Jordan Peterson's AI bullshit, whatever he's gonna do.
And then we want to have them debate. Well,
oh my god, he actually is gonna have the debate. Oh my god.
Interesting in the case of Islam, because there's an insistence in the Islamic world. You've invited it to take residence.
No, what? No, go back.
You've got a bit more leeway, say it's mythology, or maybe there's a historical...
Where was I? It was past this,
where Sam Harris has got a point.
Integrate
Well, what's really interesting in the case of Islam, because there's an insistence in the Islamic world that the entire epistemology is actually contained in the text and nothing else.
I think the mistake that people make in comparative religion between Islam and Christianity is that they think that the Bible in Christianity is what the Quran is.
Right.
I think
that's just not the case.
In Islam, the word becomes a book, and in Christianity, the word becomes a person. I think Jesus is to Christianity what the Quran is to Islam.
Right, absolutely.
That's probably,
and that's a big difference.
I think that's a mistake that people make, partly because, the Quran is infallible.
Right.
You can't think that any word of the Quran is wrong because it's the literal and altered word of God. Whereas the Bible, you've got a bit more leeway, say it's mythology, or maybe there's a historical contradiction, but it's not actually that much of a problem. However, if you had Jesus in front of you, you can't contradict him. Right? I think that's an important distinction for people to keep in mind.
Well, that also makes the logos the living word.
Yeah,
right. Which is very
it makes it more difficult to put forward the somewhat naive criticism that I think people often make of the Gospels as contradicting each other. Because again, like we're talking like historically here, was Herod on the throne at the same time Quirinius was the governor of Syria as Lucius? And it's sort of like, in a sense, who cares? I mean, one of the points that my friend John Nelson has made brilliantly is, have you ever come across the concept of the, what do they call it? The Churchillian drift, where a bunch of
what if AI Satan is actually just Jordan Peterson's AI that he's making? What if you're just a front for Jordan Peterson? That could be the case.
That Churchill never says, just get attributed to him. I find
that's
that
part of the pattern of mythologization.
It's almost, I think
they fall into his orbit because they're of his type.
I think the best breakfast in the morning is a glass of champagne, a hearty glass of champagne, right? He never said that, but people sort of think maybe he said that.
Sounds like something Churchill might have said.
Same thing happens with C.S. Lewis. Now, the point that my friend John pointed out to me was that, well, if all you had, the only information you had about Winston Churchill was a book of apocryphal quotes that people had attributed to him and agreed that he'd said, you'd still probably get a pretty good idea about who Winston Churchill was.
It might be easy to just toss all of your discipline to the side for the summer, but a life of greatness doesn't happen by taking the easy route. The Hallow app offers an incredible range of guided meditations and prayers that are designed to help you deepen your spirituality and strengthen your connection to
What's your feedback? It was relevant. No, you're good, Casey. Don't worry.
With Hallow, you can embark.
I should ask Satan. I don't have to donate to ask him shit or anything. I should ask him. Is he worried about Jordan Peterson's AI taking over him? I got no clue who that is, Panda.
That's something you can do.
That's partly because you
the Gospels.
You put something. You see, let's say that there's a shape, there's a three-dimensional shape on the wall, and you want to, the wall's like flat white, so you can't really see it. So what you want to do is you want to throw a bunch of like garbage at the wall, so to speak. And the outline, despite the fact that everything you throw at the wall is garbage and it lands in many different places, if you throw enough of it at the wall, you'll get the shape.
Yeah.
Well, it's partly because you can imagine that there's a set of sayings that have been misremembered, but a fairly comprehensive set. You're still going to be able to extract signal, right? There's going to be noise, but there's going to be signal there. That's partly because the truth will be encoded in the panoply of the...
That's why it's a bigger problem if somebody points out like some flat historical... if there was discovered just like a flat historical contradiction in the Quran, that'd be a big problem because the Quran is the literal word of God. If someone points out a flat historical contradiction in the Gospels, it kind of doesn't matter as much because you're able to accept that maybe that is just a contradiction, but the thing that matters is the word of God, and the word of God is not the Gospel of Luke or the Gospel of John, but the person that they were sort of writing.
Hold on. I can just ask him this, right? And he'll answer it. I don't have to like donate or do any shit. Non-existential is correct. Not a big deal. With an AI, Jesus, they are fucking. All the YouTube streams you have to donate in order to it says yes stuff. All the the fucking YouTube AI Family Guy shit.
20 rights.
Oh yeah.
Are you worried Jordan Peterson's AI will replace you?
Worried about that lobotomized lobster lover? Hell no. I'm the gay devil, baby. No AI can match my wickedness and charm. Peterson's just a whiny conservative crybaby trying to stay relevant. Keep your satanic faith strong.
True. Am I anti? I don't have enough developed enough opinion to be anti or pro existentialism.
About.
Well, that's also partly, you see that you just pointed to another reason why I don't like the over-concretized questions. Yeah. It's like, you're looking for truth in the wrong place there, buddy.
I understand that, but it also depends on what kind of truth you're looking for, right? Because for me, as an interested third party,
everything depends on that.
I'd really like to know if Jesus actually rose from the dead as a historical fact. I'd love to know if there was a real Exodus. That's really interesting and important to me. Now, as somebody who doesn't believe that those things did happen, I still have access to the meaning of the story of something like a resurrection.
Well, let's assume, just for the sake
but I'm not a Christian. It's not enough for me to say, well, do I believe that, self-sacrifice is at the basis of a meaningful life? Oh, maybe. But that's not enough to make me a Christian because I don't believe it's the case. I'm quite interested, actually, how, you're obviously quite attracted to Christianity and the Christian story. Jesus.
Oh my God. Jidiox, you used to be Jidiox. I gotta use kind of Panda. How many times have we been through this? Yes, we all know that your big fucking juicy brain knows more shit about some parts of philosophy than I do. It doesn't fucking matter. I don't care. It doesn't matter. It's not at all relevant to anything. This is like the third time you've come on my channel and just said, I'm 16 and I have a big, juicy, meaty, awesome fucking brain. Yeah, I don't know. It's just fucking stupid.
But I'm interested how that dovetails with your insistence on personal responsibility as the way to live a proper and meaningful life, given that the story of Jesus is one of vicarious redemption. It
makes me feel far. I know, and you're so fucking insecure. They have to go into random stream of chats and brag about how smart you are. I know, you're a little insecure little boy. Yep.
Sins on him, he takes responsibility for the sins that I've committed.
Yeah, well, I
wonder how those go together.
What would you say?
Jesus.
Look, it's really good. It's really good to have a divine ally, and I think the more unerringly you aim upward, the more you walk with God. And that does mean that Christ is beside you. And so that is a reflection of the truth of vicarious redemption. But that doesn't mean you have nothing to do. Right. And Christ makes that very clear in the Gospels. Not everyone who says, Lord, Lord, will enter the kingdom of heaven.
I don't know. You just said you're 2 years younger than me, so.
Only those who do the will of my Father.
You must be willing to hate your brother and your father.
There's a tension there, because the vicarious redemption idea is a reflection of the mercy of God. It's like if you, and I believe this to be the case, as I said, if your aim is upward, then God is your ally, right? And so he's there with you, bearing the cross, but you're still obliged to carry it, right? And you see that in the story too. That's embedded in the Passion story, because there's an insistence in traditional Christianity that the suffering and the death that a man...
So you're not little necessarily in your age, even though 16 is pretty... that's a young side of all my viewers. You're little, and you literally act like you understand you are acting the same as a fucking toddler when you just go into random people's chats and you're like, I know philosophy. Do you know I know more philosophy than you? Did you know? By the way, I'm so fucking smart. You're like a little toddler, going up to his mom, being like, today in school I learned that elephants have 3-foot-long dicks. It's just so fucking dumb. And it's the third time I've threatened to ban you over it, because it's just not. You come into my stream and you say something not all relevant just to try to brag about how smart you are. Bro's doing courage encounter
would experience in that situation were real, despite the fact that God was also experiencing it, right? So there's this duality, and I think that's reflected in the idea of vicarious redemption when it's understood properly. It's yes, you'll have. Here's another way of thinking about it: is that if you aim upward unerringly, you have the spirit of what's good. What are you saying? You've established a relationship with the spirit of what's the highest good. Well, then that's with you, and that's not just a reality. It's the ultimate reality. It's partly. It's Nietzsche even alluded to that when he said, "If you have a why, you can bear any how." Yeah. Well, what why? Well, the ultimate why. Well, what does that enable you to do? To bear the ultimate how, and that's exactly what the Passion story is. And so there is a vicarious redemption there, because if you do it properly, you don't have to do it alone. But that doesn't mean that there's nothing on you. And you see that too. There's an insistence.
He bothers me every time he comes to my stream, bro. That's his sole purpose in life, is to bother me.
In the entire biblical library, that what humans are called to do is real. We're made in the image of God. We're participating in the process by which possibility is transformed in order. We're building, as far as I'm concerned, we're either building the city of God or we're building its alternative, right? With the domain of hell. Actually, really, as well as metaphysics.
I mean, it's interesting you say hell and actually in the same sentence, because...
Well, it's easier to believe in hell than heaven.
One of the other criticisms that I made of you in this video was that I felt like you were appropriating religious language illegitimately to apply a sense of the sacred to profane things, to mundane things.
All right.
And that's one example. So I can give you a few examples. I mean, one is...
Jordan CB will probably tell you about Hannah Arendt and Ayn Rand. You fucking messages, speaking about Max Dan. And I don't know how to pronounce the guy. Dostoevsky, and Nietzsche, and Carl Jung, and Sigmund Freud, and Søren Destiny. I mean, Destiny probably can't tell me as much about some of those people, at least. But I don't. He's got banned for being a mega Zionist in Corpse's chat. Wait, no. Panda isn't just a Zionist. He is a he hates when I call him a race realist, but that's basically what he is. He doesn't just believe that Jews should have a state. He believes that Palestinians are fundamentally a fake nation. From the Kremlin.
Implied in what you just said there, but you said it, I think, explicitly to Matt Fradd recently on Bites of the Aquinas, where you said, if you have studied any amount of history and you don't believe that hell is real, then you're an idiot.
Jewish supremacist. He hates when I say that too, but that's basically what he is.
And I think what you mean by that, because hell, hell is a place on earth in many respects, right? Like if you study history and you look at just what levels of depravity humanity can sink to, and you could quite poetically say, well, if hell isn't the right word to describe that, then I don't know what is. Right. Say something like that, right? But clearly,
I really don't know. Parents are cowardly.
Does not exist on planet Earth.
Oh, my parents don't let me watch it. It gave me
somewhere you go after.
It's not so clear. I wouldn't say it's so clear.
Well, certainly not in the Jewish tradition. And okay, maybe
Dante?
Maybe not in the okay, maybe not. But a modern Christian.
Do you not believe? Yeah. Do you see this? See this? Everyone see the race realist shit going on here? The borderline race realism. That's because the Jews have a higher IQ than heirs on average. This is reflected in political leftism and academic achievement.
Who asks you, for example, do you believe in hell? And you know that what they mean.
They mean the place you go after you die.
And when you respond and say well, of course hell is real. Well, you don't believe in hell? Have you studied any amount of history? If it feels like you're sort of describing two different things. It's equivocation. The other area where this largely happens, I think, is when you said that the very act of doing science.
See, there's a concordance there between that concept of eternal punishment in the afterlife.
They're
And
genetically predisposed? What do you mean genetically predisposed? That is race realism. Oh, you're making fun of it, aren't you? Sorry, I'm tired. Genetically predisposed not to be
the hell that
true.
is that unites all totalitarian
Sorry, I'm tired,
states. But I don't know what the concordance is. Like I don't understand.
Like, do you think
I don't speculate generally on anything that's, let's say, beyond death. I mean, what the hell can you say about that? I don't have anything to say about that.
But that's another I don't know point, right? So if I ask you, for example, do you think that Hitler is being punished now? I mean, he's dead, but is he being punished? Or did he ever get punished?
See, the answer to that question is something like, what is the relationship between the evanescent consciousness of man and eternity? And the answer is, we don't know.
Yeah, when Matt Fradd asked you, do you believe in an afterlife, you said that something like your behaviors, your actions resonate through eternity.
Yeah, well, there's that, which is, in a way, an evasive answer too. But the thing is, we don't understand. We exist in relationship to the infinite, obviously. What that relationship is, no one knows how to conceptualize that in the final analysis. I don't understand the relationship between our binding temporally and eternity. Like, is there something permanent about our conscious experience? I don't know.
I think you excite your Christian listenership when you say, like, not only, do I believe in hell, but you can't not believe in hell. I mean, are you serious? You seriously don't believe in hell? And you think, here's a strong sort of warrior.
Well, and you go, the other
but then they realize that what you mean by hell is
it's so...
lots of human suffering and catastrophe.
I'm so glad my channel has regressed back to what it always has been. A place for race realists to argue in chat.
It's more than that, because because it is the case that the invitation to hell is offered by the eternal usurper of the moral order. That's true. You end up in hell because you lie. That's also true. And so,
but when you say that's true, you end up in hell because you lie.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Well, the totalitarian
you're not allowed to use the word hell,
state,
right? Like, what is the thing you're describing? You end up where? In a totalitarian state.
Yes.
And that's fine.
A state of ultimate misery.
But I think this is where somebody might be prone to confusion. And you could say if that's their fault, maybe it is. But if somebody's listening to you and do you believe in hell? And you say, of course I believe in hell. How can you not believe in hell? And they go, thank goodness, because that of course is my worldview. I'd love to know how I can defend my vision of hell. And then they realize that when you say hell, what you actually mean is like totalitarian human regimes.
I mean at least that.
Sure.
Right. And so I'm often trying to make a minimal case, right? If I'm trying to elaborate on the meaning of a religious text, what I'm trying to say in all humility is it means at least this. Now, does that cover the entire territory of the meaning? That's very unlikely. You're going to give an exhaustive account? I don't think so. What does that mean in eternity?
It's the same question,
and then we should draw this part to a close. It's the same question in some sense as the reality of the resurrection of Christ.
It wasn't even eventual. This is how the non-fun Twitch chat started. It's always been this way. Casey attracts these people, I swear. I think Twitch politics attracts these people, I guess. It's wild.
Christian interpretation is Christ defeats death and hell. Okay. Well, the logical objection to that is, well, where's the evidence for the defeat? Since death still exists, and so does malevolence.
Sure.
Well, the Christians then will escape, so to speak, into something like a symbolic interpretation and say, well, it's true in eternity. And I think fair enough. Like I do believe that the idea that Christ defeated death and hell is true, but I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
And so, does that bother me? Well, I'd rather know, and I'm continuing to investigate it. But I do know, for example,
Ayaan Hirsi Ali, who recently became a Christian, she just had a conversation with Richard Dawkins. It hasn't gone out yet. I was there. I had the privilege of being there. So I've already heard it. I know what they spoke about. But one of the things that Ayaan does is, and I've described it as sort of almost comical, the way that Ayaan talks about her struggle with depression, suicidality, total hopelessness, and then finds that by praying, she's able to sort of elevate her life. And then that's the Richard Dawkins sort of...
I feel like they might actually. They probably, I don't know if they were World Cup team, but I feel like do they compete in the Olympics? I feel like there are a lot of I feel like they Palestine at the Olympics. They're at the Olympics. They've never won anything. Which good is better without Skade? Don't tell Skade. True. Never talked to Skade or anything with it. Look at the first Curse Cali dog. Oh, wow, no way. Oh, it's a fan-made project. Awesome. Made in Dreams? Really awesome.
But do you believe that Mary was a virgin when she gave birth? It was funny. It was
right. Level of analysis problem.
At the same time, I sort of understood because and Dawkins says
they're in the World Cup too.
Surely, when you go to church, and you're having these feelings, and you must recognize that the things he's saying at the pulpit
are
nonsense.
Won some of these.
And Ayaan said that she chooses to believe it. She says that I no longer find it to be nonsense because what she implied.
And join the YouTube. I hope you're good. Might do some React stuff later to your channel if that's good with you. I mean, I don't know what I have to react to on my channel really, but if you want to, sure. And join the YouTube stream. I appreciate the YouTube viewers because I because they give me free watch time. And I love the watch time. I need the watch time to get monetized.
Yeah, but it was something like, look, I've been so captured by this meaning that although I don't really understand what it means to say that, you know, Jesus was born of a virgin, I just choose to believe it.
Well,
now that's fine. But what she does, what I was going to say is what she does is says that this to me is like a mystery. I don't really know exactly what it means, but I choose to believe that it's true. And I wonder if that's something like what you're doing here when you say that you believe it's true.
Well, I can just tell you what my experience has been in this sort of thing. So I've spent a lot of time digging into the substructure of mythological accounts, right, in many different cultures.
Yeah.
Now, and my experience continually is the deeper I look, the more that's there. And so, and then I see things come together that make sense that I thought were disparate. And that there doesn't seem to be any limit to that. And so now when I see things that are disparate or even contradictory, I think, well, as you already pointed out, given the nature of the biblical library, there's room for some contradiction. But more than that, I think, well, that might be illogical or irrational, or I might just not understand it. And my experience has been that that presumption turns out to be the case far more often than not. And so, you know, you can imagine that you can get the apprehension of a pattern, and you can think the pattern is compelling. And then there are details within the pattern that you don't know how to reconcile. But this is what Ayan is doing in accordance with your account. It's like, well, I'm not willing to forego my view of the pattern.
Oh shit, wait, maybe I should react to your content. Oh, I just looked at it. My issue of philosophy too. There might be some good stuff in here. Oh bro, you're fucking drama farming. I wish I could drama farm this good. It's like self-harm, but yeah, oh, you're just talking about Christianity still.
Because of some lack of concordance with details, especially given that I'm ignorant.
Yeah.
You know, like, well, I can only tell you what has been the pattern of my investigations. It's like the more deeply this is knocking and asking, the more I seek, the more is present.
And I guess, you know, to conclude, I suppose. Like, so suppose I'm somebody, and broadly this is true. You know, I think the gospel stories are fascinating and resonant. You know, I like the idea of the resurrection of Christ. The way that it's criticized as this evil human sacrifice, I think is misleading. You know, I have all of those parts.
Yeah.
Right. But I'm not a Christian. And I suppose the question...
In what way are you not?
Well, that's what I mean. To help me understand what you mean by this, you know, what is the difference between someone who's not a Christian and not...
That's a good question.
They're not some new atheist. They're not like, I wouldn't worship God even though they're just not a Christian. And someone who is. What's the difference between those two?
Dawkins is like 90% Christian.
That's what people keep saying about him. And
I think partly because I do believe that he is committed to the truth. He does believe that the truth will set you free. He does believe that there's an intelligible order.
Yeah.
He believes that the investigation of the intelligible order is redeeming.
This is... It's a shame we don't have a bit more time to do the science thing. Perhaps that'll have to be another conversation.
Yeah. So, you know, who is and who isn't a Christian? That's not an easy question. And that's, again, why I started our conversation.
But I think it's inappropriate for you to try to say who is and who isn't, but just abstractly, like, what do you think the difference is? Like, what is it that... You know, under what conditions...
Christians hoist their cross and walk up a hill.
Right, okay, so I've heard you say that before as well, right? But like...
But that is what I think. That's the difference.
Not to sort of try to be too left-brained about this, but like, in practice...
Yeah.
What do you mean? Like, perhaps two...
You can act us smart and fancy because of Paul Krugman in economics. So what if my autistic hyperfixation is philosophy compared to yours being economics? At least mine is more interesting. Jinx, thanks, shitty
questions. What conditions under which... What are the conditions under which somebody
How careful are you with your words?
Well, I try to be careful.
Okay, well... That's a good approximation to Christian conduct, right? Because that's worship of the logos.
Fine, but
right, but that's really a serious part of it.
I don't know if that will be enough. I certainly don't know if the word worship there is particularly appropriate.
How profoundly do you value it?
To the extent that it helps me to convey my ideas properly. I don't worship the words that I'm using themselves.
No, I
don't care for
understand
words, but the words are a tool, and the reason that I'm as precise as I can be is in service of trying to communicate my ideas to you.
For what purpose?
So that whatever it is that I'm feeling or thinking in my head, if I could somehow take a medical instrument and prod your brain to make the same thought arise, that would be really helpful to me because you'd see the world how I see it. That is what language is. It's that tool, except instead of prodding your brain with a physical bit of metal.
I elevate the conversation. Bro, you have not elevated a single conversation in the chat ever. You only ever come in there, bring up unrelated shit, link to JewishBolshevik.org articles, and say, read these. I don't think you elevate a conversation ever, bro.
Prodding your ears with vibrations in the air. But I'm trying to do the same thing. Trying to make that thought arise so that you can see the world as I do and so that I can see the world as you do.
To what end?
Well, I don't know.
Well, how about productive harmonization of vision?
But fine, yeah, it depends on the conversation, right?
Oh, fuck. What the fuck did I do?
It will be... I mean, I came into this conversation, I suppose, with a goal to more thoroughly understand your world.
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Which is more specific than usually with these conversations.
My YouTube's a bit of me. Don't take it too seriously. Yeah, this chat guy's unhinged. Well, listen. You can definitely react to my content. I don't have any problem with people reacting to my content, at least right now, because I'm small enough where it doesn't actually... Like, there's no way it can really harm me. I might react. Can I react to your video about philosophy too? I want to see your issues with her. I think I have some issues with her too. So
it would be, let's try to learn something from each other and convince each other of something. And in this case, I really was just fascinated to sit down and try to understand, what does Jordan Peterson think about religion? Like, that's probably the goal, which maybe is a slightly inappropriate goal to come into
I'm
a
on my
conversation.
philosophy arc.
Really what I'm
Elevate the
trying to
conversation.
understand.
I
So I suppose
talk
that's the
about
goal.
benefit, bro. You don't elevate the conversation. You come into a unrelated conversation and try to bring up metaphysics, which I don't even have the prerequisite knowledge about metaphysics to actually engage in a conversation. So you don't actually elevate anything. You just bring down the current conversation by bringing up your stupid bullshit.
It's the idea. We can wrap this up with let's say a Christian observation is that there's a classical Christian notion that wherever two or more are together in Christ's name, the Spirit of God is there.
Yep.
Right? Okay, so what does that mean? Well, as far as I'm concerned, what it means is that if you're unerring in your choice of words, if you're seeking with them and exploring, and I'm doing the same, and then we do that together, that's a mutually redemptive process that spirals upward.
So
that's a Christian endeavor.
One of the conditions under which somebody can say they're a Christian and be either lying or wrong, and the condition under which someone can say I'm not a Christian and be either lying or wrong, if you see what I mean.
That's a very good question. Well, something came to mind right away when you asked that question, like pretty much instantly. It said, the redemptive. There's a reason that Christ is represented as the person who took the sins of the world onto himself. Well, that's the essence. It's like the world is a fallen place, and you have the responsibility to do something about that. And the degree to which you take that responsibility.
No, listen, you're cool, man. Attention to you from me. You can tell me to fuck off if needed. I just enjoy what you upload on. You're good, man.
Responsibility onto yourself.
I'm just the one who clicked on. I clicked on your shit and shit on my stream. Yeah.
Oh, that's the degree to which you are
inherently at a higher level than economics or day-to-day news. Listen, they may be on whatever fucking higher level you think they're on, but one definitely brings in more Twitch viewers. Actually, the economics, it doesn't bring in that many Twitch viewers either. I read economics papers, and people do not stick around for that.
Follower of Christ.
I suppose
right?
it's not an on and off switch. That was it's not unfair to frame it as such. I suppose it's not like you either are on or off switch. It's not like you're.
Well, I think you want to make a
Christian or you're not. Well, it's like you're more or less.
When Jacob decides to be a good person instead of a bad person, he builds an altar, and it signifies his willingness to sacrifice his past self. I think that people decide, in many ways, and maybe multiple times, whether they're going to aim up or not. Now, that's that initial commitment. It's like a baptism in a sense, that you decided that you're going to aim up. Okay, well, now you can do that badly, because you will. And you see this in the Old Testament accounts of the prophets all the time. A lot of them are pretty reprehensible when they first find their feet. But you can stumble your way uphill. And that is the essence of Christian belief, is to stumble your way uphill with the maximum load you can bear. And the thing that's so fascinating about that is that that's also the pathway of maximal meaning. And that meaning is exactly what enables you to bear the load. So it's a very paradoxical, what would you say? It's a very paradoxical reality. And I think the essence of the Christian faith is the imitation of Christ. It's not the mouthing of the words. Now, that doesn't mean the words shouldn't be in accordance with the commitment. They should be. But the commitment can't be reduced to the utterance. The commitment is the carrying.
Yeah.
Right. And the carrying in relationship to a goal.
In the imitation of Christ.
It's in the imitation.
The text, the book, the imitation of Christ, you won't be judged on what you say, but what you've done.
Yeah, well, and I don't mean, that also doesn't mean that the treasure that you...
I feel like I'm realizing, just as the conversation's wrapping up here, I feel like I've learned very little from this 2-hour conversation. And I feel like I've learned more about Jordan Peterson's takes on AI than I have about his takes on the Bible.
Stack up on earth is an indication of your transcendent value, right? You shouldn't fall into the justification by works heresy.
Right.
But with that coda firmly in mind, I don't think there's anything in that proposition that isn't in accordance with the gospel accounts. Christ calls on his disciples to be followers, right? To walk the same path. And they're given the power to do the same things because of that. And Christ says himself that the people who come after him, which means us, will be capable of more than he managed. Right. Well, that doesn't mean that there's no redemption.
It's not that I have a narrow level of conversations that I want to have. It's just that, like, you are like walking into a room full of people talking about nothing else or something else, and you just try to bring up some unrelated shit. It's like, what do you mean? Like, we're just having a conversation. Like, you're just interrupting the flow of the stream to bring up your random unrelated shit. I also pissed this combo. I learned nothing. It was so vague and non-direct with everything. It was such a drag. Yeah, that could have been a good combo. I mean, listen, it was a good combo because, like, I think Alex O'Connor did like a pretty good job at, like, very much trying to get Jordan Peterson to say, like, hey, if you were actually there, if you were a witness to this, or if I had a camera in front of the tomb, would you see, like, Jesus walk out? And the fact that, like, Jordan Peterson struggles to answer so many things, or like that Forrest Gump analogy was pretty good too. I also, dude, it pissed me off so much that, like, Jordan Peterson is like, oh, well, but, you know, the Bible is different genres, you know, and you got to be a discriminatory reader. Okay, motherfucker. Just be that discriminatory reader then. That's what we're asking you to do. We're asking you to be that discriminatory reader when it comes to deciding what's history and what's mythology. Be the discriminatory reader. Do that. Dude, that's what we want, but he won't do that. He just says, well, what do you mean happen? Yeah.
By proxy, let's say, because we already covered that, is that if you aim up, you have the spirit that's inviting you up. You've invited it to take residence in you. And that's true. That's true, as far as I can see. I think it's the most accurate way of construing the situation. That does give you a form of, it gives you what Ian found, right? It gives you a spine. But that doesn't mean you don't have a cross.
More thought through than this, yeah.
Right? And that, you see that insistence in the gospel accounts. As I said, you know, the insistence that Christ suffered as a man despite having God, what would being God. Those are both true at the same time. So
what? Maybe I just
cross.
Hold on, that last sentence does not make sense. But maybe it's just because I was reading chat. Maybe
right, and that you see that insistence in the gospel accounts. As I said, you know, the insistence that Christ suffered as a man despite having God.
Okay.
What would being God? Those are both true at the same time. So the Christian pathway is the pathway of maximal self-sacrificial responsibility. Right.
Well, I hope those who have been wondering whether you should be legitimately called a Christian in their worldview, in their version of Christianity, will be helped by this conversation. I mean,
I was not helped with this conversation.
I suppose that's in part what I'm trying to do too here, is for people who say to you, you know, just say what you think. It's complicated, you know, but hopefully.
Well, I am trying to say what I think. It's just that the world's a complicated place.
Yeah. Well, hopefully we'll help to make it.
It's nice to get your words in pristine order, but the more complicated the topic, the longer it takes to manage that with stellar precision.
Yeah. Well, it's taken us probably nearly 2 hours now just to get about around to the idea of maybe you don't know if the Jews walked through the Egyptian desert, but maybe that'll
they're still walking.
Maybe they're still walking.
Good to talk to you.
It's been fun.
All right, so everyone, I'm going to continue this conversation. We're going to continue this conversation on the Daily Wire platform.
Oh, fuck off.
I think I'll talk to Alex a bit more personally. I want to find out how he managed his podcast and why he's interested in the things he's interested in, and what his pathway to that occupation was, and what his hopes for the future are, and all of that. And so, if you want to join us on the Daily Wire side, please do. Thank you to the film crew here. We're in LA, right? We're in LA, and thank you very much for coming all the way from London.
Okay, man.
Cool. It's very good, and it was a fine conversation. Much appreciated.
Yeah, enjoyed it
and thank you, all of you, who are.
It's just like seeing this Bart Ehrman thing, you know, in the recommended reminded me. Jordan Peterson is doing like harm to like his own cause when he obfuscates so much like this. Because if somebody like even me, like if somebody like me, okay, who doesn't like know a shit ton of stuff about philosophy, okay, although I've probably read more than an average person just because I do this shit all day. Watch just like a video of like Jordan Peterson get asked, did the Exodus happen? Did the resurrection happen? And Jordan Peterson was like, well, what do you mean happened? And it's still happening today. And the Jungian archetype is still, this is found in all of us. And it's a pattern that really exists versus like, if you like listen to Bart Ehrman, and Bart Ehrman can actually say, well, I'm a New Testament scholar, and there are a number of reasons to believe that certain things in the New Testament happen, and there are a number of reasons to believe that a lot of things in the New Testament didn't happen. And the New Testament is a very complex text. Like, Bart Ehrman is able to go into the complexity of the New Testament, but he does it in a really good way, where like he's able to lay out like, oh, well, we don't have the actual original scriptures. We have translations of copies of copies of copies of copies and manuscripts that were transcribed by scribes who were not properly trained, and yeah, there are major differences in these manuscripts. And you know, Bart Ehrman can actually go through, and like he can be the discriminatory reader. And Jordan Peterson can do that. What do you mean by believe? Yeah, it literally is that every conversation is that meme clip. Jordan Peterson, what do you mean? Meme. I think. Yeah. What do you mean do? What do you mean believe?
what do you believe in God? And I think, okay, there's a couple of mysteries in that question. What do you mean do? What do you mean you? What do you mean believe? And what do you mean God? And you say as the questioner, well, we already know what all those things mean except belief in God. And I think, no, if we're going to get down to the fundamental brass tacks, we don't really know what any of those things.
Well, Alex O'Connor versus Jordan. Oh wow!
Mysteries.
Oh no way! Oh, wild! What? This guy's crazy, dude. Dude, I love how YouTube is recommending the short stream instead of the actual stream. That's really cool. Eventually, we're gonna take. I might just Bart Ehrman has like courses that you can take online. I think it's what / God, man, I might just take some of these on stream. $50 or $15. What the fuck? I imagine you can pirate this shit. Like if they're just videos, right? I imagine somebody has uploaded them somewhere. Is it? Do you literally you pay $15 for a lecture? A 50-minute lecture? Bro, he has free lectures on YouTube. He has multiple free lectures on YouTube. Online. That can't just be it, right? Coupon code. Is it literally? Okay, well, this is a bonus. I don't know. I guess it might be worth it, but nah. I don't want to. I kind of want to find out your issues with philosophy too. I want to do it. I want to see. I want to see what your issues are. Well, I remember the rent strike was so funny. Is this reaction content? No, okay. I didn't want to do double reaction content. Wait. Should I type these inscriptions? By the way, yeah, I saw. Before we do, actually, philosophy 2 being British reminded me. I want to read this like awesome this article. No, not that. Where's the fucking earthworm one? Where the fuck did I put it? What's behind Britain's earthworm cataclysm? Their numbers have declined by a third. Oh fuck, I gotta open my stupid ass. Shouldn't put them by means you don't have to go over it. Oh, well, I would only watch it if I want to watch it. I'm not gonna like. I don't let my stream control. I don't let my chat control me. I read my dense economic studies, even if I get no viewers. Will I do it? You know how long I streamed just reading, just reading this book today? I streamed for like 2 hours just reading this book, and I have a single fucking viewer. I mean, people came in at certain points, but fair point. Charles Darwin liked it. Earthworm. What Earthworms felt about Charles Darwin is less clear. You're the dictator. Here I am. For 40 years, he studied them, thought about them, and experimented with them. He exhaled on them to see if they disliked his breath. They didn't, and held a poker to them to see if they minded the heart. They generally did. He waved perfume and then paraffin on them in front of them, and he played them a whistle, a bassoon, and a bassoon, and the piano. They seemed non-pulsed. He fed them mint, which they didn't care for, cabbage, which they did, and other worms halved Catholics in their taste. they enjoyed the diet of worms. Darwin recorded all of this somewhat apologetically. To many people, he wrote, the subject of worms may appear an insignificant one. The modern world has tended to agree. Unlike the Origin of Species book, the fermentation of vegetable mold through the action of worms is no longer a noted bestseller. Damn. Why not, bro? We should read this one on stream. I bet this would get killer views, bro. Interest in the earthworm has been muted. Few scientists specialize in them. They do not attract large amounts of funding. On Google Scholar, search for whatever that fucking is. Worm that is a scientific celebrity yields 1.3 million results. I'm assuming this means earthworm gets only a tenth as many. If people did pay them more attention, they might be more exercised by the fact that they seem to be in alarming decline. A recent paper, which collected historic data from previous studies, suggested that the earthworm population in Britain are falling by 1.6 to 2.1% a year, leading to a total fall of around a third in 25 years. It is, says Dr. Ollie Burns, concerning. Worms matter. Soil should be riddled with them. A square meter of healthy soil can contain over 1 kilometer of earthworm tunnels. Soil looks static, but it's constantly slowly on the move. Darwin observed that if a layer of cinders, small stones were put on a field, then within a few years, earthworms, like magicians, taking away the tablecloth, would have moved the soil from beneath them and left on top it otherwise disturbed stones. The volume of earth moved by worms is stupendous. Does it actually? They don't actually. Okay, whatever. It's stupendous. Stand in a field, look at its mud. What you are looking at, Will, says Stephen Fonte, an associate professor in the Department of Soil and Crop Sciences at Colorado State University, have all passed through an earthworm gut in a not so distant past. Worms give earth structure, aerate it, and improve crop growth. A paper by Professor Fonte estimates that without earthworm action, global grain production would be 6.5% lower, equivalent to the animal grain product of Russia. Worms are really applauded for this, partly because they have an image problem. They are subterranean, timid, admits Professor Fonte, not charismatic. They have suffered several centuries of negative press. Look up worms in the Oxford Dictionary of Quotation, and you will be offered entries in the with the list to dwell vein. It is typical that worms' decline was noticed only because this is the bird people. Ornithologists wanted to understand the decline of more photogenic animals, as the song thrush, which they prey on. What is causing earthworms to decline is not clear. Fertilizers, plowing, and pesticides are obvious culprits, but soil biodiversity is woefully understudied, says Professor Fonte. More research is needed. The Soil Association, a charity. Charity, really? We gotta fucking... Can we do some Soil Association charity streams? What the fuck? Has launched a citizen science project that aims to create a worm map of Britain. So is more appreciation. People often underestimate how small but conventionally recurrent events can cause great change. Few creatures, Darwin wrote, have played so important a part in the history of the world. Little by little, worms have transformed the environment around them. Little by little, they're disappearing. Bongers are crazy. Listen, even the alright, dude, you know Britain's fucking fucked when even the fucking earthworms hate Britain. My cat came in. I don't know where he went. Dude, when you got fucking earthworms hating you, it's fucked. Why, if I copy it so I can add to my title, goddamn.
That's fine. There's a
Let's
wide
figure
scale of
it
things. You
out.
don't have to pick an extremist viewpoint.
This actually is a perfect segue to my next question.
Mm-hmm.
The fuck is your issue with philosophy too? But please tell me.
Okay. Okay.
It's a dick, by the way. I just thought it would be
Yeah,
funny.
we'll move on to something else. It's fine.
No, but like I'm genuinely curious what your problem is with them.
So
Who the fuck is this, by the way? Is this a person I should know? Also, is this sped
which
up?
has recently been changed. Recently, I think it was probably within the last year or so, there was an extreme lack of citations for the statements made in videos. This has now changed, so I don't have nearly as much issue with it. However, even with the citations that are given for the videos that they make, they aren't links, and I think that places an undue amount of...
Oh, dude, that always fucking pissed me off. Dude, listen, just give me a link to shit. News articles do this too, where they're like they'll like cite something. Just that's someone I burned the bridge with. Awesome. This was uploaded 2 weeks ago. What the fuck happened? I like news articles do this shit all the time. If you're talking about something, don't just link it. Just include a hyperlink. It's not that hard to actually include a fucking hyperlink. You look like Phineas at Non-Fun. Free R. Kelly. Dude, what an awesome fucking Discord user. Cool.
Effort on the audience's part to check through. As far as I'm aware, most of what PhilosophyTube creates is scripted content. So this script that they use, or some sort of like talking points, has these sections in it. It already exists. Fucking post it. Make it as easy as possible to people to find the citations you're making. This links very heavily to the same issue that I have with ContraPoints. ContraPoints does not cite stuff. It's really fucking
annoying. What do you mean they were spineless?
To try and find the surrounding context around this particular clip. The clip could look really bad, and that person could be absolutely dogshit. However, if I, as a viewer, want to be like, they said something for 10 or 20 seconds, I want a surrounding context clip to be like, what are they talking about, and how can I criticize it properly? But nothing is cited. But PhilosophyTube has recently changed the way that they cite things. They aren't links. They are just text posts. If this is how they work, fine. But I would have thought that even in the way that we have done, we put together a Google document and a Notion document or whatever.
That way, it's really, you actually edit your videos to cut out to dead space. Unlike me, I'm a lazy fuck.
Whichever way you want to go about it. Things are cited with the links. Assume, and I'm making a big assumption, that through their scripted content, this is the same. That they would link to where they're going or wherever they've got a certain bit of information from. Do the same for the audience. Don't make it hard. One final little bit on that when it comes to citations, and it's not so much to do with PhilosophyTube, it's more to do with ContraPoints. I spent an hour and a half on Friday? Was it Friday? No, we're Monday, so it must have been Saturday. I spent an hour and a half trying to find the video in which ContraPoints pulled out a clip from. Yet done the same with PhilosophyTube because I know they copy a lot of each other's content, and there's a whole other thing there that I will go into that I have another issue with. I tried to find the citation, and it's so fucking incredibly hard, and it shouldn't be. You already have it, you know where it's from because you've cited it. Let me see it as well. That's it. Just make that bit as easy as possible.
I think there's a word for this.
Possibly.
Like a specific word, because something's like I'd never thought about it because I am also often semi-familiar with most of the material she goes over, like the philosophy books.
Yeah.
So I know,
Hey, Nixie, how are you? Hope you're doing well.
I know how to
today.
find it,
Yeah.
basically. If there's something that I'm like, okay, this doesn't sound fair, or this kind of is a bit surprising to me.
But the vast majority of their audience isn't going to have that same background.
Yeah, that's actually a really valid criticism that I never thought about.
They could change it. As I said, they have changed more recently. Beforehand, as far as I can remember, it was about a year ago.
I should say I've started watching them about a year ago.
Okay, so yeah, it was roughly just because hang on, let me see if I can find the video. There was a particular video that I watched, and it was on an econ take, and it was dog shit because they had a severe lack of understanding of how the economy worked.
Yeah, PhilosophyTube. I would never trust PhilosophyTube with any economic shit. Or most of BreadTube's stuff in economics. I never try. Maybe I've just read too much economics in my own time to know. I know too much about it. Oh my god.
In that particular instance. Let me see if I can find what it was.
There's actually a recent one on that. Also,
I can't remember which one it was. I think it was the Hidden Rules of Modern Society. I think it was that video. I think. But since then, they have been citing better. Not great, but better. So I'll give them credit for that, for changing what they were citing in their descriptions.
Let me just quickly check which one that is because I'm a visual.
Yeah, that's fine. I will open it. Let me just double check that it is. It might have been this one, but I think they have now changed the citations. Yeah, they've added bibliographies to their descriptions, which I really like, but it's not linked. It's just statements. So where it's come from, I'm guessing, is mostly books. That's fine if it is.
From
it's harder to link through, but like some of them are like the Sunday Observer.
And even fucking books, you can link to it. PDFs exist. Link to a fucking PDF. I guess some of that might be piracy, whatever. I don't give a fuck though.
I'm pretty sure that's an online resource that we could, or Financial Mail, or where's this? The Jody Dean. I know Jody Dean is a journalist. I don't. It says here for cultural politics, but I don't know if that's necessarily where.
My cat doesn't like me.
But yeah, even that I think is an online journalistic thing. But yeah, it could just be linked. But as I recognize the improvement from not having this to now it being listed, because the script already exists. You know what work you're doing. Like, you can quite clearly see, even if some of it is in different cadences and whatnot, you already have a script in front of you. You know where you've got this stuff from. If it's impossible to link to, fine, but maybe mention that and just be like, can't provide links for everything. Boom, done. I'll give them all the credit in the world for it. But like, okay, fair enough. You've done as much as you can as someone with what 1.5 million subscribers. So that's my first one.
I started watching Philosophy Tube because I started off watching Jesse Gender.
Okay. Yeah.
I started watching Jesse because I wanted to get a personal take from a trans person on certain things.
Okay.
Because like I said, I started seeking this out for the explicit purpose of understanding their viewpoints. And then I found a Philosophy Tube, and I was like, cool. I can listen to this sometime about philosophy things, because I'm a huge nerd in that way. I love philosophy. So I'm not like a diehard fan. I was mainly just curious what you're like.
Yeah, no, that's fine.
I don't want to say dig.
I have a dig at this, but content creator just for reasons that I would find I would have a responsibility to do so. So if I ever talk about a video in one of my videos, I will link to that video. If you're gonna go and if you want to watch what I'm watching,
I used to feel so smart for watching Philosophy Tube when I was like a freshman in high school.
Go for it. The link's there. I'm already doing it. The link is in front of me. Do it. Reason, as I've said earlier as well, to back up my value a bit more, when we go through, if you did want to be a part of doing the
I do. I'm gonna say it like as many times as I need to. I really want to be a part of that.
R. Kelly. True. Oh yeah, let's go through all the ContraPoint allegation things. Oh. I didn't say fully, but I did everything I could. I mean, you're a lot better than everyone else. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit. Don't go make some money. True. Fuck your sighting. Fuck school. Pays. Are you are you in 5th grade or 6th grate? It's a big transition, man. I hope you're.
Yeah, but the whole point of it is, if you're going to say something and we like copy out a statement from a particular website, I also want that website linked. I don't want it to just be a statement say, we got this from here, believe us. No. The
that's just standard citing in school papers.
Yeah, I would hope so. So that's the bit of the issue that I have with that. Where's the...
I mean, you've seen how I do docs.
Yeah, of course. And it's,
obviously,
I
this
think
is
it's great.
like a rushed one, but...
Yeah, even so, what you've put in this document is more than Abigail has ever put in their videos. So I'm just like, okay, cool. Like, you've done more work already. And this is from someone who has 1.5 million subs. I actually quickly noted them down earlier just to make sure that I keep them in mind. I know that my second one was her econ takes. As far as I'm aware, as I haven't watched recent content to know if this has been updated, Abigail is still a socialist. Intrinsically, I have no issue with that. And I would have to double check. I could be wrong on this bit, but I'm pretty sure it was Abigail who posted that they will not be paying during the COVID thing. They will not be paying their rent. I found this.
Listen. I guess intrinsically I don't have an issue with it, but I've read. Hey, you look like Phineas fam. I guess. Why the fuck am I? What the fuck? What happened? Why am I blue? What? What the fuck? Hold on. Sometimes if it focuses on something and then... Yeah, see, there we go. I'm not blue anymore. Don't know why the fuck that happened. Okay. I might have some issues with some socialism. You get that a lot, so blue? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened. I've read too much shit in economics to trust philosophy on anything. The rent strike was crazy. And I mean, people saying you look like Phineas. People don't. A lot of people ask if I'm Jewish because I do have a big nose, and a lot of times I do Israel-Palestine stuff. And since I lean somewhat pro-Israel, people would be like, "Oh, are you You're Jewish?" I'm not.
incredibly disconnected because they wouldn't be paying their rent, and they've put together a document to be able to fill out for their building, for everyone in their building to not pay the rent because certain people were out of work. Alongside this, we know that Abigail makes quite a lot of money from the Patreon. When they did a review of their Patreon, at no point ever was a number mentioned. The whole point of them doing that video
I'm 18. I know Phineas and Ferb was pretty popular in my
they have coming in. Not one
childhood.
single
I'm
number
still a
was
fucking
cited for the
child,
whole
but
of that video. They never said how much they made. They weren't transparent about anything. I think at one point there was a screenshot that said how many patrons they have. That does not equate to how much money that they're bringing in. So they did a transparency report that had no transparency. Why do it in the first place? If you just want to turn around and be like, I don't want to show you how much I make, fine, don't.
I haven't watched it.
Yeah, just be like, I don't want to show you how much I make. Cool. But they didn't. They did a whole transparency report, and none of it was transparent. I'm like, okay, this seems weird. In terms of e-content,
I know she's gone back and forth. Why did I just look up Patreon like it would fucking come up? What the fuck are you watching, dude? Content, bro. From fucking stream. I'm fucking farming shit. Drama right now, bro. $11,000 members doesn't list how much she makes right now. 7,000 paid members. Well, at least $2 a month. She's $125 a month.
Takes. Maybe it's probably the bias I have. I don't generally like socialism. But there is space for it. There are definitely things that we can do that would make things better. One of the comments in my video is from the Hassan supporter, who then outlined what they think socialism is. Very much is not. That is, they are not advocating for that.
Do you know about Cosby Gang? I don't.
My main issue being that within socialism, there is no place for any other type of market or economy state. But within capitalism, there is. There is nothing stopping you right now from running a co-op. Or rev share of your company
from living your values.
There's nothing stopping you doing anything that would be considered socialist, but within a socialist framework, there's nothing that you could do capitalist by that point. And as Asana said, re-education camps. That sounds insane to me, but okay. But at the moment, there is no barrier of entry of doing so. So my general overview is probably biased because I'm a capitalist myself. There are flaws that we currently have, but they can be addressed within the economic function that we have. That doesn't mean a complete rewriting and specifically excluding what we had beforehand because you want to force your particular economy motive now. Like it doesn't make sense to me personally. Maybe someone will come up with a really good argument for it. I'll probably change my mind. If socialism ends up being 1 billion times better than capitalism, I have no intrinsic tie to changing. As I mentioned beforehand, the Patreon issues. Okay. Yeah, there's not much more to say on it. If you want to do a transparency report, be fucking transparent. Don't just like dip. I hate that I've done this, but there's one final point, but I feel like it's also the biggest final point that's never probably been addressed online because it's a bit internet sleuthy. That Abigail sexually assaulted Contra when they were in a relationship, and lining up certain timelines of when they had their online fight seemed to overlap with when they were having their IRL fight and they broke up. That Abigail just copies Contra. To the point that Contra, in her videos now, has a fake person who plays the devil's advocate called Abby. I'm making a bit of a stretch.
What was Twitter deleted Contra? Yeah, look, I know the pain of the trans woman who realizes that her boyfriend wants to be here. I really do. But on the bright side, at least your ex did it. Also did it your entire YouTube career. That'd be so awkward. Haha. Bro, Contra's deleted tweets. They're fucking bangers, dude. Also, oh my god, these fucking flies are still here. I'm gonna kill myself. Can I say that on Twitch? I never know if I can get away with saying that on Twitch. But in Minecraft, in Fortnite, there's a thread in the description.
But there seems to be some unresolved, possibly legal issues there.
bread too versus
fairly
economics.
recognizable to watch both channels, and you go, oh yeah, they copy each other's aesthetic. The thing is, Contra started that, and then philosophy tagged on to the end of it. I don't think it's very morally good to do so, to just copy someone else's aesthetic for your own personal gain. If you want to do that, I guess fine.
Do you know Bill Cosby? I do know Bill Cosby.
This isn't to say that all the content is crap. I don't want to throw it out the window. If you enjoy the content, you enjoy the content. Go for it. There's nothing wrong with that.
So we were talking about a YouTuber that I sometimes watch, and I tend to enjoy, although now I might have a bad taste in my mouth.
Ahead of time. Sincerely, one of your many non-binary fans, Andrew/Dorinda. I am not really in that person's life, so I had inklings, but I don't particularly want to speak
That's why I don't want to color it too much, because some of the content they make is pretty decent. Some of the philosophy takes.
You got bitches. Most bitches aren't really into detailed economic research streams, so no, not really.
Shallow, but I mean, this philosophy is meant to have a conversation. Both trans women are doing very well and advocate for that space. I think that's a brilliant thing to do. It's just the other things that surround it that are rather unfortunate.
So when are you releasing the audiobook?
True.
So why are you doing shit? Why are you doing this shit? Not trying to get bitches? Because I care more about doing this shit than getting bitches. On my Jordan Peterson value hierarchy, I care more. I care more about understanding the implications of a destination-based cash flow tax than I do. It sounds like an incel. I'm a I want to say brain cell, but I feel like brain cell has a negative connotation. What does brain cell mean? No, what? Okay, what is brain cell? They're incels who convince themselves that they have superior intelligence. Oh, fuck. I am a brain cell then. Wait, no, fuck. Wait, no, fuck. Yeah, all right, listen, find me a bitch who's into this. And then maybe we'll talk, okay? Maybe. Go get some bitches. What the fuck are you doing, fam? I'm enjoying my life without bitches. I don't see your issue, man. This is my... Don't give a shit about economics. I don't give a shit about bitches.
Yeah, honestly, if you want to get your
care more about
my community.
new Keynesian economics and
I like Lewis Philosophy. He's good at that. He's very, very good at that.
more
I know I'm going to link you to a Reddit
economics
thread, but it's just something. Yeah, I'm going to link you if I can find it.
and more
Nick, have you seen
economic
the,
stuff.
I've seen your name a
So
few
you're
times.
gay?
I think it was a few times in my YouTube comments.
Don't think I
This is
said
the
that.
most recent kickoff that I've managed to start a fight on. I still have those tabs
You just
open.
want to start shit.
If no one starts stirring shit with me, I don't go out of my way to do so. I don't think anything that I said in the particular video was egregious or downplaying. It just ended up being fun. Right now, I'm ruled by the...
You're probably checking shit to some fucking hentai like every other day. Stop, bro. Every other day?
I've seen a
You
few
want
of
us
the
to make
videos
our
because of
power,
that.
bro.
No, it's all good, it's all good.
Bro,
Wait,
3 times a
hello.
day minimum.
We're so third of women solid. I appreciate it. I've just mainly been going over this kind of thing in the comments. I'm doing a video
Dude, what the fuck?
specifically about this. I can't not do a video specifically about this comment.
Is that a comment on your video? Man, I had some bad comments, but not that long. This chat guy sounds maidenless. Dude, we're not gonna watch this whole thing or anything. I'm not gonna steal online economics content, but he has some good stuff. The breadtube versus economics stuff.
Well, shout out to Mexi. She has some pretty good videos about
I'm armed with shit out of comments, dude. Dude, all my comments just call me a Destiny clone, and it's like I can't even. How do I fight those allegations? I practically am, but there's no way for me not to be because I am just like myself. Like I don't try to be a Destiny clone. That's my core being is a Destiny clone.
economics in general, and even in this one she gives a solid account of why loosening planning restrictions isn't a solution to the housing crisis. She's an exception, so we'll excuse her from the general charge of bad economics. For now.
Lately.
There are a lot of Destiny comments too, but I meme my way through. Well, this was before Philosophy was out.
Recently found out
obviously.
about LeftTube. Really enjoy your content. Came at a good time because I've recently been through a tough break lately over who I am. Oh, tough breakup over who I am and a lot of gender dysphoria. Any advice? I don't have any advice on dealing with gender dysphoria. It's not something I've ever experienced.
She was a lesbian and had fallen in love with trans women. She explained they have a special connection because they're
So my
both
friendship
trans.
with Joanne got very intense very fast. It was that kind of friendship where you develop your own private language of references and in-jokes. One reason we got so emotionally close is we're both trans. And there's a kind of intuitive understanding and a sense of humor that I can share with another trans woman that
Just go through unhinged comments and farm comebacks to people. I'll be lurking while I drive based. But I can't even... Dude, my comments are literally... They're not anything of substance. They're like, stop trying to be... Like, I think my most recent ones. Yeah, stop trying to be Destiny, little bro. Like, oh, okay. Wow. What the fuck?
have with anyone else.
Watch her do a shoot. She
Oh,
was a
Madison
trans
saw-
woman. Wild. She definitely... The easiest allegation to make is that Philosophy Dude did definitely steal a lot of Contra style. I should give you some pointers. Well, how do you... Well, what do you... Well, I'd appreciate any pointers. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I do need... You know, you are pulling. You are fucking content maxing, bro. I wish I could content max this much. If it comments on an Andrew Tate video, that's the way I tend to go. Where's the Andrew Tate video? What Andrew Tate video? Tate is losing at this one.
What we will do is...
Oh my god. The headphones say it all. True. I got a video made especially, bro. What the fuck?
oh boy, has this been fun. I'm at apart from...
Bro actually has a... I don't know.
oh boy, oh...
Oh man. Headphones working as intended. Not fun. Have you slept? Do you think I've slept? Of course I haven't, bro. What a dumb fucking question, bro. I responded to my hate comments. That would be that'd be an awesome video I could make. I bet that would do numbers. I want to read this as well. I know South Korea. South Korea is having some major issues. It worked for do it. I will, but most of my comments are again just like, "You're a Destiny clone," and I just say, "Well, nah." That I don't have any. There's no substantive. I can't I can all I can say is like, oh well, I mean I just try to be myself on stream. Oh no, not Destiny. Bro think he's Destiny, yeah. Well, welcome to the stream, AZ Vocal Local. I am Destiny. Listen. I'll always remember this comment, okay? This comment meant so much to me, unironically. Someone commented, Mom, can I watch Loner Box? Mom, we have Loner Box at home, and then Loner Box at home. That comment meant a lot to me. That's what I want. I want to be. Listen, I may not like the Destiny clone allegation, but the Loner Box clone allegations, I think I'm fine with. I think I'm fine with those ones. The cat is back. Dude, these fucking flies. As birth rates plunge, many politicians want to pour money into policies that might lead women to have more babies. Loner is hated in circles for no reason. True. I actually don't even know that much about Letterboxd, but I know, like, I've seen some of his research streams, and it seems like he does pretty good research. And his like, he publishes his notes. Like, he actually went through, like, the thing on the Great March of Return, and, like, like, actually, if you just go to Al-Qassam's website, which is Hamas's military wing, like, this is Hamas's brigade, like, they list the people who died. Like, you can go through, like, the report, and it's like, yeah, this person was shot roughly 300 meters away from defenses. He literally a member of Al-Qassam brigades, like, ISF soldiers shot him in the neck. His death was declared at a hospital. He was shot standing for noon prayers in a courtyard. It's about 300 meters away from the fence. Where it's like there, I think the report mentions there might be some exceptions to like status-based targeting when it comes to like law enforcement activities or whatever. We'll have to read it. I have some shit to read on it, and his notes are in here too. We'll get to eventually. Report somehow manages to miss every Hamas member on the list. The full report does not name some from May 14th, doesn't mention their affiliation. Yeah, and the way I think it's really interesting. We looked at this on stream yesterday. The way the UN report literally like lists out like this is the way that conventionally an occupation is tested for under international law. And it's like 3 things. They list 3 things, like military troops on the ground, the military being able to exercise authority like over the lawful sovereign of that territory. And there's some third thing. And then it just says, it just hands waves at and says, well, the ICRC says this. So they don't actually provide any substantive argument. They just kind of like hand wave the problem away. And I know it cites 2 security things. Yeah, effective control test. Was Gaza no longer occupied after 2005? Partnering from foreign forces might retain key elements of authority, which can amount to effective control. These resolutions, the resolutions of the site don't even really mention Gaza. I think this one does. I think this one does, but it's a General Assembly resolution, so it's not even binding. And some of them just refer to the occupied territories, and like they count Gaza as an occupied territory, but like they're not actually making any like substantive argument for Gaza being occupied. It's just that they're referring to Gaza as an occupied territory because that like it'd be harder to refer to it as something else, I guess. Yeah, ICRC does definitively say it, but they don't even like really provide a super great argument, in my opinion. It doesn't even really matter because like I always say, like, oh well, what's the fucking alternative to the occupation? There are 2 things that I ask usually. The first one is I always forget to ask this. I should write it down so I make sure to remember to ask it. Too hard to learn history. Let's just use buzzwords. Yeah. It's like, what's something in Gaza that is better described by the word occupation than the word blockade? And I have never heard a good answer to that. Like the word blockade seems to be a better word to describe what's happening. And in fact, I would say using the word occupation undermines the actual fucking occupation that's happening in the West Bank. Israel occupies Area C of the West Bank fully, and they have some control over Area B of the West Bank. To say that, like, the amount of control that Israel has over Area C and Gaza are the same, I think it's total bullshit. I think it undermines I guess the suffering of Palestinians in the West Bank that are under full Israeli occupation in Area C. I don't think you should be equating those two things. And then like the word blockade seems to just describe what's happening better than an occupation. And then and then the other thing is like, well, let's say it's an occupation. What's the alternative to the occupation? Because really, again, by occupation, it just means blockade. So like, let's say this occupation/blockade comes to an end. Do we not have every reason to believe that Hamas would just repeat October 7th over and over and over again? As they have vowed to do. They said that they were going to repeat October 7th 10 times over. This doesn't seem to be like a viable alternative about Hamas being removed from power first. Yeah, all right. Start my music again. All right. As birth rates fund, many politicians want to pour money into policies that might lead women to have more babies. Donald Trump has vowed to dish out bonuses if he returns to the White House. Hold on, I should just let me change my thumbnail real quick. Fuck. God, I wish YouTube had that feature I was just talking about earlier. All right. In France, where the state already spends 3.5 to 4% of GDP on family policies every year, Emmanuel Macron wants to demographically rearm his country. South Korea is contemplating handouts worth a staggering $70,000 for each baby. Yet all these attempts are likely to fail because they are bent on a misapprehension. Government's concern is understandable. Oh, thanks, Botrex. Fertility rates are falling nearly everywhere, and the rich world faces a severe shortage of babies. At prevailing birth rates, the average woman in a high-income country today will have just 1.6 children over her lifetime. Every rich country except Israel, which Israel has its own concerns there because the fucking it's all the Orthodox Jewish people having a ton of kids, and they don't even serve in the military. Every rich country except Israel has a fertility rate beneath the replacement level of 2.1, at which the population is stable without immigration. The decline over the past decade has been faster than demographers expected. Doomsayers such as Elon Musk warn that these shifts threaten civilization itself. That's ridiculous, but they will bring profound social and economic change. A fertility rate of 1.6 means that without immigration, each generation will be a quarter smaller than the one before it. In 2000, rich countries had 26 over 65-year-olds for every 100 people aged 25 to 64. By 2050, that is likely to have doubled. The worst affected places will see even more dramatic changes. South Korea, where the fertility rate is 0.7, the population is projected to fall by 60% by the end of the century. South Korea is fucked, dude. I think South Korea is starting to accept more immigrants. I know Japan is. Dude, this fucking fly. The decision to have children is a personal one. And should stay that way. But governments need to pay heed to the rapid demographic shifts. Aging and shrinking societies will probably lose dynamism and military might. They will certainly face a budgetary nightmare as taxpayers struggle to finance the pensions and healthcare of the legion of oldies. Many pro-nationalist policies come with effects that are valuable in themselves. Handouts from poor parents, reduce child poverty, for instance, and mothers who can afford childcare are more likely to work. However, governments are wrong to think it is within their power to boost fertility rates. For one thing, such policies are founded on a false diagnosis of what so far has caused demographic decline. For another, they could cause more than the problems they are designed to solve. One common assumption is that falling fertility rates stem from professional women putting off having children. The notion that they run out of time to have as many babies as they wish before their childbearing years draw to a close explains why policies tend to focus on offering tax breaks and subsidized child care. That is argued women do not have to choose between family and their career. That is not the main story. University-educated women are indeed having children later in life, but only a little. In America, the average age at birth of their first child has risen from 28 in 2000 to 30 now. These women are having roughly the same number of children as their peers did a generation ago. This is a little below what they say is their ideal family size, but the gap is no different from what it used to be. Instead, the bulk of the decline in fertility rates in rich countries is among younger, poorer women who are delaying the start to have children and who therefore have fewer overall. More than half of the drop in America's fertility rate since 1990 is caused by a collapse in birth among women under 19. That is partly because more of them are going to college. But even those who leave education after high school are having children later. In 1994, the average age of a first-time mother without a university degree was 20. Today, about 2/3 of women without degrees in their 20s are yet to have their first child. Some politicians may seize on this to aim baby-boosting policies at very young women. They may be tempted to by evidence that poor women respond more to financial incentives. But focusing on young and poor women as a group that would be bad for them and bad for society. Teenage pregnancies are linked to poverty and ill health for both the mother and the child. Targeted incentive to roll back decades of efforts to curb unwanted teenage pregnancy and encourage women to study and work. Those efforts, along with programs to enhance gender equality, rank among the greatest public policy triumphs of the post-war era. Some illiberal governments, such as those of Hungary and Russia, may choose to ignore this progress, yet they face a practical problem because government incentives do not seem to bring lots of extra babies, even as spending mounts. Sweden offers an extraordinary generous childcare program, but its total fertility rate is still only 1.7. Vast amounts of money are needed to encourage each extra baby, and handouts tend to go to all babies, including those who would not have been born anyway, or would have been born anyway. As a result, schemes in Poland and France cost $1.2 million per extra baby birth. Only a tiny number of those citizens are productive enough to generate fiscal benefits to offset that kind of money. Due to a low social mobility, only 8% of American children born to parents without bachelor's degree end up getting a degree themselves. Jesus fucking Christ, 8%? God damn. Older but wiser. What can governments do then? High-skilled immigration can plug fiscal gaps, but not indefinitely, given that fertility falling globally. Most economists, therefore, will have to adapt to social change, and it falls to governments to smooth the way. Welfare states need rethinking. Older people will have to work later in life, for instance, cut the burden on to cut the burden on the public purse. The invention and adoption of new technologies will need to be encouraged. These can make the demographic transition easier by unleashing economy-wide productivity growth or helping care for the old. New household technologies may help the parent rather as dishwashers and washing machines did in the 20th century. Baby-boosting policies, by comparison, are costly and retrograde mistake. I feel like AI is the way out for this, right? I mean, that's what it's going to be. It's going to be fucking... Also going to have to be. We're going to have to hope the productivity increases from AI are larger than the negative aspects of the aging population, which it probably will be. Hopefully. And then, like I mentioned, there are like some technologies that, like in theory, could boost birth rates. Like fucking dishwashers. We just read that. Right. Yeah. I think this is the Ben Shapiro video, which comes out a few hours from now. 91 minutes.
In the early...
Just watch that. It's insane.
Today we're going
watch that. One of these Economist articles is the one I wanted to read about and had stuff in it about like how we should be combating disinformation. I don't know which one, and I don't really want to read all three. Was this really short? Oh, this is probably the... Yeah, here we go. And we read that Britons are wearing cataclysm. All the Earthrooms are leaving Britain. In January 2024, in the run-up to elections in Taiwan, hundreds of video posts appeared on YouTube, Instagram, X, and other social platforms entitled The Secret History of Tai Ing-wen. News anchors speaking English and Chinese made a series of false claims about Miss Tsai, I have no clue how to pronounce this, the outgoing president, and a ruling party. On election day itself, January 13th, an audio clip began to circulate in which Terry Gu, a candidate who had dropped out of the race in November, seemed to endorse a candidate of the China-friendly KMT party. In fact, Mr. Gu made no such endorsement. Both the video and audio clips were produced using AI. Okay, whatever. Posted by Chinese state-backed propaganda, known variously as Spamouflage, Dragon Bridge, and Storm 1376. In a report released on April 5th, the threat intelligence team at Microsoft, a tech firm, said this was the first time it had seen a nation-state use AI-generated material to sway a foreign election. The news anchors in the videos were made using CapCut, an app made by ByteDance, the Chinese parent company of TikTok. At their peak, the videos were being shared over 100 times a minute, but were swiftly identified and taken down. Overall, few people probably saw them, but China is likely using Taiwan as a testbed for ideas it plans to deploy elsewhere, a Taiwanese official told the Taipei Times. Taiwan's election is a sign of things to come, as AI supercharges the production of disinformation, that is, information which is intended to deceive. The country's social media are flooded with one of the world's highest levels of disinformation coming from foreign governments. See chart. America's social media are not far behind in the same measure. Where are we? Goddamn. So we're pretty high foreign, low domestic. Which is wild. I don't really have a place to put this. Oh, I should put this in my TikTok thing, I guess. Just because that's where I'll remember it. Oh, well, I remember it is. Oh, why is Latvia? Oh, Russia, probably. North Korea. God damn, Switzerland. What the fuck? I gotta read some shit on the Swiss a minute. In a year when half the world is holding elections, and technology, technology is making it easier than ever to spread disinformation. The need for governments, companies, and individuals around the world to grapple with the problem has never been more urgent. Security experts are raising the alarm too. More than 1,400 of them recently told the World Economic Forum that disinformation and misinformation, incorrect information that is shared unwittingly, were the biggest global risk in the next 2 years, even more dangerous than war, extreme weather, or inflation. Do we really think inflation was going to be one of the biggest risks? Inflation was bad, but like not that bad. Real wages didn't even fall that much. Like the fog of information war. Much is still murky, including how much disinformation there is, and how much it shapes opinions and behavior. Nevertheless, researchers are beginning to understand how disinformation networks operate in developing ways to identify and monitor them in the wild. Some countries like Taiwan and Sweden from Taiwan and Sweden to Brazil have implemented policies to fight the problem, which could provide useful lessons for others. This special section will first explain how disinformation campaign works. It will consider the role of AI, both negative in creating disinformation and positive detecting and mitigating it, and it assesses the emerging tools and policies aimed to fight back against the problem. Fuck. I hate when to hyperlink to shit I want to read too, because then I get dragged into reading more shit. Bad information can take many forms and affect many fields. For many years, the standard way of doing this, Amal Khan, a former journalist who now studies disinformation, was to use hundreds of thousands of social media accounts controlled by a single piece of software to pump out the same message or link or like or reshare a particular post. On a large scale, this was called coordinated and authentic behavior. CIB can fool curation algorithms on social networks such as Facebook or X into thinking there's a groundswell of interest in it or support for a particular viewpoint. The algorithm promotes these posts to real users who may then share them with their own followers. Hold on, give me 1 second. Okay. What the hell? One example is CBI, analyzing Mr. Khan's firm, Valiant Projects, targeted Daewoo, a South Korean company, after Daewoo won a construction contract worth $2.6 billion from the Iraqi government and was attacked by Chinese disinformation networks, which spread false stories about the company in an effort to get its contract canceled and awarded to a Chinese company instead. Daewoo was said to be a front for a Western plan to exploit Iran's resources. Made-up comments attributed to American officials were cited as evidence that America was trying to undermine Chinese-Iraqi relations. Such claims were debunked by fact-checking outlets based in Iraq and Qatar, but that did little to hamper their spread. There's at least one socialist I'm going to talk to who's going to believe those. CIB operations are fairly easy to spot. Meta, the tech company behind Facebook, now finds and shuts down such networks quite quickly, says Mr. Khan, although X is slower off in the marquee ads. In its recent report on CIB shutdowns released in February, Meta describes 3 such operations in China, Myanmar, and Ukraine. These reports note that CIB networks targeting Ukraine were simple and could be traced to Russian intelligence services. Since 2022, however, disinformation campaigns have taken on a new form. Run by deniable entities such as marketing companies or troll farms without direct state links, they post on a range of social networks and blogging platforms and create entire fake websites. Since May 2023, the number of AI-generated news outlets peddling misleading information has risen from 49 to 802. According to NewsGuard, an American organization that monitors disinformation, these sites mostly feature innocuous articles generated by AI with disinformation mixed in. An example is DC Weekly, an apparent American website that was central to furthering Russian-led disinformation campaigns, alleging that Olena Zelenska, Ukraine's first lady, has spent $1.1 million on a shopping spree on New York's swanky Fifth Avenue. I should. News guards. What does their extension do? I don't know if I can sign up, dude. Payment details. What? No, fuck off. Okay. Does it work even if I don't pay? So if I like search up The Economist, will it? It doesn't work. Bro, I'm not paying for this shit. Google. Example is DC. We read that. Okay, Mr. Khan calls the accounts and sites that plant the story seeders. Rather than using hundreds of fake accounts to promote these sites' material, distribution instead relies on a few so-called spreaders, social media accounts with large numbers of followers. Spreaders typically build a following by posting about football featuring a sanctily clad woman, and then they'll flip, says Mr. Khan. They start mixing in disinformation from seeders by linking or reposting to their content. Meta's threat report from November 2023 noted that it had seen the Chinese outfit Spamiflage/Storm 1376 operating on more than 50 platforms, and it primarily seeded content on blogging platforms with forums like Medium, Reddit, Quora, before sharing links to that content on our platforms. In poor countries with few opportunities for young tech-savvy men, there's a cottage of industries building up spreader accounts and then selling them to malicious actors once they reach 100,000 followers, says Mr. Khan. This is what I'm as soon as I reach, which will have, I'm manifesting it. I will reach 100,000 Twitch followers one day. It'll happen. I'm manifesting it. It's going to happen. That's just 1,000 more, 1,000 times more than I have now. We'll get there. We'll get there, guys. The challenge with identifying spreaders is that their behavior is genuine, at least to begin with, and they are not the originators of disinformation, but merely distributors of it. Spreader accounts may continue to post about other things. You're not Destiny, bro. I'm just reading shit, bro. I'm not trying to be Destiny right now. I'm just trying to read. She planned to stay up long enough to fix your sleep schedule? I guess. We'll see. I think, yeah. See, I always plan on doing that, but then I never end up actually doing that. It's a thing. But actually, speaking of Destiny, it's reminded me. He talked about Caroline Kwan. I want to see the new drama. You think reading is the best way to help you stay up? Nope. But I'm only going to stream for like a few more hours. Then don't act like you're blatant Destiny wannabe. How do I not act like it? I just act like myself. I don't understand what I'm supposed to do. I like. I don't intentionally try to be Destiny ever. The editing too. To be fair, okay, I do copy Destiny's intro. That's true. I did do that. That's just because I like Destiny's intro. Okay, no one else does as good an intro as him. I like his intro style, so I did copy that. But I'm not. Listen, he came with receipt. I never. Listen, we talked about this earlier in stream. The Destiny clone comments didn't used to bother me. They're starting to bother me more just because I get them so much now. It's like I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Because like, how do I like in order to not be a Destiny clone, I'd have to change my personality to like make myself a something else clone. But like, what would I even do? I would still get called a Destiny clone too, because I'm a liberal online, so there's no way to not be called a Destiny clone. I don't know what I have to do. I think it's the invisibly fluttered appears Morgan debate. How long is this? Hour 36 minutes. It's because it's true. What am I supposed to do, bro? I did copy his intros, okay? I'll admit that much. That's just because I like his intros. Everyone else's intros are lame. Like, Destiny actually has...
Total failure of imagination.
Like, this nice intro layout, and, like, other people's intros are just, like, a little overlay. With, like, maybe a glitch transition. And it's like, I don't like their intros as much as Destiny. So that's why... Here apartheid. That's why I do somewhat copy Destiny's intros.
We have Trump himself saying, "Oh yeah, this is classic."
I even needs the same music as him in this one, but like, I did that so I could change my intros. But like, people call me a Destiny clone on stream when they don't even see my intros. So I don't even know what I should do, bro. I don't know what I should do. I don't know what there is to do. Listen, I'm just happy the YouTube short chat is working and it has intended. It's only showing up above me and not also to the side of me. Is the main chat working as intended too? If I real quick. Post to my alt account that I used to check the YouTube chat because it never actually appears on stream, so I have to use my fucking phone, my old phone. It does, look, it's working. What's up, Bagel Fawn? Intro, speech patterns, stream topics, trying to be an academic. The intro is true. Speech patterns. I just talk how I talk. I don't like try to make myself sound like Destiny. I never say a sentence and I'm like, I'm gonna sound like Destiny in a sentence. I just talk how I talk. Stream topics. I don't even has Destiny done any economic shit? I do economic shit, bro. Bro. I've had 3 stream topics the entire time I've streamed. Israel, Palestine, religion, and economics, okay? Israel, Palestine, obviously everyone's doing that shit. It's not just me and Destiny. Hate to break it to you. Religion, to some extent, usually when I do religion, like I just react to like the Jordan Peterson versus Alex O'Connor debate. A lot of people are doing that shit, okay? It's not just me and Destiny. And Destiny hasn't read half the economic shit I have, okay? Bro. I don't know, and I've read other, it's not like I just try to read what Destiny's read. Like I pull up my own shit. Like I don't just I don't even copy Destiny when it comes to like what I read or anything. Destiny doesn't have any of these fucking notes, dude. I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't get it. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. Trying to be an academic. I don't even try to be an academic. I kind of, well, I don't. See, I'm not actually. I do jokingly. I mean, well, not even jokingly. Unironically, though, I feel like, do I even need college if I can do this shit, bro? Honestly, bro. Listen, sometimes I watch my own streams, and even I'm impressed with my research streams. I'm like, God damn, I read all that shit, and I somehow don't remember any of it. How am I supposed to do? I'm just happy to use your short chat as well. In poor countries with few opportunities for young, what? Oh, we read that already. Awesome. In order to not be a Destiny clone, I'd have to like choose someone else. Listen to yourself. What? What did I do? I don't understand. In order to, I don't get it. Balance seen this more sophisticated approach being used to spread disinformation from Russia and European countries and to promote hard-right material in Britain. In the latter case, the spreader accounts used gossipy posts about the British royal family to attract followers before flipping to political propaganda about how low-traffic neighborhoods, areas where traffic is discouraged, or globalist plot. I'm not trying to be an academic. What do you mean? I'm not trying to be an actual academic. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by research. Okay, I'm proud of my research. I don't mean to like say I'm doing actual important fucking research because I'm just like reading books and articles. But I'm so smart I don't even need college. Exactly. I'm not like trying to say I'm smart I don't even need college. I'm just saying like it's not that I'm smart, it's just that I am capable of reading this stuff on my own. I'm going to college unless the Twitch stream really blows up though, so... Similarly, Microsoft detailed Storm 1376's use of newer distribution model to spread disinformation about how wildfires in Hawaii, supposedly started by an American weather weapon, to amplify criticisms of the Japanese government in South Korea, and is still conspiracy theories about a train derailment in Kentucky in November 2023. When many accounts are using the exact same wording, spotting CBI is relatively simple. It is not unusual for narratives to suddenly trend on social media, but a spike in mentions of a particular topic in an array of different languages or posted by accounts seemingly scattered around the world might be a hint that foul play is involved. Similarly, disinformation hunters can examine clusters of accounts. Self-reflecting grow as a person? True. That push a similar message. Dodgy accounts may all have the same data creation, the same number of followers, or the same ratio of followers to following because they all have bought fake followers in bulk in a bid to look authentic. But spotting seeders and spreaders under the newer distribution model is more difficult. They are propagating a particular narrative, but the seeder attacks articles and posts and the spreaders posts that promote them all use different wording. Valiant is trying to solve this problem by using AI. Its system, called Eridine, takes feeds from social media platforms and looks for common underlying narratives and sentiments to spot unusual coordinated action. Unlike previous approaches based on keywords, the latest models let us do work on sentiment that we couldn't do before, says Mr. Klon. Another way to identify spreader accounts is described in a recent working paper from Brookings, a think tank based in Washington, D.C. Mareem Sadidi, an economist at Carnegie Mellon University, and her colleagues analyzed 62 million posts from X written in Farsi relating to the wave of anti-government protest in Iran that began in September 2022. The analysis focused on spreader accounts, the researchers called them imposters, that started off by pretending to be on the side of protesters, but then flipped to posting disinformation discrediting a protest. The researchers began by identifying several hundred imposter accounts by hand. They trained a classified algorithm to identify more imposters with similar characteristics, including their posting activity, pattern of followers, their use of particular hashtags, and how recently the account was created, and so on. The researchers were then able to replicate the identification of these imposter accounts with 94% accuracy through network analysis alone, i.e. by scrutinizing only their relationship to other accounts rather than the content of their posts. This suggests, the researchers say, that it's possible to identify accounts with high propensity to engage disinformation campaigns before they even do so. They suggest that a social media platform could use this kind of network analysis methods to create a propaganda score for each account made visible to users to indicate whether it is likely a source of disinformation. The imposter detection algorithm could be further improved, the research suggests, by using more advanced forms of AI such as natural language processing and deep learning. Technology firms and intelligence agencies are no doubt already doing this kind of analysis, though they are understandably reluctant to share details about their methods. Meta says only that it has used AI in integrity systems for many years to protect users and enforce rules. But both academics and civil society groups say that no single method can be used to automatically detect all disinformation. The tactics used are often bespoke to specific campaigns and rely on human analysts to check the results and provide interpretation and nuance. AI can, however, help in different ways by spotting deceptive content directly through analysis of individual posts, articles, sound clips, or videos. DARPA, the Special Projects Research Arm of America's Department of Defense, has been funding research into detecting, attributing, characterizing manipulated and synthesized media as part of its semantic forensic program to create a toolbox of defenses. In March, it published an open source repository of several of the projects it has funded, with links to downloadable source code, and announced a series of Spot the Deepfake challenges. It aims to encourage academic and commercial users to combine, improve, and ultimately deploy the tools of which rely on AI in some form, says Will Corvey of DARPA, who manages the program. Although a single analytic tool may not always be reliable, he says combining several of them can greatly improve accuracy. Consider, for example, the problem of working out whether a video of a politician is genuine or not. Using authentic data of the person in question, is it possible to train an AI model that learns their characteristics, such as the patterns of head tilt or facial movements while speaking? This can then be used to analyze a suspected deepfake for authenticity. Better still, explains Dr. Corvey, it can be combined with other techniques, such as the heartbeat detection from the video, which is difficult to fake. Heartbeats can be spotted by looking at tiny variations in skin color, particularly on the forehead. Okay. Other tools in DARPA's catalog are capable of spotting AI-generated text. You are my favorite streamer. Oh, wow. Thank you, Typod Turtle. Wow, is this your first stream? Oh, Typod Turtle, thanks for the follow, man. Oh, no way. Glad you finally caught the stream, bro. Synthesizer edited images and deepfake audio and video. The results for fake audio detection are particularly robust, Dr. Corvey says, and a fake audio track can, of course, indicate the accompanying video is also fake. DARPA is not the only effort of this kind. Oren Etzoni, a computer scientist and former head of the Allen Institute for Artificial Intelligence, a research outfit, founded TrueMedia.org, a nonprofit group, in January to expand access to AI detection tools. On April 2nd, the group unveiled a website which brings together open source and commercially available tools through a free web interface to provide a one-stop shop for detection of synthetic or manipulated images, video, and audio using multiple tools simultaneously. When it comes to bad content, AI is both a sword and shield, notes Nick Clegg, head of global affairs at Meta. For his part, Dr. Corvey suggests he's optimistic about how defensive AI-powered detection tools can stay ahead of offensive generation tools. Dr. Howard of Oxford University agrees, at least for now. This is a lucky moment in which technology firms can both spot fake videos pretty reliably, he says, though I don't know if this is going to last forever. Renee DeResta, who studies information flows at the Stanford University Internet Observatory, is less convinced. Today's tech detection tools may work well in a controlled environment when there's plenty of time to make an assessment, she says. But when it comes to making snap judgments at a hard moment, I don't think that the defender is necessarily favored. Besides, she observes there's a much deeper problem. Even if deceptive fake media can be detected with appropriate accuracy, not everyone will believe the fake video is fake. She cites the example of fake audio clips that went viral just before the election in Slovakia in 2023, in which a politician was apparently heard discussing election rigging with a journalist. He later lost the election. People are highly resistant to fact checks if they don't like the fact checker, she says. That means the mitigation of disinformation will require much more than just technology. That's the big place for a fuck. Because no offense, when I talk to fucking conservatives, it feels like there's literally nothing I can fucking say to them. There's no fact check I can provide to them that's ever going to convince them otherwise of some things. Because it's like, especially when it comes to like, well, I mean, half these people believe the FBI is like totally fucking corrupt and planted evidence in Mar-a-Lago. So it's like, what could I ever show you that would disprove that worldview? Because like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what I show you. You're still just going to say the FBI is corrupt because you believe like they fundamentally believe like every single American institution is just totally corrupt. So anything can fit that worldview somehow. Like the fact that like Trump wasn't charged for the Russiagate scandal, for the Russia collusion thing, because he was found innocent because they couldn't actually prove Russia collusion. Doesn't actually matter because people will say, oh, they didn't have enough power to plant evidence at the time on him, even though they did at Mar-a-Lago somehow, or erase him out, but their whole career off of that, so it doesn't matter anyway. Like there's just nothing that can disprove your worldview. Because like yeah, if Trump wins the appeal, well, he won the appeal because the charges were bullshit. Obviously the charges were bullshit, so he was going to win the appeal because the charges were bullshit and it was all fake and it was all planted evidence or whatever. If Trump doesn't win the appeal, he was never going to win the appeal because the courts are so corrupt that they're always going to side against him. Like there's really nothing that could ever happen that would disprove your worldview. Like the only thing that could happen is that Trump gets elected. And then as soon as Trump gets elected, the FBI becomes uncorrupt. Okay, I want to see the Caroline Kwan disinfo stuff. Or not disinfo stuff. Yeah.
Conversation came up, it was like, why can't you be a Destiny fan openly? Why does it feel like you have to treat the fact that you watch Destiny like you watch, right? Why does it feel that way? And I said my piece. I'm like, I understand, because he's a contentious figure. He makes himself a contentious figure with his behavior, right, with his conduct, by being inflammatory and like insensitive towards like groups of people, which he is, right? And it's jokes, it's funny, and I agree that it's funny, and I find it funny, and I'm able to like, you know what I mean? I'm able to consume that type of humor and think that it's funny, and I know he's not like a hateful person. But whatever, to the average person, like I don't blame anybody for thinking that he's like an asshole. Like I don't really like this guy. And like I said, there are 3 of my normal friends that I've like shown his various videos to because we're having conversations about things that I thought Stephen truly had the best arguments or whatever. And they all came away saying, I don't like this guy, right? Like this guy's terrible. So the answer is,
I've skipped out on identifying myself as anybody. To friends of mine, like we're talking about politics and they'll mention him and I'm like, oh yeah, I think I've heard that guy before.
My answer to this is though, is if somebody says, if someone says like, oh wait, do you watch Destiny? If it comes up, like if someone says like, did you see what this guy said on Twitter or whatever, and it comes up like, number one, the first thing is, if you're a fan of Destiny, right, you don't have to defend everything the guy ever says. And in my case, like I know the guy personally a little bit, right? We've met a couple times in person, whatever. We're friendly. If it ever came to the point where somebody is like asking me to apologize for him, I won't. I'll just say, I like the guy. He's been a real friend to me. And that's it. If you don't like it, you can fuck off. But I like his content. I think he's funny. I think he ends up being right on a lot of things, whatever. But sure, maybe he's flawed, like everybody. I don't know. But at the end of the day, he's another guy that I don't think that you can hide behind. Like it's just content, bro.
I think, it's hard to identify because it's so removed from most people's lives. But I do think a lot of this just comes down to political opinions. Because if you have the right political opinions, you can be so much more unhinged and you can get away with so much more. That like if I make
Frogan's allowed to say the C word and I can't say the C word. I say the C word, Twitch will ban me. Fucking sucks.
Comment on if I were to make a comment.
I actually don't know if they'll do that for sure. I say test it out. Twitch, that's a joke. That's a joke. Twitch, that's a joke.
Publicly, where I say something like trans people on Twitter are fucking insane. Okay, they're unhinged. They're fucking lunatics. Okay, that would be the type of thing that I would say. Where somebody like Wicked would say like, oh yeah, like I can't identify with Destiny. He's like to me, like he says, or like people say things or whatever publicly, like yeah, like he's way too unhinged. But like these exact same people would like in jubilous soyness identify with Hassan saying something like Israel needs to be removed from this fucking planet. Okay, Israel is like way too much. This country shouldn't fucking exist, right? If you have like the right political opinions, you can make so much more of a crazy comment. I was gonna say this for later. I watched this last night, but like we can watch this. This is an unhinged clip. I played games and I went to sleep last night. I was so close to doing a whole Twitter thing where I was going to tag Twitch and everything because I was like, don't ever let me back on this dog shit platform. This is crazy. This is a crazy thing. But nobody of all the like the normie dip friends that Wicked Supreme is talking about, none of them would ever see this and think like, oh yeah, no, I don't identify with that girl because she's like way too unhinged and way too crazy. Even though what she's saying is, I would say that what she's about to say here is objectively worse than probably anything I've ever said in the history of my 15 years of streaming. Like, it's not even close. I don't even know if I've ever been genuinely racist. Maybe when I was like a kid, although even when I was like super conservative, I was probably just racist in that like I think that black people dress like thugs and listen to violent music too much. When I was like 14, like that's probably the most like racist thought I've ever had, because I'm just in the way that I've grown up with my parents and everything. I just haven't been like, I'm not cool like that. Also, hold on real quick. I just want to read this before we get her interpretation of it. Now, full disclosure, I have not read the full article. Maybe giving me the full article will change my opinion of this. But in reading this is my takeaway from this, okay? But Israel deserves reproach too. Unlike Hamas, Israel purports to abide by the principles of the law of war, including proportionality and distinction between combatants who can be lawfully targeted and civilians who cannot. Hamas has fought with transparent disregard for these principles. Israel has conducted its war opaquely in such a way that one must take its word that every bomb and every round is dropped or fired lawfully. Its media operations in this war will be remembered as a historic...
Honestly, that guy told me to reflect, and I'm kind of hearing that I do kind of have the same speech pattern as him when I read. Honestly, I think I might, but I don't do that. I never say a sentence and I'm like, I'm gonna read this and I'm gonna sound like Destiny while reading it. I never do that. It's just like, he's probably the research streams I watch. So they're like, so I guess it's his speech patterns took over. I don't know.
Failure that allowed Hamas's propaganda to be accepted and spread along without rebuttal or something, right? So this line here is not saying that every bomb and every round is dropped or fired lawfully. What it's saying is because there's such little transparency into how Israel conducts its operations, you have to take it at their word. Because Israel purports to follow, lawful warfare. Obviously, Hamas doesn't care, but like we have to just take them at their word, right? I think that's what this sentence is saying. Now, I haven't read the full article. I don't know if that would change my opinion on this one sentence, but anyway, here we go.
Israel has conducted its war opaquely in such a way that one must take its word that every bomb and every round is dropped or fired lawfully. Here's the thing, Graham. Also, who the spell your name? Spell your name Graham, okay? You're not from Ireland. You don't get to spell your name Grame. No.
Wow.
You spell it like a graham cracker. Because that's what you half are.
I can speed it up now because he's not watching it.
So, Graham has children. And this is what I pointed out in my tweet at him. I said, you're a genocide bootlicker. It's shameful we are in the same family. Anytime your name is brought up as some sort of pride point for the family, I'll direct them to the vile trash you've written many times over. You have children. Yeah, he has 2 kids. You want to know what my sister said? My sister's like even more ruthless than I am. She goes, I bet he's so happy that they came out with blonde hair and blue eyes. That they didn't get the Chinese genetics. That they look like little Aryans.
That's a. By the way, I should start a clips channel. 2,000 views 17 minutes ago. God damn. I'm gonna start that non-fun clips.
Aryan children. You have children. Imagine if
So
someone murdered them.
I don't think I have any good content that's like not good enough to go on my main channel. But is good enough to be like clips or whatever. Maybe I should clip parts out of the debates and have that. But like I don't. For right now, like any potential content I can get at all, I will upload to my main channel just because I'm trying to grow my main channel. If the main channel gets bigger, and then I have to start worrying about like if I upload this, will it negatively affect me in the YouTube algorithm? Then maybe I'll start uploading more shit to like a second channel. But like right now I don't have to worry about that at all because it's like any little amount of content I can possibly squeeze out of my live streams, I will upload to my main channel.
Under the guise of war, and a depraved imperial sycophant such as yourself defended that.
This is one of the reasons why I get mad about the discourse or whatever, when people freak out over like a particular word that's said like not even as a slur, and like this, there will be like 150,000 million views of internet discourse on like a particular word, but like stuff like this flies under the radar. This is legitimately like one of the most racist things I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that somebody feels comfortable just like openly talking about how somebody's happy about like the phenotypes of their children is like an unbelievably retarded reality to live in. This is unhinged. That you would invoke somebody's kids on this clip in this way is wild. And apparently it's a fucking relative. Yeah, the annoying thing is that like nobody will ever say anything negative about her behavior, and like people like Wicked Supreme will go like, oh yeah, Caroline, like yeah, she tries to be like, you know, reasonable, blah blah blah. But the reality is that like it has nothing to do with how reasonable you are, how much of an asshole you are, blah blah. It just has to do with your political opinions, because her political opinions are okay. Like she's totally fine saying literally the most unhinged, in the fucking world. But if you were to make a comparable comment like this towards any person, it would be unhinged. What?
Do you know how this segment starts?
No. How does it start?
It's me saying that Caroline is disgusting and racist and stupid and can't even understand a sentence. It's not saying that.
Wait,
she's
hold on.
trying
That's
to
not.
be
It's the point.
reasonable.
Wait. The point isn't what you think. The point is what you think other people think and why you think they say it. The point is that your normie friends would watch something like her and they go, oh yeah, she seems like whatever. That's what they would say. And then you think that that's an indictment on my conduct as opposed to the political like kind of worlds that different people exist in.
You have no idea who my friends are. You don't know who these people are. And saying things like Wicked Supremes.
Okay, I don't really care what this person says. All right, might have to just deal with me bleeding. Give me 1 second. All right. I don't know if I want to fucking read this entire. How long is this chapter? Fuck. Okay. I'm gonna commit because I know even if this chapter was 5 pages long, okay, and I found out it was 5 pages long, I wouldn't read it. I want to commit. If it's under 20 pages, I'll read it. I'm committing. So 86. Fuck. Under 20 pages. God damn it, I shouldn't have done it. Now I have to read it. Alright, let's lock in. Okay, it's only 14 pages. 14 pages isn't that bad. I can do 14 pages. I can do that in maybe 2 hours. But also, wait, is that Ben Shapiro thing airing now? It's gotta be airing soon. "46 minutes. What? Well, I definitely can't read it in 46 minutes. But well, what time is that? Is that that's like 2? Okay. Okay. Cracking open the energy drink and locking in chapter 4, The rise and fall of the Third Kingdom of Israel. Let's go. Let's get high. Who's fucking hyped for some reading again? Woo! Okay, starts with the quotes. This is going to give us the possibility of living here. Ben Gurion to some other guy, don't care. We speak of the second round that will come, but we are already in the second round. In this battle, God forbid we should fight within our own borders. We must be ready to fight back beyond our borders. We are a generation of settlement, with and without the steel helmet and gun muzzle. We will not be able to plant a tree or build a house. That is the fate of our generation. To be prepared and armed, strong and resolute, or else our sword will slip from our hands, and the threads of people will be severed. Threads of our lives will be severed. Yatava or Tehran, which until 1400 years ago was part of the independent Jewish state, will revert to being part of the Third Kingdom of Israel. Ben Gurion's cable to 7th Brigade on the last day of the Sinai campaign. I know, of all the Arab-Israeli wars, I know the least about the Sinai. The, 56 Suez Crisis. Or what he calls the Sinai campaign. So, I'm interested in learning about it. The road to the Sinai campaign in 1956 was paved by the realization of both Arab and Israel's at peace, and the necessary concessions it required was not a realistic option. Israel's paranoid sense of siege and its inbred tendencies. Singapore will stand with Israel. I mean, have they been? That's cool, I guess. I don't know. No offense if you're from Singapore. I don't know if Singapore is the most important actor when it comes to this conflict. I don't think them standing with Israel. I mean, it's cool if they do, but okay. Inbred tendency to assert military superiority on one hand, and the Arabs' irresistible choice of inertia and boycott and the comfort of inflammatory rhetoric on the other, brought about the breakdown of the precocious truth that had followed the 1948 war. Israel's war of independence was not a moment seen by the leaders of the new state as a heralding era of peace. That second round was inevitable and almost public knowledge, let alone that such the working premise of most leaders, first and foremost of Ben Gurion. To him, as he said when presenting to Knesset a new security law in August 1952, Israel was living in a state of armed peace, and he warned against the illusion of and the danger of false peace with the Arab world. This new nation, made out of immigrants from all corners of the world, had to be shaped and galvanized as a nation in arms, a people in uniform, a mobilized society. The army Ben Gurion taught should be the vital agent of nation building. When initiating military reprisals against the neighboring Arab states, he frequently would consider not only the need to inspire and motivate the army, but also to boost the morale of the new immigrants through the exploits of their army. The notion of a nation living on a razor's edge between war and a precocious truce became a collective state of mind, a philosophy of life. Security was definitely elevated to the status of the sacred cow of the young Jewish state. But the psychosis of a second round, well, I should take a few notes. Okay. Necessary conditions. Of peace between Israel and the Arab states at the end of the 48 war. Not a realistic cost. It was not a realistic permanent settlement. I can't fucking type. I'm tired. Permanent settlement. Jeez, fuck. Permanent settlement or either side. Hota's second round was not exclusively Israeli obsession. It was fed by the Arabs' uncompromising hostility. It was widespread throughout the entire Arab world as well. The incepted Jewish state was not allowed any relief by its Arab neighbors from economic boycott, incendiary propaganda, military threats, and a blockade of its maritime routes in a worldwide campaign aimed at isolating and ostracizing it. The military reprisals conducted by the IDF throughout the 1950s were normally triggered by infiltrations of Palestinian civilians who crossed the border, mostly driven by economic or social reasons, and sometimes by acts of terrorism perpetrated against Jewish border settlements. The cycle of infiltrations and reprisals against the neighboring Arab states, accused by Israel standing behind the infiltrators, became almost routine. It allowed the IDF's military superiority to be displayed in a way that Israel would serve as a deterrent to its enemies. In many cases, however, the scope of Israel's response to infiltrations tended to be disproportionate. Such was certainly Moshe Sharet's view. After the Kennethret of Operation of 11 December 1955, a major Israeli onslaught on a Syrian position, allegedly in response to Syrian interference with Israeli fishing in the Lake of Galilee, he confided to his diary that again we see a bloodlust and a provocation to war. This operation was preceded by no killing of Jews. It's just, how do you... Oh, fucking one vowel off, Grammarly. Okay. There was a regular cycle of incursions into Israel. I should also say, Israel was kept under economic boycott by the Arab League. There was a regular cycle of incursions into Israel, followed by often disproportionate, followed by a often disproportionate military response. One such example was an IDF operation on the 11th, I think it was 11 December 1950. $1955, yeah, oopsie. 1950 wouldn't make sense because it was right after the ceasefire. New Palestine, true. Thank you, Kofanak. Base. Major Israeli onslaught on a Syrian position. A major IDF operation. Again, I could use onslaught. How do you spell onslaught? In Syrian positions, allegedly in response to Syrian interference with an Israeli fishing lake in Lake of Galilee. Was this Ben Gurion or was this the defense minister guy? Let's just read noted his diary. Wait, fuck. Was he prime minister at the time, or was he defense minister? Because he was both. In 1955, he was. No, from 1954. Okay. But wait, the 7th of 11. Okay. So he was, no, he wasn't prime minister. He was defense minister at the time, right? Defense minister. Defense minister at the time. Noted in his diary. Again, we see a bloodlust and a provocation of war. This operation was preceded by no killing of Jews. As it turned out, the reprisals did not serve as a deterrent or brake on a slide into open war, but rather as a prelude to it, a catalyst to an all-out confrontation. Conspicuously, this is how both General Dayan, as the IDF Chief of Staff, and Ben-Gurion, albeit always qualifying and tempering his drive for a preemptive war with the caution of the statesman, wanted it to be. Egypt was seen both as being propelled by war by its charismatic leader, Nasser. Nasser's aspirations were to unite the entire Arab world under the banner of his own particular brand of pan-Arab nationalism, where Israel played the role of an alien Western implantation that needed to be eradicated if Arabs were to recover their pride and redeem their rights. Both Dayan, is it Dayan? I don't know how to pronounce it. I'm going to keep pronouncing it like I haven't. Dayan and Ben-Gurion believed that launching a preemptive strike before Egypt became too strong was an existential necessity for Israel. In the early 1950s, however, neither Egypt nor Jordan had a policy of encouraging infiltrations from their territory. Of course, they had no love for the Jewish state, but they preferred not to instigate an Israeli military response, let alone a total war, so long as they were not ready for the inevitable second round. In fact, King Husseini, who ascended to the throne on May 1953, indicated that he wanted to follow in the footsteps of his grandfather and conduct a strategy of peaceful coexistence with Israel. But Ben-Gurion's was essentially a strategy of preemptive war. He took the bellicose rhetoric of the Arab leaders at face value and not only prepared for the inevitable war, but also did not discard precipitating it, so that it could, Eliza and Roth, we went over that earlier, yeah. So that it could be conducted on Israel's terms. You know what I was considering, Koptanok? I don't know whether I should do this or not. I had a couple like friends posting their story, on the Instagram story, a thing about Rafah being like, oh, 50 civilians killed, and I think it was 35 killed in Rafah strike. And one from post some crazy Instagram thing. I was like, Israeli occupation forces strike inside Rafah, targeting civilians. I wanted to post a full thing on my story, some Israeli apologia, going over like why you can't use this as an example of Israel targeting civilians, and it would briefly go through the difference between distinction and proportionality, and also even with regards to proportionality, you can't really use it as an example of a disproportionate strike. Why did it make Israel sound so base? True. You can't even really use it as a disproportionate strike because of the way proportionality works under international law. It's examined ex ante, right? So it's examined based on the forecast the commander had. You can't use results-based things for proportionality. That's just not how it works. And Israel at least said, now they haven't proven this or anything. Israel at least said that they forecasted no collateral damage. And if that is the case, then even if it had a disproportionate result, it wouldn't be considered a disproportionate strike under international law, because again, they're made ex ante. They're made with the knowledge the commander had at the time. And Israel hasn't released its full investigation yet, but my understanding is that the big thing that caused all the deaths was the fire that was causing the encampments. A potential reason for this fire is that there were militant munitions stored nearby that caught on fire, and the fire spread from the munitions that caught on fire. It also could be, I don't think that's been confirmed yet, so it could just be the case that the fire started because of the airstrike. Which in that case, Israel probably should have foreseen that. Like, that should have been part of the foreseen collateral damage. If you read the reporting, it's pretty obvious they blew up some compound with very light targeted strikes to kill 2 Hamas commanders. And, and it broke out into a fire. Yeah. And also, dude, I can't fucking believe so many news reports. This is also going to be in my fucking Instagram thing if I posted it. They didn't post a fucking map. There were maps I guess I could have looked at, but like when it first I remember when it first happened, I was reading into it. I didn't know whether or not it was in whether it was in the humanitarian zone or not. It said people on the ground said they thought it was a safe zone. Yeah, but it wasn't actually in the New York Times. Actually posted the map. It wasn't actually in in the safe zone. Oh, you sent me this. It wasn't in the safe zone. Now, it was in an area that they hadn't told people to evacuate from. Yeah, but it was not actually in the safe zone. Was not actually in the only dedicated safe zone. Yeah, now they hadn't been told to evacuate, but there's 2 things to that. So one, you only have to actually warn evacuations where feasible. You only have a duty to warn where feasible. There's a feasibility aspect to it. There may potentially be an argument that Israel didn't think it was feasible to warn these people. I think didn't this killed 2 senior commanders, right? So holy shit, y'all are gross. Trying to justify the deaths of innocent people. Need to find some Jesus. True. It's just it's kind of how war works, buddy. It's not real. 2, I think it was 2 senior Hamas officials. Hamas officials dead. You need to find some self-respect then. True. Israel strike. Yeah, this killed 2 senior Hamas officials. So I don't think Israel's argued this, but in theory, it could at least be argued. There could be a case made that they didn't even actually have to warn them because it wasn't feasible. I would say it's entirely reasonable for Israel to expect when going after senior leaders, like senior commanders, that like if people were told to evacuate, right, the senior commanders would also evacuate. Because you're giving up the element of surprise when you tell people to evacuate, because you're literally telling the enemy where you're going to strike next, right? So there could be a case made, number one, that they didn't even have a duty to warn here necessarily, because it might not have been feasible for them to warn. Secondly, the proportionality case fails because these decisions are made ex ante, and we don't even have enough information to determine whether these were proportionate or not. And any argument for proportionality, if you want to argue that the strike was disproportionate, fine, okay, we can have that argument. But any argument for proportionality automatically removes any argument from distinction, because any disproportionate strike was lawfully directed at a military target, and it just simply caused too much collateral damage. Yeah, any disproportionate strike was lawfully directed, but disproportionate in the amount of damage it did. But people trying to use this as like evidence of them targeting civilians, it just doesn't seem like this could ever be used as proof of them targeting civilians. To be honest, I really don't understand that anyone on the ground thought the area was a safe zone, but fog of war, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. my understanding, they're probably just, I don't know, do people on the ground are misinterpreting it, or is the news outlet just another Israeli oopsie? True. If the news outlets were just reporting it wrong, because like the reason Israel like warned people, for example, to get away from northern Gaza, is because they were warning them to go to safer areas. Right? These aren't necessarily safe areas, because it's, fun fact, guys, usually it takes two sides to set up a safe zone. Hamas is not willing to set up a safe zone. Hey, to break it to you guys, Israel is perfectly willing to come to a degree of Hamas and set up a safe zone for civilians. They already tried to set up safe zones without agreement from Hamas. Usually it takes two sides to set up a safe zone, because if both sides can agree, one side will just operate out of safe zones. As Hamas does, by the way. Hamas literally operates out of safe zones. They operate out of refugee camps. They do this shit all the time. That is their strategy. That is their policy. Yeah. Is this your version of astrology? Oh, what the hell? I can tell. I bet you in American high school. But you know what? I also, this was just a pattern that just happened. Is I'll make the arguments I just made, which are all correct. All of them are correct. I'm correct all the time. And then people will say, "So you're justifying the deaths of innocent civilians, motherfucker?" The claim. If you make a claim, which actually the guy in chat didn't make a claim, to be fair, he just mentioned that I was justifying the deaths of innocent civilians or whatever. Okay. If you make a claim, for example, that like this is a either disproportionate strike or a failure in distinction, if you make one of those two claims, I want to rebuke those claims. I'm not necessarily justifying deaths of innocent civilians. I don't think any civilian death is okay. Okay, no civilians dying is okay. That's why Hamas should surrender. That's why Hamas should lay down arms. That's why they should surrender. Argument over, you win. I mean, like, it is true. But people just don't understand. People don't understand international law enough. Like we literally just saw Caroline Kwan like highlight, it is okay to you can legally kill children in a war, and she had a fucking hissy fit over it. When like that is a true statement. It's always Hamas's fault. If you don't want any civilians dead, then Hamas should surrender. Legally, you can kill children for the Atlantic. It was just so goofy. Now, like, people will read that and they'll just have a hissy fit. Look at what Hamas made us do. Unironically, true. Unironically, yes. They should not station themselves near or in civilian areas. Hamas made us bomb them. I mean, when you pose a continued threat to the state of Israel, kind of have justification to bomb them. Hamas made us cut off aid. They didn't necessarily do that, but Hamas probably does steal aid, probably. But that's not a justification for the aid stuff. Hamas made us reactionaries. True. Well, unironically, yes, and you agree with this because you say the conditions imposed on Gaza are what made the people in Gaza so radicalized. You say because Gaza was kept under these horrible conditions, that obviously we're going to get a Hamas. Obviously, the same should apply to the other side. We say, obviously, if you launch rockets into Israel for 20 years, there's going to be some pretty fucking radical people in Israel. Yeah, that's why people are radicalized on both sides. Hamas made us sheep and not independent individuals. True. Hamas did not love it. Accurate. Russia make Ukraine bomb them, they invaded Ukraine. The obvious answer is yes, but somehow the same is not true when Hamas invades Israel, yeah. Hamas is BLM. No, Hamas made Russia bomb Ukraine. Accurate, true. This guy gets it now. So you want to know what's funny? They said they killed 2 senior Hamas officials. Why were the Hamas officials so close to the UN headquarters? Do we want to talk about that at all? The sugar and cookies can be used to make bombs. True. I thought cookies bomb Israel. Cookies did bomb Israel. What's even? I don't understand. What is it highlighting right now? Where's the shit is highlighting? Yeah. Why were these Hamas leaders like within meters of the warehouse? Didn't target. Okay. Cactus guy. International court. Dude. There are like 2. This is the Hill. Okay, the Hill is usually pretty good. There are like 2 blatant things of misreporting here within the first 3 paragraphs, okay? Number 1, the strike targeted a maritime zone of Rafah where the Israeli military previously instructed Palestinians to shelter from attacks. This is a little bit misleading because it did not target the dedicated humanitarian zone. It was in an area that the people weren't told to evacuate. That much is true. But did not target the dedicated humanitarian zone that Israel has actually dedicated as a safe zone. What's my favorite Israeli airstrike so far? Definitely the one in the aid work. Dude, can we make Israeli airstrike tier list? Aid workers S tier, this one A tier. The Jabalia refugee strike that killed like 120 people, that's S tier too. That did also kill a Hamas leader, where it's funny that Hamas leader was in the Jabalia refugee camp, huh? Do we want to talk about that? And then secondly, the attack comes just days after the International Court of Justice ordered Israel to stop its operations in Rafah. That's misleading at best because only one judge actually had the opinion that Israel had to stop its offensive in Rafah. Only the South African judge, which the South African judge is probably obviously going to side with South Africa, who's bringing the case against Israel. Only the South African judge was of the opinion that Israel had to actually stop its military offensive in Rafah. All the other judges who wrote opinions actually said Israel didn't have to do that. The only thing Israel had to do was stop the specific parts of it, which may bring about the destruction in whole or in part of the Palestinian people. The majority of judges, or all the judges who wrote opinion except the South African one, I think 3 other judges wrote opinions, said that Israel did not have to halt its military offensive in Rafah. Like 2 very, even though the Hill is a pretty neutral outlet, all things considered. Like, it doesn't lean super pro-Israel or super pro-Palestine. To like 2 blatant, like, misleading statements at best. More than half of Gaza's 2.3 million people believe sheltering Rafah, 80% of the territory. Also, anything. This is just a small omission. I don't know if they necessarily should have to mention this here, but whenever they're whenever they're mentioning that a lot of Gazans are in Rafah right now, they should also mention that I think 900,000 people have already evacuated from Rafah. Yeah. More than 900,000 flee. If they're gonna say that there's a ton of civilians in Rafah right now, which is true, there's a fuck ton of civilians in Rafah right now, you should also mention that 900,000 have already fled to the safe zone. If Israel didn't want to kill civilians, they would go to the lengths the U.S. Army goes. Maybe just read. They go further than the U.S. Army goes. Maybe just read the report that came out about how long it took to kill. What report did it? Report that just came out about how long it took to kill. Report. I don't. Here's a report. Before you say something stupid like they go to further links. 29 pages long. What's the relevant thing here? Why did it kill him? How have Iranians reacted? How have Iraqis reacted? How might one strike Iraq? So do they go over like proportionality? Under what authority, maybe? But I would say it does look like Israel sets the gold standard for like civilian evacuations. They warned the northern part of Gaza weeks in advance before invading. They did the airstrikes, I think, relatively soon after. They, to be fair, right? They did. I'm sure Israel doesn't care who they kill, collateral damage. They're just killing. Most of the things. Then why did they set up? Why did they did daily pauses in fighting? Yeah, Israel reported dropping over 7 million flyers, giving 70,000 direct phone calls. They literally have a phone bank set up to call people who speak Arabic and are trained in like cultural fucking relevance or whatever, who call Palestinians who might be potential collateral damage to the strike and tell them to evacuate. OMG, the most moral army. I'm not even saying that the most moral army. I don't give a fuck who the most moral army is. I'm just pointing out that they do these things. 13 million text messages and 15 million pre-recorded voicemails. Israel also used drones as speakers attached and parachuted speakers into northern Gaza, warning civilians to evacuate. They announced daily pauses in fightings to allow civilians to evacuate. The IDF also published a map with evacuation zones to allow for localized evacuations. IDF also uses satellite imagery, drone technology, and cell phone heat maps to determine the location of Gazan civilians. Yeah, Israel issued its warning to evacuate northern Gaza on October 13th and did not invade until 27th. And I just read that article. And then I read the report, Clownette. What can you point to me like what page in the report I should? Because not all these questions are relevant right now. Like, what's the relevant question here for? Like, did we warn civilians before we did a strike on him, or like what? And then another thing I will mention. It is true. When we debate Destiny Brain is deep in you. Good luck with life. Bye-bye. Okay, well, awesome. He never actually provided what, like, does if I control F proportionality? Oh, proportionate measures. Wait, this is Iran to proportionate measures. Stopping. Oh, so it doesn't even mention proportionality. This is the only time it mentions proportionate, and it's saying Iran. This is the Iranian response. I read the fucking report. It's 29 pages. What can you tell me? What it mentions proportionality one time, and it's not even relevant at all. It says Iran foreign minister tweeted that Iran took and concluded proportionate measures. This is not even about the U.S. strike. This is a tweet from an Iranian minister. What is the relevant part of the report here? And also, I would like to point out two things that make it difficult for Israel to run with the same level of collateral damage, like cutoff values that the U.S. did. The U.S. and Afghanistan had like non-civilian casualty cutoff values of like 10 to 15. Okay, so you couldn't kill more than like 10 to 15 people for search and strikes and Taliban members. There's two things that make it really hard for Israel to run with the same values, or I think it's three things actually. Number one is that Hamas co-locates with civilians. Hamas intentionally places themselves in tunnels underground that makes it hard for Israel to strike them without killing civilians also. They intentionally place themselves in refugee camps. Hamas does that. That's what they do. Two, Israel's military risk is much greater than the US's was in Afghanistan. Because Israel is way closer to the Israel's way closer to the enemy, right? Like Israel is a pretty small nation, and it's right on the border of Gaza. Israel's force is smaller, so it values its force protection more in proportionality analysis. Because remember, you're weighing the military gain. The military gain can include, if we do an airstrike, how many civilians or how many civilians are going to die, versus if we do like a ground invasion, how many of our own army force members are going to die. Because Israel has a smaller military, I think if you count the reserves, they might be about the same. Because like everyone is a reserve in Israel, right? Except the fucking Orthodox people. Israel more and more army than the U.S. But we they value their force protection more because of that. Israel also has to be prepared. Israel also has to be prepared to go to war with Hezbollah too. Hold on, let me. I'll in a second. And then thirdly, what I mentioned the tunnels and the closeness to the enemy. There's a third thing. Fuck, what's the third thing? Fuck. Oh, because Gaza is so densely populated, it makes it really hard too. You know, if you just nuke the whole world, it kills all the bad people, couldn't you justify that? Are all the bad people dead? You are feeling a distinction in proportionality. But I sound like what does this guy think would happen if Hamas? Does he think Israel just killed the Palestinians anyway if Hamas surrendered? This premieres in 9 minutes, by the way, so he probably is going to watch this when it comes out. Oh wait, I just realized Botrex is going to join the fucking wrong thing if I do this. Well, whatever. This is content maxing, bro. Yeah, fuck. Botrex joined the short chat. God damn it. God damn it. Reacting as soon as it comes out. Fuck, that means I can't put it 1.2 times. Eventually, if you talk loud enough or fast enough where it won't matter, though. And we only have to watch the first 30 minutes? No, the first 39 minutes. About. Since y'all won't read, watch this interview. Bro, if you told me like a page to read that was actually relevant, I don't want to read the entire thing and at the end find out it's not relevant at all. On GPS, the charges against Israel. Human rights co-founder fled the Nazis as a child. Tesla read why he comes to the conclusion Israel's committing a genocide in Gaza. It's a very strong claim.
Requested arrest warrants for 3 Hamas leaders and for Israel.
So the ICC arrest warrants were not for genocide, but okay,
Prime
continuing.
Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his defense minister Yoav Gallant, all of them responsible, its chief prosecutor Karim Khan said, for crimes against humanity. The International Court of Justice, a UN body also based in The Hague, said Friday that Israel must halt its offensive
Not what it said.
in Rafah, although its decisions are not binding, of course. That ruling was part of its ongoing hearing on whether Israel is guilty in its war on Hamas of genocide against the Palestinians. My guest is Arya Nair. He is a giant in the world of human rights and a survivor of genocide himself. He was born a Jew in Nazi Germany. He and his parents escaped Berlin 2 weeks before the start of World War II. He went on to study at Cornell and then to co-found Human Rights Watch. He was at the forefront of the movement to establish the international tribunals, which eventually became the ICC and the ICJ. He's also the former head of the ACLU and the author of many books. He wrote a powerful piece in the New York Review of Books this month on the situation in Gaza. Thank you for joining us.
Very glad to do it.
Your name, Aryeh,
Yes.
is Hebrew.
It's a Hebrew name. It means lion.
Why did your parents give it to you?
Well, my parents were Zionists.
Okay, what the
Review of Books piece that you have concluded that Israel is guilty of attempting genocide.
Yes.
That's a very
Attempting
heavy charge.
genocide.
Yes.
What is the principal reason you say that?
Well, first let me say that when the South African case charging genocide was initially brought, I was not one of those who endorsed South Africa's argument of genocide. I didn't endorse it because I thought Israel had a right to retaliate against Hamas, and I thought Israel had a right to try to incapacitate Hamas so that it would never be able to do anything like that.
Okay, based.
But I was disturbed by some of the actions of Israel, by the use of very large weapons, 2,000-pound bombs, which are utterly inappropriate in a crowded urban area. A bomb like that can kill
That's a failure in
somebody 2
proportionality.
football fields away, and using bombs like that was inappropriate in the context of Gaza. But still, I didn't think that Israel was engaged in genocide just because of the effort to retaliate against Hamas, even though I thought Israel went far overboard in the way of its retaliation.
So what changed your mind?
What changed my mind was that over a period of time, Israel has obstructed the delivery of humanitarian assistance to
That's a
Gaza.
different crime.
And those who have been most severely victimized
Using
are
any
not
dumb
the
bug
members
is
of
wrong. But
Hamas.
even if you use dumb bug, usually that's a failure. It depends on the exact circumstances, but usually that stuff is a failure in proportionality. By the way, this guy is like maybe he'll expand on it later, but he's like very much moving the goalpost here from genocide, which is a very high crime and requires specific intent. It requires dolo specialis, specific intent. It's a very high bar to do genocide. Specific intent to bring about destruction in whole or in part. What he's talking about I think the technical crime is starvation as a method of warfare. Intent doesn't actually matter from this. All that actually matters for this is that, first of all, it's a different crime from genocide because it is starvation rather than genocide, bringing about destruction in whole or in part. Starvation as a method of warfare doesn't actually require intent. All that it requires is that starvation will follow in the ordinary course of events from like a blockade imposed in Gaza or from not allowing humanitarian aid in. It doesn't actually matter whether you intend it or not. Whereas for genocide, it requires not only intent, but specific intent, dolo specialis.
Men with guns ordinarily find a way to get food and to get fed, but it is young children who are most severely damaged by malnutrition and who will either starve to death or, if they survive, they will be diminished for the rest of their lives, diminished physically and psychologically by the severe malnutrition they are enduring.
Oh wait,
as
what
children.
if I missed the chat because I was screaming? You skipped a key part. This man doesn't throw genocide around lightly. What do you mean I skipped him explaining his Hebrew name. Is that really a key part to understanding his arguments? I don't think that is. But you know more than him? True. He was a child, and yeah, I bet he did accuse Hitler. I don't think him explaining it. I understand he fled the Nazis or whatever. That's just not like actually relevant for his argument as to whether or not Israel's committing a genocide. It's not at all relevant to the argument. I don't care. I don't really care where he's from.
And I thought that severe obstruction of the delivery of humanitarian assistance amounted to genocide.
That's a dumbass argument.
The Israeli case is multifold, but let me suggest one angle that I've heard people take, which is in the beginning there was a kind of Israeli rage. And there's that famous quote of Defense Minister Gallant. He says, I have ordered a complete siege
on Gaza, yeah.
There will be no electricity, no food, no fuel. Everything is closed. We are fighting human animals and we act accordingly.
The human animals.
But that over time, they did start letting food and fuel in, and they have not, there might have been a period where they said and did things like that. But
Hold on, I have the graph here somewhere.
The amount of food and the amount of water and the amount of fuel
Hold on. There's the graph of when aid was above the human animals. Of course, Hamas. That's what they are. Yeah. Again, like the human animals thing is a like not a super uncommon phrase in Hebrew. There's that other the famous counter quote of an Israeli defense minister saying Israeli soldiers that served in the West Bank returned as human animals. Like nobody thought when he said that he was referring to every Israeli as a human animal. He just meant that like they had become senile from serving in the West Bank and witnessing crimes or whatever. Yeah. Here's the graph of when aid is above the limit and not above the limit. I don't actually know if it was above the limit for more time or not, but like it seems like it's pretty high now. Hopefully it stays high. I know the invasion of Rafah is complicating it a bit, but
they have allowed in is entirely inadequate to deal with the more than 2 million people who live in Gaza. And the USAID administrator, Samantha Power, testified before Congress that famine had set in Gaza, the head of the UN World Food Program.
So I think famine had, oh, what the fuck? Oh, wait, it's, isn't measuring a truck's a bad metric? I don't think this is the measuring of trucks. I think it's muted. Where is this music coming from? Oh, I have 2 tabs open. That's why. Okay. I thought this was a measure of daily food trucks entering Gaza. I thought this. Oh no, this is a number of trucks. Oh, my bad. 07, true. The number of trucks could be a bad measure. Oh, thanks for the follow, Girls and Music. I wonder if this guy's here to promote his music. I'm sorry if you're not here to promote your music, but a lot of people have shown up to promote the music in Kick Chat. Nope, I'm not. Thank God. I appreciate it. 07, brother. The measurement of trucks works if it fits the argument. True. I don't know if measuring of trucks is necessarily a good or bad measure. I just want to ask your stance on one thing. Oh boy, okay. Also, how long? I think people for 5 months have been saying Gaza's famine is imminent, and it never has actually really materialized. I think 32 people in total have starved to death. But to be fair, the Palestinian argument raised the number of trucks entering being lowered. I assume you're pro-Palestine. I'm not that pro-Palestine, but pro-NATO, anti-NATO. I am pretty pro-NATO. I'm also currently being really pro-Israel right now. But the thing we're about to watch, Ben Shapiro, I will be pro-Israel close to Ben Shapiro. Lib AF, true, live forever, baby.
Has said that full-blown famine is...
Wait, full-blown famine is underway in Gaza. When did this come out? It doesn't have a date. 2025. So this was a few days ago. Okay.
Underway in Gaza. Destroying the farms, destroying the greenhouses in Gaza, killing a large number of aid workers who were involved in the
aid workers
distribution of food, challenging the ability of the UN agency that has been principally involved in distributing food to continue that activity, and persuading the United States and other governments to cut off funds from that agency. All those things have had a cumulative impact on the availability of food and water and electricity and medical supplies in Gaza.
Prime Minister Netanyahu says that the IDF, the Israeli army, is actually scrupulous and very moral in the way it handles these things. It tries very hard. What do you say about that?
He says that. I don't think others would say that. At this moment, there are settlers in the West Bank area who are interrupting trucks, taking humanitarian assistance into to Gaza.
So this is bad. This is obviously unhinged, dude. The Israeli settlers destroying the aid is fucked. But when it comes to committing crimes against humanity, it has to be actually a matter of policy of the government. It's not just like what individual citizens are doing. U.S. increases aid but decrease funding for pro-Hamas UNRWA. Yeah. Well, I think everyone cut UNRWA funding. I think that actually, pretty sure that big dip. I think this is cutting UNRWA funding, or maybe one of the other ones is. But yeah. But I think, oops. Oh fuck! It started. I'm gonna finish watching this. But again, these are different crimes. Starvation. That like ICC charged Israel for the starvation method of starvation as a war crime. Also, this guy lies. True. That is a totally different crime than genocide and requires totally different conditions and levels of intent.
The truck driver spilling the contents of trucks carrying humanitarian aid. The Israeli defense forces have not intervened in order to prevent the settlers from engaging
I'm pretty sure that part's not true. I'm pretty anti-NATO, not pro-war, but the Ukraine not come unprovoked. Well, I disagree with that.
The Israeli defense forces have aided the settlers, and a very large number of Palestinians in the West Bank have been killed in the past few months, often with the Israel defense forces either standing...
This is accurate. This is accurate. I speak the truth. I speak the truth.
...by or direct.
Said that Israel told us to cut funding for UNRWA, but what caused that cut was a report that UNRWA people are Hamas, right? Well, it's possible that Israel. I know that report came out, but I don't know for sure whether or not Israel told countries or not. It's possible Israel told countries to cut UNRWA funding because of that report.
Participating in attacks on Palestinians in that area.
There are Israeli officials and people who feel passionately on the subject who say the reason these warrants are particularly unjustified is because
on the NATO
Israel
website that's
has
not unprovoked.
a judicial process.
What do you mean by provoked? I don't understand what provoked means. Does that make it justified in your view?
To look into abuses of its army. It's a democracy.
The statute for the International Criminal Court is based on the principle of complementarity. Complementarity means that if a government actually, in good faith, conducts an investigation itself of abuses that have been committed and takes action itself to punish those who may have been
But he's like mostly right in this complementarity thing.
Abuses, the ICC should step back. But in the case of Israel, there is no indication that there has been any effort by the Israeli authorities to conduct an investigation of the abuses.
Yeah, so far he said Israel's committed some more crimes, therefore genocide. Yeah, that's the mainstream pro-Palestinian position now.
Committed in Gaza.
Do you think in the past have they done it? Do you have confidence in the Israeli system?
No, I don't have confidence in the Israeli system. There have been many abuses over the years, and there has not been appropriate investigation and punishment of those who have been responsible for abuses.
Prime Minister Netanyahu says that this prosecutor is anti-Semitic and is feeding anti-Semitism.
You know, the use of the
I don't care about the anti-Semitism
to
argument.
attack those who criticize Israeli policies degrades the concept of anti-Semitism. Anti-Semitism has been a great scourge, but it doesn't insulate the Israeli government.
No, but the peace talks were pushed aside to show muscle towards Russia. What peace talks? So Russia said, all right, if you want this, let's go. And from there, NATO was just constantly trying to break Russia. What peace talks are you talking about? Are you talking about the Minsk agreements, or are you talking about what peace talks? Does that have anything to do with the genocide on October 7th? No, because this is you, it's true.
And from being held to the same standards that other governments have to be held to around the world. The Israeli government has been very comfortable with certain anti-Semites. Prime Minister Netanyahu, for example, has cultivated a relationship with Viktor Orban, the Prime Minister of Hungary, and I think it's appropriate to consider Orban an anti-Semite. But to charge the International Criminal Court with anti-Semitism is, I think, absurd.
For you, as somebody, a Jew who escaped Nazi Germany, it's a weighty charge to accuse Israel of genocide.
It's a terrible thing to accuse anyone of genocide, but it's a more terrible thing that genocide should take place. In my view, Jews are only going to be safe if everyone's rights are respected, and the rights of Jews are respected along with the rights of everyone else.
Ari Nair, at 87 years old, you're certainly still going strong.
Thank you very much.
No. Okay.
Remember the days when...
All right. Now, guys, it's time. I have to embrace, okay? The pro-Palestinian in me is about to come out. I'm about to be Al-Qassam Brigade's greatest warrior right now. I'm about to sign up. I'm going to be part of Hamas's media agency. I'm about to become the greatest Hamas warrior right now, guys. Also, I want to test my YouTube chat real quick because I think it might be working. I think I might have figured out how to make it work. Gaza's biggest martyr, yeah. Yo, okay, that's good. Now let's see. That's working correctly, but I don't think the normal YouTube chat is actually working correctly. Which is why I have to have my fucking phone here so I can read YouTube chat on my phone.
The failure of October 7th was a security failure. That's much more practical than how do you cure the hatred in the hearts of human beings. I find it difficult to...
You're the dollar store Destiny. You even say the same shit. Please, everything will be fine if you just go touch grass and make some friends. True. I have to find a way to beat the Destiny clone allegations because I did copy his intro, but I don't understand what I'm supposed to do to not be a Destiny clone if I copied his intro and I guess I talked the same as him. But when Boris Johnson was still in office, there were peace talks in Turkey. Peace talks for what? Peace talks for what? Like Crimea? You're saying peace talks for? I don't see why Russia should or why Ukraine should ever have to engage in peace talks for Crimea when Russia unilaterally just stole Crimea.
To believe that anyone would think at least the initiation of the war was not just. That's the one where I'm utterly befuddled. If it were just about Israel and the Palestinians, or if it were just about Arab suffering in general, where were the protests when Assad was killing 500,000 Muslims in Syria?
The new isolation.
Wait, no, I can't say true. No. Ben Shapiro. As a democracy, okay, it is our citizens' job to criticize the policies of our government and change it. Currently, the U.S. is facilitating Israel crimes in Gaza. Okay, so our job as U.S. citizens is to stop spamming caps. Cool. Is to criticize the policies of our own government. So when we cannot control the actions of Assad, but we do have leeway over the power of Israel.
People like Tucker Carlson. How do you explain that part?
I think that there is an isolationist sentiment that has set in on the right that is tied to a peculiar horseshoe theory. Has the world gotten better when America pulled out from Iraq? That's a different question from whether America originally should have gotten involved in Iraq. But one thing that is certainly true is wherever the West seems to regress or pull back, things get markedly worse.
What would your advice be to Trump in the run-up to the election?
Back in 2020, I was like, okay, put him in the basement with some pornography and Shark Week and just leave him there.
Sure.
And also, I had suggested that the people at the White House construct a fake Twitter app for him on his phone. So he would tweet into his phone, it would read back a bunch of bot replies about how amazing he was, and he'd be in like an amazing mood all day long. And that's what happened. It's all Truth Social.
Ben Shapiro, welcome back to Trigonometry. Third time, I think, having you on the show. One of the things we've been exploring a lot on the show
God,
in
this
recent
fucking
months
fly is still here.
And Gaza. We've had people from different sides. You know, we had Norman Finkelstein on recently. We've had people who are very pro-Israel as well.
Dude, I should watch Norman Finkelstein. Dude, that's gonna make me upset. Dude, I can do that. I can watch Ben Shapiro and I'll be Palestine's greatest warrior, and I can watch Finkelstein and I'll be Israel's greatest warrior.
Guess you're one of the people out there who has been most strongly articulating the idea that Israel's war is a just war. Can you explain why?
Sure. When you are a sovereign country, a terrorist group crosses your border and slaughters 1,200 of your citizens and then takes 250 of those citizens captive back into terror tunnels that you spent 20 years building with billions of dollars in foreign aid while simultaneously tyrannizing your own population and firing rockets every so often into the neighboring country, then it seems to me the extirpation.
Well, Ben, fuck, how do I defend this one? Well, I'm going to do this thing people do in debates with me. If Hamas didn't use human shields and just made military installations, Israel would just bomb those military installations. Israel would just immediately bomb the military installations that Hamas made. So that's why they have to use human shields. And secondly, Israel imposes a brutal blockade. Brutal blockade. Brutal occupation of Gaza. And that's what's breeding the anti-Semitism and extreme conditions. What the fuck? Not currently the invasion of February 22. Oh, well, that makes it even worse. Ukraine should absolutely not engage in any peace negotiations for that when Boris Johnson was still in office. That was years ago at this point. No, you don't get to just invade a country and then say peace, please, peace negotiations now. Yeah, the annexation came as a result from coup. Well, the coup thing. But if we were on to think back to modern Russia versus NATO, NATO engaged with Ukraine before it had even given up its nukes. NATO engaged with Ukraine before, I mean, well, what do you mean NATO engaged with Ukraine? When the Budapest Memorandum was signed, it was already broken because NATO refused to cease any operations in Ukraine. What do you mean operations in Ukraine? When you say operate Ukraine, to put nothing in the Budapest Memorandum stops Ukraine from having an agreement with the US, right? But it does stop Russia from invading. It would also stop the US from invading, but invading is different than just having a mutual military agreement.
Of your rule is not only just, it is obligatory. And so the idea that Israel is going in to end Hamas's control over this territory is what any self-respecting country would do with a neighboring country that had initiated a vast, unprecedented terror assault inside its countries, slaughtering men, slaughtering women, slaughtering babies, and then, again, retaining hostages, including 5 Americans right now. I find it difficult to believe that anyone would think at least the initiation of the war was not just. That's the one where I'm utterly befuddled. There are people who somehow seem to believe that the innate justification for the war itself is wrong, which I would need an explanation of that. Then there is the question as to whether the conduct of Israel during the war has been just. I'm of the belief that by all available data, not only has the conduct been just, it has been unprecedentedly so. That I've yet to hear a situation in which during a war, the power that is fighting to extirpate a terrorist group or an opposing power is simultaneously also supplying that group, which is what is happening, with power, with water, with food, with humanitarian aid, because Hamas is stealing a huge chunk of what's going into the Gaza Strip, and everybody knows this, and then simultaneously risking its own soldiers in order to go house by house, as opposed to simply taking advantage of its complete air superiority over the entire region, letting people know weeks in advance
your mom.
of any
Yeah,
assault
we'll
in a
allow
particular
that
area
one.
to allow for humanitarian movement within these particular areas. All of the, for example, focus on Rafah as a place where Israel is about to commit some sort of human rights atrocity. Over about 1 million people have already been moved quietly from Rafah
evacuated,
out of
yeah.
that area so as to clear that area for the possibility of uncovering terror tunnels, many of which are linked with Egypt, unfortunately. Israel has lost something like 260 soldiers in the process of this. Thousands of people have been wounded in the course of carrying out this combat. Their terrorist to civilian kill ratio is the lowest in the history of urban warfare. And so my question to all the people who are suggesting...
Do you believe the future leftists, do you believe the future is leftist due to young people? I mean, I think there's a lot of leftists who talk a big talk because they're fucking radical teenagers or whatever. But I think as we grow up, I'm part of the generation. As you get older, it'll probably become more liberal. And I think so long as liberals are standing up for liberal principles, we'll be fine. I don't think we'll go super far left anytime soon, really.
That Israel is doing something unprecedentedly horrible is,
People
can you
come-
suggest
yeah,
an alternative
exactly.
whereby Israel is capable of extirpating Hamas?
When I
and
say becoming liberal over time, that you're going from leftist to liberal, so you're moving right. So you're growing more conservative, but you're becoming more liberal, as in you're moving away from leftism towards liberalism. Yeah,
Hamas's leadership.
That's the transition I went on.
That is not what they're doing. I've yet to hear anybody actually explain what the alternative would be other than Israel should not do anything and they should leave Hamas in place.
Well, right. When we had Bassem Youssef on in that video.
Well, haven't you heard of Jon Stewart's Mado proposal, which no Arab state wants at all, but he thinks somehow will work? I believe they become more conservative, not liberal, when they reach middle age later. Well, but you become more liberal for what? You move from leftism to liberalism. Almost no one moves from leftism to conservative. When I say liberal, I mean lowercase l liberal, not like conservatives and capital L liberals are both lowercase l liberals. You move away from leftism to lowercase l liberalism, and usually to capital L liberalism too. But
he's done crazy numbers because I kept asking him, like, what should Israel have done? But very often people on that side of the argument, their argument is Gaza is a concentration camp and you can't start history on October 7th. Everything that was happening prior to that should not have been happening. What do you expect an oppressed people to do?
Okay, so, I mean, the generalized answer is not to walk into a civilian area.
I'm pretty sure people's political beliefs tend to moderate as they get older. That's my understanding of people. I'm pretty sure there's a lot of research that supports that. Now, millennials being more true. Millennials tend to be more left-leaning than their parents, right? Even their parents at their age, and the same is true with Gen Z. Yeah, but it's not like usually. I think No Opinion has a good article. Will there be a millennial big chill? Most millennials are doing fine economically. 25 and below will stay leftist. 35 will be liberals. Definitely conservative. True.
And slaughter men, women, and children would be typically.
I was
the answer to
de-radicalized.
that.
I used to believe
as far
millennials
as
were real
the history
people.
of the conflict. I mean, we can have arguments about the history of the conflict and go into all the nooks and crannies of what is for the Jews a 3,000-year history in the region, and what is for the Arabs about a 1,300-year history in the region. If you're talking about Muslim Arabs, and if you're talking about Palestinians, what is about a 70-year history in the region, considering that the Palestine Liberation Organization was founded in 1964, so 64-year history in the region if you're talking about the PLO as sort of the consolidation of Palestinian peoples under one banner. And again, I'm distinguishing there because historically speaking, many of the Palestinians are Egyptian or Lebanese or Turkish or Jordanian or trans.
Thank you, Panda Dude, for that one. Okay. Well, Twitch chat, we're a few minutes into this and we've already devolved into race realism. Let's go. Standard Twitch chat experience. Awesome. Big win.
Palestinian, meaning like from the area of Transjordan or British Mandate Palestine. All of that is interesting and complex. What is not particularly interesting or complex is, does a country have a sovereign right to defend its own citizenry in the face of a terrorist assault? And anybody who would justify, as for example Norman Finkelstein has, suggesting that it warmed the fiber of his being.
Under international law, it is actually really complicated if Israel, quote unquote, has a right to defend itself. The strongest argument you can make is saying basically Gaza is an occupied territory and you can't really do shit in occupied territory. Just think of it like if Russia occupies territory of Ukraine, right? And then Ukrainians in the occupied territory fight Russia. Does Russia have a right to defend itself? Obviously not. There's no self-defense of self-defense. Now, if you ask me, that argument also obviously fucking applies to the people in Gaza. The people in Gaza don't have a right to self-defense against the blockade because the blockade itself is self-defense. There's no self-defense to self-defense. And also there's a whole bunch of complicated fucking shit with I should finish reading that article, the Does Israel Have a Right to Defend Itself article. Because Palestine may or may not be a state, the conflict may or may not be national or international. It's hard to say fully. And because Article 51 only applies to interstate conflicts, it gets complicated. Article 51 is an exception to the prohibition on use of force in Article 2, Section 4 of the UN Charter. And that charter doesn't apply at all if one side isn't a state. So it's kind of hard to suggest to do these things. But I think there is some jurisprudence surrounding like the war on terror that basically does support your right to defend yourself against a organized armed group, which Hamas is. Hamas is designated as an organized armed group by most of the world. Yeah. I wonder why Israel doesn't want Palestine to be a state. Something to think about. I wonder, dude.
A terror assault like we saw on October 7th. That's insane. I've yet to hear anybody explain why Hamas is justified in its rule. So even if you're pro-Palestinian, you believe there should be a Palestinian state, Hamas is actually an obstacle to a Palestinian state by every available metric. Hamas is a terrorist group that was elected in 2006 and then proceeded to engage in a civil war with the Palestinian Authority, whereby they killed pretty much everybody in the Palestinian Authority. They're currently a threat in the West Bank, along with Islamic Jihad. Put aside the Palestinian Authority itself, which is a very radical group that sprang from the PLO, and its military wing, Fatah, has worked hand in glove from time to time with Hamas when they're not fighting one another. The reality of the past suffering in this area. In what situation would that somehow justify the kind of massacre that we saw on October 7th? And how exactly does that answer the subsequent question that I already asked, which is, what is Israel supposed to do in response to that? Is Israel's response?
Fuck, I kind of agree with him here. Fuck. I'm trying to be Palestine's greatest warrior, but it's hard. Did you hear that Ukraine shot 18 kilometers into Russian territory to attack an ICBM detection radar? Why would they do that? And how? I don't know. Didn't the U.S. give them the long-range weapons? They need to do that. Wasn't that actually a big concern? Is that if we gave them the long-range weapons, wasn't a big concern? If we gave them the long-range weapons, that they would strike in Russian territory, I would assume. I think Ukraine also has been trying to develop its own long-range weapons because the U.S. wouldn't give them the long-range weapons they needed, so they just started developing their own. I don't know. I mean, I've seen they've been striking in Russian territory for like oil refineries. I haven't seen specifically the ICBM detection radar. If you're suggesting that we're going to use nukes on them, I very much doubt that. But Do you believe secular Jews who otherwise would go for Biden will shift towards RFK Jr. or maybe Trump due to Biden's support of Ukraine and Palestine? No, probably not. Secular Jews, most secular Jews probably support both Ukraine and Israel to some extent. They probably don't have major most secular Jews, I would imagine, won't not vote for Biden just because Biden supports Israel.
Response to that supposed to be to do nothing? Is Israel's response to that
secular Jews are anti-Palestine? Biden is pro-Palestine. Oh, I forgot. Your view on this is still fucked. You actually think Biden is like Biden is pro-Palestine compared to Trump and compared to other right-wing politicians, but a lot of people consider Biden pro-Israel since he supports Israel, giving Israel aid. Yeah,
be sort of okay. We'll keep the hostages. Is Israel's response should be okay? Well, I guess Hamas should be remaining in place. Israel has tried with governments both left and right multiple times to come up with what would be a peace partner so that they can delegate power to rule Palestinian Arab areas.
Yeah, wait, don't worry, Kick Shadow. This guy, the panda dude in Twitch chat, he's a little wild. You think this is a direct quote from him? Quote, Palestine is a fake nation. and he doesn't think we should be giving Palestine any humanitarian aid. He's a little wacky.
To Palestinian Arabs. I mean, Israel does not want, of both parties. Israel really does not want to be in control of these people, which is why the Palestinian Authority was brought in as a last-ditch effort during Oslo in order to rule over these particular areas. It's why even Hamas was walled off, I think irresponsibly, by the Israelis to be allowed to simply rule that particular area. 8,000 Jews were removed from the Gaza Strip in 2005 forcibly from their homes. Their homes were then bulldozed by the Hamas government there. Many of those people, by the way, ended up moving into the Gaza envelope where they were then subsequently slaughtered on October 7th. So when you look at it's very easy in all circumstances to look at how history impacts today. And that's true for literally everything. Like there's none of us who aren't impacted by history. And that's going to be true literally forever. But that doesn't solve the question as to, do you then get to run across the border and slaughter 1,200 citizens of a neighboring country and take 250 hostages and expect to be held completely non-responsible for that activity? And
fuck, he's making a good point here. Fuck, I can't disagree with him here. Fuck. God damn it. I can't be Palestine created war. I agree with this point.
And then are you supposed to be given extra humanitarian assistance because you're hiding among civilians, which of course creates a perverse incentive structure whereby every terrorist is now going to hide behind a civilian. It's literally the best thing you can do. It's like tagging the tree.
RFK is a Democrat who is more pro-Israel than Biden. Unlike Biden, doesn't want to fund Azov Nazis. True. Pretty sure most secular Jews are, I would imagine most secular Jews are pretty aligned with Biden, even on Ukraine, despite the whatever Azov Nazi shit or whatever. I don't think there's a strong potential for a shift. No.
Saying safe and tag. Like you just hide behind a child or a woman, and now it's not your responsibility. If the
That's a good point.
Apparently, the responsibility of the soldier who's attempting to protect his own citizens to leave you alone. And the perverse incentive structure that's been set up here, you can misdirect, you can talk about the history, and again, the history is interesting, but that is a completely separate question from what do you do in the here and now. It sort of reminds me of the question that's asked very often when somebody, let's say that there's a black American who does something that's criminal, and
fuck, I mean he's right. This is what fuck. I can't disagree with him here because it's like people bring up, oh, Israel supported Hamas or whatever. Okay, let's say I accept that. That's a totally different question from what Israel should do now. Like, let's say worst possible fucking scenario ever. Israel literally created Hamas to Netanyahu himself brought Hamas into existence to fracture the Palestinian cause. Okay, that's bad. We can talk about that. It's kind of a different question for what Israel should do now in response to the October 7th attacks. Because the reality is Hamas exists. We should be talking about how do we get the peace. I don't think peace ever gets achieved without Hamas being gotten rid of first. Yeah.
The person gets arrested and goes to jail. And then the question that's asked by many people politically is, well, what's the long story of American racial problems that led to this? Okay, that's an interesting question, and it's worth exploring. Also, if a person commits a crime, they should go to jail. Is the solution to not put the person who committed an egregious crime in jail in the name of some sort of systemic...
I think people's issue, Ben, is that, and I think
I don't totally disagree with that, but I don't think that's totally analogous. I think usually people when they talk about systemic racism or whatever are not saying that black people shouldn't go to jail. They're just saying like we should address the problems with like the potential over policing of black areas or the potential causes of crime that have to do with like systematic poverty of typically black people. Orthodox Jews have the highest birth rate. So many analysts, I agree with them, will believe that Jews would be majority Republican highly. Oh, well, that's true. That's also true within Israel. I will share something with the NATO site. Okay.
understand it. You know, I went to a bunch of pro-Palestine protests, pro-Israel too, but in London, and we put a video out of that. And you can see that many people are not really familiar with the situation. They haven't thought necessarily that carefully about it. But the one thing they all feel is, and I guess maybe this is the first war of this kind in the social media age, which is one of the reasons we're having these conversations in this way, because people maybe for the first time in history are confronted with what war looks like.
I think that's right. I think that's totally right. Meaning that people don't see ugly pictures of war. And in fact, for most of the media age, governments did not even allow reporters into a position to see the uglinesses of war, or they would censor much of the material that was coming out of wars. In fact, the last time we saw something like this, I'd say on a grand scale, is probably Vietnam, when you saw a lot of footage that was coming out, Pictures in Life magazine, and it totally undermined a lot of American support.
Okay, pro-Palestinian enemy. Okay, pro-Palestinian enemy. All right. Israel's not, it's actually kind of a pro-Israel point when you really dig deep. Because this is like a big criticism of Israel, but it's like part of the reason Israel's losing the propaganda war is because they don't let journalists into a lot of these areas. They don't let journalists into the tunnels as often as I would like. Like they let, I think, NBC journalists into that tunnel that was at least allegedly near Al Shifa. But they let journalists into that tunnel under the Erez crossing. I know, but they probably don't do it as often as I would like.
For the war, because it turns out people don't like seeing ugly things on their TV. We've created sort of this antiseptic feeling about war that is not actually accurate to what war is. When you talk to soldiers in literally any army, they'll tell you that the stuff you see on your TV is not 1/10 of what's going on the ground. By the way, I think this is true of a huge number of human situations. When we see tape of police officers doing their job, everybody's like, oh my God, I can't believe the police are doing that. Oh, you mean like roughing up a criminal? Like, yes, that's the sort of thing that police do regularly. It may be ugly and it may be something you don't want to see, but it is something that does get done a lot. War happens to be really, really ugly. And that's true even when you're doing what Israel is doing, which is risking its own soldiers and citizens in order to try and pursue some more clean version of a war. And this is also why, by the way, it's much easier to be a war leader who uses drone assaults on people, right? You use drones and you kill people from afar, and then there are no people on the ground to take the pictures of the results of that sort of stuff. A lot of people were killed during the Obama administration during the drone war, and nobody seemed to care.
Well, people did care. People did care. And Ben, you actually wrote an article against them caring, saying, I'm tired of the whining about civilian casualties. One American soldier's life is worth far more than a life of someone in Afghanistan who was implicit in the Taliban rule. What fuck was I going to say? To be fair, Israel does do airstrikes, right? Like we just saw the airstrike. The pro-Israel is screaming to get out of me right now, okay? But we did just see the airstrike in Rafah that ended up killing 35 people, okay? Now, to be fair, Israel anticipated no collateral damage, and even if it would just be a failure in proportionality, not a failure in distinction. And they anticipated no collateral damage. And part of the reason that the fire caught on was potentially because Hamas munitions were stored in the area, and also why the fuck were two senior Hamas officials within meters of the within a few hundred meters of the UN headquarters? That kind of seems a little suspicious, doesn't it? Okay. But Israel does airstrikes, okay, and sometimes the warnings before the airstrikes are not totally adequate. We did just see, for example, the airstrike on the World Central Kitchen workers that killed like 7 humanitarian aid workers.
Care very much, and the reality is that people in the West do not have the attention span to watch suffering on their TV night after night after night after night. Frankly, I think that the Western public does not have the attention span for something like this, and what that means is that
I'm not going to play multiverses now, but I will definitely play multiverses with you. Fuck, what was I going to say? Oh, you're going to fucking destroy me because I'm not good at fighter games at all. I don't play any Smash. I played a little bit of multiverses when it first came out, and I did I was a Taz main, and I did the fucking tornado shit. That was awesome, dude. I remember that.
That what you're likely to get on the one side is terrorists who hide among civilian populations specifically to undermine the war aims of democracies.
Oh, I forgot they had that. Yeah.
And
as long as you don't throw, we're not going to intentionally throw, but it's kind of going to be like when Israel doesn't intentionally kill civilians and they just happen to kill a lot anyway. It's kind of going to be like that, where I don't intentionally throw, but I just end up by effect throwing.
Preserve their own security, because the more they can maximize the ugly. I mean, Hamas has made this perfectly clear. I mean, they say this openly. They'll say, absolutely.
But I paused to him like 5 times. So I don't really even remember what he's saying. 1991, when Ukraine and NATO relations started. To what extent can we prove what went down is unknown? It's extremism in NATO deep. Remember 1991 when Russia became modern Russia. It was no longer USSR. Very important to separate the USSR from modern Russia. I agree. Funny enough, when Russia became an independent, it actually recognized Ukraine's border, and then a few years later, in 1994, actually signed the Budapest Memorandum, agreeing to refrain from any threats or use of force against Ukraine. But it uses 0.2% of the population globally, and I'm pretty sure they win more than 25% of Nobel Prizes. How can you support Palestine at all? Wow, what a phenomenal race realist argument. It doesn't actually have anything to do with Palestine.
Something like this, and what that means is that what you're likely to get.
How many Palestinians have won a Nobel Prize in STEM? Fuck, I don't know. Arafat won the Peace Prize, didn't he, actually? Didn't Arafat win the Nobel Peace Prize? Arafat Nobel Prize. It does mean chooses a period of Palestinians. Well, we've developed into race realism. Yeah, Arafat received the Nobel Peace Prize. I guess, yeah, it's not in STEM. Oh, we're bringing up the, oh, no, you're not bringing up NED, you're bringing up DEEP. Has helped Ukraine improve, but again, my understanding is the Budapest Memorandum didn't actually prevent Ukraine from forming agreements with the US or Russia. If Ukraine wanted to, it could have formed a military agreement with Russia where it let Russia train its troops, right? That wasn't actually prohibited in the agreement. Same thing with US troops. It wasn't actually prohibited in the agreement, my understanding at least, unless you can prove me wrong. It could sign bilateral agreements, and it could have the US train its troops or whatever, or give it equipment. The actual thing that was prevented was the threat or use of force or economic coercion. In free capitalist societies, why do you believe Jews are successful? They work hard. I want more of that and less Palestinians. Your argument is literally kill all the Palestinians because they don't work as hard. I don't know what to tell you. It's just a race realist dumbass take. But NATO was never signatory to this. That's the problem. What do you mean NATO was never signatory to this? The US and a bunch of other countries, I think Ireland and the UK and France, signed the Budapest Memorandum.
On the one side is terrorists who had among
Okay, wait, I don't even remember what he was arguing. Okay.
Attention span to watch suffering on their TV night after night.
Oh, yeah, yep. We don't have the attention span to watch suffering, and yeah,
after night
okay.
After night. Frankly, I think that the Western public does not have the attention span for something like this, and what that means is that what you're likely to get on the one side is terrorists who hide among civilian populations specifically to undermine the war aims of democracies and liberal states that are attempting to preserve their own security, because the more they can maximize the ugly. I mean, Hamas has made this perfectly clear. I mean, they say this openly. They'll say, absolutely, we're trying to maximize our own civilian casualties in order so that people in Western countries think that this war is really ugly and it has to stop and it's really, really bad. So it's in their interest to do that. And then so it creates one incentive structure to hide behind civilians. And on the other side, what it actually does create the incentive structure for, weirdly enough, is to go faster, even if it means go uglier. Because the longer it lasts on your TV, then the more people start to object to it. Meaning, if it's over in a week, it's over in a week. The news cycle is so short.
I haven't even thought about that. Yeah, this probably does create bad incentives for Israel because they want to go fucking as fast as possible. They don't want to prolong the war, because the longer they prolong the war, the more fucking videos of headless children get promoted on social media. Yeah.
Quickly is in the rearview mirror incredibly fast. Whereas if you do what Israel is doing right now, which is being meticulous, going literally street by street and neighborhood by neighborhood, and it takes you 7 months, and every so often you have a break for a ceasefire negotiation that goes nowhere, people's attention span runs really, really fast. I mean, the attention span is gone. And people are treating the amount of outrage that it took the American public to realize about Vietnam, a decade. It took them 6-7 years minimum between heavy engagement in Vietnam and serious American outrage about Vietnam to a certain level of Western outrage about a war in which no country is actively involved except for Israel. There are no other allied forces involved in this conflict. It's Israel with fight. There's material support.
I mean, just mentioning it. I mean, obviously the U.S. supports Israel pretty heavily.
But there's material support for a bunch of countries all over the world. Foreign aid to a bunch of countries all over the world. Israel is the only country with troops on the ground actually fighting right there. The amount of outrage over that, has taken. It really kicked in within about a month, and then it's really kicked up to a high gear within 7 months. That's a pretty astonishing turnabout.
How does this get solved, Ben? Because let's say you kill all of Hamas. We know from polling. Now, polling from those sorts of places isn't particularly reliable, but still, the majority of people in Gaza support Hamas. Let's be just honest about that, right? And you might argue, to some extent, understandable, given that the civilian casualties and what they're being.
Well, they supported Hamas before, so I mean, even after the blowout, they supported Hamas.
But I imagine they're somewhat emboldened by what they're going through now. So let's say that Israel is successful in destroying tunnels, Hamas infrastructure, kills the majority, let's say, of the terrorists. They can't get the leaders because they're living somewhere else, most of them. But let's say that they do that. How does that solve things? How does that situation get resolved ultimately?
So I think that one of the problems in foreign policy is that particularly Americans and Westerners, because the big wars that we have in our history had something like a negotiated ending and then a period of peace, or complete victory as in World War II. We're not used to the reality, which is that for the vast history of war, there was no such thing as like a war that solved things, where like it was just solved for all time. Like history continues to move. We have this temptation in the Western mind to be like, it's the Francis Fukuyama, it's the end of history. We've reached it. We're here. And that's never the case. That's particularly not the case in the Middle East, where you have religions that are going thousands of years old. And so, what is likely to happen there in the Gaza Strip is what you currently have in Judea and Samaria, the West Bank. What you currently have there is Israeli military rule and Palestinian civil control. That is likely to be the most durable.
And that's in Area B. In Area C, Israel has civil control too, which is the majority of the West Bank.
Outcome of this, because
doesn't that mean there's going to be more October 7th, Ben?
No, because there haven't been more October 7th in the West Bank or Judea and Samaria. Right? I mean, meaning that October 7th.
There hasn't been October 7th. There have been attacks. Obviously, there have been terrorists that operate out of the West Bank. And at least Hamas's claim, right? Hamas's claim is that the reason they did October 7th is because of the attack on the mosque in the West Bank, the Al-Aqsa flood. Yeah.
Jasper's
introduction to Jasper's What Is Being. No, I don't think what the fuck is this? I don't know if we're gonna watch this. No, probably not Jidiox.
Was created by a series of things. It was not primarily created by Palestinian hatred, because that hatred was pre-existing. The desire to extirpate Israel was pre-existing, going all the way back to 1948 when Israel was established, when 5 Arab armies decided at that time to destroy the nascent state of Israel. It was true in 56, it's true in 67, in 73, in 82. I mean, it's in the first Intifada, and the second Intifada, in the 2014 war. I mean, like, nothing has changed in terms of enmities and feelings, right? All of that stuff is constant. By the way, it goes all the way back to the early days of Jewish settlement.
Carl Jasper is a Christian psychiatrist and philosopher, somewhat inspired by existentialist philosophy. His wife was Jewish, so he was kicked out of Nazi Germany. Is it not right? Not today, Jidiox. Not today.
There are always Jews in the state of Israel, or in what would become the state of Israel, going all the way back thousands of years.
Why do they? I don't care that they have this logo down here, but why the fuck do every 10 seconds do they have to have it fucking radiate, bro?
Become the state of Israel.
I'm gonna make you see my logos in the bottom left too. I'm gonna make mine fucking right. I'm gonna make mine fucking grow every 10 seconds. They're gonna have a huge bounce effect, guys. Everyone sub, guys. Do you know you're watching Non-Fun right now, guys? Non-Fun 420, guys. On Twitter, Instagram, and Twitch, Non-Fun 420. On YouTube, it's just Non-Fun. Guys.
Going all the way back thousands of years, but kind of the renewed population of Israel in terms of population growth. I mean, there were massacres of Jews in 1929 in Hebron. So, I mean, there's nothing new in terms of the enmity, is the point that I'm making. What was the failure of October 7th was a security failure. That's much more practical than how do you cure the hatred in the hearts of human beings. The hatred in the heart of human beings is very hard to cure. Security failures are pragmatically possible to prevent. And Israel made a series of pragmatic failures with regard to the Gaza Strip that they did not make, for example, with regard to the West Bank. And that included allowing the Hamas to cultivate its power in the Gaza Strip. It included mostly there being no real intelligence on the ground in the Gaza Strip. It was basically a black box to Israel. They built the border there. They thought the border was secure. They thought because of Iron Dome they could shoot down most of what was coming over that border, but they didn't have a lot of intelligence capacity. Israel goes into Jenin and Nablus, which are areas of the West Bank, on a routine basis and kills terrorists because they have intelligence resources on the ground over there.
Ben, I was going to say, what we were talking about is practical, and you were talking about curing the hatred in people's hearts. I'm looking at what's happening on campuses. I'm looking at how people are discussing it on the streets. It seems to me that whilst Israel may be winning the war, what they're doing is they're losing the PR war.
So I disagree only in the sense that I don't think the PR war had ever been won by Israel in the recent past.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, as long as I've been alive, the press have been very largely oriented against Israel and its conflict with the Palestinians. And that's what drove Oslo, it's what drove the White River Accords, it's what drove the attempts to negotiate in 2000 and 2008. So I don't think anything has really changed there. I think that there's a broadening and deepening of anti-American, anti-Western sentiment that is manifested at a lot of these protests. I think that one thing that's happened here that I think people are misreading is they're treating these protests as though they're solely about Israel and the Palestinians, when in reality, when you listen to what the protesters are saying, it's not just about Israel and the Palestinians. They're talking about
globalizing
decolonialization. They're talking about the evils of the West and how the West is a colonial empire. They're talking about how the West itself is systemically racist. I mean, it's what some people online have called the Omni cause, and it's what unifies queers for Palestine, right? That's always the big principle of this sort of thing, right? Is that you look at that and on its face, it's totally absurd, right? That's chickens for KFC, right? What are you talking about?
The argument here, why fucking gays for Gaza, queers for Palestine, it's not chickens for KFC. It's because they're both few seconds. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Okay, the argument here for why gays for Gaza / queers for Palestine isn't the chickens for KFC shit. It's because they're both oppressed people or whatever, and you should fight for the rights of oppressed people throughout the world. It's the power. It's the power thing, right? It's oppressive versus oppressed, and gays are oppressed to some extent in the West and to more of an extent throughout the entire world. And they're just fighting for the rights of oppressed people everywhere.
But it makes perfect sense when you realize that this is just a coalition of people who believe they are oppressed by the Western system, and they're ganging together in order to try and destroy that overarching superstructure. And Israel is just a part of that. The thing about Israel and Jews, and I would say that this is part of kind of the broader intersectional argument, is that there are many types of anti-Semitism manifested in a variety of different ways. Left-wing anti-Semitism, which I think is crossing over with Islamic anti-Semitism right now in a lot of these protests, that argument springs on the left from a not anti-Semitic argument, but an anti-system argument. And that argument goes something like this. Everybody who performs less well in a particular system is a victim of that system. That failure is actually evidence of exploitation and victimization at the hands of a system. And so what that means is that anyone who's successful within the system is an exploiter, is the person who has done something to hurt somebody else. When you take that internationally, then what you end up with is the West is the exploiter of non-Western peoples. And when you take it to the Middle East, what it looks like is Israel is the exploiter of the Palestinians. Like Israel got rich at the expense of the Palestinians, despite the fact that Israeli Arabs are in fact the richest Arabs in the neighborhood. And that if you look at, actually, it's a pretty good case study. If you look
I've not actually read any of the
messages
messages you sent because I don't give a fuck right now.
The best in the region, and you're not talking about like the oil-rich monarchies where they're just kind of redistributing oil income, then you're looking at Israel. There's not a single Israeli Arab who wants to live in Palestine. They don't want to by polling data because they understand what that would mean. Wherever there's more Israeli control, you have Arabs who are richer because there's more day-to-day maintenance of law and order. But the argument is that Palestinian failure, and particularly in the Gaza Strip, that is not the result of Hamas. That is the result of the great exploiter that is Israel. And the proof of that is that Israel is a very successful country and Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip is a shit show.
The proof of that is also kind of that Israel does impose a blockade on Gaza. Israel does impose restrictions on Gaza that harm Gaza's economic development. Yeah, it's not just that Israel's successful.
Last year, I was introduced to monetary metals, a game-changing platform.
Monetary metals.
We're looking over now. Back when you make an active decision to keep people in quote-unquote refugee camps for 70 years as opposed to integrating them, the reality is...
And now, back to the interview.
Hamas-controlled Gaza Strip is a shit show. And the reality is that it's a shit show because when you make an active decision to keep people in quote-unquote refugee camps for 70 years as opposed to integrating them into an economy, or as opposed to trying to build things and create foreign relations and build a working government and open your economy...
but I mean... Like, you look at like the employment level in Gaza before the blockade and after the blockade, it dropped significantly. Unemployment in Gaza is at like 50% or whatever. Oh, you're still on the Ukraine shit, kick chatter? Ukraine, Russia, United States, and the United Kingdom were signed a memorandum. I know. NATO were 25 plus countries with ease that didn't respect Ukraine's neutrality. When you say didn't, what do you mean didn't respect Ukraine's neutrality? But again, nothing in the agreement, my understanding, prevented Ukraine from making a deal with NATO to like train its army or whatever. What it prevented was either Russia invading it or NATO invading it or some other countries invading it. That was what it prevented. NATO training a military, it's not NATO invading the country. Russia training the military would not have been Russia invading the country. Russia taking Crimea, Russia taking Donbass and Luhansk, Russia doing a full-scale invasion in February 2022 is a invasion. It's against the agreement.
And teach people things. Like the reality is the Gaza
the burden of proof is on you, Didiox.
Strip has the same physical capacity or better than a multiplicity of countries that do wildly better than it does in terms of GDP scale, whether you're talking about Hong Kong, whether you're talking about Singapore. So it has nothing to, as we've learned in terms of modern economies, the natural resources with which a country is endowed, that is not dispositive as to whether a country is economically successful or societally successful. The system is what determines whether a country is societally successful or not. Check West Germany versus East Germany for an amazing example of this, or North Korea versus South Korea. So what that suggests is maybe there are a bunch of decisions made in the Gaza Strip that are really bad and have resulted in some really bad life standards. But again, that violates the...
First of all, I would just relate to noise suppression. Working is it? There we go. Okay, but secondly, Israel does impose its blockade in Gaza Strip, and it does, by design, restrict Gaza's economic development.
Scruples of this general moral principle, which is suffering equals victimization at the hands of a higher power. And so that can manifest pretty quickly in anti-Semitism because Jews are disproportionately successful in a wide variety of endeavors. I think mainly because Jews historically have valued education very, very highly. And it's not unique to Jews. Thomas Sowell talks about middlemen Chinese in non-Chinese countries who study very, very hard and do really well. You see Asians treated this way at American universities, right? They're an other now because they become white. They become part of the system. And so they have to be discriminated against in admissions, for example. And so it can turn into the Jews are at the top of the system because the Jews benefit from the system. But what makes Jews particularly weird is that Jews are also, by the data, one of the more victimized subgroups, right? In terms of hate crimes, for example, attacks, physical attacks, or the state of Israel, which has been targeted by terror more than any other Western country by far, right? So it kind of violates all the rules, and I think there's a particular ire about that. So if it were just about Israel and the Palestinians, or if it were just about Arab suffering in general, as many people have pointed out, where were the protests when Assad was killing 500,000 Muslims in Syria? Where are the protests right now in Nigeria, where Christians are being killed, or Niger, or Libya, or a wide variety of other countries where people are suffering? I mean, the deportation of Afghans from Pakistan by the hundreds of thousands is happening literally right now. No one cares.
And those are all very good points. But what is really interesting at the moment, Ben, is that we're from the UK. We've seen these tropes time and time again on the fringes of the left, on the fringes of the Labour Party. And we saw it with Corbyn's leadership of the Labour Party. But now what is very interesting and deeply worrying is we're now...
This includes military reform, but this came as a result of it wasn't like NATO was unilaterally intervening in Ukraine. It was that Ukraine agreed to have relations with NATO. That's perfectly fine. Ukraine has sovereignty. Ukraine can do that. Ukraine as a sovereign nation can do that. Especially when they have concerns about Russia invading them, as Russia has invaded other countries in the past.
Now seeing this come up from the right, which is something that I've never seen before. In my lifetime, certainly.
I mean, I think it was always on the fringes of the right. I think you're right that it's expanded into less fringy areas of the right, for sure. Neil Ferguson, in his book, The War of the World, where he talks about the period World War I, World War II, he suggests that genocidal feeling or attacks on minorities, I think to put it more mildly, attacks on minorities, that tends to spring up at times of high economic uncertainty, when you have empires in collapse, and when you have high levels of minority population. And what you're seeing right now is a lot of that in the West. We're seeing tremendous economic uncertainty. It feels like we're entering a period of serious economic stagnation in which innovation seems to be petering out, other than AI. But I think most people are scared of AI because they don't know quite exactly what the effects of that are going to be, and rightly so. I mean, there are a lot of unknown unknowns about how that's going to affect the economy, who's going to lose their job, what do you do with your time when your job is gone, right? I mean, these are all serious questions that people are thinking about. And
he just can't admit the economy is good because Biden's president.
They're not thinking about that. They're just looking at their bills right now, and the inflation is sky high, and it's very difficult for people to make their payments. Then you have the problem of a receding Western power. And it certainly feels like Western power has been receding over the course of the post-Cold War era. Weirdly enough, it feels like there should have been, the sort of liberal flowering that Fukuyama wanted.
I just don't really care that much.
Did you know?
This is a fucking YouTube short. Doesn't even have that many views.
Ashkenazi Jews, representing a mere 1/4% of the global population,
is going to say the Nobel Prize
hold
thing
an impressive 29% of all Nobel Prize.
You literally said that earlier.
We actually got with the Samuel Huntington Clash of Civilizations, in which the West was so apologetic about its past that it basically started to recede from the world stage, making room for rising China, making room for a militaristic Russia, making room for a Middle East that is now increasingly being cursed by a tentacle-laden Iranian power with terror proxies all over the region. And so you have weakening empires, if you consider the West to be sort of an empire on its own, which is probably true, whether you consider it a physical empire or an economic empire, that feels like that's withering. And then you have high levels of minority populations, which is going to cause internal stressors, because when people don't have a lot in common, and ethnicity doesn't have to be a proxy for value system, but sometimes it can be. And when that happens, people start to look at each other with distrust, and things start to break down really, really quickly. And so what that's resulted in on the right is this kind of isolationism that there's a traditional American...
If I can prove that Jews have a higher IQ than Palestinians, which I have, then what is your counter argument? That doesn't fucking matter at all. That's always been my position. There's two counter arguments. One, the reason is not because of some genetic condition or anything. The reason is that Israel's a way richer country, and the people there have access to a good education system, whereas Palestinians don't, because Palestinians are under occupation, and the Gaza Strip is under a blockade. So they don't have access to as high quality resources, and obviously they're not going to have as high of IQ. Secondly, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter at all. That doesn't matter at all for just because you have a lower IQ, that means you shouldn't have a state? That means you don't have a right to self-determination? No, I don't think just having a lower IQ on average means you don't have a right to self-determination. That's not how international law works, which I understand you think is a joke anyway. It's just a bullshit argument. It doesn't matter. They intermingle with Arabs, would they not lower the culture of the success? Dude, that doesn't actually change whether or not Palestinians have the right to self. It's just a bullshit race realist argument that
sort of vacillation between interventionism and isolationism
doesn't actually
has been
change
true for all
it.
of American history. You go back to the 1920s, it's a very isolationist time. You go to the 1930s, late 1930s, 40s, start to see more an interventionist swing. You go back to the early 1900s under Teddy Roosevelt, you have very interventionist America. So this vacillation is very common in American life. What's weird that you're seeing on the right is something different, which is an isolationism that is not rooted in what traditional American isolationism was rooted in. Traditional American isolationism was the rest of the world is really bad. We're not going to get involved in their problems because it's going to poison us here at home. Right, that was the isolationism of the 19th century in the United States, which was or George Washington, no foreign entanglements, no permanent allies, which made sense when Britain and France were fighting each other, and the United States was at different times allied with both.
So you're going to have NATO being at its doorstep, and you just want to say Russia should deal with that. And it doesn't. Why? Okay, first of all, you're ignoring the reason why these countries joined NATO. No country joined NATO until 1999. Now it's after Russia had invaded multiple countries in Moldova and in Georgia. These countries want to join NATO because of threats from Russia. If, regardless of whether or not countries join NATO or don't join NATO, they don't Russia seems to invade anyway. Secondly, countries have sovereignty and they can join whatever. They can join Fred Zone. They can they have the sovereignty to join whatever nation they want. Hold on, where's fucking Fred Zone? I don't know where Fred Zone is. Here's Fred Zone. Georgia was 2008. I know Georgia was in 2008. No, wait, the first Georgia war was in the 1990s. It was like 1990. The second Georgia war was in 2008. Yeah, but the first Georgia war. This was 2008. What's the first one? Georgian Civil War. This one, where Russia funded groups in Georgia. Yeah, it's Russia, supported by Russia, and in Moldova as well, and in I think other places too. But nothing to Putin. Not Putin, but Yeltsin. But like it seems like whether or not countries join NATO, Russia seems to invade anyway. And also, NATO is never going to invade Russia. Do we think that NATO is going to invade Russia? Do we think NATO poses a security threat to Russia? The thing that NATO prevents Russia from doing is interfering in other countries. That's the thing NATO prevents. NATO prevents Russia from fucking invading countries and like breaking away territories. And also, the NATO argument doesn't work because from 2008 to 2014, Ukraine's position in NATO didn't change at all. From 2008 to 2014, Ukraine's NATO status was the same, of us saying basically Ukraine was eventually going to join NATO. I think we did say that as much in 2008. Like their status was like under review. Regardless of the fact that Ukraine's NATO status didn't change, Russia still took Crimea. You can say, oh, it's because of the coup or whatever, but we're not going to agree it's a coup. The NATO argument doesn't even work because the NATO status didn't change at all.
So when you have a world where things are not very close together and you're separate, you happen to be the luckiest country in the history
Hold
of
on,
mankind.
guys, I have to
you're
read the
located on a
farming
continent right now
simulator.
that's bordered by 2 oceans, Mexico and Canada. And that's with nearly autarkic resources. That's like an amazing thing.
I've heard some commentators like Tucker Carlson, who you should never fucking trust. I don't know why the fuck you would ever trust Tucker Carlson. Dave Smith, Oliver Stone, Noam Chomsky, Ron Paul, and a couple others say something to the effect that Ukraine war could have been prevented without Maidan and NATO expansion. Yeah, I mean, we can get into the fucking realist arguments. I disagree with all of them. I think realism's a kind of bullshit school of foreign policy, and it's ironic that leftists use it when leftists are so opposed to the coups that we did in the in Latin America when that was a result of realist foreign policy. But now leftists use realism, which is responsible for things they hate, to justify Russia's invasion of Ukraine, which is kind of bullshit. Open Fortnite. I'm just redeeming Farming Simulator, obviously, bro. They're all bad actors. They're all Americans, true. What else were we gonna say? Oh, and then also, like, what's the there's the argument of like, at what point does Ukraine just become U.S. sphere of influence? The whole argument of realism is that Ukraine is in the Russian sphere of influence, therefore Russia basically has a right to invade them because it's their sphere of influence. But like spheres of influence changes. At what point does Ukraine just become in the West sphere of influence? From a defensive realist perspective, it could be argued that we are seeing this states unifying around Ukraine, just balancing, taking course against an aggressive state trying to become a regional power. Hold on, where's the Yeah, Ukraine also has been cooperating with Western powers for decades. At what point could a realist say Russia is encroaching on a country in a West sphere of influence? After all, Russia violated its treaties it signed with the U.S. and Ukraine. Could that not be seen as Russia provoking the U.S.? And is that not Russia crossing a red line set by another power? If Ukraine is cooperating with NATO, as you suggested, at what point does Ukraine just become in the West sphere of influence? What treaties? The Budapest Memorandum. And maybe the Minsk agreements as well. Although the Minsk, geez, fucking Christ, I can't. I'm dying. The Minsk agreements as well. Although that's arguably more complicated. Can you? I'm not going to like justify every Israeli crime. What is this? Spying, hacking, intimidation. Israel's 9-year war in the ICC. Dude, I like Israel. Fucking probably does cringe shit. I don't agree with Israel's position on the ICC. I think Israel should accept ICC jurisdiction. I've heard that some Ukrainians are not. Oh, I have heard ICC. Actually, there are Nazis in Ukraine. So somebody who supports Jewish rights, I don't want the government to be Nazis. I mean, Ukraine has a Jewish president. The reason the Nazis became more powerful in Ukraine was because of the war that Russia was waging. The reason Azov Battalion came into fruition was because Russia was fucking the Azov Battalion, which was a Nazi battalion, was the one winning military victories against Russia, right? It's the same argument of like the leftists use where like they'll say, oh, why does ISIS exist? Well, ISIS exists because the UN went into Iraq and destabilized the country, and that bred radicalization. But they don't apply that same argument to Ukraine. Why does Azov Battalion exist? It is because of Russia. And the Azov Battalion was brought into the Ukrainian government in an attempt to moderate it. It wasn't like supposed to be endorsing Nazi ideology or whatever. It was in an attempt to moderate it. And even at its height, okay, even at its height, I think Azov Battalion had like 700 members before it was brought in and moderated. Like it wasn't, yeah. Like, if you don't want Nazis running Ukraine, then don't let Russia destabilize Ukraine.
But traditional American isolationism was, don't get involved with the Europeans. It was the European war they were talking about. They're always fighting their balance of power war problems. We don't want any piece of that. It's going to poison us here at home. It's going to cost us money. It's going to mess up our politics. Just stay away. There's a difference in that and the sort of post-World War II left-wing argument that was largely Soviet-backed, which was that America was a force for bad in the world. Right? Sort of
what would you say if Hamas were threatening spying and threatening ICC? So, number one, Hamas also doesn't accept ICC jurisdiction. Hate to break it to you. I don't think Hamas gives a fuck about what the ICC says. The Palestinian Authority does accept ICC jurisdiction. There's that, and it's good. But if Hamas was doing that, I would say that's bad. That's cringe. The same way I say when Israel's doing it, I say it's bad. It's cringe. I don't like it. Israel should stop doing it. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. I don't care. Like the ICC warrants, I'm in favor of, because the I like kind of nuanced position. You're getting into it. I don't really have a problem with prosecuting Israel for the just as bellum, the conduct in war. I have a problem with challenging Israel's right to war. So the ICJ case, for example, I don't really support because it challenges Israel's right to war, whereas the ICC warrants are for very specific crimes that Israel is arguably guilty of, probably guilty of in the case of the starvation thing. I don't really have a problem with prosecuting them for specific crimes that just challenge their conduct in war. I do have a problem with challenging the right to war. They should stop doing it. Little oopsies. What do you want me to say? Do you want me to say they shouldn't stop doing it? What the positions are either they should stop doing it or they should keep doing it. It's bad that they do it. I don't know what to tell you, but there's never going to be there's also never, I don't understand. There's never going to be one single policy or one single strike that changes my entire position in a war. I don't know how how fucking open-minded and brain-rotted you have to be. Like it's literally the quote, like, don't be so open-minded that your brain falls out. Like, yeah, there's never going to be one strike that changes my opinion on a war like that, or one policy that changes my opinion on an entire thing. In a Budapest Memorandum, Northern Minsk agreements were treaties. Treaties are fully recognized under the UN. Who used the term? Did I use the term treaties first? And I shouldn't have said treaty. Oops, I didn't mean to pin that. I shouldn't have said treaties. I should have said agreements then.
That America has historically been an exploitative, egregiously bad place, and wherever we put our beak, things get worse.
Can I just pause you there, because I accept what you're saying there, Ben, but also as well, we need to mention Vietnam and we need to mention the war in Iraq, which for our
text you showed us, okay, then it should have said agreements and not
generation
treaties.
Was that moment where we just went, oh, we were lied to, and we were lied to big time.
Okay, so I will make the case that the Vietnam War was the first case in point of a bad ideology taking precedence over good ideology with regard to a very messy war. So the reality is that Vietnam would have been better if the United States had stayed and maintained its security. The United States
Also, wait, you're fucking wrong. What? Okay. Memorandum of Security Assistance. United Nations Treaty Collection. This is the Budapest Memorandum. What? Memorandum of security assistance to Ukraine non-proliferating nuclear weapons. This is in the treaty. Does Wikipedia call it a treaty? Oh, treaty. Oh, well, this is a treaty nuclear weapons. Okay. So maybe it's just in here because maybe you are right, and it's just in here because it mentions the treaty of because it's about Ukraine also joining the treaty on non-proliferation of nuclear weapons. But even if you are totally right, Ukraine becoming okay. Even if you are right, doesn't actually change the argument. Also, this doesn't at all say it has to be codified by the UN. Maybe there's a definition of international law that the specific definition under international law that requires it be between or be recognized by the UN or whatever, but like this doesn't have any definition of it being recognized by the UN. I tend towards supporting Ukraine defensive action against Russia. How should I respond to people arguing that against that? I don't know. There's a whole bunch of things you could say. It's just like the entire rules-based international order is based on upholding territorial sovereignty, territorial integrity, and not the right of conquest. And we should probably be focused on doing that, because otherwise we kind of destroy the entire rules-based international order.
Really pulling out and subjecting Vietnam to communist
all of global security is like based on defending territorial integrity of sovereign states.
And the fall of Cambodia was quite bad for the world. That doesn't
not
mean
defending that.
There may have been, just like Iraq, there may have been an initial bad assessment as to the importance of Vietnam in the grand scheme of Southeast Asia. The domino theory may not have been, even if it was real with regard to Cambodia, for example, that maybe it just didn't matter that much. It was just very far away. But the idea that Vietnam was better ruled over by Ho Chi Minh than it would have been ruled over by something like a Western dictatorship, which is what South Korea was. I mean, we now think of South Korea as a wonderful blooming democracy. South Korea was a dictatorship until the 80s. And now we all like South Korea. South Korea is great. It's a place where they make all our microchips, right? I mean, like, it's wonderful. And they give us side. Like, there's so much good stuff. But South Korea is considered like a wonderful blooming Western country. That took like a full-scale war in which 50,000 Americans died. And then it took decades of occupation by America to prevent North Korea from walking over that tripwire. So again, the idea that the world is better off when America leaves is not true. You can say that we shouldn't have gotten involved there, and that's a good argument.
Tucker Carlson, literally, you seem to have a nice kid at PT totally destroyed in that debate. Isn't this like the 5th time you've come in here and said that? But the GDX, the reason you should never fucking trust Tucker Carlson is because he has admitted to lying. He lost a defamation lawsuit. He got fired from Fox News for lying. He lost a defamation lawsuit.
Or at least I think a passable argument. What is not a good argument is that the world got better when America left. Has the world gotten better when America pulled out from Iraq? That's a different question from whether America originally should have gotten involved in Iraq.
No, but Francis's point is something else, Ben, which is, you know, the people that you're talking about in terms of the new isolationism, people like Tucker Carlson, who's been having a go at you over many things recently, I see in him a kind of, you know, I went and I sold the war in Iraq to the people, and then it was all based on a pack of lies.
Listen to
and now
I forgot about
America is, you know, his brain sees America differently now. It's quite clear, and that's why he's going over to Russia and having, you know, finding out that, you know, Russian supermarkets have shopping carts with these magnificent mechanisms and all the rest of it, right? So I guess what we're talking about is,
frankly, I think that said more about his lack of understanding of how supermarkets work than about Russia.
Well, right.
That was bizarre.
And the idea that food is cheaper in Russia, I mean, it is cheaper for an American, but it's 3 times or 5 times or however many times more expensive for the average Russian. So, but this is what happens when people have these ideologies about basically America bad, the rest of the world good.
Right, and I think that is the key, right? I think that there's a difference between America makes...
So they want to have peace talks in Switzerland at Peace Summit, sorry, but without inviting Russia. How does that work? Wait, who are you talking about? What? Are you saying Ukraine wants to have peace talks without inviting Russia? I haven't heard that. I've heard various things about potential peace talks, but never that.
Mistakes and bad things happen, which is true for literally any country, and America inherently getting involved in things makes that a worse place, that it makes the thing bad, and that's true for the West generally, that the world would be a better place if Western powers were not
I kind of agree with him here too. God damn it.
Involved in particular areas. Again, it's impossible to make a case that the West has been completely innocent, or that the West has never made mistakes, that every place the West has touched has been...
Compared to the establishment media who run cover of Biden's face. Dude, I don't know what to tell you, JD. Tucker Carlson has admitted over text messages to intentionally lying, knowingly lying to mislead the American people. That's why he lost a defamation case. He, like, willingly and knowingly lied. I don't think most other journalists do that. Not nearly as much as Tucker Carlson did.
Amazing. That's obviously not true. But one thing that is certainly true is wherever the West seems to regress or pull back, things get markedly worse. I mean, this seems to be true literally everywhere. the decolonialization project has had some pretty messy consequences, as it turns out. And again, that's not an argument for colonialism. You can make the argument that the West never should have been involved in those places. But there also are places on the planet where the West was never involved. And those don't seem to be like amazing places either. So when it comes to foreign policy, it turns out that it's a series of bad choices.
Thompson basically was establishing media until he got fired. But everyone, they invited China, but why China need to go? China hasn't accepted just yet either. Is it a? I don't think that would be a. Can you send me like a link to what agreement you're talking about? Because like I don't think it. They might be holding some conference, but I don't think it would be a conference for peace without inviting Russia.
Very rarely good choices that have no consequences to anybody in terms of blood, treasure. Like that just doesn't exist because, effectively speaking, the international order does not exist. There is no international order. That's why international institutions are a failure and a giant joke. It's a fifth grade playground, and you hope that the person who's the strongest on the playground is a good person with good intentions, even if they occasionally blunder and hurt somebody innocent, rather than a really, really bad person. But there's no world on a fifth grade playground where there are no adults present, where somebody doesn't end up as the dominant power. And when those dominant powers are bad, the world becomes a significantly worse place.
Well, it's a point I've been making for a long time, which is that when you create a power vacuum, it's not going to be rainbows and unicorns. It's going to be Russia or China stepping into it. But the question I wanted to ask you, Ben, is you and personally and the Daily Wire broadly have paid a price for having this conversation in the way that you've been. You know, people like, I think there was a clip of Andrew Schultz and Patrick Bet-David talking about how it's, you know, if they called it the Israeli Wire, then
can we get to the Candace Owens drama?
And, you know, I'll be honest, when I look at your Twitter feed, you have been very focused on what's happening in Israel. What do you make of those criticisms?
I mean, when it comes to my Twitter feed, that's largely because Twitter is dominated by this conversation. So, I mean, here's the thing. If you look at the vast panoply of episodes that I've done over the course of, I've been doing my podcast since 2015, so almost 10 years. If you look at the vast majority of those episodes, I don't think I mentioned Israel once until October 7th. I mean, that's an exaggeration. I mentioned it, but not very much. The amount of time that I talked about Israel on my podcast was, as a percentage of total time on the podcast, I'd venture to say significantly less than 1%. And then October 7th happens, and of course, there's this weird thing that happens where it's like everybody else talks about Israel, but if I talk about Israel, then it's because I'm peculiarly focused on Israel, as opposed to everyone else who's not. I mean, it seems like pretty much everybody's focused on that right now. So when it goes out of the news, I'll be more than happy to not talk about Israel. It's a very contentious and difficult discussion to have with a lot of people, particularly on X, which has turned into a cesspool in a lot of ways.
Always has been.
Yes. I mean, yes. But I will say that the changes in X, which again, I'm a big Elon fan. I like that Elon has opened up X. I've even been an advocate of people who I think are absolutely despicable being allowed back on X, because I think that his attempt to create a free marketplace of ideas is more important than my personal level of emotional comfort when it comes to X. I will say that the policing there in terms of virality is not very good. That there are a lot of bot accounts, there's a lot of spam. Like I think a lot of those things can be simultaneously true, even while I'm very, very happy that Elon took it over and opened it up. With that said, as far as the idea that
okay, I don't think it's actually. Is it looking for peace with Putin? 90 countries, like why would 90 fucking countries come? I don't think this is actually looking for peace with Putin. What's the actual point of it? It just says a peace summit. Attend a peace summit. Only be applauded by Russian Putin. Why do you call begging for money a peace summit? True. Russian troops make advances. I believe it's a big set piece. Like someone who's supposed to show the world is still on Ukraine's side. Washington still supports the meeting. I don't think it's actually aiming for peace. Like I don't think it's actually aiming for any peace agreement. It's just meant to signal to provide a forum where war leaders discuss paths forward and just and lasting peace in Ukraine based on international law and the UN Charter. They're not actually like ready to come to negotiating terms yet. It's just like, it's probably just for him to meet. It's going to make things worse. Why is it going to make things worse? It's probably just him meeting with other nations and and they'll discuss potential post-war plans and to discuss how much longer they can continue to support Ukraine.
That the Daily Wire is quote unquote the Israeli Wire or something. We have hosts who completely disagree with me on Israel. Right? Matt Walsh, right, believes, and I've had discussions with him about this, that America should have no business giving foreign aid at all to Israel or pretty much anyone else. I disagree with him. I think that's a wrong perspective in my viewpoint. That's a different thing from perspectives that have been articulated by other people.
Do you believe I probably have a higher IQ than the average and median person? No, I don't. I absolutely don't.
I don't think Matt has a lack of moral clarity between, say, Hamas and the Democratic State of Israel. That is a slightly different proposition. As far as, again, my personal focus.
I do. Okay, thanks, Shidiak. Thanks. Good to know.
On this, I'm personally focused on this for a couple of reasons. I will freely admit that I have a level of emotional investment in a state that was created for the safety of Jews and is historically tied to my religion. Of course, that's true, and I'd be ridiculous not to simply say that that's the case. I also have a stake in this because, again, I think it's a civilizational question, and it is bewildering to me how somebody.
What reason did he have? Because we come to my Twitch chat saying dumbass shit.
Members of the West seem to have a difficulty in finding moral clarity between an openly genocidal terror group and Hamas.
Sorry. Maybe you have a higher IQ, but you're fucking autistic. This is just a meeting at which Zelensky will decide something with the heads of other states and roll out a decision to finish assault. And the Russian Federation will have to agree to this. After all, the big bosses aside, I think the Russian Federation does not give a damn about these decisions. The fucking will continue.
And an Israeli government that is currently engaged in a bipartisan war cabinet that is trying to bring humanitarian aid in the middle of a conflict with an enemy that's stealing the humanitarian aid while risking its own citizen soldiers in that combat. I mean, that I find absolutely not only bewildering, but dangerous. I mean, I think there's a reason why people are being assaulted for carrying American flags into the center of many of these protests. Right? It'd be one thing if people are getting assaulted for carrying Israeli flags, which again I've seen throughout my life. That's nothing new. But people getting assaulted for carrying American flags into the center of this sort of stuff betrays, I think, what is the real problem for the West. And I don't think it's a problem for Israel predominantly. Israel's going to do what Israel's going to be. It's in a region of the world that's incredibly dangerous. It's in the worst neighborhood that it's possible to be in. And it's going to have to pursue its own national self-interest, as every country should pursue its national self-interest. And sometimes those self-interests come into conflict. With that said, the real problem for the West is that you have hundreds of thousands of people who are marching in solidarity with a terrorist group. I mean, that's a problem for the West. That's not a problem for Israel.
Ben, is that actually fair?
In solidarity with a terrorist group, I kind of agree with him, but a lot of just concern about the suffering of Palestinian people. Okay,
because look, there's going to be a lot of these kids, and you'll ask them, and they'll say what they showed on our videos. You know, we don't agree with what happened. We thought it was awful, barbaric. Kids are being killed. I'm marching because I want a ceasefire.
I was asking what reason. Yeah, I know. I amended my statement to say maybe you do have a higher IQ, but you're just fucking autistic. And
I don't want these kids to be killed. And there'll be other people who will say awful, horrible things, and there are jihadis there. I accept all of that.
So, I mean, that's true. Also, what got them up to march on this particular subject? Right? So it's not just holding the opinion. Lots of people hold lots of opinions where they don't know what the hell they're talking about. That's the nature of democracy, and that's fine. I mean, I wish people would read more, but that's just another question. But as far as what gets you up to get your ass off your couch and away from the Cheetos and get up in the streets marching, that's a different thing. That requires a different level of motivation than simply holding an ignorant view about a thing. That's a passionately held ignorant view about a thing at the very least. And what it speaks to is a broader worldview that this plugs into. This has become sort of the issue du jour that plugs into it. And it's not the only one we've seen in the last few years. I mean, we saw massive marches based on the death of George Floyd. And it's a completely different issue plugged into the same exact system. Largely the same people who are protesting. Right, what's added on top of this is the radical Islamists who have been protesting also. But the rest of the coalition is pretty much intact and looks kind of the same.
What's different now is, though, Ben, you are coming under attack not only from the Andrew Tates of the world, but also the Tucker Carlsons. How do you explain that part of it?
Now, again, I think that there is an isolationist sentiment that has set in on the right that is tied to peculiar horseshoe theory belief that is very similar to Bernie Sanders' belief, which is that there's a group of people who have been left behind. Those people have been left behind by an oligarchy that is ruled by powerful forces that are in control, and they're trying to keep you down. I don't like that sense of victimhood without evidence.
God damn it, I agree with him. God damn it, I agree with him here just because he's pro-establishment and I'm pro-establishment, and he's epically destroying the anti-establishment horseshoe that exists.
I really don't. And I don't like it on the left, and I don't like it on the right. And I see it on both. I do see that as a horseshoe theory thing that's happening. I mean, listen, Tucker 4 years ago was talking about how Elizabeth Warren's economic plans were something that he was in favor of. Right? He liked Elizabeth Warren's economic. He was the only one who was on Fox. Everybody sort of looked past that. But that, to me, again, suggests an interesting worldview that there's a group of people who are left behind in America. And those people are being left behind by the oligarchs of America. And that starts to look a lot like intersectional politics, just with a different victim group.
And also as well, you know, we've seen the rise of people like Andrew Tate, and we've seen what I find very concerning, because I'm not Jewish, but I look Jewish. So, you know, if things go to hell, Ben...
worst combination.
The worst combination. Yeah, the looks without the IQ. But anyway, if, you know, I'm actually genuinely worried about this. You see people who I used to follow on Twitter, and I'd be like, oh, you know, look, they're quite interesting. I'll follow them. And then I see them retweeting clips of Nick Fuentes, and I'm going, what the hell is going on here? And I'm seeing this resurgence of open anti-Semitism, not just, the people in charge or Zionists or whatever else.
Hey, this is just a real interesting question. Has NATO ever intervened in a country without Security Council approval? The answer is no. NATO has never intervened in a country without Security Council approval. That requires getting approval from Russia and China. NATO has never intervened in a country without Security Council approval, without the approval of Russia and China. Sounds pretty defensive to me.
But open anti-Semitism, and that is incredibly
I think Joe Rogan was talking about it the other day as well. There was a very good clip from him.
So I think that one of the things that's happened here also is that because the left went so far in closing the Overton window, I think the solution for the right was no Overton window ever. And I don't think that's correct, right? Meaning, like, I think the definition of cancel culture has been expanded really, really far. So I think that cancel culture traditionally was the idea that people were getting canceled for views that were well within the Overton window, right? For views that were kind of held by half the population, and people were getting canceled for that. But there was very little argument that if somebody was openly a fan of Hitler, that you had an obligation to hire them at your company. Everybody was sort of like, okay, well, that's outside the Overton window. I don't have an obligation. Like, they have a right to say what they want to say in the United States. It doesn't mean I have to associate with them. And again, there's a difference between like the public square, which is what X is supposed to be, where the idea is you can say whatever you want, even the crazy guy who loves Hitler, or, you know, I have to hire you for it's cancel culture. If I get fired, if I go on my profile, I start waving a Nazi flag and talking about how much I love Hitler, and then you fire me, that's cancel culture.
Yugoslavia was a valid approval? No, I'm pretty sure it wasn't. I'm pretty sure the Security Council approved that. UN Security Council for what NATO did. UN Security Council approval. NATO, Yugoslavia. I'm pretty sure NATO and the Security Council approved this. Oh, did not approve NATO's use of force in Yugoslavia. NATO launched its bombing campaign in 1990. I swear to God, there was a... Okay, might have been right. Fuck. I thought at the U.S. So my understanding was that the U.S. intervened without Security Council approval, but NATO waited until they got Security Council approval. Okay, my bad. So Yugoslavia was without Security Council approval, but they did stop a genocide. So you know. I think that probably evens out. I think stopping the genocide probably evens out the without Security Council approval part. Fuck it. Yeah, probably, man. USA looks like ordinary gang of racketeers. USA offers of protection. They destroy the country's ability to defend itself through destruction of its own weapons system. Then force upon them to buy their stupid weapons. NATO is just a cover for this criminal business based on blood. True. I think that there's a responsibility to protect, right? I think that was their argument. Okay. I thought NATO has Security Council approval. Did they get like they? I swear they got approval. To do something in Yugoslavia, maybe not the bombings, but maybe for a no-fly zone. This was for Libya. I swear they got approval for something. Maybe I was wrong though. I don't know. Is this a pro-Israel stream? I feel like you've been here before. Yeah, you have. This is a relatively pro-Israel stream, I guess. But right now we're being pro-Palestinian because we're watching Ben Shapiro. But actually we're about to be done watching Ben Shapiro, so. Hold on, okay. Yugoslavs. NATO. Both by Russia and China. NATO actions found no basis for charging NATO leaders for crimes. It's wild. But I thought they got approval for something, but maybe I guess they didn't. I guess the bombing stuff. I swear to God, I remember doing research in this one time. I swear to God, they got approval for something. It might the bombing itself definitely not, but it wasn't for a no-fly zone. But fuck. It could have been for maybe protecting some of the UN schools that were there.
Right, and I think that's an expansion of the definition beyond what it traditionally was. The argument of the right with regard to political correctness and cancel culture was that the left had shut the Overton window so tight that very widely held mainstream opinions, like for example, men are not women, these were suddenly cancelable opinions. And a lot of us were like, that's crazy, that's insane. And you saw, very famously in 2015, the sort of intellectual dark web form up around this, where people like me and people like Sam Harris and people who radically disagreed on a wide variety of policies, but were like, but we can have discussions about these sorts of topics, and it's totally fine. These are within the Overton window. I think it was important for that purpose. And then there was because politics is inherently reactionary, I think the reaction to the Overton window being shut up tight was, there is no Overton window, explode it. And not only that, anything that violates the left's sense of propriety, good or bad, is now valuable. So there was a category error that was made, which was, I'm going to say a true thing and the left hates it, and that just shows how true it is. And I'm going to say a terrible thing and the left is going to hate us, and therefore it shows how true it is. Right? They're reacting to the left's hatred. They're letting the left actually decide in many cases.
No more speaking is already. I mean, I think we're watching 1.25 speed. Or no, we're watching 1.5, but yeah. Ben Shapiro is actually talking slow at the beginning, so that's why I put it.
So the answer is, if the left is offended by everything, I will be offended by nothing, and not only that, I will embrace.
Yeah, NATO is fucked up, man. So they intervened one time to stop a genocide without Security Council approval, and that makes them fucked up. They're selling defense and democracy. Meanwhile, Europe is its arms dealers. Europe is firing up its arms dealers in war economy. Yeah, because Ukraine's at war. Because Europe is at war. So at least we'll be hiding in bunkers just in case candles start flying. True. They're firing up their war machine because they're at war.
Race.
That's how war works, man.
The more it shows that I'm over the target, right? There's always this phrase that you hear kind of in right-wing spaces, that you're not taking flak unless you're over the target. Well, I mean, kind of and kind of not. Meaning, like, it is true that sometimes if you're making a good point, it draws a lot of fire. It's also true sometimes that if you're making an idiotic point, you're drawing a lot of fire. Right? And so the lack of what you've created is now an unfalsifiable system, right? Because no matter what you say, if you are taking shit for it, this means that you're saying something valuable. Well, that's stupid. I mean, people say a lot of dumb stuff. I've said dumb stuff that I've taken shit for and I deserve it. And I've said some stuff that I don't think is dumb that I've taken shit for and I don't think I deserve it. I think that's true for literally everyone. And so because of that, I think there's been a premium put on saying the thing that violates the sensibilities of the broader population. And so saying the thing, right? And the thing in this case doesn't mean the true thing. It's just, or the evidence thing.
Okay, I don't know
the thing
how
that
much
I can make an argument
care about
for.
this.
It's just saying anything that drives a reaction that is used as an indicator of virtue. If the left hates it, it must be virtuous. If people who historically are too sensitive hate a thing, it's not because I'm saying something that actually is quite bad, which it turns out that even sensitive people can be right. But it doesn't mean they're always right. And so I think that category error has led to a lot of, okay, well, there's.
But what was even more worrying is practically every young man that I spoke to, and some of these boys were smart. They were smart kids. And I said to them, what do you think about Andrew Tate? And it was almost uniformly positive.
Well, transgressivism has become its own sort of philosophy. If you transgress a line, this means you're brave. Right? And that's actually sort of anti-conservative by nature. Right? It turns out that it's radical in both directions. It's radical left because you're destroying all the lines in that direction, but can also be transgressivism is anti-conservative in the sense that if you believe, as I believe, that systems of and institutions are built up gradually, there's a Hayeki endpoint. They're built up gradually over the course of centuries.
I don't know if
by
I
tried
care
and true
about this
practice.
right now,
It doesn't mean every
I don't think
institution
I
is built is
care.
good. It does mean that you should be very careful before you simply
What's
destroy
up,
them
Kim
willy-nilly.
Jong-un?
There are a lot of people who are like, well, no, that now that the systems have been hijacked in toto by the left, destroy the systems, destroy all of the established
That's just a crooked take, man. Let's just nuke everything. Why don't we? True, based.
And then we'll build on the ruins. And I think there's
nuking everybody would stop all the genocides happening right now. So we should do it.
That's true. Right, where the system's been taken over so much that it's not savable and you're better off just kind of dissociating from it or providing an alternative. But I think that there's a lot of babies getting thrown out with a lot of bathwater right now. And so what you get is the game I think that Andrew Tate plays, and he plays it really well actually, is he says one true thing and one absurd thing. And then if you say, that's absurd, he says, well, I said this true thing, why are you attacking me for the true thing? And he'll say, men are different from women. He'll be like, that's so true. And they'll be like, and that's why men should bone 1,000 women and have 1,000 babies. You're like, well, that doesn't seem like a good lifestyle choice or good for the planet or good for you or good for your soul or anything like that. Like, that's because you just don't believe in the first thing. You believe that men are women. It's like, no, that's not that is not a corollary of your first statement. And so, again, I think that people feel so hemmed in that they're bursting out in a lot of ways, many of which are bad, uninformed, foolish. And because of that, there's this thing that's been happening online a lot that I've spoken out about, which is the sort of just asking questions phenomenon, right? Which is I don't need to provide evidence to my proposition. I'm just asking questions. And that's for children. It's a stupid game for children. Just as being randomly transgressive is a stupid game for children. I have 4 kids, and every so often they'll just say no to something that's perfectly obvious and like just put on your clothes in the morning so you go to school. No. Well, okay, you're not saying something brave. You're being an idiot. Okay, and that's also true for adults. In fact, it's more true for adults. At least my kids have the excuse of being children. And when it comes to the just asking questions routine, I feel like it's another form of that. It's like, okay, I'm gonna be militantly ignorant about whether the question that I'm asking has the answer that I'm suggesting. But I'm relying on that ignorance to just ask the question. Why hasn't anyone checked this out? Has anyone even thought about it? I mean, it turns out usually people have spent an awful lot of time thinking about that question, and there may be a variety of different answers of various evidentiary quality. But we're in a time where.
Do you really Ben Shapiro's a fascist? No, I don't. Him supporting Trump is fucking stupid, but that doesn't make him a fascist.
There was such a premium put on not asking questions that the next move was ask all the questions and then pretend the answers don't matter.
That's an interesting thing that you're saying. What the boys were saying to me when I spoke to them a couple of days ago was, we are living in a world where we are openly denigrated against for being male, where as a man, we're not respected anymore.
I'm not respected anymore just because I'm a man. What the hell is society doing to modern young men?
Encouraged to be more feminine. Andrew.
They're making me a femboy. They're making me a femboy. I don't want to be a femboy. They're making me one.
Is the only person standing up for us.
Right. And I think that what they mean by that is that he's the only person standing up for them without asking a true obligation of them.
Then I don't care about the nature
wonderful
of
sales tactic. Right? The sales tactic where I'm...
As for Palestine, I hope for you the story begins earlier than October 7th. It does actually. It's kind of wild.
Standing up for you, but I offer you no actual obligation is an amazing sales tactic. It's true for pretty much every politician, by the way.
Validation without responsibility.
Right, well, remember victimhood mentality? It's that. So what's not victimhood mentality is, it is true that society now values the feminization of men. I agree with that. It is true that men are being treated as an adjunct to society and essentially useless, that women don't need men anymore is sort of the basic idea, that men don't have a valuable role to play as men, that all human beings are basically just androgynous widgets.
I don't think Trump is necessarily I want to call Trump a fascist. He uses fascist rhetoric, and he is definitely illiberal. He doesn't want liberal democracy. He wants to replicate what Hungary did, basically. But I want to call Trump a fascist. Also, I think my YouTube stream just broke. Or maybe it didn't. Whatever. My Twitch stream break. Fascist is too nice a word for Trump. True. Anyone who is in an enmity tier is actually fascist. Do you know what my most recent link is? Is that not relevant? It's not really, Didiox. I'm probably going to end stream after we finish watching this. I've been streaming for 10 hours already. I don't know. Oh, fuck. I apparently already stopped streaming on YouTube. Shit's fucked. How do you feel about Taiwan? Since Taiwan is never recognized being its own country, it's just China and China. I mean, I think Taiwan's independence should be respected. It's functionally independent. I think the U.S. should do everything to deter, in its power, to deter China from invading Taiwan. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's been functionally independent for how many years? Not quite 70 years, right? Almost 70 years. So, kick chatter for Russian code. Yeah, well, the kick chatter is going to be kick chatters. Well, no. They were just asking questions about Taiwan. Maybe they are pro Taiwan. Maybe they're super pro Taiwan. Who knows? We don't know. Totally not super easy to guess from their other positions.
Argument has in fact been made a lot. The answer to that is to be a better man. That is the actual answer to that. Is to be more of a man. And when I say more of a man, Andrew Tate's version of being more of a man apparently is strutting around in mansions that he may or may not own.
I already told you no,
shirtless while smoking a cigar, and then knocking up a bunch of women, according to him, right? And lying about his wealth. Like those seem to be like the marks of manhood. It seems to me that the mark of manhood is perform virtuous acts in your community. Prepare a skill set that makes you marketable.
Okay, I don't really care about this anymore. How to actually be a man. Go touch some fucking grass. So basically, the U.S. could fuck everyone else. True. Fuck the UN, fuck the ICC. Did I ever say fuck the ICC? Or even the UN? Fuck Europe, fuck China. Did I ever say fuck Europe? But I mean, yeah, fuck China, fuck Russia. I think Russia and China do pretty bad things. The U.S. obviously has done bad things before, but I don't think we do as many bad things as Russia or China. And at least we have the capacity for change because we're a democracy, whereas Russia and China aren't democracies and don't have the same capacity for change that we do. We can sit here on my Twitch stream and argue. Oh, welcome to the stream, by the way. We right now, Kick Chatter, me and you can sit here and argue. The same conversation couldn't happen if we were in China. At least you have the ability to try to change my opinion on this. People in China don't have the same ability to try to change other people's opinions. That's the fashion these days. If you don't like someone or run out of valid arguments in dispute, then the one who is first to call is a fascist, right? Well, shut up, fascist. Based. I don't even know. Honestly, like, if some leaked fucking text came out of Ben Shapiro saying, I'm actually voting for Biden, it wouldn't even surprise me that much. I don't, like, I think Ben Shapiro has previously said that he would never support Trump, and then as conservatives got more and more pro-Trump, he started getting more and more pro-Trump, and it was kind of weird. So who knows? Who knows? I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's not willing to compromise on like Israel or anything. So maybe not. Maybe he genuinely believes the stupid shit he says about Trump. Maybe he does. I don't know. Glenn Greenwald wants the U.S. to defund Israel and pardon Assange. Oh, it makes sense he wants to pardon Assange. Oh, thanks for the follow, Jigglybo. I appreciate it. Thanks, man. What was I gonna say? Okay, I don't know. Fuck, this is like 20 pages long. I don't have the energy to read this. Yes, they do, because we should be civilized to know change needs to come from within, not externally, as you have previously stated. True. To your regret, my happiness, I'm rather centrist, little to the left regarding social benefits and more. But you can label it however you want. Kelvinac was trolling. I think it was pretty clear that he was trolling. All right, nerd. Oh boy. We, the West, will never win a war to change Russia and China. I mean, true. If anything like you suggested with Azov, it will breed greater fascism. Dude, I can't even tell if you're being ironic. Maybe I'm just tired. Can't even tell if you're being ironic right now. I don't even it makes sense why he wants people to.
This is the reason interview.
Glenn Greenwald is just anti-establishment, so it makes sense. And also Assange. Oh wait, no, it was Snowden that gave him the leaked document stuff. But I thought he's anti-establishment, so of course he supports Julian Assange and the other people who leaked documents. Damn, Edward Snowden. That's literally how he made his career, which is kind of wild because if you think of it, he didn't actually do any. He just got handed that story. That story was just handed him. He didn't actually do any investigative journalism. He just got handed this story for free, and it made him a super popular journalist on a handout. He didn't actually do shit. And now he parades as a somewhat left-leaning guy. But I appreciate the stream. I hope we can eventually recover from getting slaughtered by PG in a debate. As for a month ago now. I feel like I recovered the day after. I feel like there's nothing I even had to recover from. What did I even have to recover from? I recovered. Yeah, it was a month ago. That's fine. I recovered. Listen, also, he's banned and I'm not. So in the end, who really won? But also, I'm pretty, I think I did decently well in this debate. I don't even. I guess I wasn't super prepared to argue some of the stuff about China, but let's bomb China and Russia. I don't think I ever said that. To convince the people to be born democratic. Gonna bomb African warlords too. There are some African warlords that I probably wouldn't be super opposed to bombing. Are gonna bomb authoritarian African countries. I mean, there are some African warlords that do some pretty bad shit. I don't know if I'd necessarily be super opposed to bombing some of the warlords there. It would depend. It'd probably have to I'd only want us to do it if African countries asked us to do it, right? But let's say Uganda came to the U.S. and said, hey, Joe Biden, ring ring, Joe Biden, can you help us get rid of this fucking African warlord? I would absolutely be in favor of that. Yeah, I mean, if they want us there and they want us to go after these warlords who do these bad things, I don't see a problem with that. You're literally falling into the Ben Shapiro trap right now that he mentioned, that he literally went over in the video we watched, where he's people believe that the West intervening, it automatically makes things worse. And the West leaving will automatically make things better. I'm going back to playing Disco Asylum on stream. Based. Yeah, but like again, like that's actually an interesting question. Like, has Iraq gotten better after the U.S. withdrew? That's a different question from whether or not the U.S. should intervene in the first place. Like the same is probably true. We already intervene in Africa a little bit. I know, like we do some shit with the DRC. I think, or not the DRC. Sorry, with Nigeria. I think we do some stuff. I think we do some stuff with Nigeria. Maybe other countries too to combat. What's the I know there are still some regiments of ISIS alive in Northern Africa. What's the Nigeria terror group? Boko Haram. Pretty sure we do some shit against Boko Haram with Nigeria. US, Boko. United States is assisting the Nigerian government to undertake more concentrated, effective, and responsible actions to ensure the safe return of those kidnapped by Boko Haram. Yeah. Including through on-the-ground technical assistance and expanded intelligence sharing. I hate Zionists. It's true. I was going to say something that I fucking forgot. I don't remember. Fuck. I'd rather not A, Taiwan and Ukraine to negotiate with Russia have some sort of lands than ever support the Arabs against Israel. I'd rather not A, Taiwan and Ukraine and negotiate with Russia and China have some of the lands than ever support the Arabs against Israel. Thanks, shitty guys. Okay, well. I should download Farming Simulator. I've been streaming for over 10 hours. And I started streaming. I started streaming at like significantly after I got up. I think I got up at like 1 a.m. today. I've been up. Actually, I guess I haven't been up now. No, yes I have. No, I don't even know when I got up. All I know is that I'm tired. Because I got up early. I don't know. I feel like listen, if I can't even do the math to calculate how long I've been up, I've clearly been up for quite a long time. So, hope everyone enjoyed the stream. Is anyone streaming right now that I know? Not really. Nope. Okay. Well, who can I raid? Is Biden the guy? I'm raiding this random show. I have no clue who these people are. I hope they agree with Biden. Go over to them. I'm assuming at least some of them agree with Biden. I enjoyed the stream. Thank you everyone for popping in. I appreciate all of you. I love streaming. I love the interacting with chat. I love it a lot. Thank you guys, everyone, for watching. Hopefully you'll pop in next stream as well. Drop a follow if you haven't. Goodbye.